Yo, testing, testing, 1 3, 1 3. We now test two. What about you? Testing. Yo, so what you telling me, man? Nah, we see. It's Friday. Yeah, man. Just me. It's like candy. Yeah. Yeah, man. You like the candy video? Mate, mate. Yo. Hey, we got Lady D in the building, man. Outside my G Block team, though. Yeah, big up man like Ultra Funky. Outside man like James Jones. Outside man like Renegade Rap. You get me? Yeah, man. Central midfield, feeding the strikers. Bamboos. Pause. Yeah. All right. Yeah, man. So we're picking on England again today, yeah? Are we picking on England again, yeah? Yeah, man. Big up my English gang, man. Yeah. Outside why so religious, yeah? Yeah, bro. You like the question, bro? Yeah, bro. You like my question, bro? How about that, bro? Jeez, Lord, that is mercy. Vellemy. So outside my English fam though, man. My British gang. Yeah, man. So, so the question of the day today, what is what is British culture and what is the working class struggle? The working class struggle, you having a fucking bubble bath, eh? You know, man, you having a giraffe? Yeah, man. Yeah, big up Louise McDonald in the building. Diamond. Yo, I like 420 minutes fit said Shabba. You hear me? Yeah, man. Trust me. I got our first customer. Man like Mo the Crizzo.
So, man,
What's going on?
I'm just chilling, bro. I just ate something, bro. It's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Was it a hot tamale?
Hey, you know what tomorrow is?
No. I heard enough American say it. So let me try to stick that in there. You get me? Is it a hot
Yeah,
tamale? It's a hot
bro.
tamale.
I like tamales, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
What is a tamale
Yo,
anyway?
yo, dude, what kind of alcohol you guys have in the UK?
Alcohol.
Yeah.
Alcohol is haram, fam. There's no alcohol in the UK. Alcohol is haram, man. You know?
No,
No beer and
listen.
no spirit.
So,
No
yo,
gin.
bro.
You hear me? No gin and juice.
Listen. After you drink, what do you do after you drink? You eat, huh?
Which mean like if I went for a night out or like to a club or something.
Uh,
I don't know. I
um,
don't really eat after clubs, no. To tell the truth.
you don't eat something after you're done. So you pass out, you wake up in the morning, and you don't feel like shit.
Yeah, I'll just have to tweet next day sort of thing. More times. Yeah, me.
Mo the crowd.
Huh?
Mo the crowd.
One thing. One thing, man. So hopefully, yeah, we're gonna get some of our English familia in the building to tell us about the British culture and them things there, yeah, isn't it?
Yo, yesterday. I think it was yesterday or today. I think it was yesterday. Yo, Zobeda was on here, huh?
Yeah.
Yo, what's your
Zooby-dooby-doo.
huh?
I said zooby-dooby-doo.
Yo, what's your thoughts about Zobeda?
What you say about Zubeda?
What's your thoughts about her?
She's alright, man. She's alright,
She's
man.
out of
She's alright, mate. You know what I mean?
it. Yeah. Yo, you should put a title. Hey, yo, I wanted to tell you this for a while. You should put a title that's like, obviously you're not a part of this, and you should understand that. So whatever title you put on, it's not gonna offend people. You're just asking a question. You know what I mean? So you need to find a really conversational, not conversation. You know when people get mad, you find a title like that. When people get mad, so more people come on. So it has to be something religious, probably.
Hey, hold on for 1 sec, yeah? I need to jump out the van.
All right.
You chat with the people in the
Chat.
chat. Yeah, chat with the people them in the chat, man.
No, do your thing. Man. Mo with the crowd. Oh, you know, it's funny when Vellemy says that. But yeah. Yo, what's good, everyone? Hold on, I need to use my phone. You guys just woke up, huh? It's morning over there. Yo, what's you guys' yo? I want to ask the people to come. What you guys' thoughts about Zobeda? I heard some stuff yesterday, but I didn't go on. I think Vellemy was sleeping or something. I want to know what you guys' thoughts. Don't hold back and shit. You know? Oh, damn. Yo, shout out to all the Muslims out there, yo. You know who you are. You're a good person. Know what I'm saying? You know? Shout out to all the real Muslims out there, bro. You know, and don't let nothing phase you and shit. If you believe in something, believe in it. Believe in it full-hearted. Yeah, you know what's mad, right? This is mad. Watch. So, do you guys know who Paul Mooney is, right? You guys know who Paul Mooney is? Paul Mooney is funny. Okay. I heard him say something like, it's like he said, "Oh, white people have all of this opportunity and everything, and they're still mad." I thought that was funny. Yo, ML Reggie. ML Reggie. So are you Muslim, bro? I'm not trying to hate on you or anything, but I just want to know because I think you are. I don't know if you are though. Yo, Nati, if you hear this, bro, listen, yeah. Ah, never mind, bro. Never mind. It has the answers on the British culture. Yo, what's up, everyone? Yo, Nati, I was trying to, bro. I'm getting stronger. I can like do a handstand, push up, just one. All right, but my lower body, bro, it's like weak. Like like you can tell I'm toned up on the top, but in the bottom, I don't look toned at all. Feel me? And like I get bored really easy in workouts, really easy.
Big up, sister. Big up, brother. Big up, bro.
Bessie! Big up.
Big up, man. Everything airy.
Yeah, man, I'm just here to find out what is in English culture because, like, I just don't. People keep claiming this culture that I'm yet to know. So, someone enlighten me.
Nah, there ain't no English culture, man. There's nothing to do with it. There's English patriotism, like the patriots. You know what I mean? They confuse that with culture. But patriotism and culture are two different things, isn't it? We haven't got a culture specifically because we robbed a lot of culture from other places.
Well, this is my thing. Well, if the English culture or British culture is stolen from many other different cultures and it's a conglomerate of many cultures put together, then what is English culture? Because then English British culture doesn't have one. Then it's taken from everybody else's.
Yeah, it don't exist. Not even the potatoes we make the chips with came from
Not
us
even the
originally.
Irish. The Irish potatoes, it doesn't belong to them. Like, allow it. Allow it.
Yeah, nothing. Not even the national
Yo,
fish and chips. Not even that belongs to them. To be quite honest with you.
oh, go on,
Yo,
man.
what's going on, V?
Hey, Belly, good morning.
You say, man.
Yeah, same
Got
old
this,
shit. Just living,
We got yourself,
just
man. What's
living the
going on?
best life.
What shit? All right.
Just saying, man,
Smart.
was just saying British culture don't exist, bro. Patriotism and culture are two different things, innit? I'm a Jamaican patriot, but I'm not living the culture, am I? I'm just a patriot of Jamaica, innit? Like, I don't want to confuse that with the culture because I don't rave dancehall every week. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Do certain things, what they do, like have mint tea in the morning and soup every Saturday. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not adhering to the culture. I'm just a patriot. So maybe that's what they're confusing. They're getting confused. Like, patriotism is you love your country, innit? I fucking hate England. Can't wait to steal as much shit and work as hard as I can and get as much shit as I can and fuck off. You know what I'm saying? People are some hypocrite devils. You know what I'm saying?
Freddie, listen to this. So Victoria writes, no one cares what you think, Freddie. You aren't British at the end of the day. So what is who is British, and can someone British tell me the British culture? Because obviously we don't know. As you said, we're not British. Cool. Let us know then, what is British culture? Is it the wild ones that you lot will be saying every day? Is it that? Is that British culture?
It must be that.
It must be the wild ones and the big up, and you done know, and yeah, man, we're going down the road and thing. That's British culture. Oh God, who let this guy on the panel? No.
Yo.
Good morning.
Come on. We got that Nigerian yardie in the building, you hear me? Yeah, man.
Our favorite uncle T.
Hey Reggie, how come you weren't on Rascal Show yesterday, man?
Oh, sure, I didn't know. I didn't know. Was it on the
Yeah,
YouTube show?
how come you weren't on Rascal Show yesterday, man?
Yo,
Rast on the show last night, man.
He never go on because he's too busy still looking for the G Grinder's number. Remember, he's on a mission.
I didn't know you had a show on
Big up,
YouTube.
Reggie.
I didn't
Big
know you
up.
had a
Bro,
show.
that's what I'm
Don't
saying.
call
Rascal was on. You could have got the G line. You could have
That's
got the G
right.
line from the man himself. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Yeah,
G line from the G line holder.
but remember, Reggie's a pussy. You know that already.
Easy.
I'm sorry for the language so early, but you're not speaking to a brave person, are you? You're speaking to an actual cowardly cunt.
Coward? Coward.
Yes, coward. Yeah, I'd pick coward because you don't stand up for your.
Reggie's got the personality of a pretty boy. You know, if he was English, he would have like
you go with
blonde
the
hair,
majority. One second, Khan. I'm explaining something, innit? Why the man's a coward in my eyes? Because he goes with the majority. And he goes with the majority and he disses his own African culture and his skin color to side with the people that he lives with, which are the European. So he favors them over your own culture. And I've seen him do that loads of times. That's why I think you're a coward.
No, I don't really.
Reggie.
You don't address people. You just fucking make sly shots where you should be just addressing somebody, saying, "Yo, this is my problem with you."
Oh no, I do tell people. I've got a problem with someone. I'll tell people why I've got the problem with the person. Yeah. I've done that many times. I don't have many problems with people here anyway. Just certain ideas most of the time. And as for my people, I'm very proud of my people and my culture. You know what I mean? My people.
No, you ain't.
Yes, I am.
If Jupiter came on here, you'd be saying black men are violent.
No, I've never said anything like that. That's a complete. That's a complete concoction.
Mate, when you come there, I'm telling you, yeah, you'd be saying black boys stab each other.
No, because I'm not a contradiction. You get a walking contradiction, like, you know what I mean, like.
Okay.
Reggie, you are a walking contradiction. You're a Niger man running around these streets like you're a Jamo. You are a living contradiction.
No, I'm clearly not Jamaican or Caribbean. I'm not like someone.
Sister, we'll wait.
He's a Nigerian supremacist, man. He's a Nigerian supremacist, fam. They man only care about Nigeria. They don't care about the rest of Africa, because they only care about Nigeria. Like, if you talk about Nigeria, then man are happy. Them man don't care about nothing else but Niger.
I've got two nationalities. I've got Nigerian nationality. I've got British nationality.
Look, we got a British on the panel. We got a British on the panel, guys. So, British man, can you tell us what is British culture? Since though you're claiming that, please enlighten us. Yeah, British man. He said he's British. So let us know what is British culture.
What is British culture? You feel me?
Pie and mash, jelly deals, Rosie Lee, cup of tea. Yeah, upwards and pears, up the stairs. Cockney rhyming slang.
If anybody
after work,
you in New Zealand know anything about British or yourselves?
Let me introduce.
Put it this way: British people have more power over what?
Hold on a sec, mate.
You think that England and Ireland are joined together? No, we're not joined together. We took over them. We joined all together as one.
Well, can you not hear the host is speaking? The host is speaking.
Did you?
Yo, listen. I'm trying to explain to you, yeah? Let me introduce you before you start going up on the monologue, yeah? You just jumped in and just started rapping. Yeah, we ain't even got your name or nothing, yeah? Let me introduce you, bro. Yeah, I'm going to unmute your mic,
Who are ya? Who are ya?
One sec. Money!
At the end of the day, use the one about God, religion, and stuff like that. I'm atheist. I don't believe in God.
Wait.
I only believe in Jesus.
Are you an English gentleman
and I don't believe in God.
Are you English or what?
I'm English, yeah, I'm British through and through.
Yeah. When you're British, yeah, do you introduce yourself before you just start going off on a rampage? Introduce yourself, bro. We're trying to do a little bit of like And you know what I'm saying? Like before we let you go off here, we're trying to let you introduce yourself so that the people in the chat know who you are. Yeah.
So what would you like to know?
Welcome to G Block. Yeah. Welcome to G Block. Yeah. So your name's Monty, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
All right. Yeah. So you come in to make some points. Yeah. What was the point that you wanted to make?
The point is like you're talking about British like you know it. But you don't know it.
Wait. Who talked about Britain? We asked the question. Hold on.
Even though you're living in Britain, even though you're living here, it don't make you British, does it? We out we out the EU for one.
Monty,
not being racist, but one, we out the EU.
All right, mate. All right.
Calm down 1 second. 1 second. So hold on, who was on here? Hold on, Monty. Who was on here talking about Britain like they know it? I'm sure you would have heard us asking. Can somebody that claims to be British come on the panel and explain to us what British culture?
You ask. I'm trying to explain. Yeah, British is one community joined together.
Is it incoherent?
No, it's one. It's one community joined together as one.
Right, but what is the underpinning flavour? What's the flavour? What's it all about?
What's the culture?
What's the flavour? What's it all about?
Right, you live over here, don't you? So you should know what it's about.
No,
what's going to happen is, brothers and sisters, you're going to learn what British culture is today. Europeans are going to come on and be rude. They're going to come on and be rude and arrogant. And they're going to
arrogant.
It's
good, innit? It's amazing.
I don't know, man. I can't do these kind of panels, man, when you guys are too hyped. So I might have to come back with it.
No, we're just
come back later. Alright, but yo, what I'm saying, yeah? The reason why I've done the question of the day, what is British culture, yeah? Because every time the question comes up, yeah.
Wait a minute, do you even... Sorry, go on.
We never get a straight answer on what the question of what British culture is, yeah? So, boom, we got the question of the day, what is British culture? Like,
right, okay, British culture is kindness.
Listen, hold on, bro. Hold on, man. Chill out. Man, you're trying to run off, bro. We got 12 hours, bro. You get me? You take it easy, yeah? Take it easy, bro. Yes, explain to us what British culture is.
Explain to us what British culture is.
British culture. Obviously, we let yous in. Kindness.
Yeah.
Sticking all together, one as all.
Right.
Now we come out of the EU. Now you're all bitching because most of you have to go back. Not all of you have to go back.
But we're asking you about your thing, and you're telling us about us again.
Yeah, because you're always talking about
British culture.
Here's the problem.
Listen.
Again, we're not
Google it. You want to know it? Google it. It's called Google. Google it.
No, calm down. This is the problem. Again, we're trying to have a conversation and find out for us to actually understand because we're saying we don't understand it, we don't know it, yeah? So we're asking you what is British culture. No, we want to hear from a British man. He said, you're not British, you got to go home. So we want to hear from a British man, what is British culture? That's all we're asking.
I can't see.
He said Google it because most of the people in England haven't reached a high level of education, so they ain't going to be able to express.
Is that why most youths come over here for better jobs and better stuff and better shit like that?
That's what culture is.
Man, you talk about you've got everything, but you've all got to come over to England for better lives and better jobs.
Yeah, but why have you got to go to
what's that about? You know what I mean? That's what. Yeah, come over.
If you're on holiday, you go to Jamaica, you go to Cyprus.
England was back in the olden days one of the richest countries back in the olden days.
You still go to where we're from. We're coming to where you're from, but you go to where we're from. You go on holiday.
I'm going to cut in a minute though, but all I'm going to say is all you're going to hear today is low IQ Europeans.
Look at all these black right matter. You know what I mean? They all crying because there was all black slavery back in the olden days. There were more black slavery than there were Irish people. You know what I mean?
My guy, listen. When people everyone's got to talk one at a time, innit, man? Even though it's Friday, and we'll let people pop up and so and so. We gotta go one at a time though, yeah. I'm on the panel and I can't hear properly. So if the people are in the chat, they definitely can't hear properly. Yeah. So
right.
if we go one at a time, ready, make your point, and then let my man.
I don't know what's wrong with these low IQ European people.
Okay. So if this is that really low IQ, let's talk about your history. Let's talk about your history.
Can't you mute him,
You know
fam?
what? This is not
Yeah, exactly.
guys.
You don't like your history, do you? You don't like your history.
Hold up.
That's the thing about you. You don't like listening to your history. But you want to listen to a white man's history when you don't even like your own history.
Yo, Vellemy,
so don't come on a while.
Yo, wait, Freddie, hold on, before you go in here. Yo, Monty, I swear down, it's like you're not listening to what I'm saying, yeah? Like, I want to leave you on the panel, innit, yeah? Because I like opposing views, innit, yeah? But like I'm saying, you have to let man them get to the end of their sentence. You have to let people finish their sentence, and then you can reply back as well. Like, I want to give you a chance to speak as well, innit, yeah? So I want each person's voice to be heard. But if you're speaking over each other, no one's gonna hear no one, innit? So you're not gonna get to hear the point that you're making, and the point that's being made is not gonna be able to be heard. Yeah, I'm gonna unmute you again. Yeah, bro.
Wait, hold up.
Favor. Wait, no. Yo, listen. Mo, listen. Oh, you chill out, yeah? Let Freddie finish his sentence, yeah? Because he wanted to finish his sentence, yeah? And then Mo, Monty, you can reply after. And everyone don't try to talk over Freddie as well when he's chatting, yeah? And everyone don't try to chat over Monty when he's chatting his part as well, yeah? Let him talk.
All right. Yeah, I'm just saying there's nothing that Monty could say or any European to trigger me, innit? I'll just listen to it because I know it's basic. Like, Monty said to look on Google for British culture, so that means his education levels are low. Everything he's going to say moving forward is a load of bullshit. But one second, don't get triggered. Just hold it until I finish. Then you've got the right to reply. Yeah, you don't know what British culture is and you've lived there all your life. In my opinion, British culture is made up of rudeness, racism, and ignorance. And it's going to be displayed today. It's definitely going to be displayed today. That's why if you live in this country, watch out for the rudeness, racism, and ignorance. And you're going to see a lot of it.
And don't forget...
That's what I mean. This is where you got it wrong.
Let Monty reply that.
Not every British people are racism, by the way.
Damn, bro.
Montgomery.
So you can't say like every British person's racist. Because I ain't come in and said... I ain't come in and said this and that to you, have I? What I'm saying is that we are the EU now.
Just said you don't understand.
Not yet. I'm not racist only to consent. I can be racist, but I'm not being racist because I've literally got a black brother in my family. You know, he's not here now; he's dead. But I still got that in my family, even though I'm not racist. So you got that wrong about all British people. All British people are not racist.
Okay, so do you consider Vellemy, Freddie, Khan as a British, like
one of your own?
I said British culture is racist, ignorance, and rudeness. That's all I said. I didn't say English people are racist.
Not everybody. Not everybody. Not everybody.
We're talking about culture, bro. Stick to the topic.
Yeah, well, you stop talking and let one guy answer his question.
Yeah, let Bible answer you.
You consider them as British?
It depends. If they're born over here, then yeah, they are British. They are British. If they're born and bred over in England, yeah, they're British people. But then people who are not born over here and stuff like that, and they're not British.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they got to go.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, Vellemy, but he's kind of contradicting himself. Hold on 1 second, and I've got to pull him on that. Yeah, because what you said earlier is you lot are only mad because you've got to go back home. Now we're out of the EU. Then you turn around now and say, well, if you're born here, then you're British. Well, which one is it? Either we go back home or we're British.
Not every, like if you was listening to me, not everybody's going back to the countries. It's because the ones who were born over here will stay over here. Because they were born over here, the name they was born over, the passport and everything else is UK.
Can I just say something?
Yo,
You realise
I want to
that
ask a question.
it's a majority of white people that are going back. It's like Polish in them.
Yeah, it's
not Jamaican.
Polish.
It's not Pakistani.
No, obviously not. No, I know that. I already
it's
know
white
that
people that's going back, isn't it?
Because there's a lot of black. There's a lot of black people being born over in England. Do you know what I mean? We're Romanians and we're Romanian and what you just
Polish.
said. They're not, Polish. They got to go back because they're on the yellow card either way. If they have a kid or get pregnant, they have to go back to their own countries now. They can't stay in England and have kids or whatever over in England now. They got to go back to their own countries. Because we had a Romanian living next door to my mum, pregnant, having twins. The hospitals weren't doing that over here. She had to go back to her own country to fucking give birth to the kids.
Monty, let me ask you a question, man. Let me ask you a question, yeah? Can you explain to us, or can you give us your understanding on what you think British culture is? That's really what the question of the day is. What is British culture, and what is the working class struggle? Yeah. So, but first, give us the answer to the first question. What, in your opinion, what is British culture? And then we'll go to the
British culture. There's a lot of meaning to British culture, law, isn't there? It's not just one thing of, there's a lot of meaning to British culture, and there's a lot of meaning to all different cultures. Obviously,
Montgomery, there's no wrong answer, man. Just freestyle. Go for it.
Let him answer. Just let him give his answer, and then we'll go back after.
I'm trying to help him a little bit. I don't know how experienced he is on panels.
Why it's all when we all come together, Ireland, and Wales and everything else all basically joined up together in one. That's basically when we all joined up. Obviously, we are most of us are racist. Most of us are not racist. A lot of us do want a lot of people to go back to their own countries because there's nothing else for us. There's nothing else for the actual people who live over here. You think about it. You are on YouTube day in, day out, day in. I watch the channels.
Have you been listening to us, have you?
Yeah, I watch every single day.
What do you think of? What do you think? Tell us what you think of us. Is it a representation of British culture as well? What we're doing here?
No, you just talk about
being British as well.
Like most of you are British. It don't matter what colour you are. If you were born over in England, you're British.
Okay.
You know what I mean? If you're not,
you're doing good, right? But what I'm asking you, is tell us about your own upbringing, your own family, things that's been passed down from other generations, like things that you're doing that your granddad used to do, like maybe eating pie and mash or whatever it is. That is culture, isn't it? That is what's passed on from one generation to the other. All right, you just highlighted the good points. You said good things like the values of the, the union,
benefits,
of all
benefits,
and all that.
We've got a lot of benefits. Granddad was on benefits, dad was on benefits. Now the biggest son's on it.
No, it's that. No, my family were working people. That's right, working people.
That's what we want to hear about. That's what we want to hear about. The working class struggle. Yeah. So is that part of being British then? Being working class?
No, Muslims don't work, but they do. Most of them have corner shops and shit like that.
Hold on. What do you mean they don't work?
No.
Most of them have corner shops. There must be a lot of corners.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, there is a lot of corners. Most of them's got takeaways, and all that lot.
Wait, did he say Muslim? I don't even know.
Muslims are good.
Don't work.
Muslims don't work.
No, Muslims are good work. No, I'm talking to my missus. I'm talking to my missus as well as talking to you.
Right.
Muslims
are good workers.
It's a shame that.
It depends what kind of.
It's a shame that the British didn't take learn any lessons from the immigrants. Because if they did, Yeah, this country would be
Why?
better.
Do you know why would look better? Right? Do you know why the immigrants are actually working? Do you know why the immigrants are actually working? Because it's a lower pay for them. Obviously, obviously a white man's going to get fired because they're getting overpaid what they should. So they're going to hire someone who fucking lower pays.
You know what? That's good.
So obviously, we're going to get fired for someone who's going to lower pay.
1 minute, Freddie. Let me ask him a question. Montgomery, do you remember when British used to make cars like British Leyland and all that? That was before.
Yeah, and then got sold on
the immigrants, isn't it? That was before the immigrants. Like, how comes you lot didn't want to work for your own country? You're also patriotic now, but back then none of you lot wanted to work for your country, and they shut the factories down.
Of course, shut the factory. The factories people was dying in them. The factories what were holding. They needed to make new factories anyways. Then factories was out of date.
Can I just make a statement though? British people are quite lazy, innit? This is why we need immigrants, innit? Without the immigrant population coming into Britain.
What? Basically, okay, so we're lazy. So basically, if it weren't for us British, you wouldn't have been talking English. You would have been speaking our language. That's the thing about you.
Can't I just finish what I'm saying,
mate?
Did he just say we want to be, or was it forced on us? Like, which one is it?
Oh, no. It weren't forced on you. You're speaking our language. Yeah, you. What? You see what I mean? This is what I mean about yous. You bring up history like.
1 second. Can I say something about yous?
One second. We should be grateful.
It's like, why do you bring history up?
Can't you pause 1 second? Can't you pause?
I pause. Yeah, I pause.
For interjecting.
History, man.
What I'm saying is the reason why England is in such a fucking mess because the people are lazy and we need these immigrants to help run the hospitals and clean the streets and do all the fucking job that these lazy cunts don't want to do.
That's a good point. That is a good point he's making.
I've been in every single hospital. I've been in every single hospital and shit like that, and it's always been a British hospital. So it's been British people in there. And you're sitting there calling the English people. Okay, I can see why you're saying this. It's because of all this Black Lives Matter and all that shit. You love talking about history. You love bringing up history. This is the thing about you. Because you used to slavery back in the olden day. You just want to try and bring up everyone else's mistakes.
Brother, I'm not bringing up no mistake. I'm just saying, the English economy. Hey, can't tell him what I just said because he's not listening, bro.
Okay, English. Okay, listen.
Freddie, I think he's got a learning difficulty. Like, are you all right?
No, I'm just telling you, you need to stop talking about people British. When you need to look at your own. Okay, question for you. Okay, question for you. Why are you over in England then? Good question there for you. Why are you over here?
Listen, why'd you go on holiday to other countries?
Good question,
Montgomery. Why'd you go on holiday to other countries, though?
Hold on.
Good question.
1 second. He asked a very good question. Why are we over here? Well, I can speak for my people and why we're over here. There's a little thing that happened in the UK. It's called the Windrush. You know, the same Windrush that your British people begged for us to come and help repair your country after the World War II? That one. That's why I'm here. Does that suffice your question? Is that okay for you?
So you saying that you build these houses? I don't think so. You got forced to build these back in slavery.
Brother, it's facts that we came over after the World War and we helped facilitate loads of building.
But he didn't get paid for shit. That's what I'm saying. He didn't get paid.
Bro, you listening or you deaf?
You got a house put over your head, and that's about it.
You ain't the full ticket.
I'm not a full ticket.
You're not 100%, bro. People are talking.
The thing about you,
process the information.
I can't love, bro, man. Sister, look after yourself, man. Yeah, Mo, take
Big up, Freddie. Every time,
Freddie, I think I'm gonna need a psychiatric help.
Listen, yeah, Monty.
This is mad.
No, definitely not.
Monty, talk to Mohammed. He's Iraqi, and he had to escape the Iraq war, and now he's living in California, and he's loving it. Maybe you and him can talk. Mo, what do you want to say?
I just want to say, bro, I've never spoken to someone like this before, so like this is like my first time.
Yeah,
so,
you're
like,
used to London people, Mo.
Yeah,
not
but
London,
this is like
Manchester.
majority of the UK is not like London people.
Not that London.
No, the thing about him, what does he want? You get what I mean? You have to know what he wants first, and then we can find a solution.
A solution is you stop talking about fucking shitty fucking religion and all that lot.
All right.
Stop talking about fucking things what you don't even know what you're trying to know, and then you got an opinion against it.
Meaning?
You're right about the disability.
And that's
No,
Mo
no
saying
disability.
that. That's Mo saying that. Go on, thingy. You know, Mo is stoned. Thingy, Montgomery. Mo is stoned 90% of the time because he's got that good where he is. He's got the real good shit. So Mo's a little bit like, you know.
Freddie, sorry, Khan. Have you not noticed that I asked one question from the beginning when he jumped on, and I'm still yet
I don't
to
think
got
he
an answer?
understands. When you say Windrush, I don't think he even understood what you
No,
meant.
not even the Windrush. I've explained that. I can explain any question he asked me, I can explain it. But I've asked him a question: what is British culture? And I'm yet to receive an answer from a British man. Like, what is going on here?
What is a British culture? It's obviously the same culture as everyone else's. Religion, God, beliefs, everything else.
All right.
But obviously, there's not a whatever fucking you want to believe these days. Maybe back in Victorian days, it were more.
So you said some good things so far, Montgomery. You're saying freedom of religion is a British value. You're saying unity between all the nations, that's a British value. You said some good things, but I don't think you're even aware that you said them. Like, you said some really good things.
No, it's mainly religion. British are mainly religion. That's it. We're sharing and, you know, obviously British at least. Stop banging. No. Just my 1-year-old daughter.
Oh, bless her.
You know, like.
You want to give her a hammer, though?
No, she ain't got a hammer. She's banging the cupboards in the kitchen.
Oh, right.
Come on. Can you? Come on.
She's good, man. We can't even hear it. Go on.
Yeah, so it's just back in the olden days, it used to be all about religion. Always about religion.
What, Catholics and Protestants and all that?
Yeah, back in them days, like there were more kings and what there is now back in them days. Like there weren't just one king, there weren't just whatever else.
Yeah.
You know, you had more.
What would you say, Muslims, are they more like Catholics or more like Protestants? What side would they come on? Oh, I don't know if you got Jews up there. Are they more like Jews? What are they like, in your opinion?
I think
you
they
must have
are
a
more.
lot of Muslims in Manchester.
Yeah,
lot of Muslims.
See, like with their God being with Allah, it's all different gods, isn't it? Like
yeah.
It's like there's like so many gods and so many different beliefs out there. That's why I scratch my head. Yeah, that's why I scratch my head. What is the beliefs? I don't.
So, do you think these people? Yeah, 1 minute. Let's get somewhere, a little bit somewhere. Progress a little bit. Do you think these people are trying to fit in? Do you think they're trying to do their best to kind of like, you know, be British or not?
It's not fitting in. It's backing it. Like the thing about racism, it's like people all over like, oh, if I go and talk to that white trash or go and talk to that black, you know, then you don't know what to do. It's like, is it going to be racist? You can't trust.
I hear what you're saying. Community relations.
Yeah, it's not like
thing is, we in London we got something called the Notting Hill Carnival, where it's like, you know, Caribbean culture, and everyone's invited. You know, like maybe you lot should have another carnival in Manchester.
Yeah, we do. Like, we do have that, and everyone. Yeah, of course.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we do. We like bands and that. And
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you know a little bit about Caribbean culture, innit?
Yeah, no bits and that.
Yeah,
And,
so cool. That's good. That's all good. So what I'm saying is here, Montgomery, when we're trying to describe something, yeah, sometimes we're better off contrasting it with something opposite. So if I'm saying to you, like, describe the daytime to me, you're going to be like, well, in the daytime there's light, and in the nighttime there ain't no light. So what I'm saying is, with us, because we've got our own culture and we're from other cultures, for us it's easy to see what British culture is because it contrasts. It's like a line between what is Cypriot culture and what is British culture. So when you go places now, have you been anywhere, like other countries like Spain or wherever, where you can say, all right, well, they do things different here?
Been Egypt.
Well, wouldn't you say that they've got a different way of doing things? Things move slow in other countries. Like here, everything's fast. Like no one's got time to even say good morning to each other. Everyone's just like walking past each other. Like it's just, this is our culture now, isn't it? Like we're living a 24-hour life. All the shops are open 24 hours. Everything's 24 hours. There's no time no more. We ain't got time. Everyone's working all the hours.
It's not even that. Even
what is it then, Mo?
Muslims.
You tell me.
It's not even that. Muslims are even changing their culture as well. You know, there's like now there's two kinds of culture. You know, there's ISIS culture and there's a normal culture. You know what I mean? Right. Even though they're both Muslims and whatever else like that, there's two cultures in that apart. Like where it says in the Muslim Bible,
Khan, how are you? Sorry to interrupt. How are you sitting here, Khan, and letting him say this stuff? Like, this is mad. Like, hold on. Number one, what is Muslim culture? That's number one. Number two is people from different countries. No, hold on. But we have to correct him, Khan. This is ridiculous that we're even allowing him to come up here and spill this madness.
No, you can correct him if you want.
The fact that there's people from different countries that have a shared religion. Listen, there's people from different countries, different cultures that have a shared religion. There is no such thing as Muslim culture. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. ISIS, like, I've got their own culture. If they go to a normal, what is it? What's that temple called?
Mosque.
A mosque, right? If they go to a mosque, they will get kicked out of that mosque, the ISIS, because it's on the Bible. In them, it says you must kill to them, and that's where they kill. Normal Muslims don't read that as a sample to go and kill. They read that in goodness. Right. But ISIS see it as another thing. ISIS see it as they must kill, and they do.
I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
And they get kicked out the normal mosque.
Considering who you are and where you're from, I think you got a very good understanding, in my opinion. Obviously, we have to prize it out of you, but, you know, maybe you just ain't got experience in coming on panels. Like, do you go on panels and talk and that?
See, if you want to know the British, like what I know in what I actually know myself, is I don't, like, obviously, I don't have no opinions or anything what people say. I'm not bothered what they say. But I only believe in one person, and that one person is Jesus and Mary.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Jesus and Mary, whatever yours is. But I don't believe in a God, like a God built our planet.
Who is that talking? Is that your mum? Is that your mum?
Oh, my missus just put the fucking shit on.
Oh.
No, I live on my own with my kid. She put the fucking.
Hold on. Yo. Did this guy just say he believes in Jesus, but he don't believe in God? Is this guy on steroids, cuz? Come on, man. You believe in Jesus, but you don't believe in God.
Easy, man. Easy.
No, you can't let him get away with this madness.
But we want people to come on, innit? We want different people to come on as well.
God's supposed to build the planet and whatever else like that. What did he stand on to build the planet?
Space. God can stand on
Bro,
his face.
bro. Not being funny, yeah. If you're saying you believe in Jesus, yeah, and Jesus is saying God or the Almighty or the Most High, as I like to say, because I don't use God, I say the Most High. But Jesus said the Most High is his Father, so he's authenticated the Most High's existence. So you have an audacity to come online and tell people you believe in Jesus, but you don't believe in the Most High. You got to be drunk or you got to be on steroids.
Prostitute. Mary was a prostitute.
What has that got to do with it, bro? Deal with what I just said to you.
That was Mary Magdalene.
What you're saying.
Mary.
Deal with what I just said to you.
It's a different
you
Mary.
Got to be on steroids.
I'm not on steroids. I'm a big believer in Mary and Jesus. And back in the olden days, Jesus and Mary, well, Mary drummed into his head.
Bro,
Mary was
there
a
was
prostitute.
no such guy as Jesus, bro.
No,
if there was a guy,
he was a prostitute back in the day.
Bro, if there was a guy like Jesus, his name was not even Jesus. His name would have been Yahshua, or some of the Muslims believe Isa was his name. But what I'm trying to say to you is, bro, yeah, when you're coming with this diluted talking about I believe,
it's not diluting. It's Jesus. Everyone else is different beliefs.
This is the thing, yeah. Bro, let me show you something. I'm going to tell you, bro. Let me finish. I'm going to tell you why you're diluted, yeah, because you got audacity to come online and say certain things, like say it with your chest, like you actually know something. But these times, you've proven to us you don't know nothing. And what it also proves to us is the reason why I jumped online. Because let me show you something. British culture, yeah. The first, you see, the base of British, the base of all British culture is racism. The base of all British culture is racism. The next thing in British culture is racism.
This is what I mean.
There ain't nothing in British culture.
What's the point? You can't have a civilized conversation about it. Man,
chill out a sec, bro. Don't be going on no full on Schiffer mode right now. Listen to what I'm saying to you, Schiffer. You obviously haven't been outside of London.
I can hear you.
You're used to London English people who have upgraded their knowledge on our cultures by living round us.
Nah, fam, he ain't got no excuse. He's from Manchester, bro. I got bare cousins in Manchester, bro, you know. I got 100
cousins in Manchester, bro. What the fuck?
Where are
you? Oh, wow. Shit, man.
Where are you from?
Where am I from? Moss Side.
You're from Moss Side, yeah?
Moss Side, yeah. It's famous.
Yeah, man.
Have you not heard of it?
All right, so don't talk, bro, don't talk shit in it. We know, listen, I'm going to be honest with you, yeah? I know people in Manchester. I know there's holy racism in Manchester, you know? I know there's holy racism.
He's already said
you,
that.
Man,
He's
this
already
is the
said
thing,
there's
yeah?
a lot of racists.
My boy Carnito.
A lot of people ain't racist.
Let me talk to this boy for a minute, yeah? Let me talk to this boy for a minute.
Yeah, but don't tear him apart, bro.
These man don't realize.
What's the deal?
No, I'm chilling out. This is me in chill mode, bro. This is me chill. I'm just saying, these man don't realize that they come online, they make these wild statements, but they don't realize that they have been born. Listen, you have been born and bred to be racist. You know, some of you are lucky enough to maybe have a black friend or know some people that
hold you on there. Hold you on there. Let me hold you a second. Everybody is born in one country.
No one's born.
Everybody is born. No.
You're bred to be racist. You are educated to be racist. Hence, you can say, listen, let me ask you a question, yeah? If I was to ask you, do you think most people, listen, let me answer this question, answer the question, yeah? Do you think most people, British people, would say that Winston Churchill is a hero?
I don't know. Back in them days, it's like...
What do you think?
That's what I mean. Again, with the olden days, this is what I mean.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me answer one question. Why do you always bring up the past? The past.
You know why we always bring up the past? Do you want me to tell you why we always bring up the past?
Just think about it. You're in a better life. Okay, go on. I'll let you finish it. Go on.
Why do we always bring up the past? I'm going to tell you first, answer to your question, why we always bring up the past, yeah? Because English people have got a rotted audacity. You've got the biggest front going. You are the most ridiculous people on the planet because you got an audacity to go to people's countries, rape, plunder, murder, take all of the resources and all the riches, instill your armies and instill your people, like make your little elitist groups to continue bleeding the resources out of those countries. And you know, you colonize people, put people in national debt and all sorts of these things, yeah, what they're now paying the debt that you created. But then you have you think that you can have the audacity to say, oh, do you know what? Too many foreigners are coming here. Really and truthfully, any place you colonize, there should be no limits on how many people come here. Because is there any limit on how much you take from those countries? When does it stop? Yeah, when are you gonna pay back the bills that you created? Like I'm West Indian, Jamaican, yeah. England created a national debt for Jamaica, then said, oh, we're going to give you independence, then effed off and left them with the debt. You're supposed to pay your damn bills. Yeah. So when you clean your dirty, stinking foot, then you can talk about other people.
Let him know the debt that they left for Jamaica is a debt that can never.
Well, look where you are now. Like, is it? Look where you are now. Well, okay, can't be paid back. Because it's being paid back. It's right. Is that why British people?
Listen to me. You don't know nothing about Jamaica.
Okay. Just say if Jamaica went into war. Just say if Jamaica went into war. Who will have you back in war? Us British.
Oh,
that's what you're not getting.
Hold on. The same people that enslaved us, whipped us, beat us, murdered and raped us, yeah, and still put us in debt after that, and are still taking from us to this day.
That weren't us.
Those people.
This is what I mean.
Yes,
that weren't us. That was the generation before us.
Bro.
That was the generation before us, and that's why you're bringing it all up.
Bro, listen, calm down.
Do you know what I mean?
Man, bro, we're not talking about the past. We're talking about right now. Listen.
Are you slave now? Okay. Are you a slave now?
Bro. Please calm down. Listen, I'm trying to give you some info. Yeah. So Jamaica is still paying this debt to this day. Yeah. Did you know the army of Jamaica? Hold on. Wait, bro. Wait. The army of Jamaica is still owned by Britain. So although they said, oh, you were giving you independence, the police and everything is still owned and controlled by Britain. So get
not
your
by me.
facts straight, bro.
So I don't own it. It's fucking the government. Does it look like I own it? Take it out with the government.
It's
not
personally.
Me.
It's not you personally. But
well, there you go, then. You're taking it out on every fucker.
Bro,
and this is what I mean. You're crying off
it, bro. Listen, bro. If your government is doing that, then unfortunately, your government has no choice but to open the borders. Why do you think they're letting in all these Hong Kong people now? They've had to let them in because it's their fault. You created that instability in the world.
That's being paid. We've let you in. You've got a life over here. Better life than what you would have had over there. Now you go.
You still got more to pay, bro. You still owe more. This is the thing. You can't pay the money.
How do we owe?
You owe it. That's how you owe.
Well, they get the money back off China, won't they? They get the money back right off China because China's in a lot of debt. China's in debt, aren't they?
You don't.
So why are you not crying at China right this second? Who's in debt? Why are you crying about debt? This is what I mean. It's fucking money. Get off yourself. It's paper. It's off a tree. If you want it, go and shave it off a fucking tree. Crying over stomach, man.
Bro, let me explain something.
This is what I mean about money. Money's the devil's fucking paper.
Bro,
this is what I mean about black people. They want money.
Bro, listen.
They want money. Money this, money that, money this, money that. I want to be rich. I want that. I want this. I want that. I want this. I want that.
It's about the resources.
I want that corner shopper.
And it's about all of it. It's about all the history, the artifacts.
This is what you're about. Just listen to you.
Are the ones who are all about money. You're the ones who create the money with your
give you a better life. We give you a better
all around the world.
And that's not enough for you. That's not enough for you.
Not being funny.
Not enough for you. Not enough for you,
bro. Yeah. But
1 second.
Not enough.
Calm down. Let's just take him what he's saying now. This is why I want you to let him run. He said, "This is the thing about black people." Right, hold on. He said,
"I am calm. I'm letting him chat. Go on, let him chat."
What am I supposed to say? It's not saying enough a word, is it?
Monty, 1 second. This is what you literally said. This is what I.
Yeah, black people. I'm white. I'm a white man.
You don't even know it.
Hold on. He said, "Black people."
And where's this? But I'm a white man. I don't know your name.
Hold on. He said, black people, you're greedy. All you want is money. All you care about is money. You're just greedy people. Yep. Okay, cool.
Yep.
But this is not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about British culture. Can you get back to...
Stop relying off other people to live. Stop relying off other people.
Don't worry about us and how we see ourselves.
Man, you're relying off us white people now.
On other people. Please, so Britain is not relying on anyone else. Is that what you're saying?
No, we're not.
Okay.
We rely on ourselves. What?
Cool.
We're in debt ourselves. We're in debt ourselves.
This guy's
we're
on
in debt
steroids.
ourselves.
Bro,
so how can we pay back
I know
when
you got
we're
a racist
already
dad,
in debt?
I know you got a racist dad, bro.
You know?
Bro, I know you got a racist dad and a racist mum, yeah? Unfortunately,
yeah, man, maybe I have got a racist mum, man.
Let me explain something, bro. Let me explain something, bro. When you wake up in 2020, when you wake up and realize it's 2020 and you're still living like a racist and you need to
man, you need to wake up, man,
when you wake up and realize that, it will probably be too late. Someone where they'll probably bust your face open because you're talking this racist, bro. That's the truth. I can't help you in it. We can't help the sickness that you've got. You need a doctor, serious years of therapy. That's all that's going to help you, bro. Because you sit there and you really think that your country doesn't need anyone else. But your country is consistently
you think like a man stood in the cloud and built a earth like a jigsaw piece.
Chat for yourself.
Yeah, go on, move. Go on. Chop. Oh, no, don't chat to me, Len. Don't. You go and cry.
Monty. Can I ask you a question? Monty, I want to know, these greedy black people, yeah.
Black woman wants to know.
No, I'm not saying it in the racist way.
Are you talking about music videos where people are driving about in speedboats? Or are you talking about
they earn their money. They're fucking celebrities. They're doing a good job. They're making music, doing whatever.
Black people, the ones that are dying in the NHS, trying to help people during COVID.
No, people like that guy at the bottom. That guy at the bottom going on about, oh, you're in debt, you're in this, you're in that. Fucking us, we're in debt ourselves. Why are we going to pay another country off when we're in debt ourselves? What money have we got to pay when we're all in debt ourselves?
Because you created the debt, you idiot.
You pay your debt first, didn't it?
I didn't create the debt. The government created the debt. You're pointing your fingers like, you did it, you did it.
Your government's got to pay for it. Bro, you're the dumbest. Bro, you are the dumbest.
Man,
listen, you are the dumbest intellectual I've ever heard of.
Listen,
if your government owe the money, then you're still paying because you're paying your government your taxes, ain't you? Bro,
okay, so but
James Jones was dumb till I met you.
You're dumb. You're still paying that good government.
Who is smarter, white or black people? Do you know what? The dumbest of our black people, like James Jones, outsmart you by miles. If you're the dumbest of the white trash, then
you repeat yourself.
White people are
you repeat yourself. I heard the same shit come out your mouth.
Let me explain something to you.
Again, repeating yourself.
Let me explain something to you, bro. No one cares what you got to say in it. Don't think that. Look, this is your first time on the panel. I don't know if it is or it isn't, but let me explain something. It sounds like it to me because you don't understand how to have a conversation. You're sitting there, listen, bro. You're sitting there. You're saying these
because I'm in two kind of community. I watched your community and I'm in another community.
When people are trying to give you information, bro, I'm trying to give you information.
I don't need information when you repeat information.
To contrast and contradict what you are saying, to give you a bit of more of an open-minded view so you can round your view. But what you're doing is, rather than listening to what people are saying, you're just trying to shoot back. There's nothing to shoot back with, bro. Your people are rapists, pillagers, plunderers, murderers,
Is that what you think?
Come on.
Okay, murderers. Okay. Is that why in America? Is that why you go out your front door, man, and a black person, and another black person is shooting each other? Then you're coming onto a white man saying that's what white man's fault. White man's fault.
You know what?
Man, you shoot each other and you cry about it.
England has got people like
stop crying when you shoot each other. You fucking faggot.
Myra Hindley. What are you gonna do? Like, what are you talking about?
No, is that me? See what I mean?
Everywhere.
It blames everybody for it.
People in England that kill their own parents.
There's black people who kill kids. There's black people who kill kids. So don't sit there and just say every white person kills kids when there's obviously black people who kill kids as well. Yeah, you're a waste. Don't come on to me and say listen that when you don't know your own shit from your ass. Fucking faggots. Learn your own history. Learn your fucking own history. It was a white man who got you out of fucking slavery. Dumb fuck. A white man got you out of slavery.
Hold up. Yo. Just explain to us.
That is not factual. That is
Google it. Google it. No, it's not incorrect. No, you're an idiot.
No,
Google it.
Man never got us
Dumb bitch.
Damn slavery.
In America, Google it. Google it.
They were forced to.
It was a white man. It was a white man who got you out of slavery. It was white people. It was white people who don't like the truth. You don't like the truth.
slavery.
Don't like the truth. Not everybody was racist. Like you are putting it. Like you are putting it. You're putting it like every white man's racist out there. No, it's the truth. A white man got you out of slavery, and then you cry about it. Yeah.
You're chatting shit now.
I'm out. Google it. Fucking Google it.
Yo, sis.
Like to say white people are up here.
Can I just say something?
Go Google it. You know what it is. If you know what it is, fucking Google it. If you know what it is, look at it. Look at it. No, they got forced to slavery, and they got.
Yo,
okay, so you're saying we could have left you as slavery? So you.
Here's what I was gonna say to you, yeah. You see these man here, yeah. These are the kind of man. You see, if back in the day there was that film. What was the film we watched yesterday? American History. Do you remember American History X?
The movie.
Can you hear me?
Go on, Shifa. Yeah.
Do you remember that film?
Say that again.
Do you remember it? Yeah.
Which one?
American History X.
Yeah. Go on.
All right. These are the kind of man, yeah, that will come out, yeah. These are the kind of man that will come out, yeah, and say that they're not racist, yeah, but then they got songs talking about, I've seen the glory of the trampling at the zoo. We bathed ourselves in niggers' blood and all the mongrels too. We're taking down the Zog machine, Jew by Jew by Jew. But these men who were raised singing them type of songs ain't racist. Get the hell out of here, bro. We know what you're about.
Can I tell you something? It's mostly black people who sing skinhead music.
Hold on.
It's mostly black people who sing skinhead music. Don't know shit. There you go.
Jumped on the panel not even how long ago and said, well, I'm not racist or nothing, then goes on to be racially abusive. Now let that sink in. Let it sink in.
But back in the olden days, is it these days? Is it these days now? No, you're crying back to your fucking ancestors. Man, now you got a better life and now you're still crying about it. How about if okay, so if you were back in slavery, if it was still slavery times, now, you know, what life would you have?
I'm a gunshot. Man, you'd be in my
kitchen.
Gunshot all of you.
No, you'd be in my kitchen now cleaning my pots and whatever else like that if it was slavery.
I would have slapped the shit out of you, your mum, your dad, your sisters, your brothers. You'd all be dead.
But you sit there and cry about it. You've got a better life now and you cry about it and blame white people for your own mistakes.
If I was in slavery, you would have got the shit slapped out of you. You see, my great-great-great-grandfather, yeah, and my great-great-great-grandma, they gunshotted slave owners. Let me show you something. My great-great-grandparents were gunshotting your people, them. Gunshotting your
people. Oh, okay, lad.
Pussy. What?
No,
yes,
hold up.
Gunshot in the forehead. Chop up a white man. Yes.
Listen to what you're saying. You're saying gunshots. Yeah, drop them off. This is what you do. This is what you say.
You're not going to go anywhere with this.
That's what I do. That's what I do. Anyone who's racist, I promote gunshot for you, pussy. Anyone who says anything racist, I promote gunshot for you.
I haven't said anything racist. Black is just a colour. Black is just a colour. It's not racism. Black is just a colour.
Can I just get 1 second? Can you just shut for 1 second?
Yeah, go on.
Go to Africa.
So all I'm just going to say is this, innit? Is just that I just came on to when you came on, the only thing I asked you was what was British culture. Now you came on and said you're not racist and whatever the case may be, but then you proceed to go on and say Muslims don't work, black people are greedy, all they care about is money. But then you're going to turn around and cry. If we now turn around and start slating you and your people and your culture,
now
we're the racists, yeah. But when
there's nothing to slate about a white man's fucking whatever. Okay, you tell me one thing. What is so slated about us?
And this is the
there's nothing to slate about us.
So this is how I know that British culture has been a drunk, because you cannot even keep quiet and be
proud of it.
Incoherent.
But I don't drink.
Drunk, man. It's too early.
Bro, man, you got heroes in your society.
Listen, stop waking up and waking and baking near your kids, man. Stop waking man. Stop smoking weed near your kids and shit. Stop taking coke near your kids. Stop taking all
Bro,
these
stop
and saying,
smoking crack in your mum's house, bro, and then chatting shit online, bro. Tell your mum to come off the bottle. Tell your mum to start acting like trailer trash, rude boy. Tell your mum to close her legs because her pussy's stinking up the whole street, bro. Bro, tell your mum to brush her stinking teeth. And listen, bro, stop disrespecting your mums, innit? Stop disrespecting your mums, bro. I will come, listen, bro. I will come to your house when you tell your mum to fuck off and I'll smash your face for a window, bro. That's what I would do. If I was your friend, when I see you tell your mum to fuck off, I will smash your face for a window, bro.
Get on your pedal bike. Get on your pedal bike. Get on your pedal bike. Get on your pedal bike.
Brush your fucking teeth. Wash your dirty skin, yeah? Because let me show you something, white man. Without you coming to America and seeing that we have running water to clean our skin with, without going to Africa, the dirty stinking people would still be bathing in Thames water, bro. You are the shit people.
What's with the tears?
You are the shit people. The only thing that you are good at is murder, rape, and pillage and plunder. All right, Viking boy. So let me show you something. Go eat your shit water. Go bathe in your Thames shit water before you talk about other people.
What's with the fake accent there? What's with the fake?
Bro, there's no fake accent. What's with the fake accent? Bro, you sound like you got a carrot stuck in your arse, boy. Bro, you sound like you got a carrot stuck up your arse when you're talking, bro. Bro, you sound like you got a carrot stuck up your arse and a clothes peg on your nose. You sound like you got a carrot stuck up your arse and a clothes peg stuck on your nose, bro. Stop talking through your nose, you dickhead. Bro, not being funny, not being funny. I'm done talking to you. It was nice having this little conversation, but you're a right wanker, so I'm done talking. All right, have a nice day. Sweet.
Nice day.
Listen. We're supposed to learn, Shifa. We're not gonna learn if we start arguing.
No, bro. Hold on. Wait. Who said that? Who said that?
Shut up, man.
Who said that? Wait, no one's talking to you. Shut up. No one's talking to you, dickhead. Who said that, please?
Put yourself
on mute, please.
What I'm saying is, if we don't know their mentality, how are we gonna learn, bro? We're not gonna learn. I want to know what he wants to say.
No, bro, I'm listening.
Morning, Mo. How do you learn from a drunk at 11 o'clock in the morning? Like, make it make sense.
One thing. I've got a daughter to look after. I've got a daughter to look after.
He's a fucking paedophile. Don't listen to him. Yo, Mo. You see this guy, yeah? Mo, do you see what it is, Mo? Yeah. Mo, are you from England?
I've not got a daughter.
Yo, Mo, are you from England?
All right, lad.
You're not from England, Mo.
All right, lad.
Yo, Mo, you see, because you're in America, yeah? You don't listen, Mo, you see, because you're in America, yeah? You don't know how these white boys get down out here. This is why Schiffer's onto them, you know? If I catch him in the street, I'll fuck him up. Say that shit in my face, I'll fuck you up so fast, then I will, listen, I'll fuck him up so fast, then I will call the police. Listen, just stop talking over people, bro. I'm talking to someone else. No one's talking to you, bro. Bro, no one's talking to you, bro.
Man.
Nobody's talking to you, bro. Please, can you stop talking over people?
Man. You've been asleep on the floor, lad.
Please, can you stop talking to people, bro? No one's talking to you. So, Mo, like I was saying, yeah? You see these dickheads like this, they hide out in places like Manchester. You see, if he's in London, he would never come out in public and talk like this. He probably don't do it in Manchester neither, because man will fuck him up, B. Mo, let me show you something. Mo, my uncle went to jail, yeah, for 10 years for like multiple homicides. 7 guys. Hold on, 7 guys thought they could racially abuse my uncle. Little did they know. Hold on. Little did they know. Listen, Mo. This guy was to chat shit in it. This guy was to chat shit in it. Just shut up in it. Just shut up. I'm talking to Mo, innit? Just shut up. You don't have white privilege round here. Round here, you're white trash. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm talking to Mo. So Mo, like I said, my uncle duppied 7 guys. Yeah, 7 men in the ground. And then he called the police. Yeah, they couldn't give him life. Do you know why? Because they Ross Clark provoked him. Yeah. So when you want to racially abuse people and put your hands on people, understand, dickhead, I will smash it up and then call the boy them. Just like my granddad would. Smack it up, pussy.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
5 years for
come with your racist talk. Come and listen. Come to London. Come to London with your racist talk. Go to London with your racist talk.
I've been in London. Shit tip. Big.
Yeah, come there with your racist talk. Come to London and talk that racist.
Come to London
and talk about black people just want money. Say that on Deptford High Street.
Money, man.
I dare you.
Why are you crying then?
This is my
Why
challenge.
Are you crying? It's all you crying about it.
This is my challenge, bro. Stand in Peckham on the high street with a speaker box and say black people just want money. Say what you said. And what
black people want money.
B, listen, we're taking over. Don't you understand? We're taking over your country. It's too late.
It's not going to happen, lad.
We're taking over. Listen, I will be voting for Sharia law. I will be voting for Sharia law. Just so you white boys know, I will. And I will be promoting to all of my people. Vote for Sharia law. Because these white boys need to learn a lesson. They need some real teaching. Yeah? They need some real lessons in what's going on in the world. So Sharia law, I think, is the only thing that's going to save this country. Yeah? Especially for racists like you and Banksy. We need Sharia law desperately.
Yeah, I feel you, Shifa. I really do. Shifa, the thing is, like, we have the same problem, but our problem is different. Your guys' problem over there, they're more educated. You get what I mean? Bro, this is crazy, bro.
Crazy. Is that why you just kicked off like in a little tantrum like a little kid does? You know, what the fuck?
Like a little kid does. Man,
you cry, man. It's called opinions, and you cry about opinions. Don't ask for opinions if you can't handle opinions. Don't ask me for questions if you can't handle questions.
But that's it. Why do you sound like you got a carrot up your ass?
Don't fuck. Yeah, it does.
Don't fuck. You don't fuck. Why you got a carrot up your ass, Gaffy?
Give me a second, please. There's people
Carrot, you must love them carrots.
1 second, Shifa. Veli, there's people in the back. Can you let them on? Because this guy's going to give me a headache. I can't. Let the other people on.
He's giving me a headache already, but he sounds like he got a carrot stuck up his bum when he's talking and the pig on his nose.
You got obsessions with carrots, don't you?
Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm that jealous. Are you right jealous, Daffy Dog?
Yeah,
I'm right jealous of you.
What is your life? Hatred about what? Hatred about
I'm
what?
I'm jealous of you, Daffy Dog.
A black man dies in America and it happens, and then you bring it over to England. That's what I mean.
And then come back and then act like I didn't do anything
stop crying
wrong.
over your own race, man. Not my fault, man. You got a shit race. No offense, man. There's a lot of good people out there who are black. But these guys, man, you're a prick, lad. You don't know shit. You cry about your own shit.
Hello, Monty. Hey, can I just say? Can I just
point out that Monty man?
Yeah. Can I just say I know this fucking guy? His name's Monty.
Yeah.
And he's a fucking idiot.
Amma, you got one fat pedo here called Mongo. One fat pedo here. Mongo. It's one community, one big community. Pedo Pat Mustard. Right there. Talks about kids, put kids up on his YouTube channel. And then you got this guy here.
Monty, you're being collared, lad. You're being collared. You're a fucking moron.
Hey, I'm a fucking moron.
Hey, ask the guy a simple math question. Trust me, he won't be able to answer it.
Yeah, ask him a simple mathematical equation.
Yeah,
go on, ask me, lad.
Can I just ask?
Man, use this are you listening? Just listen to what they're saying about the fucking British people. You all sitting there. No, man, you come in on culture.
Ask him.
Well, ask Pat Mustard. Ask Pat Mustard. Ask Pat Mustard at the bottom. Ask the one at the bottom. Ask the one at the bottom. The one at the bottom is supposed to know everything. Ask the one at the bottom. Go on, Pat. Go on. Go on, Pat.
Can I say
Pat Mustard? Mongo, you're supposed to know everything. Go on, Pat.
I'm not even. All your motherfuckers, fuck you. My
Shut up, Spitter. 1 second. Shut up, Spitter.
Hey, listen. You're not listening. We know this guy. We know this guy, yeah. We know him from other places. Genuinely know him.
Yeah, they do. They know me.
Ask him to spell a 5-letter word.
Ask me to spell a 5-letter word, then. Ask me.
5-letter word.
Yeah, go on.
You're dumb, you man.
Righteous, maybe you might have better luck. Can you ask Monty to explain to us what is British culture?
No, I'm going. You're getting ahead of yourself there. He doesn't know how to spell his own fucking name.
Retard. Come on, that's what I'm laughing.
He's genuinely a fucking retard, and you're all arguing with him.
This man is not taking the piss. He does not know his own daughter's date of birth.
Hey, he actually doesn't know his own daughter's date of birth. That's the truth. That's the fucking truth.
Bro. Do you know what it is, yeah?
Anyways, Kelly wants the phone back. Anyways, Pat, I'm going live
Monty,
anyways.
don't
I'm
run away,
going
you little
live
bitch.
anyways. I'm going live.
Mongo, I'm not
No,
subscribed
don't
to
run
you.
away, Monty. Don't run
Man,
away,
stop
Monty.
crying. Hey, stop listening to Baby
Truth, innit?
Shark, you
If
as
you start
well,
telling
man.
the truth, we'll leave you alone, bro. But don't lie and act like British people are so perfect and everyone else isn't, bro. And own your shit, innit? Because we own ours. Own your shit too.
Do you know what? You scared him off with the fuck. You didn't even ask him a fucking equation.
I've just never met somebody so hard to describe to me what
He's genuinely stupid. Like he literally can't spell 3-letter words.
Wow.
Yeah, genuinely. But you know, you were all talking over it. You could have had some fun there, but you fucked it.
Listen, yeah, I just want to say,
if you go to my channel, Peter the Repeater and Comfort Eater, you'll see some of Mongo's videos of how stupid he actually is.
Yeah.
Yo,
Well,
I just want to say this, yo.
His actual channel is called Monty Man. Yeah.
Yo, I got nothing against white people or any people.
Oh,
bro,
man.
why do you have a problem with bro? This guy's weirdo, bro.
Oh no, he has admitted he's a full-blown racist. He has.
You know what it is, you're not wrong. Yeah, he's a proper racist. Like,
do you know what it is though, boys? It's not even the fact that he's a racist. Yeah, I can take racism. You know, I just can't take the lies. Don't act like you're better than everyone else. Cause you see me, I don't want to diss no one in it, but I'm gonna tell the truth. And if you think you can attack my people, attack my side, we're gonna attack back. And we're gonna have to have a war of words. It's not serious. It's not like. But at the end of the day, I got
It's like me saying I can't stand black people or Irish people, which it's not fully true, but it's a bit true. I mean, they're all right, I suppose, on certain occasions. But listen, I'm not being funny, but you sound stupider than Monty at the moment. I was joking. I was fucking joking. But anyway, and you're saying, yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, bro, if you've got a genuine, but bro, listen, yeah, if you've got a genuine prejudice, yeah, it's like this guy was on the other day, yeah, and he's talking about Muslims. He's got a serious problem with Muslims. When we're saying to him, look, bro, you just got a problem with Muslims. It's not because they're actually bad. He had to eventually admit that he's just got a problem with Muslims, isn't it?
Are you saying the same guy was on the other day?
No, it's a different guy. There's a guy called Banksy, yeah, and he just got a problem with Muslims, innit? So eventually, like,
so how did you come across that? How did you come across the latest moron? You know, that guy who just been speaking. How did you come across him?
Morning, and he said he's been listening for a long time. And
did he?
Talked shit. Yeah, he said he's been listening for a long time, and he's got a come on and explain. So I said, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, come on, explain. Can you explain to us then? Because the question of the day is, what is British culture? You know. So I asked him the question, and we're yet to get an answer. That's all it was. He's gone around the world. He talked about Muslims don't work, black people are greedy. All they want is, but he's not explained. What is British culture? That's all I asked him.
Yeah. Well, listen, can I just have like literally 30 seconds to explain the background to this guy? Honest to God, I randomly came across this fucking discussion, and Monty, his name's Monty Man. Yeah, his channel's Monty Man. If you search it, you'll find it. That's his name, Monty Man. 2 separate words. And I swear to God, you'll be amazed at the idiocy. Fucking hell, I can't speak.
Well, his real name is idiocy, and he lives in 55 Clumber Street
or whatever. I can't fucking speak at the moment, but yeah, no. Listen, the guy is a fucking mess. He's dragging a fucking family up, But I don't want to get into personal stuff with him because he's a moron. Doesn't sit well.
You know what it is, bro? Yeah.
However,
let me just say one thing.
However, our Irish friend Pat Mustard, his name is. He will happily get right into that shit. So I'll put the mic over to him.
Yo, boys, what I was gonna say though, yeah. One second, yeah. Like, you see, when I hear people come on these channels, yeah, and you're talking racist stuff, like, I'm just coming on here like I want to incite you now, innit? Like, you're trying to incite us. It's just war now, innit? So any racists out there that think that there's any racists out there that think you've got a free run, yeah, just know, listen, we will bally up for you, we will find you, innit? Yeah. Don't think you're gonna get away, innit? And you're gonna just come out and talk shit about people and just get away with it, innit? We will find you in it. If I don't find you, one of the rest of us will win it. We're onto you in it. Like if a man says something racist in front of me, I'm gonna beat him up. You know, I'm not gonna call the police first.
See that I don't mean to be funny, but that brings your whole argument down to the level of the gutter.
Yeah,
in my personal opinion. If you're willing,
let me say something. That's where we at.
No, if you're not going to take if you're not going to take the moral high ground and raise your fists, then you lose all.
No, son. Listen to what you just said. Now let me give you my rebuttal. Yeah, let me explain something to you. Yeah.
Okay.
You see some things in life, yeah, you can afford to take the moral high ground on. But you see some things you do not let slip. You see, like for instance, that kid that goes to school, yeah, and the bully says, "Give me your lunch money," and he just gives over the lunch money. He don't fight back. It's gonna continue to happen. You might say,
but what if the kid says, "Gives you blood clot on your lunch money"? Then what?
Say that again.
I said, what if the kid is a black kid saying to the white kid, "Gives you blood clot lunch money"? Then what?
Well, see, Arnold, this is the misconception
here. Let him answer.
Listen, bro. Listen, let me answer. Don't give up your things to no one, innit? Fight for your things. Don't let no one take the piss out of you or disrespect you and get away with it. Do you know why? Because they'll feel like they can do it again. If you stand up to the bully,
but what I'm saying is there's a misconception.
Listen, let me say something. If you stand up to the bully and let them know that you're willing to fight fire with fire, in fact, I'm willing to go further than what you're willing to go. In fact, you know what? Whatever you do, I can do worse. You're going to fear me more than I fear you. Believe you me, by the end of the day. You ain't going to want it with me, bro. And this is what I'm trying to say. And this is how we have to start acting as black people. When man think they can just talk racist shit and get away with it, I'm confronting them head on. I'm saying, say that shit again. And then I'll just...
I've seen it before
can I just say something?
If a white person has an argument with a black person, the white person is the racist. But it is very possible for a black person to be racist towards a white person. But that doesn't seem to be a narrative that suits most people.
I agree. At the end of the day, I agree. I don't agree with no type of racism. I'm not going to let my black friend be racist to my white friend. If my black friend was racist to my white friend, I'm not going to say the same way.
To be honest, I'm a white guy. I'm a white guy, and Pat is black, so I can't speak for him. But
I'm white.
What? You white? You seriously?
Well, I'm Irish.
Well, you been telling everyone you're black? What are you doing? Are you lying?
Now he's taking the piss.
Pat, you lined up, you lad.
If you've been telling everyone on our community
for months that you're black. I agree 100%. Mongo that was in this chat a minute ago is nothing. He hates people purely for the color of their skin. There's no rationale behind it. That he's just a racist. I agree with that 100%. What I'm saying is to react with your fists is the easy way to do it, I suppose, but it brings your argument down if you're willing to go down that route. Now, again, if he was to lift his hands to you and you defend yourself, that's fair enough, but the reality, that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I know, but you see when you come with an opinion now, you see, my bro, you see when you come with an opinion now, yeah, listen to what you just said now, yeah? You're Irish or you're a white man, you're considered a white man, yeah? So
no, he's a Welsh, he's a black Welshman. And he pretends to be an Irish black.
Listen, let me finish. Like, bro, 1 second. If you was in the same struggle as me, you'd understand where I'm coming from. Where, like, you see, back in the day, yeah, there was black people, yeah, who were free black people, weren't enslaved or nothing like that, and white people used to mock them, take the piss out of them, call them names, attack them freely because they thought they'd just get away with it. They didn't think we'd do nothing back. We're not going back there.
Yeah, as an Irishman, I can relate to that. We were treated as second-class citizens in our own country by the British. But the problem with it is, at some point, you've got to say it's over.
When they pay us back and give us back some of the land that they took.
Hold on, but that's where you're wrong because it hasn't.
Yeah, that's where you're wrong, Pat.
Because it hasn't.
So where's the end point? When does it stop?
When they give back some of the land they took, give back some of our culture and stop lying. Tell the truth, and then we'll stop.
Accountability is not for us to stop racism.
Hey, Pat, what part of your culture aren't you allowed to practice?
Because we didn't make it. And
bro, all of our cultures have been taken and diluted, and all of our secrets, our artifacts are held in your museums, in Vaticans, in places like that. Give back our things, give back our history, yeah. Pay back some of the money that you stole, or give us back some of our land at least, yeah. And then we can start talking about, we can say it's fair now, isn't it? You balance the scales.
And come out of our countries, and then we can talk about some type of balance. And this idea of, I don't necessarily agree with.
I think
Shifa,
everyone
let
should be
her
allowed to live
finish.
where they want to
Shifa,
live.
every time
But at
you've
the end of the day,
spoken, you've cut her off, Shifa. Let her finish, please.
I don't
yeah,
believe in
I can't actually hear her. That's why. Say that again.
Hold on, I don't actually believe this this idea of Jerry. No one. We live in a
Hey, Pat.
Pat.
Pat, are you against repatriations?
He's playing the thing back. We live in a world, yeah, that people deal with racism on the thing, but there's difference between racism and disrespect. You, like Shiva said, you're not going to be on here.
Look, he left.
Hold on. He's not going to be on here disrespecting people's culture, ancestors, and think that people are just going to be like, oh, we're going to, you understand? We know the difference.
But hold on, there's a big difference between disrespecting somebody's culture and actually not affiliating yourself with somebody's culture. Don't get me wrong, right? I'm an Irishman, so why should I be subjected to British culture if I'm not British?
Because you're a Catholic, and the Catholic Church has got lots of answers for, Pat.
I agree 100%, but what I'm saying is,
and you're a Catholic,
why do people's religions, or why do people's races, or why do people's things like that dictate that other people from different races or different backgrounds must respect their culture? Some cultures are better than others. Some cultures aren't. That's just the way it is. But why should somebody be forced to respect a culture that they don't have any affiliation with?
You sound like a racist, bro.
Exactly, that's mad.
No, but I'm not. I wouldn't come in here and say that. I wouldn't come in. No, I wouldn't come in here and say, Arnold, you as a British man need to respect my Irish culture, because you have no affiliation to it.
But if you do, because you're the same people that want to do up human rights, right? And
exactly.
And hold on, and we're all equal. So you do need to have respect for someone. Like if I come on this panel, I can't. Hold on, I can't.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not. When I say not respected, I'm not saying
Pat, stop.
You disrespect it.
Stop with your backdoor racism and let the sister speak.
Hold on 1 minute. I can't just come on this panel and talk to you anyway. I have to have some level of respect. So you do have to respect others. You don't have to agree with anything, but you do have to understand that there's people in here, black people in here, that are obviously going to take some type of offense to disrespect. You understand? Because there's levels to this thing, and obviously we know the difference. No one's not triggered because of racism. Like, we live in real time. Everyone knows what racism is, but there's a level where you're trying to violate and make claims like we're greedy and we're lazy and all the stereotypical. That's disrespect. And then brought up our ancestors. Exactly. That's disrespectful. You understand what I'm saying to you? So
I agree 100%. I agree. But what I'm saying is, why should I, as an here's for an example, are you from a British background? Can I ask something? Are you from a British background?
Yeah, I was born here, but I'm Ghanaian. So
no, you're not from a British. No, none of us are from a British background. I'm from African and Caribbean.
No, but you have links to that. That's all I'm asking. No, so so me as an Irishman, would it be fair for me to say that you, as somebody from a Ghanaian background who lives in Britain, should respect my Irish culture?
Yeah, maybe if I was in Ireland, you might have a claim for that, but no, not
yet.
But I have no right to make. I have no right to make that demand of you. No right at all.
Well, I can factually say that some of the biggest slave traders were Irish, and that's a fact. You know, at the end of the day,
all over the world. I'm not saying it was right, because it wasn't right.
At the end of the day,
but what I'm saying is,
at the end of the day, Pat, you need to pay reparations. Really,
no,
your culture.
No, we're missing the point here. Hold on, Pat.
Is an oppressive culture.
I think you are getting a bit mixed up with what I'm trying to say. There's nothing wrong with letting people get on with their culture, but to dictate to somebody that they must respect your culture.
Pat,
that's different.
You're going too far, Pat. Stop. Pause. Everyone pause 1 second. Exactly. So this is the thing now. Okay, so say there's an English person on the panel now. They're saying that you need, all of us on the panel now needs to respect English culture. And I'll be like, okay, cool. I would say, okay, cool. I wouldn't even argue with that. The only thing I want to know is what exactly is the English culture you want us to respect? And I'm yet
it's different for every person. It's different for every single person.
We want to try to ascertain what is the culture that they want us to respect. So we can't get the answer to the question. Why you are demanding respect for something you don't even know what the hell you want us to respect?
Because it's different for every single person.
The bottom line is that it's all based on racism and slavery. It's the whole country is based on racism and slavery.
Oh, come on,
same as Ireland.
Well, I mean, what? It's Ireland, 2020, Arnold. It's 2020.
If you look at the history, Ireland is the biggest slave traders going. You know, they used to.
Yeah, but it's 2020, Arnold.
Well, you know, at the end of the day, they've got. Are you saying they haven't got a point? Are you, Pat?
No, what I'm saying is, in this day and age, they have exactly the same rights as everybody else.
Yeah, well, Pat, you need to calm down because you need to.
Now, if an individual is a racist, that's one thing. But as a country and as a nation, they're entitled to the same rights as far as housing, benefits, jobs, work.
Yeah,
they're entitled to everything.
It's not. Hey, Pat, your
race is irrelevant in that situation.
Pat, you're a privileged white Irishman at the end of the day, and you don't know. You don't know the struggle, man. You don't know the struggle. At the end of the day,
I don't know the struggle. I grew up in a war zone. I grew up in a war zone.
And who was that caused by? Other white people. So leave the blacks out, will you?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why bring race into the argument?
Because you're bringing race into it.
I'm not. I was talking about cultures. I'm talking about
cultures. So I just want to stick to that. I keep going back to it. Everyone wants us to respect English culture, but what is English culture? That's all
it's different for everyone. It's different for everyone.
We need people on here that can explain what the differences are. We want to know what is the English culture they want us to respect.
You explain the difference.
Exactly. Yeah, and he's got no answer.
Look, I mean, you could be here all night saying what the culture is of each individual country.
Hold on. You didn't answer a question. Actually, answer it.
Exactly. Yeah. Answer the question, Pat.
You want me as an Irishman to answer what English culture is?
Yeah, because you said there's different.
Or from your understanding. Hold on, sis. Because even as you're not a natural English person yourself, but okay, cool. But can you tell me what you thought or what you believe to be English culture at least? Because I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Well, according to Google, British culture is influenced by the combination nation's history, its historical Christian religious life, its interaction with cultures of Europe, the traditions of England,
we're not
Wales,
asking
and
what
Scotland,
Google says. We're
and the
asking
impact
for
of the British Empire.
Hold on, Pat. We're not asking for what Google says. We're asking for your personal impressions.
Well, you're asking an Irishman. You may as well ask me what.
How dare you?
You may as well ask me what Zimbabwean culture is as an Irishman, because I don't know. It's different for everyone.
Who do you think you are, Pat?
Is it fair to say that when we say we don't know and you're saying you don't know, then we just don't know? Like,
so
we
how
don't
can
know
you
what
argue
it is?
that it's different, but you can't give examples of the differences, even from your own understanding?
Okay. Well, your question would be better directed towards Arnold then.
No, because you're the one. No,
why is
because
that?
you are the one.
Because you're British, Arnold.
Well, am I?
No, but you're the one that's claim there's a difference. So you must have an understanding of what the differences are, correct?
It depends on who the individual is. You need to ask the individual.
No, because you said that number one, that there's differences and that people don't have to respect people's culture. So obviously from that, you must have some type of understanding of what the differences are. So we are asking you because you made that claim. Not Arnold.
No, I said that people's culture is different depending on the person you're speaking to. Some people think it's very important to them. Some people it isn't. Some people care. Some people don't. But to ask an Irishman what English culture is doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
I have no affiliation with the British.
What's the problem is this? Yeah. England as a whole, they said there's an English culture. They want the culture. All the immigrants are not respecting their culture. Their culture's been taken over by all the immigrants. Cool. All we want to know is what was the culture before the immigrants came. Then there has to be at least a consensus from the English people what the English culture was. There can't be all these different.
Well, I mean, if you're on about before immigrants came, I would imagine they were white Christians.
So religion was the culture. Right?
Well, religion has a big part to play in it.
So this is very hard. I'm struggling here because I'm not hearing nothing about, English music.
I do think totally you understand 100% what I'm saying, but you're trying to sort of deviate away from what I'm trying to say.
I'm trying to, because if you asked us what our cultures were, we'd be able to just give you random list of things that we know that is a part of our culture. But when we ask,
that's personal.
No, but when we asking English people what is English culture, they're always going around deflecting, talking about, well, you lot. Well, we're not asking about us. We know about us. We're asking about here in the UK, what is English culture? Yet no one can tell us. This is mad. It's crazy.
No, it's not. It's different for every individual.
But even though it's different, you must be able to give some examples because, like Sis said.
And again, you're asking an Irishman what somebody else's British culture is.
Okay, so what is Irish culture then? What is Irish culture?
What is Irish culture?
Yo, Mango, stay with your chest, bro.
That's a good question. What is Irish culture, Pat?
What is Irish?
Well, Irish culture. I mean, Irish are predominantly Roman Catholic.
Yeah. So you know, so you forgive nonsense.
Hold on.
What is that?
You forgive nonsense. If you're in Irish culture,
hold on.
That
what do you mean we forgive nonsense? Look, listen. I'm not saying that the Catholic Church. I didn't say I practice. Hold on. I didn't say. Hold on. I didn't say. Hold on. I didn't say I practice. I'm a practicing Roman Catholic.
Well, no, that wasn't the question.
Giving you the facts.
Yeah, but the question was, what is Irish culture? So is Irish culture
being
belongs to
Irish?
Catholics?
Oh no, let him
Catholicism.
Let him finish. Yeah, let him finish. Go on.
So hold on. So
okay,
right,
but I'm putting something to.
So sorry, can I ascertain from what we're talking about here?
Are you okay
can I
with being Irish?
So are we saying are we going down the route now that somehow the Irish are racist?
You don't get off that easy path. You don't get off that easy path.
I'm trying to figure out where this argument's going.
Don't gish gallop me. Don't gish gallop me. Let's have a chat. Right. So you just said that Irish culture is Catholic.
No, I didn't. I said I was about to list out a few things. You interrupted me, but go ahead.
Right, Catholicism is a part of Irish culture, yeah. So that means
it is
part of Irish culture is letting nonsense off for being nonsense, because that's what the fucking Catholic Church does, and it's well known. And you can deny it all you want.
So just like your British Broadcasting Corporation, who knew all about Jimmy Savile. Is the
BBC part of our,
as I say, history shows a lot of bad things, but to label a whole nation is ridiculous.
Yeah.
No, but
hold on, sis. Can we just say one thing? And very quickly, there's people in the back, and also, can we stay off the personals and stay to the subject matter at hand, like culture, English culture?
I'm actually confused. What is the subject matter? Is it racism?
Well, we're asking what is Irish culture at the moment.
So would you want somebody from a British background to come in here and tell you what their culture is?
Why are you so embarrassed about your Irish culture? Just tell us what it is.
I'm not embarrassed. I'm an Irish man.
Righteous. Why are you trolling him? Like, behave yourself.
Because he's a bastard. That's right.
Can I just make a point? You see where you contradicted yourself, because you said it's different for everyone, but when Righteous came at you, you was able to identify the British upholding a British man being a paedophile. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. So obviously you clearly have some ideals of what examples.
His first example was that it's to do with Catholicism. That was his first example, wasn't it?
Look,
and now he's announcing.
No. I think what's happening here is right. Can I be honest? I think what's happening here is you're trying to box somebody into a corner. Now, what I mean by that, let me finish. If I was to come on here and I was to say I was an Irishman, you say what's Irish culture, and then somebody would slip up and maybe say something along the lines of totally innocently, but they would say something like, well, Irish culture is Catholicism. It's a predominantly white nation, and then how can it be white? And then that's where the argument starts. I'm not going to be drawn into that type of argument.
No, it's not at all, because I wouldn't even do that. I would just want to hear.
Do you know what I mean?
No, I wouldn't do that.
I think Pat, you need to stop playing the victim.
I just want to stop playing the victim. What is English culture? And if you don't want to do that one because you already said that you don't know, you're not English, then okay, then what is Irish culture from your perspective? Simple. It's that simple.
Yo, we're gonna be here till tomorrow, and then we'll still not know what English culture is.
Because Pat doesn't know his own culture. That's why. He's a lost person.
As I said earlier on, and I'm not going to be drawn into an argument to be labelled this or that, but the culture is different for each person. So what's important to one person mightn't be important to the next. The problem with it is this whole thing is we're coming online and actually telling people, you tell me what your culture is.
Okay, so Pat,
I scrutinise that and I'll argue about that. It's ridiculous.
Okay, Pat. So what you just said, one person that doesn't matter, it might matter to another person. How's about this? To the Catholic Church, nonsense doesn't matter. And you're a Catholic, does it matter to you?
Well,
There's the question.
It's annoying that an organization as big as the Catholic Church were assaulting and making children suffer. Yeah, I have no affiliation with the Catholic Church, none whatsoever.
Oh, now you're shifting the goalposts. You know what? That your pause was very telling.
No, Arnold. Let me state something here. I'm a Roman Catholic. I was born into that religion. I was born into it, but I have no affiliation with it, none whatsoever. None.
No. Okay. Yeah. So you're Roman Catholic.
I haven't been to church apart from funerals or weddings or anything like that. I haven't been to church in over a decade.
Okay, yeah. One second, Pat. 1 second. A King of Gold, are you there? A King Go. Oh, okay. No, he ain't there yet. Mango, are you there? No, Mango, that's you, Pat, right?
So go.
What's
no,
his
name?
I was going to ask because they don't want to answer the question. I was going to try and ask from a King of Gold's perspective, what does he believe to be, English culture? Because nobody else wants to actually answer the question.
I don't mean to be funny. I think you're being deliberately facetious here. Could you not Google it?
No, I don't want to hear about Google. I want to hear from people. What do the people say?
But the problem with it is
that is a cop out. That is a cop out.
No, what I'm saying is you could have 10 different English people in here, and each one of them would give you a completely different answer.
Yeah, exactly, but that doesn't mean that they still can't answer the question, though, does it? No matter what their answers are, doesn't mean that you stop them from answering the question.
But the name on your screen is "I want to know English culture." If you really want to know it, Google it.
No, I don't want to Google it. I want to hear from the people. Google is not the people. I want to hear from the English people.
Why is somebody else's culture important anyway to you?
It was a subject that came up yesterday, and
because that's the panel you came on to, Pat. That's why.
Right, it's a subject matter that came up yesterday, and everybody that came on so far yesterday could not explain English culture. So today I've come on, and I want to know. Big up, Kokingo.
Yeah.
So I want to know today.
Right. So I get it. So you were having a discussion yesterday. Somebody mentioned their culture.
You're jumping the gun. I wasn't on the panel yesterday. It was a subject that came up yesterday. So today I want to know the answer to yesterday's question. So that's why I'm asking my name.
So yesterday you were having a discussion, and a few people obviously mentioned English culture or British culture. And now you're on here today demanding that people come on and tell you what it is.
It's not the subject matter of the title. Look at the title of the show. Look at the title of the show.
Hey, at the end of the day, Pat, let's get it straight. You volunteered to come on here. You were not demanded to do anything, were you?
Right.
I lost connection.
You're part of a discussion. You're part of a debate.
Yeah.
You're
not forced. You're not forced to take part.
English culture. So obviously, no one's not
exactly.
Nothing.
Exactly.
We don't need to Google because that's not the part of a debate. The debate is you where you address the subject matter at hand, and that's the subject matter. So no one's demanding you. Walk on and
do you know what I find very telling? Can I just say one thing? I find it very telling that an Irishman can't state what Irish culture is.
I mean, it could have been
we got English. We got a British guy on there. Reggie's back. Reggie, explain to us what is British culture, please.
Well, I was going to do that, but
go on, Kingo. Sorry, Kingo.
No, I mean, maybe he might, because he professes to know quite a lot about the English culture. He's a very good advocate for the English culture, predominantly actually the right wing. So maybe he can update us, Reggie. But no, I'm not. That's genuine.
All right. I don't know about being an advocate, but
he's an advocate. Where's your little flag and your little mask? Have you got a little British flag mask?
No, I mean it's the culture. I know for some people, it's very hard to believe that in a country where you live, you might actually be indirectly involved in the culture that is actually in the place where you live. But
certain people are buying the British. What's it called? Great Britain. Coronavirus masks. Have you got one yet?
No, I haven't. No.
Oh, that's.
I don't even know about that, to be honest.
That's right. That's right. I thought you were going to go to the souvenirs. You know the souvenir shop where they got the Queen's head everywhere. Yeah.
Kingo, let's stay on subject. Kingo, the reason being, listen to this, Kingo. The reason being, Reggie just came on and made a statement, and he said he finds it amazing that the people that are here in the UK are struggling to even ascertain what the English culture is, even though they might be a part of the culture. And we're saying, okay, The English culture that we know of today is nothing to do with England. It's
Exactly.
everything to do with our culture.
The
So
problem
I
is,
don't know
the
what is
problem is,
English culture.
well, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's fully our culture.
Well, it's everything to do with all the immigrants that are here, all the immigrants that have come into this country.
Definitely.
That is not entirely true, actually.
Okay,
Well,
Reggie,
I'll tell
go
you
on.
why it is. I'll tell you why it is true. Reggie. Because when you look at Catholicism and Druidism, which is the only real solid cultures and spiritual systems that have really touched this island, apart from Christian and Protestants and that came later, but the conception in the original primordial times of the UK, it was Druidism, especially with the Picts and the Celts, was basically, I think before that originally it was paganism. It would have been what the Vikings brought down in a way of Odin and Thor. And then Druidism had legs there, which is some sort of universal kind of protege of Kemetism. If you look at the Druid system, it's exactly the same. They believe in universal law and the rest of it. And that was superseded by Catholicism with an iron fist, right? So the Druids, I reckon they got so much heat and there was no blacks, no dogs, no Irish, because of not only because of they were quite pillaging, they got to pillage the UK because obviously they felt like the English were invaders. They had the Druid system, and the Druidic system had legs, and it was quite prevalent in the early stages of the UK. So that's why they were seen as not really liked and not really desired, because this Druidic system, you look at the Druidic system, is very Kemetic. They've got different deities and universal law. Ma'at is very prevalent, very prominent. So that's what the original culture was based on. They were very in touch with nature. Now we're talking about the Celts. Now we're talking about the English. The English, all you need to do is watch the videos, because all they do, their culture is putting their stuff on TV, cowboys and Indians. Then you'll have Braveheart and them taking the mick out of all these Celts that are here already. When you see the original Anglo-Saxons, where they went and invested their time is in agriculture in the land. So they came and took over the UK originally, and then they took over different spots in France, Spain, Italy. They tried to go to Italy, but obviously that was a powerhouse. And then that's what came and wiped out all the savages up in the north. And then that's when Catholicism, all the roads were built. And then we can go to the stage where the Moors came in and sort of finished off, rounded up the civilized sort of UK that we've got today, where there's an abundance of medical. I'd say that all the medical help has come from Black people, pretty much, on all the science and all the building opportunities. So yeah, without me going on too deep and long, that's the British culture in a nutshell, really. Because I've looked into it so excessively, and I what's the word when you've met a girl and you love her so you like it, so you've done something new and you like it so much, I'm obsessed about it. To it, not quite in depth, but just
infatuated.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, who are these English people? Why are there to white people enslaving other white people on an island, and there's this whole black versus white. Why are these people? What's this 100-year war between France and England? Why were they warring for so long? It's when you look at the actual foundation of England, they haven't really been that. They haven't really deterred people from conquering, right?
So I have to stop you there because you've been going on for a while.
Sorry, I'll let you go on. But they're not really like that heroic when it comes to defending their island.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your extensive research and that little historical lesson on part of the English culture. I don't think anything that you said supported Lady Divine's claim about Africa most of the culture in England coming from Africa. I don't know what point you made.
I never said nothing about Africa. See, he's lying. See, Reggie, you're hearing what the
No,
hell
you
you
said
want to
that.
hear.
You said that most
I
of
literally said
Lady Divine said that.
immigrants. I literally said immigrants. Nothing to do with Africa.
Immigrants.
Reggie, you're hearing things. Now
Okay.
oh God, come on
Yeah,
now. Do better, Reggie. Do better.
Okay. Anyway, if I could continue, I don't think this brother was interrupted while he was going on for
But he didn't lie on me.
Just go
He
on.
didn't lie on me.
You have to be like that. Yo, Reggie, chill out for a sec, bro.
Here we go. Look at that. There's three of them.
All right, Reg, come on, man.
Look at that. So when we're talking about British culture, as is quite popular and quite common on here, they seem to focus on what suits their agenda, their narrative. And in this case, we saw with a King of Gold, all he wants to talk about is a particular element of British history. But it's quite lazy when you don't realize that you live in a country, you claim to have done a lot of research on the country, and all you can think about is the historical element of the culture. You just seem to stick to one part of the historical element. When it comes to the culture, it can be divided into so many different subsections. So nobody here today has even mentioned the fact that there's a English culture that involves the railway, for example. There's an British culture that involves sport. Football is part of the British culture. Cricket is part of the British culture. Rugby is part of the British culture. The legal system is part of the British culture. The food, which is a popular one here for the lazy people that can't be bothered to go into extensive research on culture. Clothing can be part of the British culture. Newspapers is part of, and media is part of the British culture. There's so many different. It's quite a wide subject if you were to go into an in-depth research. But obviously, clearly, people here just like to talk on panels. They don't really do much research.
Yes, Reggie,
hold on, Spice, 1 second, because he's lying again. He's actually lying again because he literally just heard me say to Pat that if he was to reverse the question and ask us, we would give him a list of things, i.e., food, culture, music, all of that. The same things he's literally just listed. So for him to not have the balls to come on him and say nobody said these things, literally was said. Reggie, cut it out, man. You've got
you know what we can do though, ladies.
Very selective hearing, Reggie. Go on.
We can go a step further and tell you where it actually came from originally.
Thank you. And this is my point.
That's
so
the
we
difference.
want to know what is English.
Tell me. Where did football come from originally? Where did football come from originally?
Football came from South America. South America was the first place where a spherical object was used to be projected and thrown between and kicked or volleyed between a hole, which was nothing as a goal.
Yo, Kingle, have you ever heard of like people cutting off people's heads and playing soccer with it? I think that's what it was.
Yeah, but originally when it came to the sport level, and at that stages you could actually kill people. So that was originated actually in Central South America. Am I right in saying that, Reggie?
No, no.
They got the concept of football from there, from South America.
They got the concept of football from South America.
Because there's a game, I'm not entirely sure what it is. I can Google it now. But there's a game where they used to play in South America and Central America where it involved a round hole, little round hole on the wall, and you'd have to do sort of different moves. It'd be like
specific. Could you be specific as to where in South America it came from so that we can have a look?
Okay, I will. That's just a new question out of nowhere, so I will come up with.
I was quite specific when I said it's part of British culture. So you just South America.
But have you noticed that everything that he's mentioned is not foundationally or originally part of English or British culture? It's things that have been taken from everybody else.
Football and rugby has been taken from everyone else. And cricket.
Except for football and maybe rugby. Yeah, because if you say pubs and drinking, then maybe I can say, but all the other stuff, you say clothes, you understand, and things like that. Those things that are music is not foundationally originally English. Yeah, so let's be clear. For me, I think English culture is just a fake patriotism, and obviously a reinforcement of white supremacy. You get me? So obviously they need people to be patriotic, to obviously have this fake ideal of supremacy, and obviously uphold the barbaric behavior throughout history. That's what I think English culture is mainly based on, because everything else is not foundationally originally theirs. It's been taken from other people. You understand what I'm saying? But as we know, history's been so whitewashed that you Reggie would believe that these things are originally part of English culture. It's not. A lot of English people are not even actually quote unquote indigenous to this country. You understand what I'm saying? That's why they have links to Germany and other places. So all the stuff that you just mentioned is not like foundationally theirs, but go through. You get me? That's what you need to realize.
I'm just gonna fill you in.
But at least you was able to answer the question, because like you were the only person. Everyone else struggled. And like Lady B said, when you asked us, we can give you the same things you said: culture, music, food, and all this type of stuff. They couldn't manage, but at least you could answer the question. That's the difference. You understand what I'm saying to you?
What's actually funny, Spice, is that we actually had an Irishman on here, and 2 English guys, yeah, and they couldn't even answer their own question. But you've got a Reggie up here answering. I find this. He actually, the Irishman even turned around and said he doesn't even know his damn self.
No,
this is I find it hilarious.
I don't know if you realize, but what I found hilarious is that the 2 of them seemed to be trolling for most of the conversation.
Of course.
Yeah. So I don't really think they were really come there to answer the question.
No, yeah. I don't think they were. They were just trolling, definitely.
But yeah, I don't know. Most people would say that their culture is influenced by outside things. You know, most parts of people's culture is influenced by outside. And like when you mention like things like music, for example, I don't know who originally started playing sound for it in a way that becomes music. Yeah, nobody really knows that. Everybody's music has been evolved from somewhere. You get what I'm saying? So Britain has its own unique music. It has its own unique way of doing its railway. It has its own unique way of maybe making certain food or having certain food, like fish and chips, for example.
No, Reggie, because even in England, nothing is organically grown. It's imported. You understand? So even when they put our British this, it's only now that it's GMO, where they're like genetically modified, making even producing food. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. A lot of things are not foundationally English. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, that's different.
Even music, jazz and stuff, most of it comes from Black culture and African culture. But obviously, everything's been so misconstrued that obviously people will think otherwise. So don't play silly games, Reggie.
A lot of British culture.
Your pubs and your hooliganism and things of that nature. Yes, I can say that is fully English culture, but everything else is a subsection of everybody else's something. So when people say to us that we need to go home or why are we complaining, you do have to respect immigrants, because we actually built this empire, whether you like it or not. You understand?
All the things that we disapprove of are basically part of British culture, but all the things that we think are okay are from abroad. Is that basically the thing? Because that's what it sounds like. But
that's not what I'm saying.
When I give you an example,
that might very well be what it is, because at the end of the day, we already know the history of these people. They pillage from other people. So what
I'm trying to figure out here, and the British done exactly the same in Ireland. But at what point do people say, right, we can't keep costing it up to future generations for past generations' mistakes? How long do people have to listen to what your ancestors done to my ancestors before we say, right, let's draw a line under it and move on for the better, for the good of everyone?
No,
at what point does that happen?
Unfortunately, sir.
I mean, do we send a nuclear bomb now to Germany because of the past, because of the Nazi Party and what they done? Where does it stop?
History always always repeats itself, and it plays history. Unfortunately, always repeats itself and plays a big part even in the future. And for us,
so
most of the things.
okay, so when
it's still happening
I can
now.
answer that question.
There's no drawing the line, because even though it obviously is not your experience, you understand, but it's very much real for us, and it's still going on. So therefore, you're not in a position to be telling us that where to draw the line, because the line hasn't been drawn.
No, well, I mean, I know. I'm asking you. Look, yeah, but life is a process, and process by definition hasn't ended. So, what point do we end this?
Any white people are trying to draw that line. So therefore, your question should be opposed to white people, because they're not trying to draw no line. You can't tell us.
Right. So, for example, right. So, I don't mean to be funny, but you're referring to white people as white people are all the same, right? I'm not a racist by any means. I have no problem with if people are Muslim, if people are Catholic, if people are Protestant, if people are black, white. I don't care if they're the color of a baboon's ass. I'll treat people as they treat me. If you treat me with respect, I'll treat you with respect. The problem with it is you're going back hundreds of years in history in order to justify this argument. What I'm saying is, at what point do we stop and say history is history, and we remember it and we learn from it? Yes. But at what point do we stop bringing it up as a weapon to attack another side?
Right, you've asked that about 10 times. You want someone to answer you or what?
Okay.
All right, so we look at who's pressing who, and then that's where we can say whoever's pressing who needs to stop. So we give you an example, and I'm not going to go into monologue, but South Africa. The whites are complaining about their being killed. This is a reflection of what happened when they originally came to the island, and they seem to be, from what we can see, be still pressing black people for land and commodities and the rest of it. And we'd have to go into the thickest of that, but that's obvious. So whoever's doing the pressing needs to stop. Is that answer that question? And Reggie, this answer's yours. Without me going off, because this is still on subject of English history. Football of soccer game is called part the early history of the of football. The first known examples of team game involving the ball, which was made out of rock, occurred in old Mesoamerican cultures for over 3,000 years ago, according to the sources. The ball would symbolize a sun, and the captain of the losing team would be a sacrifice to the god. So that's where it came from originally. I mean, the game football has been marketed and refined, you could say. So in effect, that is English culture. You could say boxing is English culture. You could say this guy found the Americas, Columbus, but ultimately it was there before. So that, I mean, this shouldn't even be really a talking point.
So what you're trying to say is basically, which is a different question, which country originally founded everything? That's what basically
but you're saying culture, but
it's a different question. You know what I mean? Like if you want to say, who originally found this or who originally found that, and that's different from saying what is part of a culture. You know what I'm saying? A lot of cultures developed or found something of someone else, or were influenced by. Even look at we got a Ghanaian on the panel. We got me, that's a Nigerian. Oh, Kingo is half.
Yeah, but no one's saying that. No one's saying that.
Hold on, let me land, Kingo. Even we got a national dish, jollof rice, and Ghanaian also have jollof rice. They would say it's part of their culture to eat jollof rice, to have jollof rice. But jollof rice is not originally from Nigeria. It's not originally from Ghana either.
No,
it's not.
No,
but it's part of our culture.
But Reggie, you're actually highlighting my point. Hold on, Reggie. Why are you saying that? You're actually highlighting my point. So when you're saying that we've got people here in the UK that are actually born here and whatever, and they don't even know what exactly, because we adapt our culture here. So that's why we don't know what English culture is. So you're actually highlighting my point.
Okay, can I ask you something? And this is a serious question. As somebody from a different culture to I don't know what your culture is. It doesn't affect me in any shape or form. But could I ask, do you think because your culture is different and you live in Britain, that British people should respect your culture?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Personally, for me, I wouldn't even say that, because British people are going to respect what they want to respect, innit? And they don't.
Okay, yeah.
Nothing that is there.
So realistically, in a free world, as long as they're not doing you any physical harm, they don't have to respect it.
Exactly. Don't mind your business over there, and I'll mind my business over here. Do you know what I mean? Do your thing. It's when you're now telling me that I have to respect something, and then I'm asking you, well, okay, but what
Well,
is it that
but hold on, there is a difference. There is a big difference. I'll give you an example. If me as an Irishman, if I moved to, say, Sweden tomorrow, now, if I went to Sweden and I said, no, sorry, I know this is your country, Mr. Swede, and I know that, and this is where you live and this is where your ancestors live, you now have to stand there and respect my culture. I would be, if I was that person, the Swedish person, I would say, well, sorry, no, I don't have to respect your culture. This is Sweden. You live in Sweden now, and you must respect my culture. So there's that argument as well.
Yeah,
no,
he's made a very good point. That is a very good argument.
Come on in the back.
So, people in the back, Vellemy, but you've made a very good argument there, Pat, and I'll tell you why. Because yes, you can say, okay, so you're in the country, you respect those people's laws and or rules and whatever. Yeah. But what they then do is forget that the British have gone everywhere, every bloody way, and not respected nobody else's culture. So why would you want something that you're clearly not doing? Your own people are not implementing their damn selves. Why?
And exactly, and this is where you take the moral high ground and realize that two wrongs don't make a right.
At the same time, you know, when you say that they've gone around and not respected other people's culture, yeah, there's an element of that. But at the same time, there's some places they went to, and the place still maintained its culture. You get what I'm saying? Like India, for example.
Or Australia. Now, look, listen, don't get me wrong. Ireland was invaded by the British. The Irish didn't want the British here. They raped, murdered, pillaged this country, you know, senseless. You know, thousands upon thousands of people died. But the reality is, at some point, you've got to draw a line and say, look, listen, for the sake of your kids or your kids' kids or your kids' kids' kids, where does the line stop? Where does the hate stop?
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
I think it stops.
Otherwise, you're into this vicious cycle where generations are going to suffer the same as what people were generations ago.
Right, but this is the thing, though, because I know it's that you mentioned earlier on, Pat, about the you know, the religion being a part of the culture. Cool. Well, when the British English religion, it does say do unto others as you want to be done to yourself. So that's when it will stop. When they stop doing to others as they don't want to be done to themselves, then and only then it will stop.
Look, if you listen to me, I'm an Irishman. You notice I'm not speaking Irish.
I know you're
because
not,
at one point, because one point the British actually made it illegal for people in Ireland to speak Irish.
Of course, and that's my point. You cannot do to people things and then don't want the same things being done back to you.
Yes, I understand that, but at some point, this is what I'm trying to say, and I'm not arguing with you. What I'm trying to say is, at some point, you've got to say, where do you draw the line? You cannot blame somebody who lives today in 2020 for that of what their ancestors done in 1920.
Let me tell you why I think you've got that demeanor. Or that attitude. Because ever since the English, the Irish, the Scottish united, and there was that Commonwealth and European, get-togethers and all these sort of things that they, shook hands was to divide America. So actually, Ireland is just as guilty as England when it comes to colonization.
Burner, you got to mute up, man. You're echoing.
So
Irish Han, hold on, that's Irish. Irish Han, you're echoing.
I just heard myself back. I sound a little bit.
No, she's speaking at the moment, but she's got a bad echo. Irish, you're echoing, Han.
Yo, can you mute your mic, bro? Yeah, I think that comes about from when America's got formed. A lot of Irish have been sent over there to actually help the infrastructure in the later stages. And there was a lot of high-ranking police constables and officials from Ireland in Americas. And you see a lot of the names. There's a lot of Irish names in America. So I think I'm not saying, I'd say that the hierarchy or that elite group or aristocracy of Ireland have partaken in the sabotage and conquest of colonization of a number of different places. But more notably, in 67 to 70s, when Nigeria got invaded, there's a lot of Irish soldiers there, as well as religious figures, but they partook in the conquest and actually pretty much cleansing of people. So I feel before the conquest of these African and South Americas, no Irishman would have had your type of attitude in relation to, so where do we draw the line, and why we can be blaming later people who are people from different generations, the more current generations who are benefiting from slavery and colonization. I don't think you'd be having that. So you'd be like, the typical Iraqi right now, or the Somalian, or the Igbo Nigerian, or the enslaved Caribbean, what we see now. Because these are more recent, more abhorrent things that have happened. Whereas I'm not taking away anything from what Ireland have experienced, but yeah, Ireland have had their fair share of being enslaved. So, but as I said, man, they're definitely part of the raiding party, 2020.
Exactly. So obviously, where you come to a common ground, that's where your stance is from. But at the end of the day, like Uncle Gold said, if you have to address that with the people that are pressing, you understand? They have to draw the line. It's not for us to draw the line because we didn't start. You understand what I'm saying? And unfortunately, history and everything that's happened is still prevalent today. The effects of it. So at the end of the day, when you're saying draw the line, like you're actually talking to the wrong people. You need to address the people that actually did oppressing, and we're not the people. So therefore, the line can't be drawn on this side. You understand what I'm saying?
And the funny thing about it,
that's not an argument. Yeah, that's not an argument.
It's not an argument. It's too much of an open statement. It's like such a just generalization. So where do we draw the line? I can see where you're kind of coming from. Maybe you should word it a bit different, but we draw the line. Draw the line in. What does that mean? Where do we draw the line? Where do black people start, or minorities start licking off heads? What do you mean? When should these racists stop?
What's good? You know what? Yeah, I don't know.
Oppressing minorities. What draw the line where?
Yeah.
And that's a common thing.
It looks like most of you guys, I don't know, like you focused on slavery and colonization. That's the part of British culture that you guys are looking to.
Can you hear me? Ready backstage, ready.
Who?
So this brother keeps on cutting out.
Yes, Reggie, because it plays a big part. So there's not something like it plays a big part. So it's not something that anyone could just get over, and it still have to be today. So I don't understand.
No, I understand that, but I mean, like,
but it's something that's actually still going on. So, what's your point?
No, I'm talking about when it comes to like obviously a topic on British culture and working class struggle. It seems to be like predominant that certain people can only focus on that aspect, which is like
but it's very part of it. It's part of it. It's part of a system. It's part of why there's a class system. It's part of why when you sign forms, you have to tick certain boxes. So when people are saying that race doesn't matter and we should draw the line and all this stuff, obviously I get where he's coming from. But obviously, like Okindo Gold said, when you've done your kumbaya and you're in a different position, even though we are led to believe that it's all like the line's already been drawn and it's the same thing when it's not. It's easy for you to say that. That's part of the culture, whether you like it or not. You understand what I'm saying to you? Aside from the food and all the other stuff.
But what I'm trying to say is there's two issues. There is systemic racism now, yes, but it's hard people deal with it, right?
That's the core foundation of their slogan.
But what I mean is, if somebody was being racist now, there's usually three ways it'll go. One, somebody will take out their mobile phone and record it and put it on social media, or somebody will lash out. You know what I mean? There's very seldom you would ever see somebody just say you're pathetic and walk away. But the reality is, from what I'm getting here is, I want to say this without trying to insult anybody, but there seems to be this mentality that if you're anything other than white, you can't be a racist. Now, if you look at the Black Lives Matter movement, especially in the States and the videos that I seen, I seen racists. I seen thugs. You know, that's what I seen.
Yeah, but that's rich coming. Yeah, but
Spice, why? Spice, stop. I'm going to stop you, Spice.
If I seen a movement, let me just say something. If I hold on, let me finish. If I seen a movement, if I seen like the English Defence League behaving like that, I would say I seen racists.
That conversation, because the conversation at hand is about culture. So for him to even eject black,
Yes, but culture comes down to race. Culture will always come back to race.
Nobody on this panel represents Black Lives Matter. So that's a stupid argument.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's coming to. There seems to be a lot of talk about people's race here.
But that's what I was trying to get with Spice, because if you allow this conversation to go to where it usually goes to, you're going to have a different topic, a completely different topic. Am
I wrong in saying that this conversation, a lot of it has been to do with people's race and slavery and things like that?
That's what I'm saying. Usually on this panel,
the whole panel, right?
Usually on this panel, that's where it goes.
When we can go there at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, I find it funny that how people that are continuously thugs, you understand, want to be racist, want to be calling out other people as racist. It doesn't make no sense to me. And there's no.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there seems to be a lot of the topic seems to be circulating around.
Prejudice, but we're not. There's no such thing as racist. A Black Lives Matter is a whole nother thing, because like Lady Divine said, some of us are not even endorsing that, and so it's pointless you even bringing it up. But since you want to go there, I don't see your premises for you to boo-hoo when you lot are the biggest thugs. You understand? And been causing the most atrocities, and then want to be like, oh, you're racist and oh, you're thugs. You are thugs, and you're thugs to this day. So I'm not buying that argument. You understand? So can we go back to culture? Because you lot want to pick and choose. You lot want to pick and choose when you want to fling race, and then when you want to put it down, it's not about race. And now you're saying that race has got to do with culture. Okay, so let's go there then. You understand? This is what I'm saying. You lot like doing semantics all the time. It doesn't make no sense. You understand what I'm saying to you? You don't have no argument. You are the biggest thugs ever. So you do not have no argument to be telling anyone in 2020 about we're thugs and we're violent and blah, 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 and racism, when we are still experiencing racism to this day. So you don't have no argument. You understand? So it's funny. You understand? Because it's funny how you want to call out other people, but right now you're trying to tell us that we should get over everything. Like, come on. You understand?
So look at it like this. Look at it like this. You see, when the Jews were getting stomped on by the Nazis, if they came out with uniforms on for the first time in 1,000 years of them receiving but getting stomped on, and they're getting ostracized, do you think they get demonized and ostracized the way they are with the powers that currently be? Are you fucking kidding me? That's the bare minimum of what they'd be expecting. A fellow white Aryan race like the Ashkenazi Jews, you know. Yes, come up with your uniform and show the world that you're here and you're not here just to take part, but you're here to prosper and things like that, and be you know what I mean, be accepted and recognized on a world stage.
You know what? Yeah.
So this is what we're facing now: a group of people who haven't been known for shooting up too many schools. May I just add, coming together after 6-7 years. I'm just going to say this and finish. 6-7 years of what's the worst black people can do if they're racist? Let's be honest. You might receive a punch in the mouth. What can they do? Can they stop your money? Can they stop your healthcare? Can they indirectly summon incels and sleeping demons to you just by calling you an anti-Semitic? Can they drop something inside your food? Can they drop some mercury inside your water system? Yes, they can. That's what the power that they have over black people. So that's the problem, and that's the difference. And it's a clear thing that people aren't really focusing on, is what can we do about racism, which Ras is always echoed. And I don't understand why no one's really touching on that gem of a question.
I know you're Prophet Respect, yeah. You like to hold him high.
He's just an educated person. I'm just smart enough to recognize that he knows what he's
an educated person, is he?
He knows more about the Christian Bible than you do. He knows more about the Bible than you do.
What's his educational background?
Does he know more about the Bible than you do? Yes or no?
But you said he's an educated person.
Listen, does he know more about the Bible?
I don't know if he does.
Yes, he does. I'll tell you he does. He knows more about Islam and the Bible than you do. Yeah, that's a fact. But that's just
other people.
Oh my gosh.
So my position is, obviously I don't understand what you're saying. You need to draw the line, and you can't do this, and telling people how to deal with policing, how people should deal with outright disrespect and violation to their culture, which people have a right to feel some type of way when you come at their culture. So you don't get to tell us that. Like, remember, we are not in control on a mass level. You understand? So when you're saying to draw the line, you need to go and holler at the people that's actually in that position, because it's not us. You understand? So we've got every right, because like I said, it's not your experience, so you're never going to be able to understand. It's a real life experience for us, and it's happening today. So the whole thing of 2020 and all this stuff, well, it's happening in 2020. So what we saying then? It doesn't make no sense. So, this kumbaya, we're all one, humanitarian is a fallacy. It doesn't make no sense. You understand what I'm saying? Because what you really should be doing is addressing the people of why there's systemic racism, why is there white supremacy, why is people still oppressing and colonizations, and still being in other people's countries, trying to dominate and control. These are the things that you should be addressing if you really was looking at it from a non-biased perspective, not what we are doing and why we should draw the line. It doesn't make no sense. It literally doesn't make no sense at all. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yo, Mongo's coming back to cause more controversy. I think he's in the back. But apart from that, man, we were talking about the culture. I don't know what's going on in this.
So we're
like
talking.
I said, Reggie, we got low attention span, and we don't know how to stay on subject. And the subject matter, and I'm not going to allow it until everyone gets it.
Can I just say this? Can I just say this? Yeah, and obviously, I like to hear Shaka's input all the time, every time. Big up yourself, G. I was going to say, I was just going to say this, right? Is with the underfunding alone, and I echo this to my lungs give in, the civil service that we receive has been underfunded so dramatically that the only place we actually have got any type of something that resembles equality or good representation is in prison. And is that something that you really want to be? Now, the only thing that has been gone in black people's way in the last can I finish and say what I'm saying, G, and you can take over. There has been the only thing that black people have received in the last 3 or 4, and we can say it's complaining, but I'm just picking out facts. If you don't want to hear the facts, this is a fucking thing about statistics. So forget about this complaining thing. This is statistics that they have been 100% underfunded in all aspects of public service. So, the only thing they have really got is jobs. Now they're getting jobs through Theresa May and the Scoundrels from Strivers campaign that has been pushed by David Cameron. So for the last 4.5 years, admittedly the jobs have gone up slightly, but now we're talking about jobs for people.
Man. What the hell is this?
Can I ask something? It's a serious question, and it's more directed toward King Gold in space.
Mongo, sorry. Like, the conversation is about culture. Like, David Divine has pleaded with the last 2 people to talk about culture, and King of Gold just completely bypassed that and gone into some.
That's the culture. That's the culture.
We still talking. I thought culture is different depending on who you are.
The main fundamental thing of the English fucking culture today, Reggie. Underfunding. That's the culture that the most prominent thing in the culture of the UK now is injustice against minorities, and underfunding is is like embodies.
No, what is, you've been brainwashed by the light. All you know,
every fibre of the UK's being is around stamping, on minorities, and getting a lion's share.
Go and work.
Huh?
Okay. Can we let Shakara come?
Go on, let's sorry.
Like, Shakara, what is your perspective on what black culture, British culture is? Like, enlighten us. Shakara, you there?
This thing's spinning on my end, but I know Shakara's going to come with a different perspective because I know he believes that there is such a thing as.
Can you hear me?
Oh, big up yourself. Yeah, big up yourself.
So my thing is this year. I said yesterday, right? Before we define what British culture is, maybe we should try and define what culture is, and then judge it from that perspective. Yeah, that makes sense in it. So, I'm gonna pull up a couple of definitions of culture and see if this will help and assist in the conversation. So,
why are you doing that? What do you think of the conversation so far, Shepard?
It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. That's the most I can say in it. I don't because I just feel like everybody actually has a culture. Like there's you know what I'm saying. So it's impossible. It's impossible not to, in my humble opinion. But I also think that every culture kind of absorbs things from other cultures, if that makes sense, to varying different degrees. But outside of that, I don't think you can. To King Gold's last point, factually speaking, I don't think you can divorce things like empire from British culture. I think it's actually fundamental to the whole foundation of Britain. So I don't think you can divorce it from British culture. But we'll get to that in a sec. What's it called?
Shakra, Donna Jacobs said English culture is the appropriation of black culture.
Yes and no. And I wouldn't even just say black culture. There's other cultures that British culture appropriates.
Remember, people have to remember that Britain had a culture before it went to Africa. Like, obviously, hang on. Yeah, and what Shakara said is true.
Before the immigrants, that's always been from the beginning of this morning. I clearly stated what was the culture. The culture we know today is something that's been adopted. Us immigrants have brought it to them, yeah. But what was the culture? What is the culture before us? That's all I'm asking.
When I said before they went to Africa, I'm not talking about before we were brought here or we came here. I'm talking about before they went to Africa and enslaved people. They had a culture before they even went around the world. They had some elements of the culture. Some of it was dropped.
You're actually factually wrong, Reggie, because the formation of the British Union takes place in the context of slavery and colonization. Yeah, so you know what I'm saying, and in fact, it was the Union that gave Ireland and Scotland a foothold in the enslavement process in the first place, because before that it was just the English that were dominating it. Yeah, so there is no Britain without colonization and slavery.
Okay, so basically, I think to correct myself, and I stand corrected, England had its culture, had elements of its culture before. Scotland and Wales, etc., had their culture before as well, and obviously when they became one as Britain, they adopted other cultures, or they furthered their culture. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, we're gonna get bits of both, I guess. There's bits of both. There's bits that's gonna be picked up during the formation.
So it's an extension of Rome, man, and the Vatican. There's an extension.
So I'd say so. All right, let's get to the definitions. Yeah. First of all, Online Dictionary says that culture is the arts and other manifestations of human intellectual achievement regarded collectively. That's the first definition. The second is the ideas, customs, and social behavior of a particular people or society. Yeah. And then similar terms for this is called civilization, society, way of life, lifestyle, customs, traditions, etc. And then you got a couple other definitions that don't relate to this conversation because they're about biology, and these kinds of things. Yeah. And then hold on, I'm trying to bring something up. Right. 1 second. So another definition that I've used here is given by an elder called Wayne Nobles, yeah, who's a psychologist, and it's expanded upon by Mama Marimba Ani, who's a cultural scientist, yeah, and it says Wayne Nobles defines culture as a process which gives people a general design for living and patterns for interpreting reality. Its aspects, he says, are ideology, ethos, and worldview. Its factors are ontology, cosmology, and axiology, and its manifestations consist of behavior and attitude. Yeah. So ontology is the branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being, a set of concepts and categories in a subject area or domain that shows their properties and relations between them. So basically, ontology is like who and what are we? You get me? Yeah. Like fundamentally, who and what are we fundamentally, kind of thing. And then you got cosmology, which is like who and what exactly is the universe and what is our place in it. And then axiology is like values, yeah. The study of the nature of value and valuation, and of the kinds of things that are valuable. So what is valuable? Yeah, the basic things that are valuable in the culture. Yeah, so 3 things there, like who are we, what is the universe, and what is our place in it, and what, based upon all those things, what are the primary things that we value. Yeah. Yeah, we could guide to the role that culture plays among our people, but we'll leave that for now. So from that basis, yeah, I'd say that, like, just starting with the values thing, I think we can generally say, for example, that we live in a culture, that British culture is fundamentally about, like, the individual. Yeah. There's a very individualistic sensibility within, the British culture. Like, the individual is seen as the first and primary thing. Yeah. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And so that's one principle of value that we can glean from British culture. Yeah.
You also stated something about lifestyle. So if we used to go through history of English, we're specifically talking about English and British culture, yeah? So then we'll have to go through all the times: Edwardian, Tudors, the Romans, the Victorians, all of that. None of that today applies. Hold on, Reggie. None of that today applies, apart from maybe the buildings and, I guess, artifacts. None of that really applies. Like, what is English culture?
It does apply because it's part of their arts and their history. You can see it.
That's what I said. That's what I just literally. Reggie, stop being argumentative. Stop it.
It's the reason why. It's the reason why they still have a monarchy. It's the reason why they still have a House of Lords.
So,
it's everything.
How much of the English people today, Shakara, my question would be, are saying to do away with the monarchy? They don't even want it. Do you see what my point? Like,
no, I hear you.
Right.
I'm not disputing that all cultures have their variants within it and their different strains and them kind of things there. I'm just saying, though, the society in general, like how it's structured, still carries a lot of remnants, and no culture is going to look the same now. So from, like, if you look back at a culture 200 years, 300 years ago, no culture is going to look exactly the same. It's impossible, right? But I'm just saying that when we're talking about, like, if we're just talking, because oftentimes we talk about culture as though it begins and ends with music and food and fashion, yeah, and from a sociological point of view, like, if you're studying culture, like, in university, and that, you're more looking at, like, values and how those values inform like social organization in it. What kind of government or economic system do you develop based upon these principles and values and whatever. So I'm saying that like for example, if I say that the rights or the role of the individual is primary in British culture, then we can expand upon that and say, okay, that is the reason why private property is like fundamental in in how the economic system is developed, in how the legal system is developed, and them kind of things. There, you could also say that class structures, hierarchical systems of organization is a part of British culture, and so they've had a lot of class structures in the past, and those who are considered the higher classes, often have the most to the detriment of those, most of the people who have less.
That was a good point you made about the individual one, but I'd just like to go deeper into that. Would you say that it's gone, they've become more individualistic as a culture, as a society, or or it's something that's just? Would you say there's something that dates back, that they've always been that kind of society? Because some would argue that they actually have more of a there's a word for it, but more of an ambition to actually serve the majority as opposed to the individuals. Because they've had quite a few revolutions whereby people have had to be overthrown, whereby they've gone into they've had to create a parliament because having like a dominant leader just led to like corruption. So they basically have this democratic system because they want to hear what other people have to say. They want to do what's best for the overall majority as opposed to certain individuals. More so than we even have in Africa to an extent. You would have extreme levels of wealth in Africa and extreme levels of poverty. And in most places, it's extreme levels of poverty versus a very few wealthy. You know what I mean? So there's a lot more of an even balance in Britain than there is in a lot of other places. But if you're talking about individuality now, whereby people seem to be more for themselves, then that's something else.
Can I clarify something? Are you saying that throughout time, Britain has had less poverty than Africa?
No, I wouldn't say that because I'm not too sure about. I wouldn't say that. No.
Okay, good. Right.
But what I would say is, if you look at Africa today, we have extremely wealthy. Let me speak specifically for Nigeria. You have extremely wealthy people, and you have a very, very small middle class, and you have a very, very large amount of poverty.
Someone's in the back, bro.
Which indicates that most people, like most of the countries, set up to look after individuals more so than even us. You get what I'm saying? More so than the British, rather.
So would you say that was wherever Nigeria was before? It was Nigeria. Because remember, the British created Nigeria. Yeah. Was that the case in Nigeria before the British created Nigeria?
That's debatable, because we always were in tribes, as in we were in tribes, and maybe some tribes were doing better than others, and it's not very clear.
Were we always in tribes? Like
as far as I remember.
And what does it mean to always be in tribes? Like, does that mean that every tribe had their own separate nation state?
No, but they had their tribes, and they had their regions. You know what I'm saying? And they had their kings.
So in if you're talking about, let's say for example, Songhai Empire, like went over vast expanses of land, right. So obviously all of them were not one tribe in it. But it was one empire. Yeah. So it's the same can be said for Benin. You know what I'm saying? And them kind of things there, like, So I'm saying, how are we saying that this same system existed prior to? Well, based upon what are we saying that?
Well, we don't. That's what. Well, I mean, we had a system whereby we had multiple different tribes, and most of them, and there was conflict. You get what I'm saying? And sometimes there wasn't a conflict, but I'm just speaking for my own country. You get what I'm saying? I don't know of how successful that model was. You get what I'm saying? There's no indication to say that
But
the
what,
model that
but what makes the British model successful? Because put it this way, the British, yeah, were in abject poverty, like, you know, for a significant time. For the majority, only really the aristocracy had wealth. And then one of the revolutions that took place is when you had the nobles, yeah, and businessmen, yeah, people that had land. They called them the landed gentry, yeah, who they were the ones who instituted the parliament system because they felt like, you know, the aristocracy was too small. Basically, the interest of the aristocracy became outmoded by the new economic systems that were developing in it, right? So that still was a classist society because it was white men with property, yeah, that basically formed the parliament, yeah, and these kinds of things in it, right? But I'm bearing in mind that whilst they were doing this, like they were on a colonial project in it around the rest of the world, yeah. So their colonial project also made other people poor. So in the British Empire, yes, there was far more poverty than there was wealth. Yeah, like always. Yeah, there's never a point at which there's been equal access to resources and equal distribution of wealth. That does not exist. Yeah, as far as the British are concerned, it's never been a reality. And they've even fought against, like, with the development of Marxism. Like, you know, when you listen to Tommy Robinson and them kind of things, whenever they want to, you know, lambast somebody, they say it's just a Marxist ideology, and you know what I'm saying, like, you know, because that's a part of their thing, innit? They understand how they want to respond to Marxism. So I'm saying that no, I don't think it's a part of their culture to want to the rhetoric of, put it this way, one thing that we can say is a part of British culture is that the lower classes are in a battle with the upper classes, yeah. And so when the lower classes begin to rise up in British culture, that you get more gains, at least superficially, at least for the greater majority, if that makes sense. So, for example, there would be no NHS if it wasn't for the organization of unions in this country, and those unions forming a party called the Labour Party, that had you know, a bit of a different ethos to the Conservatives in that respect, yeah. And the NHS is what, how many years old? We're dealing with, say again?
About 77, I think.
Yeah, so we're dealing with the 1940s, yeah. You get me? And it took for a war to basically destroy the country before they instituted that system.
Yeah, it took a while, and then they all came together. They all put money into one organization.
Yo, Vellemy, what's in the back?
Middle, lower, and upper class put money into one organization, making sure that health was readily available for everybody of different economic circumstances. But
now there's a fight in the country because some people believe that they're trying to get rid of the NHS, and others are trying to protect it. So yeah, so I don't know why. Like, yeah, the country has never been based upon equality and equal access to resources for all people. That's never been the case. Like,
yeah, but no, they've tried to go towards a model of equality. It's not a perfect model, but at the same time, like, you look at certain things that are set up. For example, some buildings you have to be able to provide. Say, for example, the railway. You have to be able to provide accessibility for people that are disabled, for example. So you can't use it as an excuse. Oh, they're disabled.
But that's a recent thing. Whoever wants to jump on, you guys can jump on right now.
I'm
sorry, bro. I didn't mean to cut you guys off, man.
Yeah, you say it's a recent thing, but it is something that's continued to work in progress. There was already a what do you call it? A consensus that you need to make. You need to strive towards equality. You need to work towards making sure that you cater for people that are less able or less in a worse situation than yourself. There was already that concept. You get what I'm saying?
But I'm saying though that if we're talking about British culture, yeah, there's also so now this is where what Lady D is saying comes in, right? Because is that British culture, or is that the impact of
It's not my culture. That's why I'll tell you that for sure. Because if you're disabled in my country, no one's going to be paying you any sort of allowance or anything like that.
But you see, I know is that you're saying that, yeah. But let's look at it like this, yeah. So you're a Yoruba man, yeah.
I'm from River State and Yoruba, man.
Say again.
I'm from River State and Yoruba.
Right. So within the Yoruba pantheon, yeah, you have Obatala, yeah, who is an Orisha, yes, and he is said to be the father of everybody, yeah, who has a disability, yeah. All right, because of a particular story, which I won't go into, but but evident and because people that are disabled are Obatala's children, yeah, there's a level of respect, yeah, that and due care that people are supposed to treat people with disabilities with, yeah, out of reverence to Obatala. That is a part of Yoruba culture.
Really?
You need to stop praying to Obatala, Reggie, my G. That's coming from your ancestors.
Right. But and this is the point I'm trying to make. Like, in the sense of the fact that when we don't know, when we don't know our own culture, yeah, then we give credit to British culture as though they invented something when they didn't, yeah, as though our culture didn't have it. Yeah, so I'm saying 1 second. So I'm saying now, bearing in mind, yeah, that that poor, needy, elderly, and disabled, even children, yeah, had no rights in women had no rights in British society up until relatively recently. Why do we think that these things are fundamentally British culture and our own cultures didn't have it?
I didn't say it's fundamentally British culture. You're straw manning. But in our culture today, because
that's what you just said. You just said, what's it called? You know, these things are all because there's an inclination towards helping the needy in British culture, and that doesn't exist in our own culture. But I'm showing you an example.
No. I didn't say that. I said when it comes to specific things, I didn't say it didn't exist in our own culture, because we were emphasizing British culture and what British culture is about, not so much in comparison to Africa, but the fact that British
you made
culture,
a comparison, bro. You did make a comparison.
I made a comparison on one specific point when it comes to the attitude towards disabled people. I could also make a comparison. I can also make a positive comparison when it comes to my culture in relation to how we treat elderly people. We do not put our elderly people into care homes in Africa. We usually care them ourselves. But on the other flip side, there's another way that we treat mentally ill people. Most mentally ill people, we say that they've got a demon in them. Not just some people think, oh, that's just a Christian thing, but it's not. But it
is. This is the point I'm making. Let me give you an example of that. Yeah, there are a number of like hood celebrities in Jamaica, yeah, who are known to be basically mentally ill, in it, right? But they come to dances, yeah, they rave, and people take care of them, yeah. Like, now, Jamaica is not a place that is flowing with mental health institutions and hospitals, but people in communities, yeah, will take care of people to whatever degree and them kind of things there. Okay, that happens, yeah. I got a brethren from Ivory Coast, and he says, you know, the first time he ever saw somebody sleeping in the street, yeah, is when he moved to France as a child. He said it was confusing for him because he never saw anything like that in Côte d'Ivoire. Yeah, he was not familiar with the experience of people sleeping in the road. Yeah, and these kinds of things. All right. So but I'm saying that for the greater part of British history, the idea of taking care of the disabled and the kind of thing that has not been the case. And I'm not even saying that to be condescending. It's just a fact, right? Just I'm saying it is just a fact. Yeah. And so when we make them kind of comparisons there, I think we have to be very, very careful. But the point I'm making is, even beyond that, I'm just saying that when we look at how Britain comes about, like, for example, that we had the Irish guy a minute ago, yeah, like, and so we can say, like, for example, in terms of social organization, we could say aristocracy and hierarchy, yeah, is a part of British culture. We can say private property is an aspect of British culture. Because these are fundamental things. We can say patriarchy, yeah. like rulership of men, yeah, in society is a part of British culture. We can say classical music, yeah, is a part of British culture. We can say that. Yeah, but which kind of goes beyond British culture because it's a European thing in general. And some people say, well, actually, they got it from the Moors. The Moors went to Spain and that. But we can generally say that that was a part of British culture. Yeah. We can say that I'm sure there are certain types of agriculture, yeah, that are a part of British culture. We can say that conquest, yeah, is a part of British culture. In fact, Britain kind of forms as an act of conquest, yeah. The English dominating the Scottish and the Irish and the Welsh, yeah, and these things. We can say that. What's the word? We can say that. Well,
reflection.
Huh?
Reflection.
Reflection is a part of any culture, really.
Well, you could say some people reflect more than others. You know what I mean?
Personally, I don't find British culture very reflective. If it was, then there would be no question about reparations.
I'm sure you wouldn't, but I'm saying that if you look at the way that they review certain practices and then they try and change it all the time. So some people see it as a weakness as well. You know what I mean? But some people see it as a strength. You know. But
well, if British culture is that reflective, like I said, I don't think reparations would be an issue right now. It would just be a thing.
There are elements of the culture that they've decided that they're not going to entertain, but there are various more elements where they decide to reflect and say, "Oh, we're not going to continue to put people in chains." Well, in the manner that they did.
Yeah, but come on now. I mean, yeah, that's one thing. It's all right. So you take the chains off, but then you keep the wealth. And it's not even that you keep the wealth, you know, but you keep the land, and you know what I'm saying. And then you vilify people for actually contesting the land issue. Like for example, if we just look at South Africa and Zimbabwe, for example, in recent years, like reflection, yeah, any level, the most minor level of reflection would say, listen, these people deserve their land.
No, reflection doesn't mean that you're gonna repatriate. It doesn't mean you're gonna repatriate. It means that you realize you do something wrong and you stop.
So, but they're still making statements like nobody was here when we came. Right? The land was empty when we arrived. Yeah, and you know what I'm saying? You lot didn't know what to do with the land, so we taught you what to do. They're making these statements are very common. So I don't know if I can say reflection. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not maybe it doesn't apply when it comes to their attitude towards. I'm not seeing it. When it comes to their attitude towards other countries, but when it comes to like the society that we live in, I think they do a lot of reflection. I think that they try and change things whenever they feel they're not working, and they're quite quick with that. Whereas some other culture are not so good with that. You know what I mean? So there is a reflection and accountability towards certain things as well. There's a lot more accountability than what you see even in my own culture. There's some people that will never be held accountable.
But when you keep making that comparison, yeah, because you're talking about Nigeria today. First of all, Nigeria is a British creation. Yeah, you cannot divorce Nigerian culture from the fact that it is.
There are parts of our culture where we are able to decide.
One second, because even the concept of Nigeria is a British construct. So there is no Nigerian culture without British Empire. Yeah.
Yes.
Nigerian culture is a recent phenomena. Yeah.
So therefore, what are you talking about? Just because they created, just because they divided India and Pakistan and whatever as a colony, does not mean that India and Pakistan do not know how to do things for themselves. Do not retain their culture. Do not know how to. You know what I mean? The same for
there is a fundamental difference, however. Yeah. So I'll come to that in a second. 1 second. I'll come to that in a second. Yeah. But the point is that when you're talking about making a comparison between British culture and Nigerian culture, you have to factor in the imposition of British culture upon Nigerian people.
Yes, but there are parts of.
So because this is the thing though, because and this is what black people do when we're talking about our own culture, we will openly say we're striving for Westminster democracy. Yeah. We'll openly say that, yeah. But 1 second. But within the context of that Westminster democracy, when there's corruption, that corruption is African.
Yeah, but that corruption is African. It's African.
Check it now. The democracy that we're aspiring towards and have is British, but the corruption within it is African.
No, the corruption comes about when you do not have that accountability. You get what I'm saying? If you do not implement the democracy as it should be implemented,
that is a brilliant point.
No, because at the end of the day, you try to say, oh, because you're colonized, therefore, if someone decides,
what I'm saying.
Hang on, let me land. Therefore, if someone decides that in the northern region of Nigeria, they're going to start chopping people's hands off for stealing, or they're going to start stoning people for committing adultery, it's because the British decided to divide you lot. That's why you're doing that in North or thing. Oh, Saudi Arabia tomorrow they decide that they don't want women to drive. Oh, that's because the British colonized them. Oh, in India they decided that you have to allow the cow to cross the street. Oh, it's because the British colonized them. Like really? Like
No,
come on, like
so you've not really represented my argument very well at all. At the same time, what I'm saying is that the only point I'm making is that when you're making a comparison between British culture and your own culture, Nigerian culture, like how are you not factoring in okay, let me ask you this then. Are all of the positive elements, no. Did the British only leave positive elements of their culture in Nigeria?
No, they didn't. They didn't only leave.
Name me one non-positive element.
They left the element whereby they made a lot of people to be dependent on the white man or the white woman. Like they look
White Jesus, Reggie. White Jesus.
Easy now, Reggie.
White Jesus. White Jesus. Don't do that.
That sound like a black nationalist when you're using them terms like white man. Like it sounded uncomfortable coming out your mouth still, but I do appreciate.
No, but they left the dependency on white people, which is a false dependency. So now, if they see a white person in Africa, they think that the person's got money, and it even went as far as even if they heard someone that is not white but has the English tone or the English language, like yourself, Shakira, they'll think that you got money or you're here to save them. But in reality, we go there and what can we really do for them? You know what I mean? The problem goes deeper than that. The problem goes all the way to the top of their society and the way things happen in their society. You know, it all stems from their leadership. You know what I'm saying? And they also, like, I don't even know what, like, the problem is, it's so sketchy how things were before for you to say, oh, they've taken a lot materially from what we had before, because we don't know exactly what we had before in terms of material.
You don't. I think that there are people that have done historical research into these things that will say a bit.
What did we have in Nigeria before?
What do you mean? What did we have? The land is resource rich. I don't know why that would be a question. Everything
the land is still resource rich. I'm saying, what do we have that we can't? That's not renewable. That hasn't been renewed. Like, what is the source?
I'm not understanding the question, sir.
Okay, what I'm saying is, what did they take from Nigeria specifically, because that's the place that I'm from, that we have not been able to like replace in terms of material?
I'm still not getting it. Come again.
What did they take in terms of a material goods from our land that is not renewable, that we could not have like renewed? Does that not make sense? Like, for example,
Sorry, I'll try to get the context for it. The fact is though that they haven't stopped taking. That's the real problem. So it's not that they. So if they had stopped taking, then you know, I take your point. The taking hasn't stopped.
So we still got the products with us, but we allow them because it is in our place. We allow them. And then obviously they don't allow us to do the same here.
No, but I'm saying that part of the reason
we allow them to continuously be taken, and then you blame them.
Because we refuse to reject them and their culture. We want to embrace them and their culture. We want Westminster democracy. We want capitalism, and they control Westminster democracy and they control capitalism. We want to hold on to their culture, and so we are going to do things in their interest. That just makes sense.
Which brings back my argument earlier, Reggie, to when I was saying, so okay, remember when I was talking with Pat, and Pat was saying, okay, so what makes somebody think that you have to respect their culture? And I was saying, well, the difference is you don't have to, but if they're imposing and insisting that the English culture be respected, then they should also respect everybody else's. Do you not see the argument there? Whereas we would, like Chakra just said, we were easily accepting of that and allow it to continue. But they're saying, no, it's not going to happen here. Get out, take your immigrants and get out, and respect our culture.
But
you see the difference?
Well, Lady Divine, when they come to us as well, we expect them to respect. We expect them to respect our culture. They do. Most of the white people that come.
But explain that to
me.
Sense.
In the sense that most of the white people that come to Nigeria respect the culture of the country. They don't show us any disrespect like when they're there. You get what I'm saying?
All right. So you remember, Reggie? Yeah, you mentioned
the same. Hold on. The same when they go to like Saudi Arabia and the ones that have strict culture, they go there and they have to adhere to what the indigenous people do or say they should do. They don't start wearing short skirts and drinking around in Dubai and Qatar. They don't.
Reggie, you mentioned the lack of accountability, yeah, back home, right? So I'm drop some science here from an anthropologist, a cultural scientist called Kwesi Pra. And he's talking about Nigeria, but more specifically the eastern region, because that's where it was predominate, yeah. But this is not necessarily specific to them. It's just he's using them as an example. And he's talking about indirect rule, which is what the colonial system that Britain imposed on Nigeria. And he says the system bypassed the traditional structures of governance based in lineage clans, age grades, and other gerontocratic, I'm not sure what that word means, apologies, institutions. It was within these institutions that pre-capitalist society in Africa at the beginning of the colonial period functioned. Quote, in Igbo land, it was disastrous, although some warrant chiefs, I should have defined what warrant chiefs are, but basically warrant chiefs were, let me read and I'll explain after. Some warrant chiefs worked well. None of them were accepted by their people as natural rulers. Bribery, corruption, and incompetence were common, and matters finally came to a head in 1929 when it became clear that the warrant chiefs were quite incapable of controlling their people during the riots which occurred in that year. So in 1930, a fresh start was made in Igbo land to identify structures of indigenous government suitable for the colonial project. The assistance of anthropologists came into play. Quote, very slowly, a coherent picture began to emerge. These simple people had never recognized anyone as their leader in their area or even their village. It was clear that the only traditional leaders in an Igbo village of those days were these family heads. And so it was decided that we must build on that widespread foundation. All the family heads of a group of villages, often up to 100 men, were given judicial powers to hear minor civil and criminal cases. And he goes on to give an example of a similar thing in Ghana and them kind of things there, yeah? So warrant chiefs there were basically people that the British kind of installed as chiefs there over the Igbo people to facilitate the colonial project. And they were rejected by the people is what he's saying here. And there were uprisings and riots against them, also called at different points, yeah? But the installation of these warrant chiefs created the environment or the situation which bred bribery, corruption, and incompetence. And so, because these people were put in place by the British, they were not accountable to the people; they were accountable to the British. Yeah. And today, what we have in all of our nations are political systems that are not accountable to their people, but accountable to wherever their former colonizers were and the West in general. That's what takes place. Yeah. So the point is that we cannot talk about bribery and corruption and kind of things there as though these things are just inherent to our culture. Like, it doesn't make any sense. They come about as a matter of fact within our culture in this kind of mass widespread, this is just how it is kind of way, yeah, through colonialism. There's no other context for it.
Can I quickly just point out something, Shakra? A little bit off the actual subject you're talking about right now, but no, it's the same subject, different thing though. I just have to point out that I'm glad we know that we've got minority people on the panel in this country. The minority are explaining to the English in the chat. You know, the ones that are calling people bitches and thick. The ones who can't pronounce their own English language when they're up on the panel speaking, literally cannot pronounce words from their own English dictionary, are calling people bitches and thick, but they can't explain. When you ask them directly, what is English culture, to this day, have yet to explain it, but we've got us teaching them their culture. This is ridiculous. I find this hilarious, but continue, Shakara. You're doing a great
you know, as the first people to have a culture, it does make sense that we would be the experts in what culture is. Yeah.
No, I mean, really, like, obviously, you can see that the British people, they tend to be more fluid with their cultures, and they're more happier to evolve their culture and improve on it.
Again, bro, you keep saying, you keep making these statements, yeah.
But this guy said, but like the guy said earlier, it is a bit. It does get a bit subjective. Where's the echo come from?
No, but hold on, Reggie. Reggie, you keep making these statements, yeah. As though, like, all right, for example, yeah. Could you brought up India, for example, yeah, and one of the things that India did, yeah, because they had a significant issue with a ruling class that was really kind of like the British Raj and them kind of things there. Yeah, they had a number of people in their society that were really on this British cultural sensibilities type thing. Yeah, and during their independence movement, to a significant degree, they got rid of a significant amount of reliance. Yeah. On this idea that British culture was superior, yeah, to varying different degrees. And that's one of the reasons why Gandhi used to wear what he used to wear and them kind of things there, and championed the indigenous Hindu culture and these kinds of things there. Like they really invested in, you know, themselves and their own culture, their own religion, and that kind of thing. I'm not making an argument here that they totally got rid of British sensibilities, but at least their own culture became dominant, yeah, within India. Africans have never done that. It's the reason why English is not the state language in India today. Yeah, it's the reason why Christianity is not the state religion in India today. Yeah, right. Because they went through a process of reaffirming us and asserting what it means to be Indian, and that's not to say that there were no contradictions in that, because the Indians among themselves have their conflicts, but what was common among them, it would seem, at least, yeah, is that basically this British thing, we're not going to lord as superior over all of these other expressions of what it means to be Indian. Right, so we've never done that as a people. All of our nations, Africa or the Caribbean, European languages are the state languages. They're the languages of government. They're the languages of instruction. All of our nations, everywhere in the world, Islam or Christianity are the state religions. That's it. That no indigenous spiritual systems are the state religions, and I say the state religions. You got a couple like in Haiti. Voodoo is a state religion, and that only happened in the last decade. But at
the end of the day, Shakara, you can't. The British had an influence over India, but the Indians are still practicing elements of their culture of their own accord. That's my point. They're doing things of their own accord. The same with us.
Agreed.
The same with us Nigerians. We're doing a lot of things of our own accord. We can't say that, it's the British person that, you know, I
didn't say it's a British person. I never said it's a British person.
Okay, it's the British government.
What I said was our allegiance towards British culture, our lauding of British culture, and our failure to stop seeing British culture as superior to our own has created this environment. And because we were indoctrinated into British culture through colonialism, and colonialism is inherently a corrupt system of government, yeah, we are going to continue manifesting corruption. That is it. Yeah, like there's no other way for that situation to play out, yeah, other than to continue to manifest corruption. Our governments are not accountable to the people of their nation. They're accountable to the IMF, the World Bank, and whatever foreign aid, whatever nation provides them foreign aid. Yeah, not accountable to the people. Yeah. So how do you if you want a government to be accountable to the people, then you also have to challenge the systems that they are accountable to. That stands to that's logic.
Shakara, you can make the same argument for Qatar or Dubai, but they're still booming. You can make the same argument for India, for China, even you can make the same argument for Malaysia.
All of which had to discard a reliance upon European culture and European institutions. We have not done that yet. We are not. For example, is Nigeria part of the Commonwealth?
No, not that I understand. No,
Nigeria is not a Commonwealth nation.
It's a former Commonwealth.
Let me
Yeah, go and check. But it's former. But the thing is, yeah, the thing is, all these countries can debatably be deemed to be reliant upon the British, or reliant or having puppet leadership, as you describe it. You get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, they still managed to do something. You get what I'm saying? To make
Nigeria is still part of the Commonwealth.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, hold on. The status of members. The Commonwealth country comprises of 54 countries across all continents. The members have combined population of 2.4 billion, almost a third of the world's population, of whom 1.37 billion live in India, or 94% live in Asia and Africa combined. After India, the next largest Commonwealth countries by population are Pakistan and Nigeria. Yeah. Yeah. So the point I was making that for many Commonwealth nations, and I'm made to understand that it's not necessarily all of them, but many Commonwealth nations, that the Elizabeth II is still like the head of state, the official head of state. In Jamaica, for example, we've still got a Governor General who pledges allegiance to the British Crown. Yeah, and if the government wants to deploy the army in any way, shape, or form, they have to seek the approval of the government of the Governor General. Yeah, who represents the Queen of England in Jamaica. Yeah, I got an uncle who wanted to get a job at the University of the West Indies, and in order to get the job, he had to get interviewed at University in Liverpool, because the Queen of England is a donor to the University of the West Indies, and so therefore the Crown has some kind of jurisdiction, yeah, within the University of the West Indies, right? So I'm saying that we have not gone through the process of we live in countries, yeah, whereby lawyers wear Prince Mary's wig, yeah, in courts in majority black nations in Africa and the Caribbean. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, we live in countries whereby we have indigenous languages like that we don't use in court, in government, for the most part in education.
I don't really understand your point, because at the end of the day,
I doubt if I go to India.
We live in a place where women wear hijabs. We live in a place where men wear what do you call it? This thing that the Sikh people wear. Where Sikh people wear on the head.
What's your point, sir? I'm not seeing your point. I'm not seeing your point.
We live in a place where people wear burqas. We live in a place where people.
You mean England? You mean England?
Yeah, I think he's trying to struggle for the word
All right, okay.
multicultural.
So then now, when the burqa becomes the state style of dress for Parliament, talk to me. When lawyers in court have to wear a kaftan, to enact legal procedure, talk to me.
When a police officer can walk around in a daishiki, talk to us.
Yeah, talk to me. When Urdu, or Punjabi, or Arabic become the primary languages in school, college, and university, then talk to me. Yeah, when we're not talking about flippant things like what you wear on the road, like that's it does mean something, but it's not. It's nothing in comparison to what is your state religion. What is your state when Hinduism or Confucianism or Islam becomes a state religion in the UK, then talk to me. Like this is a ridiculous comparison to be made.
Why should we wait till
when the British government is beholden to economic laws and procedures that were decided in Nigeria and Congo and Brazil, then talk to me. Like it doesn't make any sense. You get me? Like the comparison that you're making is totally erroneous.
The country's been colonized as well.
I'm just trying to understand, Reggie, what is your actual argument, Dad? What you Go on.
That's a lot of echo.
I don't know, but just explain to me what is your actual points that you're trying to make right now, because I'm a bit lost now at this point.
Now, my actual point is that Africa, is going on. It looks up to a lot of the European or Western way of Western culture. You get what I'm saying? And that's true, but I still think that there's an element of accountability that is needed in order for us to learn and in order for us to grow. You get what I'm saying? And unlike Shakara, I do not see the white man as like a god on earth. You get what I'm saying? I don't think that everything we need to put so much emphasis or so much thing in terms of like I pray to Yahweh. You get what I'm saying? And it seems like you guys.
You quite literally.
Hang on. It seems that you guys, you always accuse Christians of praying to white Jesus, but it seems that you guys, your communication is with the white man. That's where you think the answer to all your problems are. You get what I'm saying? Is through the white man, and that's why
I do notice that. Attempt to
let him have that, Shakara. Let him have that. But I want to know what points. I want him to give us an example of what does he mean by our communication is through the white man. Like, give us a instant of when.
I just think it's very ironic that.
Yeah, but let him have that. Let him have that. We're gonna let him flow with that. Go on, Reggie. Like, give us an example of this.
No, for example, like we believe that when we pray, when we communicate with God, He'll answer and He'll change things. But you guys seem to think that when you communicate with a white man, when you decide to like complain to the white man, some way through the white man, you're gonna be able to get things moving. Some way, the white man is both the devil and the God with you guys. It's like he's the one that's responsible for all your problems, and he's the one that's responsible for how you're going to change as well. It's like I don't know, like the way that you seem to go all about it is like. Jesus, like
so Reggie, if I say that we need to rid ourselves of the dependency upon European culture and European institutions, how do you translate that into I want us to depend on the white man when you are the one who is not challenging the reliance upon European institutions, systems of government, languages, religions, and so on and so forth? How have you got that from what I've said?
And that's the point I was trying to get at. Like, I want him to give us examples of that, so then I can give him reverse examples of what he does, and then tell us who's more praising of the white man. That is crazy.
If we've got black people all around the world, literally bowing down to an image of a white god, Yeah, literally. We're not talking figuratively here. We're talking literally. And a man says, you know what? We need to throw away this image of this white God. Who's really seeing the white man as God?
Yeah, but you, in your case, you seem to be okay. You want to throw away the image of the white God, but at the same time, you seem to illustrate that the white God is the source of all your displeasure.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. If one says, you're not answering my question, Reggie. I've said that we need to get rid of our dependency upon European culture and European institutions. Yes, right? Whether they be financial, political, social, wherever it is, we need to get rid of our dependency on these things. Yes, that's what that is my argument. And in fact, our failure to be accountable in terms of ridding ourselves of these things, yes, has resulted in the lot of the situations that we find ourselves in terms of our own nations right about. Yeah. How do you translate that into man sees the white man as the solution to all our problems?
Thank you.
Because I'll explain why. Because you seem to put everything, all the emphasis on the white man and how the white man is the reason why you cannot move forward. We were asked the question, I think recently by Banksy, who's just joined us, what is your end goal? It seems like you're just rolling the dice. You seem to indicate that the white man is the reason. You're
asking my question. One second. Sorry, the brothers are talking at the moment, and I use the brothers loosely.
But this is an open debate.
I know.
It is, but we're coming after the finish. So give them 1 sec. 1 sec.
The fact of the matter is that you've been on here today advocating on behalf of British culture, and right, what's it called? And you've made a number of comparisons that suggest that British culture is superior to, in your words, your own culture. Yes,
well, I haven't. I didn't say that. You're struggling.
I have actually challenged your interpretation of the superiority of British culture in these various fields. Yeah, but you said this openly. You said they're better than my own culture in this regard and in that regard and whatever.
Yeah, certain elements.
You said these things, right? And I've challenged, but whether I'm strong man or not, the reality is that I have challenged, your perception in that regard. So how is it that whereas I am celebrating and actually suggesting that we have enough within our own cultures to develop ourselves independently of reliance upon European cultures? How is it that you have interpreted that I am saying that the white man is the solution to all our problems?
Hold on, Reggie. It's simple. If you think you have enough in your culture to develop your nations, then you should do so. Go ahead. Zimbabwe tried it. Look at Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe used to be the breadbasket of Africa. Then they cut out the white culture from their society. They chucked out all the white people. They took back all their farms. And now look at Zimbabwe today.
They didn't chuck out all the white people. Trust me. There's white people still living in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, but they took all the land. They took everything, and they tried to exercise the white culture from their society.
Banksy, you sound like you're saying what Reggie said I'm saying. You sound like what you're saying is that that the example that we have to go on is that when Africans get rid of the European and the European culture, the African fails. Yeah.
Yes.
And so the African needs the European culture.
No. The fact is, the African is incapable of achieving advanced societies, and they have historically never achieved advanced societies. And so the European methods is the only way that they have at the moment to advance and create an advanced society, because African culture does not cultivate advanced societies. Name me 3 African architects that built great things. Name me 3 African musicians that created operas in historic times.
Are you being serious? Did you literally just say that?
He did go there. Yeah. We're not entertaining it. We're not.
He's being serious.
Yeah, I'm absolutely serious. Where are the African architects? Where are the African scientists?
You're being serious, yeah? You're being serious.
That's right. You got to understand. Sorry.
I'm gonna ask the Banksy. I'm gonna ask the Banksy. But I'm curious to know what Brother Reggie's assessment of what Banksy has just said is.
Sorry, I just missed it. What did he say?
Oh, that's unfortunate. Banksy, please repeat everything that you just said a while ago. Starting with African
culture does not cultivate advanced societies.
No, you didn't
it has
say
historically been shown that they don't encourage advanced societies. They can't do it. They have never achieved it, except for the Egyptians, which are like the bare exemption to that continent. The rest of Africa has never developed a culture that has encouraged advanced societies. They don't have great architecture. They don't have great operas or musicians. They don't have great literary work. They don't have great philosophical work. They don't. They haven't achieved it for thousands of years before the white man ever stepped over into Africa.
Okay, let him have that. We're back to Reggie. We'll let him have that. Whatever. Reggie,
what's your assessment, Reggie?
What's your assessment, Reggie?
Well, I disagree. I definitely disagree with the great musicians, great art as well. Obviously, the Egyptians as well. We know he did mention the Egyptians though.
Yeah, except for Egyptians.
And basically, we haven't been very imperial, so we didn't take a lot of what we do around the world. But within our own continent, we've been very creative and very what's the word?
Okay, what have they done?
Wow, Reggie.
In terms of music, obviously we know that a lot of music that is quite prevalent today came from Africa originally. And in terms of
No. I'm not talking about blues and jazz, which, by the way, were all made on white man's musical instruments. What was African?
Of those things?
What African great work of art came out? What African great literary work has been produced?
Have you ever heard of the Bed in Bronzes, by any chance, Banksy?
No, I have no idea what that is.
No, okay, cool. Well, do your research. I'm not really gonna.
What philosophers came out of Africa?
Have you ever heard of
the topic matter at hand? Because this is
you ever heard of Ptahhotep?
No.
You ever heard of Orunmila?
But the thing is, Banksy or anybody else that's brought up.
Hold on. 1 second. You ever heard of Zimbabwe? It's got out my head, you know. Oh my days, the name has just slipped me. I'll come back to that name, but yeah, brother from Zimbabwe. You know what I'm saying? By the way, and are you familiar with the role that the Moors in Spain played when it came to music and instrumentation?
I'm sorry, Moors in Spain.
Yes.
Well, Spain, right?
Spain and Portugal, yeah. That they played in terms of the
Moors in Spain. So the Africans had to go to Spain in order to achieve something.
No,
Is that what you're telling me?
That's actually not what I'm saying. But I do find it interesting though that when Europeans come to Europe, they achieve. Yeah. When Europeans come to Africa, those are European achievements. But when Africans go to Europe, those are also European achievements. That's a very interesting,
That's why we said we'll let
but
him
the Moors. When you're talking about the Moors, you're talking about Muslims.
Have you ever heard of a style of architecture that's called Western Sudanic?
No.
You haven't? No. Okay, cool. There's a lot that you don't know, Banksy.
The thing is,
no. I mean, as I said, if there is, that's why I'm asking you. Mention something that the world has actually achieved that was exclusively African. That they contributed to the world.
It's kind of pointless because obviously Banksy is from Iran and he's, if anything, a lot of his education.
No, he came on some bold claims and he said it. When you said it, you didn't hear, Reggie. I must admit, I'm a bit skeptical about whether you never heard it or not. However, I'll take you at your word. But he was most emphatic and said that Africans have always failed to produce advanced culture, like an advanced civilization, apart from Egypt. He said, yeah. So obviously, he's never heard of Tar Seti, yeah, which is prior to Egypt in that regard. He's never heard of Monomotapa. And are you aware of what the biggest stone structure ever in history is, Banksy?
No.
So it's the wall that surrounded the great city of Benin. It was destroyed by the British in the 1800s. So, but archaeological evidence and as well as first-hand accounts of the wall suggest that it is actually the largest stone structure, bigger than the Wall of China by a significant margin, the largest stone structure ever built in history.
And that's in whereabouts in Africa is that?
So West Africa.
No, but where in West Africa?
So it's around the region of what is today called Benin, but not exclusively.
Which Benin?
Just looking it up.
And coming out of that, are you aware of the numbers of inventions? Yeah, just looking at it more recently, that black people made within that contributed to the Industrial Revolution. Black people that were just coming out of enslavement and could barely read and write.
I mean, the thing is, you can go ahead.
We're incapable of having a decent civilization, and we don't produce or nothing.
Advanced civilization.
Are you aware of have you ever heard of a man by the name of Benjamin Banneker?
No.
Benjamin Banneker was instrumental in the development, the mapping out of the city of Washington D.C. Yes, and the story goes that that this European and then what's the name for the discipline where you map out cities like that? It's a branch of architecture, but it's not architecture. Anyway, can't remember what it is, but basically this guy whose name I'm forgetting kind of disappeared with the schematics, yeah. And so it was down to Benjamin Banneker to redraw the schematics from memory. But one of the things that helped him, Benjamin Banneker has a number of different achievements to his name. Apparently he made the first clock also in a certain part of America, and he wrote a number of different astrological documents and almanacs and so on and so forth. His mother or his grandmother was of the Dogon people, and they have a significant history of astrological documentation of astrological knowledge and information and them kind of things. They're studying stars and so on and so forth. And so a lot of his information would have been learned from his own family in that regard. Yeah. So again, like when we make these statements here, I actually don't care if Banksy thinks what he just said is true, but he brought up in the conversation, so it warrants addressing to at least to some degree.
The fact is that these other inventions that you're talking about, they all came out of a Western paradigm. So to blame, because from your explanations, everything Western is evil. Yeah, because that man was raised and brought up in a Western civilization.
I've never said that. I've never said that.
He came out of a Western paradigm.
However, I've never said that everything Western is evil. However, you
literally said we have to take everything Western out of our society in order to be successful.
I said we have to rid ourselves of our reliance upon Western civilization, Western culture, and Western institutions. Yes. Okay.
And that man was raised in a Western civilization, Western institution.
Excuse me. To say raised in a Western society, is to negate the context for that raising. The context for that raising is slavery, yes, which is a brutal institution. And the point is that during slavery, Africans were barred from the ability to read and write, yes, and receive education to a certain degree. Okay, so it's amazing, and I'm forgetting the number, but it's in the thousands. It's amazing. It's actually a miracle, that a group of people, who were subject, to such levels of brutality and degradation were able to invent so many things, coming out of that experience within a generation. It's mad. It's a monumental achievement. Given that circumstance that we have
the name of
Elijah McQuaid,
are not allowed to use their mothering tongue, not allowed to retain their cultures, having to be suppressed, having not to be taught, not even be taught to read and write, and we still have managed to make it. But according to Banksy, we ain't done shit. We ain't done
no. But the fact is, you just negated all of your.
Banksy, Banksy, you have that. We'll let you have that. It's all good.
Yeah, yeah,
Have it.
yeah. Because you haven't, because Africa hasn't produced an advanced civilization.
Are you aware of the fact that there were universities in empires in West Africa prior to there being universities in Britain?
There were universities in the Middle East thousands of years before the white man was still swinging from a tree. It doesn't matter.
But it does matter. You made a claim.
No, because you haven't made your contributions to the world is evidential.
You made a claim that Africa has failed. Yeah.
Well, no, it has
failed, 1 second, to produce advanced culture and civilization. So I'm asking you, are you? And so yeah, I'm not denying the fact that there were universities in the Middle East. But that's not the claim that you made. The claim was that this is, as far as Africa is concerned. So are you aware?
What was the universities and what work of literature did they produce?
Oh, many. But but you're not aware of the fact? No.
Which part of Africa? Because as I said, if apart from Egypt and sort of Saharan northern Africa, there is literally nothing documented for
so you've
sub-Saharan African nations.
You've obviously never heard of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai.
No, of course not.
Okay,
so what do they do?
Cool. I think I'm going to give you.
You can throw out words, you can throw out names, but what did they do? What did they actually contribute?
So
no one. The only thing you managed to mention is as a black man raised in America under Western English influence, who managed to map out something with Washington D.C.
I'm noticing that white people and colonized Africans have problems with listening on the G Block. How you just said that when I've mentioned to you 3 different empires, I've mentioned to you a stone structure, I've mentioned to you a style of architecture, I've mentioned to you astrological a people group that is known for astrological study is amazing to me. But white people do lie.
Look, the fact is that if you actually look at the current situation, because when you said to me that this guy who came out of slavery wasn't allowed to read and write and did this amazing accomplishment of being able to map out a blueprint Washington D.C.
His grandmother was Dogon. And
yeah. But what I mean is, you said that he managed to do this amazing achievement coming out of slavery in America, and yet no African nation is capable of doing anything close to that right now in the continent of Africa because of the colonial dependencies that they have. So they're not able to make those massive achievements and those leaps of technology now. But they were able to just coming out of slavery.
It's not exactly the case.
So what is the problem with African nations now that they can't make those leaps the way they did?
But you said, first of all, because now you're changing the argument, you said that Africans have never been able to develop cultures and societies.
And they haven't.
That are advanced, right? So
no, none of them have. Your words that you throw out to me doesn't actually mean they're advanced societies. You just threw out things without showing actual evidence of what these things are.
And maybe, yeah. If you type in your Google, yeah, anything that I've just said, the information will reveal itself to you.
Well, I'm looking at the only thing I'm looking at is the walls. It's the walls of Benin, not even a singular wall.
I have to confess that, like, convincing you of the advanced nature of African civilization is very low on my list of priorities. But I threw a few.
You don't have to convince me, Shakara. You're talking to the audience. You're talking to 100 people. It's them that you're supposed to be convincing. I'm not the one you should convince, but you should have an argument so that your audience can at least go, okay, Shakara actually knows what he's talking about when he is being pressed on. It's not me that you should be convincing.
I've just given a number of different things that for people to look into. So if you want to, you will.
Hey, yo, let me say something, man. I've noticed that the question of the day is, what is British culture and what is the white working class struggle? Yeah, but we ain't had no answers to them questions.
Yeah, we have. You know,
what's your culture? What's this culture? What's that?
No, that's the question.
Wait, hold on. The question of the day. Yeah, the question of the day is really about British culture, man. Does anyone even be able to give an answer to what British culture is, what English culture
You haven't been listening.
Not one English. Hold on, let me answer, Veli. Not one English person, the one that Banks is up here caping for now, has managed to come up here and convince any of us what is English or British culture. Not one.
They haven't asked for English people.
I haven't even addressed that question yet.
When I came on, Veli, me and Reggie had quite an extensive conversation about what is culture and what is British culture in the context of what is culture. It went on for a good, I'd say at least 45 minutes. And then it went on because Reggie made some erroneous comparisons between that lauded British culture over Nigerian culture. And Banksy dutifully has come to back him up. That's why we're here.
That's a very disingenuous assessment. At the end of the day, I made some positives and some negatives. I know Shakara likes to always focus on the negatives that support his agenda when it comes to British generally, but I try to be more balanced, and I have to be critical sometimes of my own culture, and I have to be critical of my British culture.
Reggie, I was explaining to Veli how we got here. Reggie, I was explaining to Veli how we got here, and I was saying that how we got here was because of the fact that you said one thing positive about Nigerian culture over British culture after being prompted. But the fact is that why we're here is because of those comparisons and me challenging you and Banksy coming on to defend the good British culture against the savage, lowly, uncivilized.
No. I'm not actually here to defend
to highlight that Africans don't
anyway
civilizations or
Anyway,
what I'm saying is, can I just quickly say, Veli, I find it very strange that nobody's come on to actually answer the question of the day, especially the white people of this world.
Yeah,
but when the conversation's about black women or black problems or black issues, they're all here by the dozens, and I find that very interesting. I really do.
But you guys are British as well. You guys can give.
Earlier, I mentioned the Benin bronzes. Yeah, whilst Banksy is saying that I didn't mention anything to anything in specific. Yeah, the Benin bronzes, I asked, he didn't know what it was, and so that's that.
But you guys are British as well. That's only passport.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself.
The whole of Nigeria is English, bro. Yeah, Nigeria is made by England, mate.
The only passport you guys hold are British.
I want to add to
all Nigeria is England, mate.
I want to add to the list now.
G-Block, Veli. Reggie is a disgrace. He's no longer a Nigerian.
I want to add to the knowledge. Can I just add to the knowledge quickly? Yeah. And so we're not even just gonna talk now. We're gonna read from a book called Blacks and Science.
Please, man, another time, man.
Listen. Hold on. You can't listen, brother. My brother Reggie. You didn't interrupt Banksy.
Come on, man.
You didn't interrupt. What's it, Terry? When Banksy was making a frontal assault on all things African, you didn't interrupt him, my brother. So I'd appreciate the same courtesy right now when I'm defending the integrity and glory of African civilization. Please allow me to do so.
We're talk about the British culture. Isn't that what?
Let's conclude on this point. Yeah, let's just conclude.
Selective hearing, man. Shakara.
So I'm going to read from a book now called Blacks and Science, Volume 2, West and East African Contributions to Science and Technology and Intellectual Life and Legacy of Timbuktu. By the way, on that point, Ghana also had a motorway before Britain had a motorway. Just want to point that out. What's it called? But anyway, this is reading from chapter 4, which is called metallurgy, which is the manipulation of metals. All right, metallurgy in the coastal states. Metallurgy was always a highly skilled and specialized craft. Note the use of the terminology: highly skilled and specialized craft. The associated skills include the difficult and dangerous skill of mining and the sophisticated skill of prospecting. Some of the earliest metallurgical evidence in West Africa includes a group of iron and copper tools excavated in Senegal, dated at 2800 BC. Also, iron smelting in Nok, ancient Nigeria, by 2000 BC. At the knock sites, blast furnaces and tuyeres were found. Tuyeres, are pipes used to conduct air and thus raise temperature in the metal smelting process. Metallurgy reached a high point in the 9th century AD. The 9th century AD, Eastern Nigeria, at a civilization archaeologists called Iboku. Here, astounding evidence of leaded bronze art and craft were recovered. Leaded bronze is an alloy of copper, tin, lead, and silver worked together. I repeat, leaded bronze is an alloy of copper, tin, lead, and silver worked
Check her out, man. Come on, man.
Listen, the splendid craft pieces were made using the 6-stage lost wax technique. Listen to the 6-stage lost wax technique now. The lost wax technique involves making a rough clay model of the artifact to be made. That's 1. 2. Placing a layer of beeswax over the model with all the fine and intricate details, perhaps keeping the wax 3 millimeters thick. 3. Placing a second layer of clay over the beeswax. 4. Placing everything into a kiln and fire it, knowing that the melting point of wax is lower than the melting point of clay. The molten wax runs out, leaving a 3 millimeter gap. 5. Pouring molten metals, plural, into the mold, replacing the quote-unquote lost molten wax. And 6. Waiting for the molten metal to cool and hardening into shape, followed by removing the layers of clay. Incidentally, this is the same technique used today to make car parts. Incidentally, this is the same technique used today to make car parts. The defense rests.
So you're telling me that they managed to make metal and molds, and that led to what, advanced civilizations? That making a piece of metal does not lead to advanced civilizations. Not if you know. The thing is, you see, with the car parts, yet there is 1,000 pieces that come together to make a car. To be able to make a mold for a piece of metal does not make a car.
And majority of
this is your drop mic moment, right? This is your moment.
Wait, hold on. He didn't say that doing the mold made the car though. He didn't say that. He said that they used
No. He was insinuating that this is he was insinuating that this somehow leads to a motor car. No, the Africans did not even come close to making the motor car.
No, he was saying that they used the same technique. Like they used the same technique.
Hold on, who made the Ford car?
It don't make sense.
Who was the creators of the first Ford car?
An American, a white American.
Oh my God!
Go and check it out.
I'm gonna jump off.
Was it an African? Was that what it was? It was an African that made the Ford car.
Stop, Banksy. You're not doing yourself any justice today, but Banksy, stop.
No. I just want to know: is it an African invention? The car is the car an African invention
Karen?
now?
Come and speak, Karen. You got a lot to say in the chat, Karen. Come on, man. Like,
Is that what I'm to believe? Are we taking away from that an African made the car, the motor vehicle? I just want to know if that's your takeaway from this. As far as British culture is concerned, guys, there's many aspects to British culture. It all depends on what section of it you're looking at. You're looking at art, you're looking at literature, William Shakespeare, what's her name? Jane Austen. You're looking at science, you're looking at Charles Darwin, Isaac Newton, technologies contributed, jet engine, the television. What else? Politics. Obviously, they have the mother of politics. They have the mother of parliaments, or the inventors of modern politics. So British culture has many facets. And it all really depends on which areas of it that you're looking at. And of course, they have food and culture and other things.
That Banksy, I don't think no one's disputed that at all today on the panel. That it's it's a conglomerate of different things combines to British culture. But we want to know, what is it today? Like, when people are saying today they want to preserve their culture, what culture?
Those things attribute when they take down. Yeah, but when they take down those statues, when they take down those works of art, which are a demonstration, a preserved demonstration of what is historically contributed to what we collectively call British culture.
So let's get this straight. Banksy, can I just make sure I got this straight? Can I just make sure I get this? 1 second, guys. Can I just make sure I got this straight? So Banksy, I hear you say the statues and stuff like that. Cool. So when you've got white people taking down white people's statues, what part of that do they want us to respect?
Well, I mean, the white people that are taking out those statues are idiots who have been indoctrinated at the schools and universities into this nonsense mindset that everything British is evil, which is actually the kind of thing Shakara preaches all the time, that everything British is evil, and that you have to decouple yourselves in order to be successful from British influences. The fact is, those influences lead to parliaments, to democracies, to many good things, and India has actually utilized that very well. They've taken what is good in British culture, coupled it with what is best in Indian culture, and have created their own unique culture, which is uniquely Indian. You don't have to be British. You don't have to have the carbon copy of a British parliament in order to be a democracy. You can be a uniquely Nigerian democracy, a uniquely Ghanaian democracy, but you can still take what is advantageous and useful from the British or the Americans and so on and so forth.
That's what we have, though.
Can I just compliment? I just want to compliment, though.
The thing is, Shakara.
Yeah. I want to thank all the British people that have been listening to Shakara over the years and gone about taking down statues all over Britain. I just want to thank you for your listening ear. I'm truly humbled.
Brother Shaka, those are colonial. That's a colonial white mindset to be taken down this.
Think of the irony of it. No, think of the irony of it, because we asked Banksy. Banksy gave a very good answer. He said it's a mixture of things and stuff like the statues and all those things, like music, art, all of that. Cool. But my argument is, when it's white people taking down white people's statues and they're destroying their own culture, their own history, why are you complaining to us?
I'll tell you what's happening there.
Nobody is. I don't blame black people for what the white people are doing.
By the way, Reggie, have you ever heard of an architect called Kunle Adeyemi?
No.
No. Anyway, let me.
Have you ever heard of a mathematician called Philip Emeagwali?
Oh my God!
Reggie does know nothing.
All right, cool. Right, so I want to make the point very quickly. I want to make the point very quickly here that Kunle Adeyemi, Francis Kere, and another brother called Christian Benimana. These are all architects, who have who are basically invested in developing uniquely African systems and styles of architecture in today's world. And Benimana is actually going further. Basically, he's in terms of developing not only unique sustainable models of architecture and development, but also educational institutions, whereby Africans don't have to leave Africa to be able to study architecture.
That's good, but that doesn't. But Shakara, you're diverting us again. I mean, what is with these people and their selective memory and their concentration
No,
levels.
I'm sorry, brother
Really?
Reggie. You didn't
Lady Divine,
you did not condemn Banksy
hang on,
a while ago. Yeah,
All right,
right.
Shakara, let him get it out, Shakara, let him finish, please. Let him go. Go on, Reggie.
You're taking up 5-10 minutes of our time reading a book, and now you want to go again on another monologue. Like, really? But what I was saying is that when it comes to like those white people pulling down the statues, they've been colonized as well. Their mindset is completely eroded. And they've got to start pulling down statues of their culture because they believe that they want their culture to be something else. You get what I'm saying? So
no, I get. Okay, that's a very good argument. Actually,
no. I must.
Shakara, give me 1 second. He's making an argument of those people are being colonized and they want their culture to be changed. Cool, let him have that. But my thing is, then why come onto these panels when we're having and complain and bitch about our culture's been? Go to the people that are taking it down and complain to them. We're not them. Why come over here bitching to us?
But
nobody.
We're not Black Lives Matter. Go to Black Lives Matter and bitch to them. Why
no. It's the thing is, it's the black people that are asking the white people that Black Lives matter.
It's most unfortunate.
Not the other way around.
No
white person is asking the black person that they should respect white lives matter.
Banksy, good argument. When have you heard any of us go to Black Lives Matter and bitch and complain, say, "Oh, we need you to help our struggle and to go and take down these people's statues"?
Constantly. The Black Lives Matter movement is constantly telling the white people, you should listen, you should be an ally, you should take the knee, you should do this, you should do that.
I agree. As black people, we should not care at all what white people think. Yeah, white people's opinion should have no relevance to black people, and nor should their political, nor should, for that matter. Yeah, right. I agree. I absolutely agree with this point. I agree that the opinions of European people should have no bearing upon what black people say and do. And in fact, we should go a step further. We should, be so disenchanted and non-reliant upon Europeans that we should not feel the need to use their languages in our political systems. We should not feel the need to use their languages in our courts and our education system. We should not feel the need to hold on to their religions. We should not feel the need to be beholden to European-run corporate institutions and multinational corporations and world systems of governance. We should not feel the need to rely upon Europeans.
We should not feel the need to have to sit on their panel and talk about. We should not feel the need to be in their. We should not feel the need to be in their country and claiming their benefits. We should not feel the need.
Really take the back.
Reggie, hold on. You're going to step too far. No, hold on, Reggie. You're going to step too far. This is the problem. Shakara saying that we shouldn't, and I agree with him 100%. But here's the problem. So even when we're having a conversation and we're talking about what we need to do and what we need to do for ourselves, here they come bitching. Well, why are you not being separatists? Why are you not want to be purists? This is Karen's favorite word. And all of this we need to embrace. But then when we don't embrace her shit, now it's look at them, they're racist. Which one is it? Make up your mind.
Lady Divine, Lady Divine, I will make it absolutely clear.
Go on.
I think that the black community and the black countries and African nations should absolutely do what Shakara says and not give two shits what European nations or North American or white nations have to say about their communities. They should not feel the need that they must integrate or mix or in any way have a collective sort of society with or intermixing with the white people. When I heard about Black Pound Day, that was exactly my point. Is don't talk about Black Pound Day. There is no, every day should be Black Pound Day as far as an African British person or a black person is concerned. You look out for your own. Jewish people don't go around saying there's a Jewish Pound Day. They just do it.
And I'll tell you what,
a 24/7 Jewish Pound Day for them.
Indeed. I'll tell you what, Banksy, though, in the spirit,
Banksy.
One second. I'll tell you what, Banksy,
these things.
I'll tell you what,
Here
Banksy,
comes,
yeah.
look in the chat. No, it's separatism. No, it's segregate. Like, which one is it? You either bitch that we don't want to embrace your culture, and then when we do, it's look at you, look, taking away our things and our resources and our jobs.
But I'll tell you
and
what,
then when
though.
we separate ourselves, it's look at them, they want to be separatists. Like, make your fucking mind up. You sound drunk. You sound crazy,
I'll tell you what, though,
and you don't know what the fuck you want. It's mad.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Yeah. I'll tell you what. Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, though, Banksy. Yeah. In the spirit of what I said, and you agree with what I said, I promise you, I'll take everything that you just said and disregard it completely.
Exactly. But Lady Divine, you just yourself admitted that you listen to those voices. You say when we segregate, they say, why are you segregating? And then when we are collective, they say, why are you taking our jobs, or why are you mixing with us? Well, this is the problem. You're listening to those voices.
I'm not though. That's the thing, because I live by how I speak, innit? So basically, no matter what I say on this panel, it doesn't. There's no reflection of what. Listen, I'm all red, black, and green all day, including in my real time.
If we as black people want to advertise Black Monday,
they're living a contradictory. They're literally living in contradiction to the shit that
they
you say
are.
in the panel. Hence why I live my talk.
Yeah, but Lady Divine, that's exactly it. They say, it's mind over matter. I don't mind because they don't matter. That's the point.
True.
So you don't hear that. I don't see the Jewish community hearing that shit. I don't hear the Chinese community listening to that shit. They look out for their own, and they circle their own wagons, and they back their own people all the time. I don't see that. Unfortunately, I'll be honest with you. My own community, the Iranian community, is exactly like the black community. I get fucked over more often by an Iranian than I would by any other culture, by any other society, by any other member of any other community, because we don't look out for our own. But the Chinese do, the Jews do, the Pakistanis do, the Punjabis do.
You said Iranians. But back to this is the thing. If you came on the panel right now, and you said right now, literally just now, and said, well, Iranians need to have Iranians Pound Day, and they need to put all their money back into your own culture, into your own land. I don't think anybody would have a problem with it. Nobody would even care. Like that's what you've got to do to better your community and your people, right?
Iranians do have a thing like that.
Lady D. Do it.
No, they try to have communities. They try to have.
They got Iranian diaspora business link up.
Yeah, they try. And as I said, Vellemy.
Oh wow!
The thing is, they do try. For the most part, the Iranian community is very separated and individualistic.
But, yo, Banksy, this is the issue, yeah. This is the issue, yeah. That it seems to pop up here is that no one else, or it seems like no one else has an issue with anyone else trying to fix their own issues until they even will say, black people need to start doing stuff for themselves and all that. But then once they start to do that sort of stuff, or they even start to lean that way, you'll even see black people come out and say, black people shouldn't be doing that. Black people should do this. Black people should do this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 up, down, left, right. You know what I'm saying?
What have you said, Reggie?
Agreed. Everything Vellemy said. What Vellemy just said.
Yeah, look, I agree with you that yes, as soon as they start, as soon as the black community gets together, starts working cohesively, others will interfere, and others will always try to interfere. Doesn't matter if you're talking on a nation level or on a community level.
There is a distinguished from the
Banksy, what should
we do? Vellemy was a bit disingenuous.
About your opinion.
Wait, hold on a sec. I'm going to give you Exhibit A. Go ahead, Reggie.
No, when you say
Exhibit A. Reggie, let Exhibit A speak.
Exhibit A.
Go ahead, Reggie.
I'm saying, yeah.
Exhibit.
Oh my god, it's childlike. But what I'm saying here is that
Tell me, let him speak. Go on, Exhibit A.
Comparing, obviously, you're comparing black people.
Exhibit A. Exhibit A.
Have you finished? I was saying, yeah, when it comes to like obviously black people coming together, that's different from the Indians come together as one. The Pakistani, that's a country. We're talking about a whole group of people coming together. White people never come together like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were to say all white people come together, then you guys will well, a lot of people, even myself,
yeah,
you start terming it to be racism. You know what I mean? It's different.
White people
Reggie,
never come together.
No, Reggie, they do. They do. When it comes to foreign policies, if you look at individually within the nations or within internal like European affairs, they may appear to be separated, or they may appear to be squabbling. But you look at Europeans and North American nations when it comes to foreign policies, when it comes to policies in Africa or in Middle East, they are very much united.
I'm not
They
talking about. I'm not talking
don't
about.
pass themselves in that scenario.
When I was saying I wasn't talking on a political level. I'm talking about on a local level. If you see
community,
if you're talking on a communal level, and you say a group of white people, let's all come together and only shop in white businesses. You know what I'm saying? Look how that would look. But apart from that, like if you're talking on an international level, you've got politicians, Africa all coming together. No, I don't really think that most people actually.
But Reggie, you got to think of it.
Nigerians all coming together for example.
Yeah, but Reggie, white people. I live in a white country. I don't know where you guys live, but I live in a very white country. I have no delusions whose country this is. This is a white nation. They don't need to come together in this nation because this is their nation. Everything they do is them coming together because it is within their nation. It is within their borders. So everything in Nigeria, Nigerians don't have to come together in Nigeria. They're not a minority group in Nigeria. That is Nigeria. Everything a Nigerian does in Nigeria is for the betterment of Nigeria. So they don't have to come together in Nigeria, but a Nigerian in Germany, a Nigeria in Britain, or a Nigerian in America, then they do have to come together a little bit more. Because that isn't they don't have the majority in those nations. So they have to look out for their own because they're much more a smaller group. But Nigerians in Nigeria don't have to give a shit about, we all have to, the Nigerian community should get together. The whole place is Nigeria.
Yeah, so what are you saying about here though, Banksy? But we're not. Right, okay. I hear your point about Nigeria, but this is England, okay? So I understand
what I mean is
the British people. This is what I'm saying. I understand that British people want to keep their British thing. Cool, do what you want to do. We don't give a shit. This is your country. Do your thing. My thing is, see, when we're doing ours though, stay the fuck out of it. It's not your business. It's not your business. Stay out of it.
The thing is,
that's what
I
I'm
think
saying.
the only way they can interfere with your community's activities is if your community allows it. That's the thing. It is within your hands. The power is within your hand. The power isn't in their hand. You are giving your power to them if you allow them to interfere, if you allow their words to affect the activities and actions of your community. That's the only way. How can the white person's opinion, how can my opinion, Jupiter's opinion, or anyone's opinion actually affect your actions unless you allow it? Anyone?
You better allow it, bruv. Trust me.
Absolutely agree.
I'll be back in a bit, though.
You know what? Sister Tash put a very good thing
Absolutely
in the
agree with
section,
Banksy.
Hold on 1 second, Afghan. Tash put a very good thing.
I absolutely agree with Banksy.
Hello. She said, yes, Banksy, but the British rely on the word to function, hence why Boris struggled to close his borders. What do you say to that, Banksy?
Sorry, I missed some of it. No, I missed a little bit at the beginning.
Okay, so
something about how can.
Okay, so she said, yes, Banksy, but the British rely on the world to function, hence why Boris struggled to close his borders. Do you have a response for that?
I don't think. I mean, yes, of course, the British government does depend on other nations. We're all interconnected. This is a kind of a global society that we're in right now, or and yes, we do. But closing the borders to illegal immigrants or migrations, that is not a necessity for Britain to function. I don't see that as a. The two don't connect. To close the borders. When you say close the borders, who are you closing the borders to? Are we just going to become an isolationist society? I don't think we can survive as an isolationist society, but we don't have to let people on dinghy boats come from Calais. That's an entirely different thing. So, it all depends on who are we closing the borders to. And let's be honest, look at the COVID situation. The COVID situation has shown us that we can actually not let other people in our country and survive. because a lot of
That's
countries.
not true because the country was still letting people in to stop that food.
Yeah, but what I mean is we can reduce it dramatically and still be okay. So it's clear.
I'm not sure how long we'll be okay, like with the closing of borders. I think it's too early to say that we'll be okay. I think it's very, very early. And of course, there are a lot of places that didn't reciprocate the closed border policy. We're lucky that a lot of the European countries still, they reciprocated it, but a lot of the countries outside of Europe didn't reciprocate it. So British people can still go to certain places and not have to think. But when it's the other way around, a lot of people have to quarantine when they come in. And and a lot of the borders are still open.
Well, yeah, as I said, it all depends. I think we can.
Go on.
No. I was just saying. I think we can still reduce migration. We can reduce illegal migration. We can cut out illegal migration, and still be perfectly functional. I don't see those as a necessity.
Illegal migration, yes, but certain things like, for example, to do medicine in this country is on average about £30,000 for people to come and do just to study medicine. You get what I'm saying? So the people coming here, that 30,000 is a lot of money.
It's way more than that. Probably 20 grand a year. From what I've heard.
As a foreign student, it could be, but
it's more.
I mean,
it's more.
Yeah.
My nephew had to go to Bulgaria to study medicine. He got all A's in this country, but they can't afford to pay like 15, 20 grand.
That's as a home student as well.
Yeah, as a home student.
Wow.
Home students in this country is cheaper. It's about 10. It's still the same thing, like 9 to 12,000 for home student. But for an international student to come and study here medicine is about 30,000 a year in a university. So that's a very massive contribution to the economy when you have international students that come in. Obviously, with COVID, they still allow people to come in. That person has to quarantine. You know what I'm saying? So they are still allowing people to come in, even.
But that's my point. That's my point. There is no closing of the borders. What is Banksy on about? I'm confused.
Yeah, obviously the media will say there's a lockdown, so that people that are going there for luxury or coming in for luxury can't come in. But people that are actually coming in for a long-term stay or for important reasons, they can actually come in. So, that's what it is.
Yeah, sorry, Shaka, you were about to say something and then you stopped. Was there something?
No, obviously a lot of people weren't here when we had the conversation earlier about British culture, yeah. But we were talking about the deeper levels of what culture is in terms of ontology, axiology, and cosmology, and these kinds of things, yeah, which are the basic fundamental foundations of a culture. In terms of what are people perceive themselves to be, what are people perceive the universe to be, and the basic values and fundamental principles that come out of that, yeah. And so one of the things that is clear is if we're talking about British culture, as I was correcting earlier, like you cannot really divorce the concept of empire from the concept of Britain, because there is no Britain outside of empire. Up until, well, some would say up
Are
until
you sure?
now. Definitely.
You mean there was no Britain before the British Empire?
Well, put it this way. When does Britain become Britain?
I don't know, but it was way before the British Empire came about.
No, they were
become Britain.
And he's very clever. They basically came under a different name. They were obviously England, Wales, and Scotland.
No. I'm talking about Britain itself. When the act of union? 1 second. When is the act of union that forms Britain? The United.
Yeah, but they were still the same people. It was still the same people. Whether you decide to come together and then decide to call yourself whatever, you're still the same people.
Even still, what are you talking about? We're talking about British culture. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Shakra, let me quickly. I just googled it, and I asked, when does Britain become Britain? It said on the 1st of May, 1707, the Kingdom of Great Britain was formed. The result of the Acts of Union being passed by the Parliaments of England and Scotland to ratify the 1706 Treaty of the Union, and so to unite the two kingdoms. So that's when Britain became Britain, Banksy, for your
Right, and so Britain was already well into the enslavement process by then, and had colonies, in the Americas. Most notably, what is now today called the United States of America. They were involved in it since the 1500s, expanding an empire. Before there was a Britain, there was the nations that made up Britain were already expanding into the rest of the world.
So should the question be what is English, Welsh, Scottish, and Irish culture, rather than what is British culture?
It's not an irrelevant question. I'm sure the Scots and the Irish especially would have something to say about that.
Well, that's what I mean. So to say what is British culture, it's an umbrella term in which you're encompassing lots. I mean, in the main four ethnic groups, which is the Scots, Welsh, Scottish, and Irish, but also, I mean, some people would even say the Cornish as well. They're another ethnic group, but so it's an umbrella term, British, which could encompass Indian and Pakistani and Nigerian too in modern terms. But
ooh, the F-Nats are gonna have a field day.
I know, the ethnics lose their shit every time I say that. But I believe that because it's an umbrella term, just like the term American, the term American doesn't imply an ethnicity. It's an umbrella term for people who live in America and are American or United the citizens of the United States. But anyway, I don't want to get too broad. What I'm trying to say is, would it be more accurate to say what is English culture, what is Welsh culture, what is Cornish culture, Scottish and Northern Irish culture, rather than this broad term of what is British culture? British culture encompasses all of these ethnic cultures.
Banksy, did you see my name? I want to know what is English. I never said nothing about British. I said what is English culture. See?
Well,
here we go.
Okay. That is, I think that is more specific. That is much more.
So again, like for example, as I was getting to earlier, for example, we could say, like looking at some fundamental principles, that this society or the development of the civilization has emphasized, like let's say private property and the rights, or seeing oneself as an individual first and foremost, primarily, and them kind of things. That we can identify that because those kind of principles are not necessarily universal. There are other cultures that have different emphasis in terms of those specific principles. And so out of that, we get an economic system that is based fundamentally on private property, and a social system that is hierarchical, and privileged the rights of certain people who were considered of a higher class over other people who were considered of a lower class. That's the context in which British society developed. Along the economic and the social lines in it. The concept of religion was fundamentally at one point Roman Catholic and then at the next Protestant, which are uniquely European expressions of the Christian out of first Roman development, and then the unique development of the British aristocracy, particularly as it relates to the Tudors and Henry VIII. And the reason why that developed is because of marital laws in the Catholic religion. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Henry VIII wanted to,
divorce laws.
Divorce the wife before beheading her and them thing there.
Well, he beheaded them because he couldn't divorce them because they were Catholic. He was Catholic, so he had to kill them. So in order to get married again.
All right. So we could justifiably say then that the beheading of women is a part of British culture. I'm being facetious. There's that too, but obviously. So divorce then, a difference in marital laws. From that, we can get that British culture introduces a different kind of marital institution whereby divorce is acceptable. That will be an aspect of British culture, divorce, and all the reasons for divorce. In that context as well, the role of women, in the society, can be considered, can be looked into in terms of what British culture is in relation to women. We're looking at a patriarchal system whereby rulership of men is paramount and primary, or has been for the most part paramount and primary. Then we get the development of the landed gentry, which is linked to the lessening of powers of the aristocracy and the heightening of powers of white men with property in Britain. Yeah, and they create the parliament, and we get what is called the makings of Westminster style democracy within that context. Yeah, so we could look at those factors and as a foundation for judging English culture as well as British culture. I would argue also that British culture is dominated by English culture.
I don't know. I mean, if you go to Scotland, if you go to Wales, I think you'll see a very different British culture, or different sort of take on.
I agree
on how Britain looks.
It would be true to say that a significant portion of Irish culture and Scottish culture is anti-English.
There you go. So, I mean, and also the language as well. I mean, the Irish and the Scots speak Gaelic.
Case in point. I mentioned yesterday actually, that in Wales, yeah, when you watch the Wales Parliament, they speak Gaelic. Yeah.
Is it Gaelic or is it Welsh? Because I thought Gaelic was what the Irish spoke.
Maybe you're correct. I'll be willing to concede that I could be misplaced in my
I think Welsh is different to Gaelic. It's not Gaelic. It's
whatever it is. It's what they consider to be their indigenous language. Yeah,
but it's not English. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's not English.
Yeah. It's not
English.
Their own.
So case in point, brother Reggie. Case in point, yeah, that whilst the Welsh, even though they are British, speak their own language in their parliament, when we go back home, we're still speaking English.
Where? It depends where you are.
Where? Okay, sorry. We're still speaking English or French or Spanish or Portuguese.
Or in their parliaments.
In the continent of Africa.
In our parliament. We are.
No, I think he means going back to or even not even Africa, even the Caribbean. Like we're still speaking English. That's what he's saying.
Well, no, Caribbean is very much influenced by the British. I mean, the Caribbean. I think the Caribbean original natives. I don't know how much of that culture is even left.
The Caribbean is very much colonized there. In that.
We're still speaking Creole. We're still speaking Creole.
I said that already. But I said that already. I mentioned, but when I spoke earlier, I mentioned Africa and the Caribbean. Why are we in a competition?
No, I mean,
because Reggie wants to make them think about Nigeria as usual when he thinks Nigeria is the only black country in the world.
We are no more colonized in the Caribbean than we are on the continent. Doesn't make any sense. To try and
speak or understand the language.
Say again?
Most Nigerians on the continent can speak or understand the language.
Oh, Reggie. I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna rescue you right now. Yeah. My colonized African brother. Yeah. Like when you make a statement like that, you must know that you're treading on some very, very touchy ground. Yeah. So
considering he can't speak or understand his own language.
But beyond that,
I can speak Creole though, Reggie. Can you?
Right. Well, yeah. That's one thing.
But it's Creole.
Right. But the other thing, Reggie,
Caribbean language.
The extent yes, it is. The extent to which, though, the process by which our languages were to a significant degree, not entirely, but to a significant degree, lost to us in the Caribbean, is one that you know very well. So trying to use that in this conversation as a beat.
Yeah, I know that, but
very inappropriate. Hold on. It's very inappropriate, yeah. And as colonized as you seem to present yourself as, like, I'd hope that what's it called? That you wouldn't stoop so low as to use that as an object of ridicule. It's very inappropriate.
No, but you're claiming that you're insinuating that you're less colonized than the Africans, but you're
You guys are more colonized than us.
I've never said that. I said Africa and the Caribbean before, and I just said in so many words.
Wait. Don't
The
let me get away with
Caribbean,
that. Reggie,
the
who said
Caribbean
that?
is no less colonized than the continent.
Hold on, Chakra, don't answer that. Reggie, who actually said that? Who did you hear say that? That one is more colonized than the other? Whose words did those come out of those mouths? Like, who said this? Or are you insinuating again? Someone had to have said it for you to come up with that stupid statement.
No one said that. No one.
Right, there we go. Nobody actually said that. That's your insinuations yet again. Stop it.
No, I'm saying the drivel that's been coming out insinuates that the Caribbean is equally or even less colonized than Africans. But the reality is the Caribbean people have been more influenced by the Western
Reggie,
what you call colonizers than us.
Reggie,
in that us Africans.
Reggie, did you hear me give the example of the Governor General in Jamaica and the fact that the Governor General pledges allegiance to the Queen of England, and the fact that if the Parliament wants to deploy the army in any way, shape, or form, they have to seek agreement from the Governor General. Did you hear me say that?
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously examples have been given of the way colonization still persists in the Caribbean. So again, you're not being honest when you make that statement.
Now we're being honest because we in Africa obviously we still practice a lot of our culture.
No,
a lot of our culture.
Excuse me. You made a statement that said that people are insinuating that the Caribbean is less colonized than the continent, and I'm saying that is manifestly untrue based upon even the conversation that we've had today. So can you stop, please?
You're coming out with statements that we don't, as if we don't speak our own language in Parliament.
Excuse me.
I don't know about you guys in the Caribbean, but we can. It's very common to hear our own language.
Excuse me, Reggie.
It's probably uncommon in the Caribbean.
Reggie.
Yeah.
That's not the statement that was made. Yeah, the statement that was made was that it was being insinuated that the Caribbean is less colonized than the continent. Yeah, and no one ever said that. Yeah, so can you stop, please?
Nobody. Just stop, Reggie. You're digging. Stop. Not one person.
All right. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh, Banksy's hopped off. Yeah. All right. Oh, that was fun.
You sound in pain when you say that.
It's not even that it's fun though, Reggie, but it's ridiculous that you even come up with these. For you to say that, we sound like we're kissing up or we're begging for the white man, and then you come here and make these stupid statements that no one's ever said. No one ain't comparing the Caribbean and the African atrocities or who's got more colonized or who's more. No one's done that. Nobody but you. And then you've insinuated it and made it sound like somebody else has done it when you know for a fact nobody has done that. Cut it out, man, Reggie. That's foolishness.
It's evidently clear that some of the statements that come out are projecting, and they don't represent a lot of what's in Africa. They represent more of a Caribbean American experience than an African experience. And that's that. We just need to make sure that we're very clear. You know what I'm saying? So that people can understand more, and we can learn.
I'm just glad that I have the experience that I do working with activists from the continent all my life to just know that what you just said is absolute stupidness.
Hey, you go. I know your supporters, Raf. Which parliament?
Have you ever heard of PLO Lumumba?
No.
Okay.
Ask him where does broken leg come from?
You mean the activist? Oh, that's Patrice Malumba. I didn't know pronounce his name.
Reggie.
Yeah.
Oh, do you need to go home, man?
Yeah, don't we both?
No. Don't worry about me. I'm there frequently, mate. You need to get your ass over there, mate.
I mean,
hey, where does Moroccan liver come from?
I don't know. You gonna tell us?
Come on, Reggie.
You always ask questions. Like, can you just tell us if you know the answer? If you know the answer, of course.
Reggie,
Go and do your research.
Do you know? Since you've been on here, and I'm actually not trying to take the mick here when I say this. Yeah, I'm pointing out a fact in the hope that it might suggest something to you. Yeah, that because when you came on, you attempted to again mount a defense of British culture. From a perceived attack upon it, yeah, and we began by making a lot of statements about people on the panel and what they always want to cast aspersions on British culture and so on and so forth. But you seem to know so much more when you're asked questions about British culture, and you seem to have so much more positive to say about it than you do, even as somebody who claims to be a Nigerian, about the Nigerian culture. Have you noticed that?
I seem to know more about British culture than Nigerian culture.
Yes, and you seem to have more positive to say about it.
No, I've got positive things to say about Nigerian culture, but that's not the topic.
I'm sure you do, especially when you. But they only seem to come out when you're comparing it to so-called Caribbean culture. So when we're talking about British culture, your first inclination was to go to something negative in comparison to so-called Nigerian culture. And when we're asking you questions about certain things, you don't seem to know about them.
No, because you guys are just picking up things that you might have stumbled across and asking me about them. And it, like many people, it might not be an area of interest to me. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
These people are not people that I need to know to be Nigerian.
What's an area of interest? Hold on, Reggie. What is an area of interest to you?
What is an area of interest? I like football. I like.
Okay. So name me. Huh?
Name me.
Reggie.
Yes.
Name me a football team that's in Nigeria. Or was in Nigeria. Past or present or future.
No, I can't even do it. I don't know any. I don't follow Nigerian football at the moment.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't even trying to take the mick. It's just apparent to me that with the comprehensive breakdown that you gave of British culture when you came on, I've never heard that from you in relation to anything African.
Yeah, he said music, arts, agriculture. He said
you know what I did?
All these things about England. But when it came to us questioning about,
you know what I did? What I did was something that was so amazing. Like just when I realized, that I was going to be involved more in this conversation. You know what I did? I went to Google and I typed in British culture, and what came up? There's a number of different sources that talked about British culture, and I just skim read through it, and realized that there's a number of factions and sections of British culture, and all I did was just relayed what I read, and that's how I found out that you could actually make a few points about the British culture. That's how I found out.
But again, you went through that effort.
That's very good. That's very good. But can you do the exact same thing now? Right now as you were sitting on the panel, and do the same thing and type in Nigerian culture for us? Can you tell us that? Like, give us that breakdown and skim through.
Well, I mean, it's not the topic, so it's a bit of today. It's actually pointless. You get what I'm saying? If tomorrow the topic became Nigerian culture or another culture, then I'll probably have to do the same. You get me?
Except for the fact that you did raise African cultures in your review of British cultures, and somebody came on to support you with the a blanket condemnation of African culture, which, funnily enough, if we're going to talk about colonialism, what was said by Banksy was exactly.
He didn't support me. He came up.
He certainly did. He certainly did. But either way,
no. He came up with his own argument about
what was said by Banksy is actually the colonial narrative, that Africa has no advanced history and sometimes no history at all. This is a colonial imposition. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very colonial imposition that was brought forth in the conversation over here. And as a result, a number of different aspects of our advanced culture and history were also explored in that conversation. So I would also advise that Google might be applicable to those things as well.
Yeah, I mean, Google's a good source of information, especially like if you've got very basic questions to ask, like what is the culture?
Indeed. So,
It's
for
very, it's
example,
very,
for
it's very
example,
easy. A
for
load of,
example, Ben in Bronzes, yeah, Reggie, Ben in Bronzes can easily get some basic information on that. Nok civilization can easily get some basic information on that. Iboku civilization, you can definitely get some basic information on that. I'd encourage you to do so.
Yeah, I mean, when that becomes the topic of the debate, I probably will.
Why wouldn't it become? Why you got to wait for the G block? If one is going to make comparisons between British culture and quote unquote Nigerian culture, it would make sense to know about these cultures that influenced.
No, not if you want to. Not if you want to reference something specific. You get what I'm saying? Not if you're talking about something specific about the culture. Right? You don't need to know that much about the culture to really make a specific.
But you know what he's done? He's literally giving us all this thing about culture. But Reggie, you know, considering you're a white British man, can you tell us what is the white British working class struggle?
Well, again, with that one, you know, I mean, I think it's best one of the white working class to come up here, and they'll probably have to end up defending slavery or colonization.
But I thought that was you.
But for me,
that was you, Reggie. Like, come on, help us out, because we're getting none of the whites up here right now, so we need to.
I can give it a go. I can give it a go if you want. I don't know.
Reggie, what is what is the Christian culture in your hometown? What's the history of your culture in Christian culture in your hometown?
I'd rather answer Lady Divine's question. It seems more relevant to the topic.
I'm only asking you because that. Hold on, I'm only asking you, Reggie, because that's the title of. That's one of the other questions of the title, the day of the show, isn't it? And obviously, none of the white people want to come on and jump, especially Karen in the chat. She only got talk when it comes to black women, but now we're talking about her situation. She's not around to answer these questions. So we have to ask you. You know what I mean? Karen's too busy crying in the chat.
I think so. What I have picked up on from a lot of the white working class people that have come on here, they seem to be against a lot of what the decisions made by the elite. Sometimes people on the panel misunderstand, even though they're part of the actual. They are part of the British public. We're all part of the British public, no matter what you guys say here. Yeah, and we've actually democratically elected a lot of these people into power, but the decisions that these people make, the decisions that your government, Shakira, and your government, Lady Divine, make in terms of like maybe imperialism or whatever, is not often supported by the white working class. It's not often something that some of us don't even vote, so we don't really have much of an influence on what decisions are made by the elite.
Did you just say us?
I think when he said us, Shakira, hold on, Reggie. Let me just set Shakira straight. When he said us, I think he meant like us as black people in our voting, that we don't vote. I think that's what he meant, right, Reggie?
Well, yeah, us and some of even the white working class.
He didn't mean the white working class, but he said us.
Well, I was talking about the British public. So we the white working class and us black folk, the disgruntled, non-disgruntled black people also are part of the society, and our government chooses to make a lot of decisions which we do not agree with. And when they do, we often have to carry the can. We often have to answer certain things which we don't feel as if we benefited from. So when it comes to the white working class struggle, sometimes there's a struggle trying to get people to understand these points, and there's also a struggle trying to get something out of all the the wealth that has been extracted from around the world due to colonization and obviously other things other than colonization, because the UK makes a lot of money from other means, not just colonization, but they also are quite inventive. They also got a lot of services. They've also got a lot of businesses, and they do make a lot of money, but it doesn't always reach.
What did they invent?
They also a lot of the working class are also quite proud of most of the elements of their culture, and even though I don't agree with it, Lady Divine mentioned earlier, she said that a lot of them come up here and they say they don't want their culture to be changed, and some of them are referencing skin color, some of them are referencing the look of people that are coming here. Some people are mentioning certain practices as well. They don't want these things to be changed. So they are disgruntled.
Nah, but I don't see a problem
They are
with
struggling to maintain their what they believe is their culture. They are struggling to keep London as London and not as Londonistan. You know, they're struggling to make
What do you
sure
mean by that?
they have a say in what is going on in their society. But that's just my summary. You know what I mean? I feel I could elaborate.
Rather extensive there. Rather extensive there. You know.
Yeah, but Shakwa, listen to what he said. He's very sensitive, yes, but listen to what he's saying. That I know he's got a lot to say when it comes. And I ask him those specific questions about the UK and English culture and stuff. And I understand that Reggie, he came on the panel and said that he's British. That he let us know what time it was. So. But they're going to have a bigger fight then because what's happening in 2020, or nearly in 2021 soon, and we see what's happening now is the gentrification of London, and they're moving most ethnics out of London and into surrounding areas. So if the problem that they're seeing is a problem right now here in London, then that problem is going to become more widespread when you're seeing people being taken out of London. The prices of renting and stuff in London is getting higher and higher, where people can't afford it. They've got the bedroom tax and all. I don't know if that's still going or if that's been done away with, and all these things that are being implemented to get people out of London and into surrounding areas. Then don't you think the fight's going to be even worse for these people then that want to retain their culture, because the culture is only going to spread outside of London by that logic?
Yeah, that's true. But if there's hope for these people that want the culture to the color to remain the same, there is one hope that we've got a lot of people, a growing Pan-Africanist movement, and if people do as they claim and as they say, then a lot of the darker skinned folks are going to be ending up in Africa and abroad, setting up and moving us forward. So I don't feel they have much to worry about if that is going to be the case. But I don't know. I just have my doubts about some of that. But yeah, I mean, I think that it's there's an echo. Y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm hearing someone echo in the back. Is that
We're there.
Shakara,
maybe
I think that's Shaka still.
Yeah, I think it's Shakara. I think he's on the phone or something. But yeah. So Reggie, I'm saying what you're saying, because you're saying obviously they want to retain the culture and all of that. Cool. No one's got a problem with that. Retain all you want to retain. But when your government is actually working against what you want, now you've got a problem, because now the government's actually implementing that the cultures are going to be. It's not just going to be multicultural London by the look of it. It's going to be a multicultural Britain. What are you going to do then?
Well, that's going to be an interesting thing, because what's that?
I can't hear Shakara. Shakara, I can't hear him. He's very low.
Is even
Shakara, you might have to go out and come back in, Shakara, because we can't hear you. We can hear the traces of you.
Yeah, I mean, this is
public announcement before you continue. I am now officially in London. I arrived an hour and 30 minutes ago.
Well done.
Oh, God help us.
Now, why do you say that? Like I'm gonna do any fuckery in London,
Shaggy's
man.
coming to take off heads. God help us. Shaggy's come to take off heads in London, man.
Nah, man. Nah. I'm not like that, man. Nah, I'll come for the uni thing still.
Oh, congrats. Where you going to study?
Greenwich.
Oh, nice. Greenwich is a nice area as well.
Well, have you been there, Reggie?
Yeah, I used to go to secondary school near there, so I used to pass it all the time.
That's nothing.
It's decent place, decent uni as well, because it's quite good. Yeah, I mean, if the demographic changes, then that's going to be a concern for
it's not if, it's when. That's the problem, Reggie. It's not if, it's when. We see it happening right now, where they want the people out of London. Remember, they're trying to. You see all the gentrification going on. We see all the buildings, all the hood areas that used to be the hood, or your classes, the black communities or the Asian. You see that they're all building up upon it. They're all making it all poshy, and all. You see what's happening in South London. We see all of that, but they're pushing the communities further and further out on the outskirts of London. They're going out. They're in Essex. They're going all back. Luton, Hemel, all these areas. So if they're struggling now, complaining about London now and how London's changed and it's all this multicultural and rights. What the fuck are they going to do when it's outside of London? They're struggling now, Reggie. Like this is the reality. And this is what I'm saying. When I listen to the bitching and the complaining online, I have to literally laugh because literally what they're complaining about, their government's working totally against them on. Literally.
Yeah, that's why all they can do is really at the moment is just try and vote in or push for their governments that are, the mainstream government, which always seems to be the Labours and the Conservatives, to have more of a right-wing agenda. That's why immigration has been such a topic for the last maybe 10 years or so, because people are more taking more heed of this shift towards like an open border, or having towards this demographic shift. People are taking more of a note of this demographic shift. But I don't know. There's still quite a lot of white people generally in the country, so it depends on. We've heard so many people give different estimates of what they think is an acceptable level. I've heard 80%. I've heard 70%. But they're far from extinction, so I don't know. I don't know. It depends, man. It depends. I don't know why it's such an important thing to certain people. How white the country is, because most people won't be alive to see the day that it actually does change. You get what I'm saying? Most people live to about 80 to 90 years, and then they're gone. So what after that in terms of what does it do for you to have a nation that's 100% white? What does it do for you after you're gone? It doesn't do anything.
Noah wrote in the chat, Reggie, and this is what I'm saying. This is kind of to the point I'm making. So Noah wrote in the chat, 50% is white in London already, Lady D. So if that's London now, can we imagine London in 30, 40, 50 years from now? Or outside of London even? Because it's only going to grow. The numbers are going to keep growing. So what happens then? Like if this is the problem now and the people are basically, the English people are complaining, saying that, listen, our cultures are not being retained, our land's not being respected, our laws are not being respected. Cool, no one's arguing against that. My thing is, they're struggling to retain that now. What happens then later on when their children's children are now having kids? What happens then? Because that number definitely will be a massive change by then.
Well, when it happens, it's not going to kill them. I mean,
do you see my point?
It's not going to kill them. It's just going to happen. It's going to happen right under their noses, and they're not going to be. It's just going to be accustomed to it. So it's a gentle process, and it's just going to gently phase in. You know what I mean? But people are going to have, by then, even during that time, people will have more to worry about than just a demographic shift. They'll have their own personal issues to deal with. So there's a lot of distraction from what is
how
going
much
on.
Of that English culture then will be still retained in that? Because I'm trying to bring it back to the point of the thing, but I'm just trying to look future-wise. Remember, we're talking here and now at the present, yeah? But if this is the problem, and you're saying it's already a problem now about them complaining about the English culture being taken over, or it's not being respected, or it's not being embraced, or whatever it is that they might have the complaint about, if that's the struggle they're having now, and it seems to be at the moment, like, whatever, okay, it's just going all over the place. What happens when that's no longer just a London problem and it's now, across other parts of the country?
Then there'll be stuff, but I think that there's what tends to happen is that if it becomes too much for people, they go to another area. That's why you see a lot of them going to Cornwall and these other places that are predominantly white, maybe because they like to maintain their own sense of culture. You know what I'm saying? And they just try and keep that area with only their own people. And so many other cultures do the same thing. There's a lot of areas that are predominantly Asian, and then there's a few less than that are predominantly black. But that's what people will tend to do. If they're not able to live with other people, they'll just seclude themselves. That's what will just tend to happen. But I don't know about you, but it's very difficult to to live amongst other cultures anyway.
Look at the responses. When you actually, but Reggie, look at the responses. When you actually ask them these questions, they're not going to come on the panel and say it, but they'll go in the chat and write, the agenda is to stop people having children, you fool. Now, how does that make any damn sense regarding culture? Like this is what I'm talking about, the dumbness of these people that claim that they wanted to. I don't understand. What kind of answer is that? Like, come better, man, or just shut up. You ain't got nothing good to say. You can't fight your argument. Just don't say nothing at all. Like, what are you going to do 50 years from now, fool? What are your children going to do? Stop complaining about people having. You can't stop people from having children. So that's just cut that foolishness out. That's a stupid argument to even come back with.
Well, I mean, there has to be a balance somewhere because, like someone mentioned, white flight. I mean, people want UK to be prosperous, and because of the prosperity, they've decided to have more of an individualistic approach. It's all about me and myself and how happy I am. So if I want to have one child, I'll have one child. If I want to have two children, I'll have two children. And if I want to have a husband, I'll have a husband. But if I don't want to have a husband, it's okay. You know what I mean? If I don't want to keep my family together, that's okay. If I want to sleep with a man and I'm a man, that's okay. If I want to change myself to a woman and I'm a man, that's okay. You know, everything's okay as long as you know what I mean? Everything is just okay. Even if I want to, like, you know what I mean? There's just
If you asked us as Caribbeans, you asked us, what can we, if we believe that, if you ask me, basically, what can I do as a Caribbean to preserve my culture? My answer will be short and sweet and simple. I wouldn't come back with something stupid like, oh, the gender stop. Like, that's foolishness. My answer will be something simple like this. The only way we can preserve our culture and keep our culture alive is by living our culture, practicing the culture. Not the agenda is to stop people from having children, you fool. Like, what? Make an argument. Like, please, I can't deal with these people, these illiterate, stupid people that claim they're fighting for their country. I can't do it. I can't. Because I know if I want to keep my culture alive, guess what our people did? They brought their culture from their countries and they brought it to the UK and practiced it and implemented it until everyone's now embraced our culture. It's called action, not words. Azora, go and sit down, man. You sound dumb, like literally.
Well, the government's kind of portrayed the culture to be accepting of every other culture, and some would argue borrowing their own culture. So the British culture now at this present day seems to be more of a culture that allows everything. That seems to be the umbrella term. We're a tolerant culture. So if you want to come in here and you want to keep in the back of your mind that you don't like homosexuals, but as long as you don't express it, then that's fine. But we as a culture are going to embrace homosexuals. We're going to embrace the people that don't accept homosexuality. We're going to have everybody. It's just a whole heap of it's become a bit of a mess. You know what I mean? Like, there's no real sense of clarity in that regard. Like, we're just basically dipping our heads in the sand. That's what it seems like. When it comes to tackling certain major differences with other cultures, you get what I'm saying?
No, because we saw at one point in time, I don't sure if it's still the point now, but I know at one point in time there was a lot of shutting of the pubs going on. That's to do with us. That's their government that did all of that. There was, school uniforms all being taken out of schools, and now all these academy Americanized stuff started coming in. That's nothing to do with us. So when you're talking about your cultures being taken away, like, look at your people who are taking away your culture. That's where your first point of argument should be. Go to your government. Go and complain. Do your rallies, do your marches, do your protests, do whatever you want to do. But when we do our thing for our thing, it's a problem. But they don't want to do nothing about their own struggle. And that's the point Shakara's making, Reggie. Like, you're up here and you're doing a mouthpiece for them, but they're not actually doing anything to sort out their own selves. Whereas with us, when we've got a problem, as you like to say, Reggie, we like to complain, whatever. It's not that we're complaining, it's that we're doing something about it.
But you're complaining.
How we're doing it, Reggie. That's all it is.
You're complaining to people that don't really have any say in your own issues.
We take it to Parliament. We walk it all the way down to Parliament. That's what we do.
I've never seen Shakara in Parliament. I've never seen any of you in Parliament.
So what we do? the marches? What do you think happens, Reggie? Like, let us know what you think happens.
I think you march around certain areas and then you finish. Maybe even march outside Parliament, but I don't know. But I've never seen any of you in Parliament, and then in the House of Commons or anything. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I haven't seen any of that.
So you think we're just walking around, making all screaming and shouting, talking about struggle's real, and then we go back and sing and clap hands and forget about it? That's what we do, yeah? Or do we make changes happen? Or do you not see changes happen? We make it happen.
Maybe, but I haven't seen, like, I don't see any of you lot as having a political influence. That's what I'd say. From what I've seen so far, I haven't seen anybody that's demonstrated that they have any political influence on here. Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps anybody else can actually clarify that, because
Reggie, you're talking individually. I'm talking as a group. I'm speaking as a group, Reggie. You're talking individually. So when we're saying that we make things happen, the Black community will make it happen, even though it might take us a long while for it to get there, and even though there might be a lot of fussing in between, we make it happen. Like, we're not going to sit down here and just sit and complain, and nothing changes. No rules are implemented. No changes are fundamentally implemented. None of that. We're just going to complain and go home and then go back and sing Kumbaya. Nothing actually changes. So that's what we're saying.
I agree that we 100%.
Oh, okay. Let's make sure we're correct.
We 100% have representatives of our community, which represents certain elements of our community within Parliament, but none of them representatives have been coming onto these panels. None of them have been aligned with any of the vocal members of this panel. Most of them, if anything, seem to be set up to stay here. They don't talk about Pan-Africanism in Parliament at all. The Black people that actually come on there, they don't talk about colonization so much and slavery so much as that. Most of the agendas that seem to be talked about on here seem to be a YouTube phenomenon and not really a parliamentary. I mean, you know what? There's a website called change.org, and if you get enough positions, you can start debates within Parliament. I'm sure some people are aware of this. But most of the topics that are discussed in here that seem to be so heavy on people's minds are never brought up in Parliament. So we're a long, long way from impacting the change that people prevalently talk about on these panels. You get what I'm saying? Most of it's going nowhere.
In your view, Reggie? Because I think we've come a long way in the last 50, 60 years in this country, a damn long way. And considering we're such a small percentage of this damn country, for you to sit up here with the damn nerve and audacity to say that nothing's happened, nothing's changed, you got a lot, nothing's gonna, you know what I mean? Like, come on, Reggie, do better. Do better.
I wouldn't say nothing's changed. I'll say for the Black community, it's been a lot of improvements. Some people would deny it actually. It's actually funny that you're saying that, Lady Mariam, because I've seen you on the panel with some people that deny it, that claim that we're still that have compared slavery with prison, that we're still in the same slave system. That's what one of your brothers that came on earlier, he was one of them that compared slavery with prison, and in his view, we're still in the same system as we was maybe 100 years ago. Well, it's refreshing that you've come out here and clarified that you yourself believe that we are making improvements and it is getting better than what it was. You get what I'm saying? But I don't think a lot of your brothers will agree with you.
Reggie, let me tell you something. I can tell you, I'm not gonna just say this. I can tell you, my struggle today in the UK is not the same struggle my parents went through, and it damn sure ain't the same struggle that my grandparents and my great grandmother went through in this damn country. Right there should tell you something.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah. So moving forward, a lot needs to improve, but I don't know. The white working class, I just think that they're gonna have they're used to a certain way of living, and it's been a very quick change for them. Maybe too quick for them to actually be able to accept. But it's something that they've been, in some ways you could say that it's spoiled, because I think every society's actually had to go through that over most of our lifetime. every country has had to go through a rapid development, rapid change. Unfortunately, it's not for some of us. It's hard to be sympathetic because of what the British have done and what we've also experienced ourselves, or for other reasons in our own countries. But that's life. I see a lot of people pleading for Jupiter to come on. It's amazing. When she don't come on, people are so upset. And when she's on, people are even more upset.
We notice it. We're just highlighting the patterns. When it's black women or black men having a conversation amongst themselves and trying to talk, she's got too much to fucking say. Now it's her shit being put up on the front. No fucking mouth, none. Now she wants to sober up and stay in the chat. Like, this is mad.
Yeah, what's happening? Hey, Reggie.
Natty.
What's going on, lady? You right?
Yeah, man. Go talk to Reggie, because I'm done with Reggie at the moment. I need a cup of tea. English tea. Yorkshire tea.
See, colonized.
Yeah.
Yo,
I forgot what I was gonna say to you, But anyway, you're weird, Reggie. You're really weird, you know.
No, man.
No, you are. You're weird. We spoke about this like a few days ago. You are weird.
Okay.
Like, obviously, every man's entitled to his views, but like, you're weird, bruv. Nobody gets you. You know that.
Nobody, or you mean yourself?
Nobody.
You see, you're speaking for everyone, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yo. We're not gonna go anywhere with this, bro.
I'll go on, bro.
Only though. What's up, guys?
Hey, Reggie, is it true, yeah, Reggie? You know, like, when you were watching TV one day, yeah, like you see like the EDL man them. Is it true you started beating up yourself, like, because you wanted to be like them?
It's not true.
Okay, I'm glad you changed your name today, yeah. What happened to that Batty Dread thing you had going on?
Don't start him off, Natty.
Did you realize it's a bit? Did you realize it's a bit silly? Did you realize?
Did you miss it?
Yeah, you could put it back up. I did actually. You know what? I did. It gave me so much jokes.
Yeah. We have to roll on. You know what I mean?
So Reggie, what is the? Because you are definitely a forefront for, like, you're more British than, you know, the British.
I think you sound a lot more British.
You are more British than the Queen. So tell me, what is like the British culture, Reggie?
I think I've already done that dance. You know what I mean? You're a bit late.
Give me one example. One example.
One example is your people.
Look, be careful, Natty. Jammer Reggie's back. Be careful, Natty. Jammer Reggie's back.
One example is people that speak like yourself. You know what I mean? So they bring people into this country and they start sounding like you, like an Ainsley. You know what I mean? You're that guy.
I am British. But I listen. I am British though.
Yeah. You're very much British, and you're like less urban British. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Someone that's been brought up in Devon or something. You know what I mean?
Hey, listen. Check out Reggie. Yeah? Reggie thinks. Listen. Don't listen to Reggie. Yeah. Look at Reggie with his. Look what he's doing with his fingers, throwing up signs like he's some bad boy. You're not no bad boy, bro. You're a mummy's boy. He thinks he's hot because he's been watching Troy. That's it, bro. You watch Troy one day and thought, yeah, I'm a bad man. It get real, bro. Don't talk about bad man talk here, Reggie.
Man's not hot. Tell him, Reggie. Man's not hot. Man's not hot.
Man's not hot.
You're not hot. You're not hot. Man's not hot.
Man's not
there
hot.
We go.
Yeah.
Thinks he's hot because he's a mummy's boy because he's been watching Troy. Listen, anyway, you're weird, Reggie, man. No, seriously. Like, now I want to ask you something. Like, how, like, you know, like at school, like, did you used to get like picked on?
No, probably not.
So like, you know, like when you had to go to church, did your mum make you go to church? Like, did you have to like?
No, it didn't.
Nah.
Did yours?
Oh, yeah. When I was little, yeah.
Oh, okay. And then she allow you to do whatever you want.
Up till I was about 10 years old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you know why I stopped going to church?
Why?
Because they started doing, you know that thing, that tongue, speaking in tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah, they started gripping up the top of my head and started doing all this gibberish talk and expecting me to talk back to them. Like, yeah, I didn't know what the fuck they're talking about. So anyway, yeah, I ran out from them, and that's the last time for church. But obviously, like, you're a church boy, innit?
I like to go to church, yeah.
Okay. So what do you know about Bad Boy then?
Who's Bad Boy? Or what is Bad Boy? I don't know.
That's what you used to say. That's what you used to say earlier on.
I'm not a bad boy. I'm a good man. I'm sincere. You know what I mean?
Sincere.
Yeah, man. I'm sincere.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that. I definitely believe that.
What about you though? What's your agenda, man? Are you just here to prove that you're more blacker than the rest of us, or what is your whole ethos?
Yeah, that's what I'm here to do. Prove that I am blacker than everybody.
Now
you
asking
said you're here
about his working class lifestyle in England.
You said you're here to represent everyone. You said that everybody thinks
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Right, you said you came on. Your first thing you said was everybody thinks I'm weird.
Yeah, but I'm not here to represent everyone.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, a bit weird, man. So anyway, let's talk about British culture, shall we? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got curry houses. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. We've got Italian restaurants. Do you agree?
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, to some extent.
Okay. We've got jazz. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree with the jazz one, man.
Okay. So there's no jazz in the British culture. Okay. We've got ska in the British culture. Do you agree?
What's ska?
Well, let me tell you what ska is. Ska.
No, don't tell him. He's
Actually,
British. He knows
no.
this
You know what?
answer.
You should know what this is, because this is the biggest. You know, ska, right? If anyone looks up ska, you would think to yourself, how come these? You know what? I don't want to give it away. Lady Divine's right. Lady Divine's right.
Reggie,
So I've given you some homework today,
Reggie's
Reggie.
the advocate for British culture. Go on, Reggie. Tell us, please. What's these British cultural stuff? Culturals. I don't know what the hell the word is, but anyway, you tell us.
Yeah.
No, but you guys are British as well. You guys, if you know something, you should add as well. I'm sure you guys have got your.
I'm telling you, all these things are in British culture. All these things are in the British culture.
But I don't know what ska is, so.
Well, look, Jamie Oliver has his own Italian restaurant, and it's part of the British culture. Fish and chips.
Yeah, that's a meal that is quite commonly accepted as part of the British culture. Yeah, fish and chips. Okay.
And then if you find out the history, who actually tried to claim where it comes from, and you'll see. I mean,
but you know, this is the mistake.
I could go on.
Yeah. Okay.
You want me to go on?
For me, I think
you got the drift in it. So there you go.
There's a number of things. So you agree that there's a number of things.
It's a mixture of everybody else's culture all into one. That is why you see a lot of practices like different people have like synagogues, churches, mosques, this, that, blah, blah, blah. Polski shop, Romanian shop.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Please do
the
not.
great thing,
Please do not leave
and
out my Turkish kebab shops, please. Because you can't
and
get
the
no better
Turkish
kebabs from
kebab
the
shop.
Turkish shop. Listen,
Yes,
that's what I'm
yes, and the
talking about.
Turkish kebab shops. Oh, and the shops that import stuff like, obviously you must have gone past the Nigerian shops. Yeah, Nigerian food markets. No, never seen them. Okay, cool, right.
I'm slightly confused.
And then like you've got St. Patrick's Day, which we celebrate here as well. You've got Christmas. I do enjoy a bit of Christmas. I like a bit of fun. Easter, I like that. That's a bit of fun.
Ramadan,
I like that. Yeah, it's all a bit of fun. It all brings into the British culture.
Well, we don't celebrate Ramadan here, though.
I do.
Yeah, well, the nation.
I celebrate Christmas. I celebrate all these things. I have a bit of fun. It's all like a little party to me. Do you know what I mean?
A couple samosas. I'm not even
Yeah.
gonna front. My neighbour makes me samosas,
Yeah.
so allow it.
Right,
Reggie, what about Easter? We even incorporate Caribbeans anyway. I'm speaking for Caribbeans. We incorporate our shit in that. We have our bun and our cheese and them thing there. You don't know. So like, come on, man. This is all British culture, man.
It's all British culture.
It's British culture, man. It's everybody else's culture.
It's all British culture.
Yeah, you guys seem to have an intertwined culture with the British more so than most places. But what I would say is that there's value. Yeah, look, Jupiter's given a good one. There's values, aims, and goals, progressiveness. Yeah, that is definitely a strong part of British culture.
All right. Reggie, you said values. What values? Give us an example.
Values,
Reggie.
a lot of the values are derived from the. Hang about. Here he comes. The
Big up Shakara. Come and get him, Shakara, because he's going to give us a list. He's going to be the mouse.
He's already done, Lady Divine. He's already done.
He's talking for Karen, innit? So let him speak for Karen. What are these values?
What are the
values?
I'll stop all that talk. I'm British, like you, Reggie.
Just tell us the values, Reggie,
I'm British.
and stop diverting.
I'm British, Reggie. I'm English. You know what I mean? I've got the English passport, Reggie. I'm British.
Reggie. No, it's a simple question, Reggie. For real, give us the British values that we don't know about, or we seem to not know about.
I was going to say that a lot of them are derived from Christianity. A lot of the core values were derived from Christianity, even though many would argue, it's not original. The original religion wasn't Christianity. I don't think that has any relevance to the point I'm trying to make. That a lot of the tradition and the values came about through Christianity, and some of them have kind of been turned to suit certain agendas. What a what bomber car is that?
Yeah.
Reggie, that is not very Nigerian of you.
Hey, man, yeah, bomber clock road there.
Yeah, don't be cussing
man,
no
exactly.
BBCs round
and,
here.
and
Like,
most
not
are
very
British.
Nigerian. Right, you're British.
But anyway,
We don't talk like that, Reggie.
England till I die. I'm England till I die. I know, I'm England till I die. And that's what it is. You see, look, Reggie, what it is like, Reggie, there's a new generation. There's a new generation.
A new generation.
Yeah. I've made this and I've got a child. He's a new generation as well. You're the old generation, Reggie. You're the old generation, Reggie. Get out there, mate. You know what I mean? Get out. Go see the world, Reggie. Go to Africa. Go to loads of, not just Africa. Go to loads of different places. See culture, Reggie.
I've probably been to more places than you.
And they don't feel like people that don't feel like they belong anywhere. Like, I feel like I belong in England and I'm black. And then you go, I'm white and I don't feel like it's my country anymore. That's pretty sad. So don't be like that, Reggie. Just be,
So for the purpose of expanding the conversation, in terms of looking at what is culture, I figured that this might be helpful as well. Taken from a book by the name of Civilization or Barbarism, and Authentic Anthropology by Sheikh Anta Diop. Because culture is a very complex subject and it's very all-encompassing as well. So yeah, it's wise to kind of take some.
Yeah, just give us the reference of the book and then we'll go away and read it in our own time. Check around.
By your evidence, by evidence of yourself, Reggie.
Vellemy, Irish is in the back, by the way. Sorry to cut you up, Shaka man, but Vellemy, Irish is in the back. Sorry.
No problem. Yeah, so the chapter is in Civilization of Barbarism and Authentic Anthropology by Sheikh Anta Diop. It says how to define cultural identity. That's the chapter. He says for every individual, his or her own cultural identity is a function of that of his or her people. Consequently, one must define the cultural identity of a people. This means, to a great extent, one must analyze the components of the collective personality. We know that 3 factors contribute to its formation. 1, a historical factor. 2, a linguistic factor. And 3, a psychological factor. Every attempt to reinforce or to modify the cultural personality must consist of carefully studying the appropriate mode of action of these 3 factors. Perfect cultural identity corresponds to the full, simultaneous presence of these 3 factors in the individual. But that is the ideal case. In reality, one finds all types of transitions from the normal to the extreme case of an identity crisis following a lessening of the distinct factors cited above. Their specific combinations offer all possible cases, individual or collective, where one factor functions fully, another has a very weak effect, or even none at all, as you will see when the linguistic expression of the mother tongue is. We could look.
Yes. God has silenced him. Hallelujah. Now, I don't know if this guy's on. I don't know if he's on a payroll.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Irish. We hear you.
Hiya. Sorry, I'm only on for.
So wait, you turn out to be a girl. I thought you were a guy.
Speak. Hold on, Mo. She's gonna speak.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm only on for a couple of minutes. I was trying to get on earlier and I couldn't get on.
Good day to you. Good day to you, Irish. How you doing, love?
She's speaking.
I'm good,
Come
Jay.
on, guys. Come on.
Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning.
See, the ask an Irish guy what English culture is completely stupid. It's like him asking you what English culture is.
But we didn't ask him. He came on and gave his opinion, and then when we asked, we grilled him a bit further. Then he went on to admit he doesn't know. So we said, okay, same way we don't know.
Right, so you were asking him about Irish culture, and the most he came up with, was religion.
That was Spice.
Right?
That was Spice. That was Spice.
I just jumped.
Irish culture's got more than that.
I just jumped on for a couple of language, the Irish language, food, sport, arts, dance,
mystics.
That is just a few of them. The Irish have loads of cultures. Even
and that's my thing,
the science, the droids, the Irish droids.
Natty, 1 second. Flipping out. So Irish, that's the point. If I was to ask you, right, and the same way I said to him, if I was to ask you about Irish culture, you can give me a host and a list of different things. And you, like you've just done Irish, you've literally just implemented that, yeah? And if you was to turn around and ask me about Caribbean culture, I will give you a list of different conglomerate things. The problem we're having is no English people are coming up here to give us a list of English things. And that's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous that us, as non-English people, hold on, because my question's about English culture. Look at my name. So what I said was, okay, so it doesn't make sense us up here trying to explain English culture that is not ours. We need English people up on here to explain English culture, right? Wouldn't that make perfect sense?
In the chat, there's loads of people giving English culture what they
want them on the
see as English.
panel.
Yeah, but not everybody is confident. I'm not confident on panels. Not everybody is confident.
You're good on the panels, but that's what I'm saying. That if the questions were reversed to us, you would jump on and try, and even if you got 2 minutes, you jump on and try and give your version of what you believe Irish culture to be. The same way Pat would have jumped when he gave, his Irish culture. He put in Catholic, Roman Catholicism, and all that stuff and whatever. I would give mine as a Caribbean perspective. Reggie will give his as a Nigerian. Well, I think he would. I think he's British actually, but he'll give a list of Nigerian stuff. But the thing is, we're not English. And my question is specifically, what is English? I want to know what is English culture.
But English culture is the most influential component of British culture. It's the most influential of the 4 nations.
But we not know. This is the point I'm making, Reggie. We not noticed everybody that's come up here to give a point on what English culture is or British culture. Even Banksy.
I was not joking when I told you what it is. I was not joking when I told you what it is.
Natty, chill 1 second. My point is this: everybody that has given their perspective on English or British culture has been non-English. Where's the English people to speak on the English mouthpiece?
I'm English. I just told you. I was born in England, Leaving cardboard. Isle of Wight.
I'm not. He's trolling Irish, but you see my point. Irish, it's like somebody.
I'm not trolling.
It's having you Irish trying to now justify Caribbean culture. That makes no damn sense.
Sorry, say that again, Reggie. Reggie, say that again.
I think you're trying to blend in, but
no, I don't try to blend in, Reggie. The world blends around me, bro. You're trying to blend in, Reggie.
You'll always notice. So you're just trying.
Yeah. All right.
You just fell. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Trying to hide and blend in, but you'll always notice, brother.
Yeah.
Come home.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Reggie, you're funny. What did you just say? Come.
Right, guys, I'm jumping off now, but it was good talking to you.
Big up Irish, big up. But what I'm trying to say is that we need English people to come and speak on the English behalf. I'm not English. I'm not trying to be your mouthpiece, and I shouldn't be speaking on your behalf.
There you go. Diana said it. English culture is a mix of things.
For
goodness sake, right?
Diana,
look, the English, listen to this, right? The English Messiah was born in Israel, right? Have a think about that. So you have adopted a god. You've abandoned your Celtic and Druid, whatever God said.
So was the Dread Messiah. The Dread Messiah was born in Ethiopia.
The who?
The Dread Messiah was born in Ethiopia. Selassie.
What do you know about Selassie?
Selassie was born in Ethiopia.
So you mentioned his name, so you must know a lot about him.
And you're in Jamaica. So what's your point?
You're just saying the obvious. Do you know that's the most obvious thing you could ever say?
Well, that's what you were saying the obvious as well.
It's like you just got that from Google. Like talk then. Add more to it.
You were saying the obvious as well, Nancy Dread.
What was the obvious?
You were saying that the English Messiah was born in Israel.
Okay.
Is that not obvious?
Yeah, it is obvious, but not to you.
Okay. If you say so.
Not only you, everybody else might would have got it, but only to you, because I don't think you get a lot of things.
Natty, you're a bit slow, ain't you? I mean, really.
Reggie gets everything. The only thing he struggles to get is the number for the G line. Yeah, that's the only thing he struggles
G line.
to get.
Don't worry. When me and Natty meet up, I'll be back.
I see. What do you come under? I see what?
I see you.
Oh dear. Oh, you got issues, man. And you got no girl in that, Reggie. Anyway, Reggie, what gone with the girl then, Reggie? What gone like?
I don't come under any of those codes because
what's happening with like a bit of skirt? Like, what's going on with the skirt? You got a skirt around you?
This guy, he's trying to hide away from your homosexual tendencies by talking about women.
It's only, bro. I didn't say nothing about ICU, you know, bro.
Yeah. When are you gonna get this person's picture off your thing? Like,
you get
really,
me, bro?
When are you gonna get this person's picture off your thing?
Bro,
you know
calm down. I don't know about ICU. Like, that's just weird. We just let's go. What do you want to talk about? I want to talk about you, Reggie. Seriously.
Why do you want to know so much about me?
Because you're fascinating.
All right. You won't actually find out much about me, actually, because
I'm starting to feel uncomfortable, like the third wheel in this blooming relationship. Like, what's going on?
Nah, there ain't no relationship. Nah, sis, come on. You know how I fly straight.
I'm starting to feel uncomfortable here. Like, this is not my kind of
He's trying to get to
you know what?
Nah.
Oh, listen, you know what, Lady Divine, yeah? I see you, yeah, but I don't know what Reggie was seeing. Like,
Reggie sees your chest. I mean? That's what I'm seeing. I'm feeling uncomfortable. He sees your chest.
Boom, bye, nobody, man, God. Sure.
Who can't see his chest?
Really
who can't see his chest? Like, are we blind out here?
Oh, like, really? Man. Stop them talk there, Reggie. Reggie, pull out the wedgie. Aye, stop them talk there. Stop them talk.
Your profile picture, and then you wonder why people can see it. Like, really?
Hey, Reggie, stop it, man. Stop it. Stop that talk. Stop that talk. I'm talking about girl, and you want to talk about me. Stop that, bro. What happened to you, man?
I doubt that's you, though. Anyway, I doubt it's you. I think it's someone that you aspire to be, or someone that you fancy.
I think you're aspiring to me because you like all this. I see you, bruv. You're moving on, bruv. Don't move to me like that, yeah. Come on now, like,
yeah.
On a serious level, yeah. Don't move to me like that. Like,
I'm still waiting for proof. I'm still waiting for proof that that's you, anyway. Like,
it's just weird, isn't it? That's weird. That's weird. So, like, to ask you, what's going on with like the girl at the minute, like Reggie? Like, well, you got girl in your like, you got that on your line? You got anything about?
Better answer that.
Nothing about Reggie, no? Or you just see him, man? Or is that all you see, Reggie?
Man?
Yeah, you know when you go to church, do you get an extra special blessing at the end? Do you get blessed at the end, extra special?
Yes.
Oh, I bet you do. What, he said, come here, mate, let me bless you. Yeah?
Yahweh never taught Reggie to speak like that. He said he hears to Yahweh.
Oh, he hears to Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Y'all out your mind, bro. Yeah, out your mind.
Back to Dread in the place. You got some more coalition coming now.
What do you mean coalition?
Leave my real Nigerian brother alone, please, idiot.
That coalition have come to join you.
What do you mean coalition, bro?
The coalition.
Bro, what do you mean a coalition? Hey, listen, like, do you feel alone out here?
No, I don't. What, and you mean on the panel?
Nah, like, well, in life in general, like, where do you feel like you fit in society?
Reggie made it clear he's Exhibit A.
No, I'm very clear where I'm very, very much settled within my community. I'm very much accomplished. I don't need the approval of I don't require approval to know who I am. Yeah.
But Reggie, you see that? Let me answer you quick. You see that? You know, a lot of people came on today trying to, give their version of what they believe to be British culture. Yeah, I've heard out of a lot of people's mouths today. Religion come top of their list when they want to speak on British culture. Yeah. So, would you say that your denomination of church ties with the British culture version of religion in church?
Yeah, I mean, there are still a lot of Nigerians that go to Church of England, go to Catholic churches, more so Catholics.
Shut up. Reggie's just pissed because he wanted to be Mr. UK.
Okay, this is the level of IQ.
Just pissed, isn't it? You're just pissed, bro. No, because like for these last few months you've been studying like hard, bro, and I just don't even understand. Like, I just don't understand it. Just don't get it.
Okay. You know the ones that come onto the panel, they got nothing really of substance to say, but they just come on it because they want to be
Ignore
heard.
it, Reggie. Just focus on one thing. What I'm trying to say to you is this, because obviously I know how our churches all run in it, and it's totally different from the way an English church. So that's why I'm asking you. They stand, they don't move, they don't clap hands, they don't do none of that. They just stand up and sing hymns, bow down, drink one bit of bread in their mouth, one bit of thing, do 2 Hail Mary, 3 Rosary, whatever it is that they may do, go in a confession box and then they leave. That's it. That's not how our churches run. So I'm trying to ask you, how does your church, the way your church is run, compared to the way the British culture church is run?
Well, they have their own way of expressing their gratitude to God, and if they feel that they would like to be more active in their worship, then yeah, there's room for that. Our church is a little more active in the way that expresses its worship, but it's okay to do it either way. You understand? There's nothing that stops you from expressing yourself more, and there's nothing that says that you shouldn't express yourself more.
No, I get that, and of course, everyone's got their own way of expressing their own belief, whatever it is that they might subscribe to. But my thing is, because you've come on the panel and you've, openly said that you're British and you're, you adhere to, you love the British culture, and you've shown how much of the British culture you can embrace and whatever. I want to know how much of that ties into your actual life, or are you just a mouthpiece on the internet speaking on these things on behalf of them, or are you actually implementing them and practicing these English cultural ways in your real life?
Oh, in my personal life, oh god, there's an echo here, man.
He don't practice it because all he's been doing is talking about faggot this.
It's Batty Dread.
There you go. See, that's what I mean. So don't come up here pretending you're trying to be
one aspect to the British culture.
I know press because, bruv, really.
One aspect to the
I know, Reggie. I know the type of boy like you, bruv. Yeah, like beyond. You're a hater, bruv.
One aspect to the British culture.
Inside you, you're trying to find who you really are, and you still ain't found it.
I know this is one of the reasons.
You still ain't found it, and you're turning to God, and you're asking Him for help, and you keep on failing. And then when you're coming up and you're talking about Batty this and all that type of stuff,
is God don't like ugly, yeah, and you is ugly to artists. So you need to repent, brother.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
And come home, and my church definitely will no longer accept.
Well, listen, I'm not gonna come. Listen, Reggie again.
You're not allowing him to answer any questions.
Listen. Yeah, that's cool. I'm not gonna talk about your looks, yeah, because like I said, Reggie, I don't fly that way, yeah.
My church will not accept your LGBTQ movement.
I think you're moving undercover. Do you know what? I think you're using your church, yeah, as a way to disguise what you really. Because let's be honest here, yeah. Let's be honest here, yeah. You've got no child, you've got no woman. You never talk about woman one bit, yeah. You're up on man hard, bro. That's what you're on. You're on man hard. You're even talking about man's looks. I don't know. I don't give a fuck what you look like, bro. To me, you're some foolish little boy. That's what I see, really. Yeah, up about talking about man's looks. The only person I expect, yeah, to talk about my looks is my girl, yeah, or another woman. Other than that, bro, you can say you're like, bro. You're a hater, bro. You're a hater. You know what it is, Reggie. You know what it is, Reggie. Even looking, yeah, you're trying to act all this holy church, spiritual, this, that, and that. But even looking at your profile, friend, look at your finger. Look what you're doing. No, bro.
Velley, someone's in the back, Velley.
No, bro. No, bro.
That says, Reggie, where did you get that post from? Still,
that's me.
Yeah,
You should
that
know.
pose that you're doing there. No, I know
You
it's
get
you, but
me?
the pose.
Yo, let me see the gun finger. Already trying to chuck gun fingers.
That is
Easy,
not very
Reggie.
Christian pose.
Easy, Reggie.
That's definitely not. That
Easy,
is that.
Reggie.
Look like you're throwing up gang signs to backside.
Jesus, Reggie. Easy.
We don't
Alright,
do
Reggie, I
it,
get you now, Reggie. All right, Reggie, I get you, bro. I get you. I get you. I listen. You should listen, Reggie. You know what I mean? Like, I know what you are, bro. I know what you are. Do you know what I
I think
mean?
I'm in your head, man. You need to get me out of your head. Batty Dread.
I listen. I'm not the one who come up there with some slogan the other day, yeah, talking about that stuff. It's on your mind anyway. Like I say, bro. Like you need to.
You come in here. You come
study
in here.
that Bible, innit? Listen, mummy boys, mummy's boy, yeah. Study that Bible, innit?
So just, I'm just on here for a moment to say, just yesterday, Shaka Ra said that the nuclear family is Western culture, which would make it British culture too. So there's one that's obvious that even Shaka Ra was saying that, oh, it's not part of our culture, it's part of Western culture that was imposed upon us. And he gave a whole speech about from plantation to slavery. So obviously, if it's not part of the culture that you're talking about, then it has to be part of the British culture, the Western culture. I would also say that science is a part of Western culture, if not British, because let's see here, Isaac Newton, right? The guy who pretty much changed all of the way that we look at the world, right? Where's he from? What about Robert Hooke?
Can I quickly ask?
What about?
Hold on.
Let me,
Can I quickly ask?
y'all been
Why is it
talking?
religious?
Why can't I talk real quick?
No, you can. But can I quickly ask you? Are you saying it's part of British culture or Western culture? Which one?
Well, it's obviously part of British. British is considered the West, right? And it used to actually be considered the most powerful Western power, which would be that part of it, which is the culture. Science is a part of the culture because look at you have Isaac Newton, you have Robert Hooke who discovered the cell, and which led to biology. You have Darwin who discovered the theory of evolution. Okay, you have all these people from Britain who the first engine was created in England. So science is definitely a part of British culture.
Yeah, Jesus, he walked on water.
That has nothing to do with it.
Shaka Ra, can I quickly ask you, Shaka Ra? You would know the answer to this. Who was the father of science, Shaka Ra? Shush, minute, Reggie. Shaka Ra, you should know this. Who's the father
No,
of science?
God, Jacob, that's just on the top of my head. I just remembered all of it. I mean, this is very common knowledge that these people, that Britain was the way to move forward in science for the first 150, 200 years of science. You know, it really was. Everybody knows that.
Well, Isaac Newton was an Englishman. Yeah.
Robert Hooke.
Good summary. Good summary.
So those are some answers, you know, and you, I know Lady D is not gonna like that I said that Shaka Ra. I use Shaka Ra's own example of calling it nuclear family as Western. And then she tries to say, oh, well, is that part of British or is that part of Western? Well, the British were the biggest power, like I said, were considered the Western power. Okay. And they are part of the culture. You can't get away with talking about African culture and then you cover like 6 or 7 different fucking countries with inside of that, hundreds or possibly thousands of different tribes, and you get away with calling it African culture. But if we say Western culture, you're trying to say, well, is that British culture or is that Swedish culture or is it that? So you were trying to make it a big difference.
Actually answering your own question, because you literally came on the panel and said 1 second British culture, then you switched it and said Western. So I asked you which one is it.
No, I'm telling, what I'm doing is saying that that's part of it, isn't it? If you're gonna do a huge label like Western culture, then that would obviously have to be British. And we do know that the British have had what Shaka Ra was.
Why so religious? Why so religious? Let me ask you a serious question. Yeah, serious question. Serious question. Take time.
Who are you at war with right now? I'm really confused by all this. Like, what case do you think you're defending at the moment?
Notice it's about me
defending the
defending.
English culture, so we let him.
Now,
Yeah,
no, notice is no. Firstly,
it's been a
this isn't
relatively
about
reasonable
defending.
conversation. I'm not sure
Real
why.
quick, I'm about to get off here. What I want to say is, it wasn't. Firstly, before I came on here, it wasn't about defending anything. It was about presenting what a British culture was. And now, when I bring British culture to you, it's about I'm having to defend something. Do you see how these people are trying to play games with y'all, bro? I just demolished y'all. I'm out this bit.
You ain't demolished
I don't know about
shit.
that.
You ain't
Yeah,
demolished
listen.
nothing, American man, English.
I know that. That was extremely American. It's extremely American. He came on swinging swords at nobody. And then it's bemused when we ask him, like, what are you defending right now?
Thank you. And
The
I'm
whole-
listening.
the
No,
whole
the thing is, I'm
energy was-
listening to what he's saying, and then I'm correlating the actual accent and the voice
was
with it,
mad.
and it's making no sense. It's literally
The whole
making no
energy
sense.
was mad. It was crazy. Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh,
You get me?
That's
Hold on, hold
so
on.
religious,
Hold
you
on.
know. Why so religious?
Nah, for real. Like, we have to rate him. He's scored a point for white supremacy. So let's give him that.
You know what happens? You know what happens? Obviously, when you got Vellemy who makes these titles up here, a lot of people already know that it is a draw out, isn't it? So a lot of people know that they're going to have to be on the defensive when they come on here. So maybe that's maybe quite one of the reasons why a lot of the English people have decided to not come on today. But you know what it is, you know what I mean? Like when Vellemy puts a title up there, it is on the
came out today. I come out today.
Yeah, but you come out here and you just talk to the nonsense. You know what I mean? And then obviously the rest of us, we come out here because maybe we've got spare time. We thought we'd just chip in here or there. But the actual people,
Reggie, it's your fault.
people that were drawn out are not here.
Reggie,
You know
it's
what I mean?
your fault. Reggie, it's your fault.
So it's been a bit of a boycott today, hasn't it? Really?
Reggie, it's been a pleasure though. But I've got to go now. But it has actually been a pleasure.
Yeah.
But Reggie
You
still
are
didn't
weirdo,
answer
Reggie.
my question about how much of the British culture does he implement in his daily life? Like, do you actually embrace it, Reggie, and actually live it, or are you just the mouthpiece today for it? That's all I want to know.
Well, I enjoy elements of the British culture. I'm not so much in denial like some people, but obviously I have no, what do you call it, agenda to say that I need to lie about other aspects of it. You understand? I believe that it's important to be truthful and to call things correctly. So yeah, I embrace the fact that English culture, I like being able to speak English and the fact that it's quite a universal language. I enjoy the fact that we have a load of different foods, a range of different foods that we accept here. And yeah, we've got a range to choose from. I enjoy that we're quite a liberal society. So I embrace the liberalism to an extent, which is part of our culture. I don't know. Who's that was yeah, and I enjoy what other elements of it? I enjoy the fact that it's been quite an innovative society. We've built on a lot of things. We've accepted a lot.
Reggie, where are you from? Reggie, where are you from? And you enjoy?
Where am I from?
Yeah.
Right, is this the first time we're meeting?
Man, Reggie's from Bermondsey, man. Let him embrace his Bermondsey British culture. Leave him alone.
Reggie, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah. Are there any positive aspects of Arabic or Islamic culture? And if so,
Brother Jacob, go polish your rifle, son.
God, name them, please.
Yes. For example, even though it's not in my favor, I would say apostasy laws, for example. So people like Natty Dread, who would have left Christianity, if they left Islam, would have been killed.
Yes, Jesus loves me, for the Bible tells me so. I left Christianity. Yeah, I know. What can I say?
Sorry. Well, I want to hear the rest of the answer. Go ahead, Reggie. Sorry. So apostasy law is a good example.
Yeah, and this Surah, I wish I could get the number. I probably did the number. But also the wife beating verse. The fact that they are allowed to beat their wife, but not only with a feather. I think that's quite a way of deterring women from,
any sort of revolt. So that's pretty
Okay, go
good
ahead.
as well.
So we got
check it, Reggie. Right, Vellemy, put that live, Vellemy. Put that live, Vellemy. Put that live.
Let me finish. Also, the fact that you can have more than one wife, I think that's a very a good way of managing one's adultery. I think that if you've got more than one wife, it limits the amount of adultery you can have, and yeah, it helps you to reproduce quite a lot as well. That's pretty good, isn't it, as well?
So we've got apostasy, wife beating, and polygamy. Okay, go on.
Also, the fact that you can kill the non-believer wherever you find them. So if anybody doesn't believe in Muhammad and his Allah and his messenger, then they are eligible, or it's halal or permissible, make it more understandable, to be able to subjugate that person.
I can't hear him. Sorry. Go on.
We always get these hecklers whenever I'm speaking. But anyway, I was saying also in line with Surah 9:29, which allows you to kill the non-believer wherever you find them. I think that's a very, very good part of Islam in the sense that you won't get much people non-believing. So it keeps everybody in check and aligned with the ambitions of the ideology. So that's another one, right? Pork is obviously I actually do eat swine myself, as you guys call it, but I think there's okay to do without it. So a society without pork we could do without. A society without adultery, I think it's good that they have a solution to the ongoing problem that even we have in the black community of adultery thing. And the other thing, they have multiple disciplinary procedures that range from stoning people. They even have a way of stoning people. So that's a very good deterrent. So yeah, there's a lot of very, very good things about Islam that you would agree on, Shakara, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what from what you just said to take seriously or not. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but thank you for your answer. It's most enlightening.
You're welcome.
Oh, Reggie.
Anything that you actually think is good about Islam, Shakara?
Reggie, name 10 things good about your tribe.
Sorry, I didn't say Islam itself. I was talking about Islamic culture. Yeah, so like the actual cultures that have become Islamic or Arabic, culture in that sense.
Is it alright if I say something real quick? Because I swear it's against the Bible. Wait, hold on. I swear it's against the Bible to eat pork. There's Christians on there talking about.
But you have to let him have it. This is part of his British culture, though, Velley. So that's why we can't really say nothing to him. Remember, he's British, and British culture is to eat swine. So leave him. It contradicts his faith.
I do believe you're correct. But
let him have it.
Apparently, some New Testament people believe that the New Testament kind of, rescinds that particular command.
Well.
No, you didn't tell me whatever you like. Do you like those? What do you guys like about Islam? I mean, you guys seem to be
about Islam.
So I would say that. So for example, I would say that rescinds that particular.
Because you need Velley Robinson and shit, bro. You mad? Ask me about Islam. You dumb. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? When it's someone's turn to get bun up, yeah, remember, that's what I'm saying. Everyone forgets. Everyone's got short YouTube memories, isn't it? Yeah. When someone else was on the flame.
Me.
When this was on the flame. When that was on the flame. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That. But yeah, man. So
it's
remember
mad.
that. Crazy, man. YouTube memory is short, bro.
But Velley, I wanted to point out that we haven't had much discussion on the working class part of the question of today. We've had a lot of the British culture. One second. I just wanted to say, Velley, we've kind of like can't get no answers from English people about English culture, but the working class part, only really Reggie's spoken on that, nobody else. So that's part of the question.
Let me get an answer to my question first.
What's the question?
What do you like about Islamic culture?
Can I get the answer to my question, please, Reggie?
Yeah, so I never asked you what you like about Islamic culture. I'm saying, do you think, do you regard, is there anything that you would regard to be a positive aspect? Yeah. So if you're asking me the same question, I would say that during the Arabic translation movement, they were able to translate a lot of scientific and higher knowledge texts into Arabic, and basically this had a monumental impact upon the development of Arabic culture and civilization, and as a result, Islam, because they were expanding Islam at the time. And so a lot of for a long period, the Arabic culture, and by extension the Islamic culture, became what's the word? Like central in terms of development of science. That's why a lot of stars are named after Arabs and them kind of things. Sorry, have Arabic names and them kind of things there. So they absorbed a lot of knowledge from other places, but they infused it into their culture through their language. Yeah. So the major point was they weren't just speaking foreign languages. They made their language functional by translating the text from other languages into their language, and thereby increasing the value and the function of their language. And so, yeah, I think that's a lesson, a case in point in terms of intentional cultural development. When you have an intentional cultural development, language is very important, and the functionality of your language is very important. So I think that's an example of Arabic history that we can learn from.
So again, like always, you always refer to the history. I'm talking about their culture. Like, what do you like about their culture?
I've just said, did you not listen? Language. 1 second. Language is a fundamental aspect of culture. Yes.
So you like the Arabic language?
No. That's not what I said. I said I think that there's a lesson to be learned in the fact that what they did with the translation movements was they absorbed a lot of knowledge into the Arabic language, and this had an impact upon the development of Arabic civilization during that 400 to 600 year period, I think is they call it, when they were translating a lot of these texts and so on and so forth.
Okay, is there anything else?
Is there anything else? I mean, I'm sure I can find something else. I'm confused. Like, what are you getting at here?
Okay, so you basically don't have a lot that you've even thought about when it comes to Islamic culture.
There are many things that I thought about, but I'm confused as to what the issue is here. I really am.
I think you sound like you're confused as to what is actually what else you could actually add to that's good about the Islamic culture.
Okay. You're entitled to your opinion.
It sounds like, because you've only come up with something that is a historical.
Reggie, answer my question.
Here he comes to save you as usual. Go on.
Reggie, answer my question.
Here he comes. All right, go on.
You do know that culture is fundamentally historical, right? You do know that, right? It's like you cannot divorce history from culture, and culture from history.
I hear that, but I mean, I would simply say something that is actually prevalent today.
But it is prevalent today. I'm not sure what you've missed. The fact that they introduced all of this scientific knowledge into the Arabic language made it more functional and had an impact upon the development of Arabic civilization. They haven't lost that today. I'm putting what was then, sorry, what is now into historical context. What's not to understand about that?
No, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time,
why are you misrepresenting it? If you understand,
it's like you're admiring how they got to.
No, you asked me. It's not an admiration. You asked me a question. Is there anything about the culture that I would consider to have been any positive aspect? Which is what I asked you. Yeah, and I'm saying that as somebody looking at objectively at somebody else's culture, I can appreciate what they did with that project in terms of evolving and developing their own culture. I think there's a lesson to be learned there.
Okay, and that's the only aspect that you see as positive in their culture.
that is the only aspect that I see is no, but that's not what you asked me. You didn't ask me for a rundown of everything that I see that might be positive. There are many things that are positive that I think are in various different cultures. I'm not sure what you're getting at though. Like, yeah, because I wasn't asking you for a point scoring exercise. I was asking you I genuinely really wanted to know what you was gonna say. So I'm not sure what you're doing at the moment.
All right. Well, I don't know why you asked me. Why did you ask me about the Islamic culture?
I wanted to know.
Oh, if I actually see anything positive in their culture.
Well, I wanted to know how you would answer that question, based upon how you're answering the question in relation to British culture since this morning. Yeah. So and obviously, well, I mean, I've identified an appreciable difference in terms of how you dealt with it too. But I know that brother Terry wants to say something, so I'm going to give way.
Reggie, can you answer?
What's the question?
I said, tell me 10 good things from your tribe.
10 good things from my tribe. Off the top of my head, language, attire, food, the food that we eat.
And why don't you mention these things? Can you mention a specific item? I
But
don't
he
know.
only gave 3,
When you
Terry,
say
and he's struggling to get the 4th one. I'm waiting.
Okay, we're from the south region of Nigeria. We're actually prevalent in Port Harcourt. I'll say that we're known for being for being like sea people as well. So we're quite we're fishermen orientated. That's it. That's what I'm not trying to do.
Reggie, that's only 5. You can do better. You gave about 1 million for Britain and England, but you only got 5 for Nigeria and your tribe.
Nigeria, my tribe.
Them go proud of them name and put them slave name for head them no be so, it be so.
My tribe is different from the whole of Nigeria. He's asking about my tribe.
Reggie, can I just ask you to do me a favor? Because you're really converting me. Reggie, I need a new rapper and I would like it by next week. Thank you.
That sounds like a marriage request there, Lady D. Be careful now, you know.
Yeah, but I want one from his tribe. I want a new rapper. My rapper's getting old.
My tribe is not a major tribe, by the way. It's not one of the major ones. The major ones are Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa in Nigeria.
But you told me that for over a year you've been telling me that you're a Yoruba man. Why go on? I'm confused.
No, my mom is Yoruba. My dad is from River State.
So he's Igbo then.
But River State is not a tribe. What's the nation that you're talking about there?
He's Igbo.
River State is a tribe.
So that means you're Igbo.
I'm not Igbo.
Bro, there's no indigenous nation in the continent called River State.
I know. It's the tribe. There's only a Pacific tribe, and that's what I'm asking him. What is your dad's tribe?
River State is a tribe.
No, River State is not a tribe. It's a state.
It's a state.
you have Igbo people there. You have people from Benin in there. What Yoruba people? What? Who are they? Because I know what they are, but what are they?
This is where Reggie's gonna fall short, because if you lot have very short YouTube memories, like Vellemy said, and just only a couple days ago when he was talking about the Mark Duggan thing, I remember Brother Raf asked him the exact same questions, and Reggie never answered then, and he still can't answer now. Reggie, you don't know who you are, and a man who does not know who they are and where they're coming from cannot know where they are heading to. Reggie, stop it.
None of you campers can tell me I don't know who I am. You jokers. I'm a green pastor and I'm a red pastor. That's simply put. Nuts.
Reggie, you're disappointing me, man. Reggie, man.
I'm from River State, the Quarry.
I know you're from River State, but what tribe are you, man? Come on,
I'm
Reggie.
From Quarry.
Reggie, don't let me down. Please don't let me down.
I'm from River State and Yoruba. That's my region is River State. My tribe is Yoruba and River State. I represent them too.
Oh man, Reggie, man.
Where
Reggie. Reggie.
Anyway, I don't know my tribe.
You know what, Reggie? How bad it is, right? There's two set of people in River State, and you can't even mention one. And if you're not Igbo, there's another.
I don't know why my tribe is of so much interest to you guys, man. I don't know.
I can tell you why, Reggie, because you like to come on this panel day after day after day talking about you're a real Nigerian, you're a real African. But when we ask the real African and the real Nigerian who he is and identify yourself, he can't. That right there makes that's disgusting.
I'm from River State and Yoruba. It's simple.
So what people are in River State, Reggie?
There's loads of different people in River State. What are you on about?
Yeah, but there's a Pacific that are more close to the River State region.
Hey, where are they then?
No, you know what? Make it even simple. Just Google it.
Yeah, I know you're gonna. This is dumb. River State is a region, and Yoruba people is a tribe.
But there's no Yoruba there. But what I'm trying to say to you is, there's people passing through as Yorubas, but in River State there is only a few that you can identify. And if you're not Igbo, you must be something else.
Okay.
Boy, it's a lot of stuff still.
Okay. Might drop.
You know what, Reggie? You could make a call. Phone pops.
You only got one call too. And this is what I want to say to you, Reggie. Never again, ever in the history of YouTube and panels, ever come out your side of your neck to even come to an Caribbean and talk about you people don't know who you are. You people can't have no tribe. You don't have no damn tribe, Negro. Stop it. Stop it.
Please. My tribe are very what do you call it? Secure in who I am.
What's he gonna say? Colonize there, Richie. Nothing, bro. Go.
Colonize minds, man. But anyway, River State and Yoruba. That's my regions. Simple as. Anyway, I've never professed to be into all this tribal stuff anyway, so that's more important to those that are into the tribal thing. I'm proud of my nationalities. You know what I'm saying? I'll take the good from them and the bad from them. We'll try and get rid of the bad, but what can we do?
Big up the real Nigerians and big up the real Africans out here. Reggie, you're done out here. Done.
Yeah, big up the real Nigerians, you know what I mean? The real Africans. The ones that have really been to the sub-Saharan Africa. And the ones that really been to see the
Shakara, it amazes me that Reggie thinks putting on some African attire, makes him Nigerian. That amazes me. But then he turns around and comes on the panel and says, I'm the real African. He holds up his passport, his father's passport, by the way, and his mother's British book. He holds it up in the air to say that he's a real African. But then when we ask him to identify himself, he struggles. But then we'll turn right back around and then say, I'm British. And I can talk and I will defend the British culture and the British life. Like, Reggie, you're confused.com.
I've identified myself enough. Y'all is done out here, man. If you were, no, we are. I was born in London. I was born in UK. I was born in Britain. What's nothing to brag about? Heterosapien. What are you on about? Lost Gambian guy. Ali Dawah Muhammad Hijab went to Africa to save the naked tribes.
Ali Dawah and hijab.
Yeah. What's going on, guys?
Man, like Gabs. The
What's going
Haitian
on,
brother.
Reggie?
Yeah, man. I'm trying to bring these people back home. Like they've been talking about coming home for a while, but none of them have ever gone to put in as much effort as people do to come here. You know?
I see your black permit has been revoked.
Oh, come on, man. That's an everyday experience for people here, man. Every day they're trying to remove the black card. If only they realize that
you are no longer African.
Yeah.
Your right to be African has been revoked.
They have no power to do that.
Your blackness, you lost the pigmentation in your skin all of a sudden. What happened, man?
Yeah.
Oh, albino.
I've got my passport right here with me. Actually, somewhere here.
Reggie has his dad's passport right next to him right now. He's going to put on his camera and he's going to show his dad's passport.
If I go to Nigeria, they're not going to ask me for my British passport. They'll say, "Oh, you got your Nigerian passport? Okay, welcome. Come in." You know what I mean? None of this colonized passport coming in. I can use the colonized passport as well, but it depends how I feel. I think it's actually stiffer when you use your actual national passport. Big up the British on the panel there, man. Big them up. My fellow British.
Here goes Reggie bigging up himself again as a British man. Okay, Reggie, we'll take that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sakura, are you still here?
I want to know
Yes,
my
brother.
English. I want to know my English.
Got a question. So when you see Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah going to Ghana, setting up mosques and giving charity, what do you think about that?
I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling the way they did it either. You know, I thought it was very opportunistic, and the way in which they evoked colonialism in order to spread Islam, to me, was very problematic and disrespectful. But yeah.
But check her out. Can I ask?
Outside of that, though, I'd like these are well-sponsored individuals who do that work. They're no different to any number of NGOs, charities, forth that go over
They're
there.
the same, right?
Check her out. Check her out. If you're not coming there to support your people, then what do you want your people to do but accept the help, the gestures, the small gestures?
I'll draw you back to what was said earlier about short YouTube memory. Reggie, like I can't even bother to answer that because you know differently, because I've answered that question for you before. Like, you know very well that I've got links in Ghana and that I link with people that do works in Ghana and I contribute to that work. You know what I'm saying? You know that my family has run businesses in Ghana and them kind of things there. So you know this already. Why are we going down this road?
No, but I'm okay. Fair enough. I'll say that. I'll give you that. You do seem to be doing your little piece, but at the end of the day, no more needs to be done by more people in order for them not to have other people.
So Reggie, if that's the case, that's not a conversation that I have with you because you're not interested in that kind of stuff. Yeah, you deny it regularly and them kind of things there. So me and you are not going to have that kind of conversation. Yeah, you're not interested in that kind of Pan-African development and work and them kind of things there. All right. So don't act like you're interested. Let's not be silly. I'm just not in the mood for the foolishness at the moment. Let's leave it alone. Go ahead.
So yeah, well, that's what I was saying. Isn't that like the same tactic as NGOs where they set up they set up charities that want to help and that are in appearance here to get Africans out of their misery, but when you look at them, they're like ideological or they work for foreign states who want to keep Africans in the same state that they are right now. Actually, they need the misery so that they can come and be helped and so that they can be looked as the saviors, right? It maintains that superiority inferiority complex, like, oh, well, we can't help ourselves, but people with clearer skin and other ideologies can help us. So then we should like submit to their ideologies and like forget about our own homebred ideologies. They thrive on our misery.
Well, these African spiritualists are not coming to contribute enough to Africa, so that's why they will. You know, money talks, as you know, Gabriel. Money talks. So if the Islamists or even the Christians come there and they're not only talking about improving Africa, but they're actually putting down markers, people are going to listen to what they have to say, right? Like it's only natural that someone's gonna
You know,
show you.
you know what Putin has done in Russia? He kicked out all the NGOs, all of them. All of them go through like a severe control, and like three-quarters of them got kicked out because they were all tied um to this to they were all tied to the United States of America or the European Union, and they were all fomenting or working on um, rebellious activities, right? So, like, of course, people come and they give, but they want something in return. It's not like they do it for free, and that's the hypocrisy I find about it, right? It's not like, oh, we're just giving. No, there's
What do
idea.
what do they want? What do they want, Gabs?
And it depends if it's like especially like the Christian the Christian NGOs. Well, you have spies that you have spies, you have schools that are going to raise the future politicians. If you look at most of the politicians that betray Africa today, they went to Catholic schools. You have a place where you can like help uh, uh, muster uh, rebellions against the government when the government's not acting according to what you're gonna say, right? So all of a sudden, all the government is reaching what do you call that? Human rights, and the guy's a horrible dictator. But just yesterday, you were funding him, right? So it's a whole operation that is very well knitted together in order to keep Africa where it is, right? And it goes. The biggest part of their operation is probably their NGOs. It's not the army. They actually don't invest that much as far as the army goes. So yeah, and the same you can say the same thing about like the the Muslim interest. I don't know how else to call them, right? Because you don't want to mix religion into that, but like that's clearly what they use.
I'm a person though. I don't challenge one without challenging the other, innit? Like, so I'm not gonna, you know, go out like say that the rest of them are any better than the Muslim, or the Muslims are any better than the rest of them.
Yeah, but like we saw yesterday, I'm sorry, I have to call out the. I'm not saying they're different. I say they have different tactics, and their tactics have different effects. Maybe in the end results it's the same, but you can stop and analyze the tactics and see what effect it renders. What's that noise? Who's
Shakara.
scratching something? Okay, yeah. So for example, like I was saying yesterday, like black. That's what I find. I find that black Muslims, if you compare black Muslims to black Christians, you have a level of alienation that goes beyond, right? Um, you have a level of defending, like their mechanism of defense and their brainwash effect is so much stronger. if you want to compare the two.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
that's necessarily the case.
I know you wouldn't.
I think that there are areas, and Reggie, I think that you need to stop talking because you're not a shining example of what he's talking about at all. I know black Christians who
Well, yeah, you quote Ghana all the time, which is predominantly.
Let's not even deal with
Ghana all the time, which is predominantly Christian.
Let's not even
quote Ghana. Why do you quote one of your Islamist countries?
One of my Islamist countries.
Yeah, why do you quote one of your Islamist countries? Why
what do you mean by my Islamist countries?
Your Islamist countries, your Islamic African countries.
And how does one quote Ghana? Ghana is a country, so how does one quote Ghana?
You quote Ghana as a place that you go, that you do business there, or you try.
Yes, it's a place that I've been most connected to on the continent.
So why do you connect more with your Islamist countries? Why do you quote more with
what connection do I have with Islamist countries? I don't get it. What's my organic connection with Islamist countries that means that?
I'm saying you said that we're all the same. The way that I
did say everyone's all the same. I said I disagree. I disagreed with what
Yes, and you insinuated that they're all the same. That
I didn't insinuate that they're all the same. I didn't actually finish my statement. I did actually finish my statement. So if you allow me to finish my statement, then you might understand what I'm going to say.
All right.
So in terms of the cultural impact of Christianity and Islam on Africa and African people, I think in as much as the tactics can be said to be different, I think that the effects can be said to be different, but not necessarily more severe. Yeah. I think that the extent to which we can look at how African culture has been affirmed by Africans in Islam and Africans in Christianity, we would definitely see in both instances examples of more severe cultural decline and also cultural syncretism. For example, in Mali right now, you have Africans who are syncretists, or Senegal, yeah, and you check out Sheikh Amadou Bamba and the Maulid
Amadou Bamba
and the Bayefas in Senegal. These are Africans who profess Islam but have retained a significant amount of their tradition. Yeah,
they are the exception.
What's it called? One second. But they're not complete. They are the most identifiable, but they're not an exception like that. There's many Sufi sects, yeah, among Muslims.
Do you know how many Sufis there are in the world? There's like 1%.
Let me finish, please. There are many Sufi sects among Africans on the continent, yeah, and some of them are even under attack from more fundamentalist Muslims, yeah. But a man's not going to deny the fact that they exist in it, right?
Yeah, but proportionally,
at the same time, 1 second. At the same time, there are many Christians who are syncretists as well and retain a significant amount of their.
Examples are way. You have way more of those examples.
I just don't share. Listen, I am not. I have no allegiance. I don't look at the right wing in Europe as my friend, as in the way that you do. Yeah. So I'm not.
That has nothing to do with the conversation.
I'm not gonna. 1 second.
We're talking about something, and you're coming way left field.
No. I'm not taking left field. What I'm saying is, I get why from your opinion.
Okay.
Why
let's start over.
1 second.
But that has nothing to do with it. Let's start over.
Brother. It does. I don't have a thing about Islam.
We're taking an object
over Europe. It's not a thing for me like that. I don't have it like that.
Does have nothing to do. Look, I'm taking an object, which is a comparison between the effect.
Let me ask you a question. Why is the comparison relevant?
Sorry?
Why is the comparison that you're drawing relevant?
He's trying to deflect this.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not. It's a direct question. Why is the comparison that you're drawing relevant or functional?
Because when you analyze, there's been different tactics that have been applied. So different tactics will have to be applied to reverse what has been done. You can't just everything is relative, everything's the same, everything. No, it's not, at one point
I didn't say it's the same though. That's the point I'm making.
Oh, that's all you do.
I did not say it's the same, my brother.
You did say that.
I did not say it's the same. We accepted yesterday that there are different strategies, and I actually agreed with you that what's it called? To the extent that there's a greater need to kind of absolutely negate your prior culture and them kind of things there under Islam. Yeah, I get that. That's not a beef. But what it was actually me that brought in the different strategies argument, because I'm saying that the European put in the Bible in your own in your language is not any less designed to facilitate colonialism. This I'm saying. So I wouldn't regard one as more worse than the other. They're different strategies that meet the goal of cultural and political colonization, and not all Europeans did that. Yeah, the British did, but even Europeans acted differently depending on where they were colonizing. So sometimes British tactics and strategies in West Africa were different to British tactics and strategies in Southern Africa. The Portuguese paid no attention to African languages. They what's it called? And them kind of and African culture. They wanted you to be Roman Catholic. They're more aligned with what the dominant strain among the Arabs was, yeah, and them kind of things there, right? So not even all Europeans acted the same in that regard. Yeah, they didn't. That's why today you'll meet a lot of Africans, from Angola, who will tell you straight they're Portuguese. Yeah, and they were born in Angola, but they identify as Portuguese. I don't see that as fundamentally different. What's it called? You know, it's a different strategy.
I met some Angolese, man, and they have like their own culture. They have a very strong sense of what their culture is. They're really proud of it.
Who did you say?
So you've never met an African from Angola who told you that they're Portuguese?
My stepbrother's from Angola, and he's not like that at all.
I didn't say they're all like that, you know. I'm saying that I've met many. Yeah, many. Mozambique, Angola, that will tell you they're Portuguese.
Cape Verde, and even Cape Verde is different but still they have a really strong like culture.
Two Pan-Africans going against each other.
You go anywhere. If you go to Senegal, if you go to Gambia, if you go to Mali, yeah, I know people that have been to all three, yeah, and they will tell you. And they will tell I have not been to Senegal, Mali, or Gambia. Yeah.
Okay.
What's it called? That they will tell you that there's a lot of strong elements of African culture still.
Have you been to any predominantly Islamic African country?
No.
So like, game over. So how you're making these based on what? On these novelists that write stories like Sheikh Mbamba, what we call him.
Sheikh Amadou Bamba is not a novelist that writes stories. Sheikh Amadou Bamba is a leader of a religious group.
Like
Senegal, that wasn't the.
What you will find more readily available is that type of speech that says, well, you know, you voodoo, like what you heard Abu Bakr said yesterday. You voodoo worshiper. You guys used to rape women. My
brother. I'm an African from Jamaica. Yeah. The people them that listen, that anti-African spiritualist narrative is no more apparent among Africans in Islam than it is Africans in Christianity. Yeah.
So which African Christian has come to the panel and said that then, Shakira? Which African
instances of African syncretism with Christianity all over. You'll find them all over, from Congo to Angola to Haiti.
My brother, like, you have to just say that you're less familiar with syncretism in among Africans who are Muslim. Yeah, that's what you gotta say. Obviously, in Black Africa, there are more Black Christians. That's a fact. So you are going to see more, a greater majority of.
I don't know. I heard from Respect it's 50-50.
No. Africa is
that guy's the devil. That guy is
Africa is not 50. Sorry, Black Africa is not 50-50. When they say 50-50, they're talking about the Arab North as well. Yeah. Which is not black. Yeah.
That's where you have to be wary of the tequila that aspect does. That's what I've been trying to warn you.
Listen, we don't have to go off course because Raspek's name was mentioned. Like this guy just lives rent free. Allow it, fam. The brother just lives rent free in your head, fam. Allow it, fam. Stop talking in it. It's long. We don't have to go down now. Man says Raspek. Oh, we got Raspek. It's long. Let's move on. Yeah. So the majority of Black Africa, yes, is Christian. Yeah, the majority of the Black Caribbean is Christian. So yes, we especially those of us who come from that Christian experience, yeah, are going to have more knowledge of the syncretism, and we're going to see it more because numerically more of it exists among Black people. We're going to see that more. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist in among the Muslims. And either way,
what I was going to say, Shakara, right? I was just going to say something. The reason why a lot of Africans will go close to Christianity is because of the relationship and the synchronization of the deities to the saints.
Exactly.
Okay.
Christianity has a way more tolerant and capacity of absorbing.
You see that argument there? I don't agree with the argument.
Yeah, you wouldn't, Shakara. You wouldn't. But the problem is, when you haven't actually gone into that environment yet, Shakara. You've been pampered. You've been in the British environment, which is traditionally Christian. You come from the Caribbean, traditionally Christian. You even went to Ghana, which is predominantly Christian again. And then you're speaking on stuff based on.
Okay, so you have those examples in Sudan, in Nigeria, of Black Muslims wanting to completely separate and fight against their brother and demonizing them.
My family is from Jamaica. Yeah, Jamaica is a country, yes, where there is still a law on the books. Yeah, that makes Obia banned. Yeah, the persecution against traditionalists. Yeah. In and I'm gonna note that you said hallelujah to that, brother Reggie. The persecution that exists, yeah, amongst
well, there's so many counterexamples in Brazil, in Haiti, in Cuba.
I don't know why you're making the claim, my brother. You're from Haiti. You know what it is when it comes to voodoo in Haiti and the persecution against it. What are you talking about?
No. Haiti, voodoo is the #1 practiced religion in Haiti.
My brother, come on now. Are you being serious?
It's the #1 practiced religion.
Listen. Does it mean that it's not persecuted against? When
you come against the real Pan-Africans, man.
When did voodoo become a state religion in Haiti?
That's why Santa came around.
The powers that be, like Papa Doc, was always close to like voodoo priests.
No, bro, you're remixing the question. When did voodoo become a state religion?
Big, but like Catholicism over there is mixed with voodoo.
Yes, and but I'm not disputing that, my brother. What I'm saying to you is you cannot give me the argument, bro. You cannot give me the argument that voodoo is not persecuted against in Haiti. Yeah, that voodoo is not discriminated. That voodoo practitioners.
Nobody's hunting down voodoo priests. They have their voodoo their ceremonies. Like everybody knows it, and nobody does anything about that. Like, what do you mean persecuted?
Don't let this man tell you about Haiti culture like he does with the Africans. Tell them about where they're coming from. You know what I mean?
Persecution. What do you mean? Because if you say,
you're saying to me, 1 second, and you're saying to me, yeah, that there's not voodoo is absolutely and completely 100% accepted in Haiti as a religion.
In the society, there's some people that don't accept it.
In the society,
that's a personal choice, right? And they
in
coexist.
the society, what part of society?
Not in the government.
I know you haven't answered my question. Listen, I recognize that voodoo is the most widely practiced religion. Does that when did voodoo become a state religion in Haiti?
It's not
accepted under the law. It's not a state religion, no.
No, it's not. There's no religion under the law.
One second. So what is the circumstance here under which in Haiti, voodoo is the most practiced religion, but it is not a state religion? How does that make sense? And what's the reason for that?
Country like in France?
It's a what country? It's a what country?
It's a secular country.
It's a what country?
It's a secular country.
Does this secular country have state religions on its books?
No.
There are no state religions in Haiti.
No.
All right. I say I'm gonna have to go to some here.
Reggie.
You know me, Mr. Riggs.
Reggie. I want to teach you something today.
Yeah, go on, teach.
Come home.
I'll check it out. Can I ask you a question?
But Dad, you destroyed him, man. Like, really, the guy's not been to any of these Islamic parts of Africa. He's obviously not really interested in the persecution of black people generally. Otherwise,
Reggie,
he'll realize that there are a lot of
Reggie. Have you been to any of these regions?
Yeah, I have.
What
Reggie,
Islamic
stop
parts of
lying,
Africa have you
Reggie.
been to?
Stop lying.
What majority Islamic countries in Africa have you been to?
Well, Nigeria is 50-50, isn't it?
But tell me what Nigerian Muslim state in Nigeria that you've been to.
I've been to Kano. But anyway, the point is Nigeria is 50-50.
Hold on.
Oh my God. Nigeria is a very, very...
Hold on. When did we go Kano?
Huh?
When did you go there?
About 5-6 years ago.
Hold on, Reggie. But you said you the last time you was in Nigeria was 3 years ago.
You forget, Shakira, that Haiti was founded after a voodoo ceremony.
Bro, I know all of this, bro. So listen.
I know you know it, but you forget it.
No, I'm not forgetting anything, my brother. You're giving me the practice among the people as though African spiritual retentions are not practiced in Jamaica as well. And I'm telling you straight that it's still, it doesn't matter whether the people practice it or not. I think you know what I'm saying. There is a stigmatization attached to the Voodoo religion. Yes.
That's correct. Why are you imposing your own opinion?
One second.
Why are you imposing your own personal experience?
It depends. People are tolerant.
It depends. Yeah. And the reality is, one second. And the reality is that that you, in as much as have you been to any of these majority Muslim nations in Africa?
Me? No.
Yes. Right. So we're on the same footing where that is concerned. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. I never said that.
I know you didn't. I know you didn't say it. What I'm saying to you is that obviously the Black Africa is majority Christian. So we are going to see more syncretism among Black Christians in Africa.
I'm saying you analyze the two
but it doesn't mean that Black that there is no syncretism in Islam. There just is. Yeah, that is a fact. I am not an advocate of any Abrahamic religion, but why would I deny the fact that it exists? It exists.
I never said it doesn't exist. I said it's the exception that confirms the rule. And when you come,
my point is to you: upon what basis are you making that assessment?
Upon the research,
are you saying
that I have made? You can prove me wrong.
Are you saying that syncretism among Black Christians is the majority.
Is way more
prevalent. But so if you're making that argument, then upon what basis are you making the argument?
Brother Shaka, can I make that?
Let him answer the question, please.
Can I make one basis? Can I make one basis?
Let him answer the question. Let him answer the question, please.
You know what?
The question?
I'm saying you're saying that syncretism among Black Christians is far more prevalent. Yeah. Now, bearing in mind that that Black Christians are far more prevalent in Black Africa in general. Yeah. Upon what basis are you making the assessment that
empirically, when you like do just a little bit of research, you'll find out that it's all over the place. It's in Ghana, it's in Rwanda, it's in Congo, it's in every part of Africa where there's Christians, you will find that type of
Africa is Christian, so you're going to find it all over the place. The majority of Black Africa
you won't find any syncretism in Sudan. On the contrary, you'll find that Sudanese Muslims are oppressing and treating their African brothers. You'll see the same thing in Nigeria. You'll see the same thing in Mauritania. You'll see the same thing. So I'm noticing a pattern. I'm just stating out that pattern out loud. Oh, and I'm far right. What the fuck?
No,
they throw labels out to discredit your argument.
I didn't say anything about you being far right. I was saying that I don't consider. And you said that, bro. I'm not giving anything to you that you didn't say yourself. You said yourself that you consider the right in Europe to be allies, and that the right nationalists.
That's different from far right. That's different from far right.
In Europe. No, it's not. Because you don't know what we're discussing. Excuse me. Sorry. Is Le Pen far right? Gabs.
Sorry.
Is Le Pen far right? They're far right, yes. Did you not say to me the other day that you would consider them to be allies based upon their rejection of the CFA franc?
Based on some common interest, yes, I did.
Yes, right. So I'm not putting anything on you that you didn't say yourself. I don't have that thing.
But like you're conflating like subjects that have nothing to do with each other. We're talking about like religions and how they affected the African continent, right? And
my brother, the reality is, if you're going to talk about religion and how it affected the African continent, yes, you can identify different ways in which Christian and Muslims did it differently. Yes. Yeah. So we're not debating whether there are different strategies that were employed and things manifest differently. The reality is, however, to try and give me the argument that Christianity is less colonial than Islam, I don't see the argument.
Brother Shaka, where are your African ancestors in the north of Africa? And also another thing to bear in mind is that within Nigeria, black people are willing to kill other black people in the name of Islam. Black Christians are not. How many black Christians, Pentecostal Christians, have gone about to kill their own black people in the name of Christianity? Over to you.
Many, bro. That's not even unusual. A lot of the stuff that when you look into a lot of this she's a witch business, and you scratch below the surface a little piece more, you'll find that to some degree these are Christians, who are what's it called? Anyway, like I said, we dealt with this just the other day when somebody tried to give me this as an example of African spirituality. When we dig deeper, the family of this little girl that was ritually sacrificed was Christian. But the fact of the matter is, even if what you're saying is the case, that there is a propensity.
Oh no, it's even if. I thought there was many. What's it called? I thought there was many, brother Chaka.
If what you're saying is the case,
I thought there was many. Why happened to there was many?
That there is a higher propensity of violence here, currently in the Muslim world. Look, when it comes to destruction, listen, when it comes to this, if we're going to compare it, if we're judging it based upon how these religions and the people within them relate to African spiritual indigenous
We're not talking about African spiritual indigenous people. We're talking about.
That is what
I was very clear.
You just asked me about it, so stop talking. All right. What's it called? If we're gonna compare it to that, yeah, neither of them come out on top of the other. That is a reality, yeah. And this
They swerved it as usual. They swerved the question completely as usual.
But you know what? But you know what? One thing I just want to ask, right? The question was, what is the prominent why they will demonize voodoo? And the reason why they will demonize voodoo is that 70% of Haitians are Catholic.
Identify as Catholic. Yeah. Yep. So when if you basically identify as Catholic. So if it is the case, yeah, which is what I'll try to get to. It's a case here that there's a preponderance of voodoo in Haiti, but the overwhelming majority of the population identify as Catholic. Why is that?
What are you about,
because they mix the two religions.
So if they mix the two religions, why are they not identifying as voodoo with Catholicism mixed in? But they're identifying as Catholic. Why is that?
He's gone swerve my question and gone back to voodoo.
Why is that, bro? Why? If the preponderance voodoo is wholly accepted in Haiti, why is the majority of the population identifying as Catholic?
I think Mr. Riggs answered that. He said that you guys are irrelevant.
No, you are.
Hold on, is Reggie? Are you trying to be funny right now? Answer the question. What makes common sense? Why would they identify as Catholic and not voodoo? And
I think that question is for Gabs, not for me. But he didn't answer.
It is. Why is that?
He didn't answer my question when it related to the African torture and persecution that's going on. He was very happy to. He was very happy to swerve that
a while ago. Sorry, Vellemy, Gabs is in the background. And I'd like to
he got kicked out.
If I may share my screen.
Oh, here we go again. Come on, mate. Like, really? Can you just answer the question instead of sharing screens and reading articles? Like,
but Reggie, you're not answering questions.
Why are you afraid of
information?
Right, why are you afraid of information?
No, I mean, bring us some information that relates to the actual question that I asked. Like, really.
So again, I don't. When it comes to the destruction of African culture, the Europeans, and the Arabs, we like this is part of the colonial process, you know. Like, we're gonna get into a debate and a competition about which one of them was worse. Yeah, like, one second, and by the time we go through that debate, none of us are any further ahead in terms of actually affirming African culture, African civilization, and African tradition. Like, right? So listen. This is not Reggie. Your intention, your inclination is not about the preservation of African culture or spirituality. So why is it that you are preoccupied with the impact of Islam on African spirituality and culture?
African spirituality, I'm not interested in
culture.
Of course, I'm concerned about the influence of Islam on African culture,
but not Christianity.
No, not Christianity. No.
Right, exactly. And I'm saying that even I myself know Christians, who. They believe in Jesus and them kind of things there, but they would reject certain European cultural impositions that came in the name of Christianity.
Oh yeah.
They have a greater inclination towards that than even you do. Yeah, so I'm saying that's not your program. So why is it we're talking about syncretism and them kind of things there? And if you don't live in North Africa, you're not from North Africa or anything like that. You come from a country that has a significant Muslim population and a significant Christian population. And the reality is, as far as the establishment goes in Nigeria, the Christian establishment has done no better than the Muslim establishment in terms of developing and catering to Nigeria.
Brother Shaka, there are people in Nigeria dying because they
decide to leave their faith. They're dying because they're Christian. I would just like you to please show some empathy or sympathy towards these people that are dying in various
Of
parts
course,
of Africa because of the religion of Islam.
Reggie, what about the honor killings? What about the
That's all we're
long-term honor
asking.
killings and those
Also,
young children?
also the many, also the many fallen, the many fallen. I don't want to
This
hear
is
what
not
about
working, guys. We need to go one by one. And let Tash get her question
also
out,
the
please.
many,
Go one by one. Reggie,
many.
let
I didn't
Tash
get
get
to
her.
finish.
Big up, Tash.
I didn't
Hey.
get.
Okay, no, let Reggie finish them and I'll come in.
The
Hey, lady.
I was told by many people here that North Africa used to have a melanated population, a very prevalent melanated population, which no longer exists, or if it does exist, it's very. Or if it does exist,
if it was Christian, then you wouldn't have anything to say about it.
Much marginalized. It's very much marginalized. And see what happens when you try to talk about it. People talk about how the white people come on here and start detracting us whenever we talk about our struggles, etc. But look what happens when you try and talk about the North African black people that are struggling and dying because of their because of who they are.
So, brother,
Look
see
what
how we
happens.
so you know, to address it same way anyway. People use the term Afrocentric because
you see what happens.
So the Afrocentric tradition is designed to re-centralize us. Now, the importance of this is that when we're talking about African-centered, the scholarship tradition under the title of Afrocentricity deals with many things, but you could boil it down to like 3 primary things. The first is history. The second is culture. And then you could say that those 2 things combine to lessons in terms of addressing the political implications of those things. Yeah. So the first thing is that the African-centered historian is looking to rewrite the history of African people in ways that service African people, because our history has been written by non-Africans. Yeah? We've been taught our history by non-Africans. And as a result, we've been indoctrinated into ideas that seek to misinform us about who we are, where we've come from, and therefore are incapable of developing our sense of self in terms of becoming productive members of society in today's world. That's the first thing. The second related thing is that we've been taught to degrade and be ashamed of African culture, the things that Africans has given to the world. Yeah? And then based upon that, using the degradation or the negation of African history, the vilification of African culture, the oppressors, the colonizers, have developed a worldview in order that is based upon oppressing African people. So oftentimes this related to the Europeanization of African history. But it just so happened that when the African historian delves into African history and they unearth the lost aspects of African history, and the African-centered scholar delves into African culture, they learn that the relationship of Europe and Europeans in relation to African history and culture is not too dissimilar from the relationship of Arabs and Arab culture in relation to African people. And so what you find is that whereas the European came, invaded, negated African history, rejected and negated African culture, and taught us that our culture was pagan and heathen and not worthy in the sight of God, and gave us Christianity as a superior spiritual faith or a superior culture to what we already had. The African-centered historian discovered that those who came and brought us Islam did a similar thing. They brought us something that they taught us was superior to what we already had. And those of us who engaged and adopted that faith looked down upon, looked negatively upon what we already had and rejected it And in rejecting it, we rejected our ancestors. And in rejecting our ancestors, aspects of our history was lost. And so the African-centered historian really challenges the Arabic supremacy that has been imposed upon African people. And in the context of the Arabic supremacy, we understand that the Arabic supremacy cannot be easily extricated from the imposition of Islam, the conversion to Islam, and how Islam developed among African people. So many statements are being made about the hatred for Islam being the fuel of African-centered scholars. And I wish to correct that. And I want to defend the Afrocentric scholarship tradition, because essentially what the African-centered scholarship tradition is designed to do is restore dignity and pride and validation to things African. Man, we'll leave that there for now, innit?
So you're asking me a question. Why do they identify as Catholic?
Yes, I was.
I don't, you know what the thing is? So like I was saying, the Catholic religion is mixed with the Voodoo cult. So some might identify as Catholic, but actually are like Voodoo spiritualist, and vice versa. Some are like Voodoo spiritualists, but they go to church.
My brother.
Who's the black philosophy?
My brother.
Black philosophy is at the back.
My brother, my brother, 1 second. When it comes, to the question I asked, it is, if it is the case that voodoo is wholly accepted within Haiti, yes, why is the majority of the population identifying as Roman Catholic?
Well, hold on. Where did you?
They're not identifying as syncretists. I know a number, a few Mambos and Hungans. I know my brethren and sister in Dalian Adolfo and Verona Spence Adolfo have been to Haiti, and they report this. Official reports that you get about Haiti, if you Google anything, from various different groups, they will tell you somewhere between 50 something to 70 something % of the population identifies as Catholic. Mambo Amamazama, who is a Mambo, will tell you, the first time I met her, she was delivering a message where she said, if you go there and you ask people, a lot of people, what are they? They'll tell you Roman Catholic. But when you look close and you get into more embedded into the culture, you realize the extent to which Voodoo permeates the tradition and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But the reality is that when we talk about syncretism in Haiti and all places in the Caribbean, we also have to understand that syncretism took place within the context of the subjugation, the degradation, and sometimes the official banning of indigenous African spiritual systems. So I'm asking you again, if the people are majority,
okay, can I stop you right there?
Majority,
wait. Can I stop you right there? Because there's the degradation, subjugation, and the what do you call that? The banning from practicing that religion that stopped in 1804. We're today in 2020.
But right? You're wrong, brother.
So,
some of us are in 2020.
What am I wrong about?
But you're wrong. You're wrong on a fundamental basis. It never started. It never stopped in 1804. As you know, Jean-Jacques Dessalines was killed. As was Christophe, and a number of things have happened since then, including an American occupation that took place for about 15 years. Yeah, so we know that the gains of the revolution have not, and as well as a blockade that forced the government in Haiti to pay some 20-odd thousand.
Yes, I was talking about as far as the religion goes.
No, but brother, that's what I'm trying to say to you. The idea that
nobody came back and forced them and said you can't practice your religion since 1804.
So if that's the case, and we know that voodoo was a stronghold in Haiti in 1804, yes, the majority of the Africans in Haiti in 1804 were not Roman Catholic. Yeah. So why is it
They
today?
had the same religion. They had a
Why is
syncretism.
it today? Why is it today? But the majority of Africans in Haiti during the time of the revolution were born on the continent. Yeah, the syncretism was still in the making. All right, for many. Yeah. So why
No,
is
'cause
it?
hold on, that colony has been going on for a while.
Why is it that today the majority of people are identifying as Roman Catholic?
Well, like you said, the Roman Catholic is just, it's because they have a new religion, which is not really Roman Catholic.
So why are they identifying as Roman Catholic?
Well, it's the way they feel that their religion has evolved. But when you look at it, it's not Roman Catholic.
You might, and it might be the case. It's just like if you go to Jamaica, many are going to tell you they're Christian. When you look at them a bit more, you're going to find some African spiritual retentions. But they're going to tell you that they're Christian. And if you say Obia to them, they're going to say, no, we don't deal with that Obia thing, you know. Obia, we don't deal with Obia. No, Obia.
But hold on. But my argument is
there's the element of stamina and them kind of things there. But the majority of people, if you ask them, they're going to tell you, I am a Christian. There are more Christian churches in Jamaica per square mile than anywhere else on the planet. Yeah, and the African spiritual retentions, even the traditions that to some degree adhere to the Bible, but retain a stronger element of African spiritual retention are persecuted, like Pocomania, like even Rastafari and them kind of things. There, why are we? I don't know. Anyway, why are we actively denying the extent to which our indigenous spiritual practices have been demonized among us as Africans who are Christian?
Poor African.
I'm not denying it. I'm not denying it. That's not what I'm doing. I'm stating that there's a difference between the way that it has taken place and that one has clearly a different approach which absorbs the culture. One, even though it demonizes it at certain degrees, but the other is 10 times more demonizing. And I'm just stating, to me, it's a fact. I'm just stating facts. And if I go to like different places, and I'll cite again Sudan, Nigeria, some parts of Mali.
We got someone backstage that wants to come on and has been waiting for quite a while.
All I'm saying is,
Hold on, Shakara. Hold on. There's someone trying to come on, and like really.
Did Reggie just say, "Hold on, Shaka, hold on"?
He just said it. I don't know why he's stopping me to say it again. He said it. I had to say it. I don't know why he's doing that for. I'm not saying that African traditions are not demonized among within Islam and Muslims. I am saying that the comparison that is trying to be made here, in terms of drawing a hierarchy between which one is worse and which one is not, is complex. There are areas in which you'll find that the Christians actually did a better job, and then there are areas that you'll find that the Muslims actually did a better job in terms of eradicating or having a negative impact upon African culture. But the reality is, though, this debate does more to affirm either Christianity or Islam than it does to affirm African culture.
No. Okay, so what I'm trying to say, Shakara, and I think if you want to sell a Pan-African state and a Pan-African movement and an Africa first, we need to organize and look out for Africans first. That project will be, if you take the whole, all right, you take the whole of Africa, that project will be way easier to sell to Christians than to Muslims. That's something I'm inferring from all the facts that I have stated, right? So if you're going to tell a Muslim, okay, well, you're going to have to go against your ummah. You're going to have to go. You can't Christianize. You can't take Christian church and make them, turn them for Africa and for the project of Africa, independent of the Vatican, independent of any institution that's outside of Africa. Now, separating Muslim from their ummah or from their what they perceive to be their brotherhood in their religion, I think would be more difficult. That's what I'm inferring from that.
You saw yesterday what happened when you tried to go at the Abrahamic, the Arab people yesterday with wasn't it Asgeti, and Shakira was obviously quiet at that time. Naturally, you saw how much triggered he got. So don't attack don't attack them. You know what I mean? He tried to go straight, divert the conversation straight back to the white colonizer and all this and that. But you know what I mean? But yeah, I think that Shakira knows deep down in his heart. He won't admit it here, but because he wants to be very clear on his enemy and all that. But he knows deep down that all you're saying is right. But this is you know, even as you see two Pan-Africanists on the panel right now, you can see there's varying understandings of very different perspectives on where things are. Like Shakira has clearly decided to turn a blind eye on what's happening today, and his focus is more on the historical context. But you can see that some of us are really more concerned with.
Hey, Reggie, stop lying.
We're more concerned with what.
Reggie, stop lying.
We're more concerned with what is going on in terms of like the physical atrocities that are taking place in Africa today, and how we can actually transform ourselves here and now. You know what I mean? Who said I'm lying? Who said I'm lying? Oh, careful. Anyway, so yeah, we Gabs is spot on. I mean, we got Tash Jeffs is on the panel. I know she always comes on the panel, and she's quite quiet usually. For most of the conference. We got Lady Divine.
Evidently, Reggie would be factored in among the group of people that Gabs was talking about in terms of difficulty. Yeah. Getting people on board. I'm not sure what Reggie's defending because he's not a Pan-Africanist, and he would be an example of a Christian who is difficult, to turn on to certain things. But have you heard of Tajuddin Abdul Rahim? Gabs?
This is what they do. Always name dropping.
Say again?
No.
Right, so he was a naughty Pan-Africanist. He died some years ago, but he was a part of a thing called the Pan-African Movement. Yeah, that he's from Nigeria, by the way, and he's part of a thing called the Pan-African Movement, Secretary General of Pan-African Movement in Nigeria. Yeah, that died not too long ago. Yeah. Going back further, are you familiar with a man by the name of Abdul Rahman Mohammed Babu?
No.
So he was an activist in Tanzania and Zanzibar, and was a revolutionary leader there. And he linked up with Malcolm X when Malcolm X was traveling around the continent. He visited Tanzania and met up with this brother and spoke very, very highly of him. Muslim brother from that country, revolutionary Pan-Africanist. Sekou Touré was the head of state.
Sekou Touré you know what? Sekou Touré was Muslim only by appearance. He had to be Muslim because the institutions over there won't let him be in power.
I'm prepared to accept. I'm prepared to accept that what you're saying to some degree. But the same thing could be argued of the Assange for Kwame Nkrumah. Yeah, in terms of Christianity. All right. What's it called? Then you have Modibo Keita, who was there in Mali, and them kind of things there. I've already mentioned Sheikh Amadou Bamba, who was an anti-colonial fighter. Yeah. What's it called? In what is now today called Senegal. Yeah. And a Pan-Africanist. So I'm not going to deny that there are going to be unique challenges with regards to our brothers and sisters in religion, and to varying different degrees. I don't necessarily.
That's all I'm saying.
But where I'm disagreeing is the idea that one is going to be more difficult than the other. I believe that there are some unique challenges with one than the other, and vice versa. But this blanket statement of the Christians are less colonized or going to be easier to draw into a Pan-African kind of program than the Muslims. I'm not sure about that. I don't have any evidence that will lead me to believe
Well,
that blanket statement can be made true. And also I'm very conscious of the era in which we live here. And the fact that even I, as an African spiritualist, I recognize the fact of, even in affirming and defending African spirituality, the need for us, as where we are at the moment, that we're not going to rid.
How many have you seen any sermons made by Christian priests against Pan Africanism?
Yes.
You'd have to show me. I want to see.
Yeah, but and from outside of Christian priests, just ordinary Christians. There's one on the panel right now.
What I'm talking about is institutionally, right?
Yes, but my brother, we live in majority black nations that are full of Christians. The overwhelming majority of people are not Pan-Africanists or pro-black in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but they're not politicized like that.
So and so there are many. By the way, are you familiar with what happened recently with the Sanusi in Kano in Nigeria?
No.
Kano in Nigeria is a Muslim area, bro.
I know.
So why don't you know, Reggie?
You know what?
Come on, Reggie, tell us.
The emir of Kano, was ousted from his position because he challenged the political order of his region and of the country itself, and basically was saying that, you know, the people in power are not serving the masses of the people, and he began to challenge the institutions that even put him into power. Now I don't know enough about the brother to laud him as anything necessarily great, but that sounds very interesting to me, right? And man will keep my eye on the situation. But I'm saying that if you want politicization, especially many would make the argument that black Muslims are more generally politicized than black Christians.
Yeah, definitely politicized, but Islamicized because within is like the separation in Islam between politics and religion, it doesn't exist. In Christianity, it does.
Shakara, what's it like to talk about a continent every day, all day, that you're never going to live in?
I talk about a people.
No, you're talking about a continent.
No, I'm talking about a people. So I love talking about African people because I love African people.
You're never going to live with them, are you?
I continue to talk about them. Well, my life plans are not really your business. So
I'm just saying, what's it like to be constantly talking about a people you're never going to live with?
To you is wait and see. Wait and see, yeah. And whilst you're waiting, hold your breath. All right. What's it called?
No, as you said, your opinion and your remarks mean nothing to me.
Back to the conversation.
Just like the opinion and the remarks of the white people of this country mean nothing to you.
So then, young lady, don't ask me any questions. It's quite simple.
I'm just wondering what it's like to constantly
Wonder to yourself
about people you're never going to live with.
Don't ask me any questions. It's very simple.
You don't really understand them anyway.
I'm quite comfortable with my opinion not mattering to you. So then refrain from asking me any questions. It's very simple. Quite comfortable with that. Yeah. So the point is, I don't play this.
On and on. Never shuts up, and he's never going to live with.
I know, and it burns them, innit? It burns or no. But the reality is, that when it comes to these, for me, my brother, I believe that there's an issue all around. There's an issue with Europeanization. There's an issue of Arabization.
How did you know? You've never lived there.
And in that context, there is an issue with
You've never lived there.
Is there an issue with African spirituality?
There is an issue with how the religions that come in that were brought to us in those cultures impact us. Yeah, I don't think we do ourselves. We affirm anything other than the other religion, but we try to pit them against each other. We're not doing our own culture any service, any positive service.
You know what?
When we go to these when we try to prove that, you know what, still the Muslims are worse to us.
Wendy, what's your culture?
Tell me what your culture
Wendy,
is.
what's your
We got much more culture than you.
African culture.
Wendy, we want to know what your culture is.
Look, I have to say, I have to answer and say,
what his
well,
culture
you know what? I like
we
detail.
want to know the question of
I
the day.
like to analyze. I
Lady
like
D's
to look
asked it
at
on so many
things,
occasions.
and I don't think I'm doing blanket statements. And you know what? I have images of like black kids in Mali having to recite the Quran by heart all day, and I have images of black kids going to church and after church doing like ancestral dances just to have fun, and it's allowed, right? I have images of like
So,
girls
Gabs, what's
being
your point? Gabs, what's your point?
I'm
What's your point?
comparing two systems of religion and how they affect Africa. And I'm saying there is a difference. And the road to convincing those two people that you know, like we want to an Africa First project is not going to be the same road. It's definitely not going to be the same
I
road.
don't argue that it's going to be the same. I just don't think that one is going to be more difficult than the other. I'm not into that game. And I don't. And by the way, sorry, can I just say, yeah, among the Tuba people in Senegal, yeah. Sorry, not Tuba people. The city of Tuba in Senegal, yeah. Sheikh Amadou Bamba and those who came after him, actually instituted a thing whereby you didn't even have to go to Hajj in Mecca. You could go to Hajj in Tuba. Yeah. Now this is sacrilege, yeah, for most Muslims, right?
Yep.
But I don't know anywhere, yeah. In the Black Christian world where such a pilgrimage exists, yeah, that is authentically
I'm sure Reggie could tell us.
African in that way. I don't know of it, right? So the point is, yeah, when it comes to
you don't even have to go to the pilgrimage.
When it comes to the differentiation between the two, all I'm saying is you're going to find areas of both. You're going to find areas where, you know what, in this area it's going to be easier to work among
Shakara, how you going to work around?
It'll be easier to get through to the Black Muslims. In this area, it's going to be more difficult to get through to the Black Christians. In this area, it's going to be more difficult to get through to the Black Muslims. I don't think if we're truly trying to be balanced and nuanced in this, it would make sense to say, well, one is just going to be more difficult than the other. I don't think
you're a fantasist.
That's true.
You're a real fantasist. You need to get realistic, mate.
Realism. Shakara. Yeah, that's part of African culture, is it not?
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. I think the ideology.
If there is an exchange going on, right? And I understand from.
Like I was gonna say, I think the ideology and the way it's set up, the way it's thought, the way it's practiced, has differences, and one is definitely more conducive to like being open-minded to like a different political project.
Yes, are you a Christian?
No.
Why did you hesitate so far? I'm
not a Christian. I was gonna say, I was like my mom is Christian. Like in that sense, I was born in a Christian family, but I'm not a Christian.
There you go. So what's your point, Shakara? Are you Muslim? Are you Muslim, Shakara?
No.
No, you are. Hey, Reggie, you're Muslim.
Am I?
Yeah, man. You love Islam.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm telling you, look at you worshipping.
Alhamdulillah.
You could tell Shakara's Muslim.
He's Alhamdulillah. Shakara. Maybe, because even
I remember the last
You're Muslim now.
the last Rasta that used to say that he was Christian and then Muslim and then.
But yeah,
Reggie, watch your mouth, Reggie. I don't know what the obsession is with Chakra right now, but you need to watch your mouth. Allow it.
You have to be
It's
careful.
because Shakara knows more about him than his own history.
You know it, innit? You know it.
Beware of the tequila. Chakra.
Reggie and Gabs, nothing beats the colonial atrocities that.
So Reggie, so let me ask you a question.
No, Gabs, I'm speaking because it's the second time you've interrupted me, and I want to speak now, and I don't usually do that, but this is like the second time.
Sorry, your voice is kind of low, so.
Yeah, okay.
She just talks very delicately, but go on, Tash.
No, nothing beats the atrocities that the colonial.
Of course not. Nothing.
System inflicted on the continent. So I don't know why we're even, bothering to go into this.
Have you been on the continent? Have you been on the continent?
Have I been on the continent?
Shouldn't think so.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Where have you been on the continent?
Gambia. I've also been to. Oh, sorry, my door's knocking. I've been around North Africa. I've been to Gambia, and I was briefly in Ghana. Just give me a minute. One moment.
Okay.
So Reggie, let me ask you a question. So are you against an African super state that could defend its own interests and that wouldn't have to rely on anybody else?
Yes, he's against it. He's against it.
No, I'm not against African super state. That's just like basically saying that Africa should unite and not rely on other people. Why should they be relying on other people?
Yeah. So hold on. I was told like just a minute ago that you're against like African liberation.
I think he said that I was against Pan-Africanism because I don't subscribe to his ideals of Pan-Africanism. Just like you've demonstrated that you are Pan-Africanist, but you don't agree with everything that he says. That's how it works on these panels anyway. If you don't agree with everything they say, that you're basically a sellout or a racist or a bigot or your all number of names in order to to basically discredit
Vellemy, it might cut out. Yeah, let me back on in like 2 minutes.
Oh, if I see you in the back, I'll call him. Yeah.
So you're against his idea. What idea of African Pan-Africanism are you against?
Wait a minute. Where's he going to have his African super state?
In London.
African super state. Because he's never going to get to Africa at this rate, is he?
So Reggie, what idea are you against?
So there's a few stuff. For example, I'm against the idea that is that we need to like basically focus on one particular group. So basically, decolonize from one group and then leave another group. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't really agree with the focus on one group. I believe Africa needs to be liberated completely, so that it's able to stand on its own 2 feet. I also disagree with the historical how historical events play significance in what is happening to Africa today. I believe that Africa needs to take more accountability and more responsibility in order to move forward and to be able to grow. I also don't believe that his history or his elements of history is something that Africans as a whole can take on as their main experience. So when they're talking about colonization and slavery, that seems to be the focus of what they think we need to focus on in order to move forward. Whereas for a lot of African people, we're concentrating on what we need to do here and now. We're not so much focused on the old slavery and colonization rhetoric that goes on in.
So are you not of the mindset that there's corruption due to colonial systems that have been?
There's just
I'm not talking to you, Wendy, but I do want to talk to you, Wendy.
To do with the African system, nothing to do with.
I don't know why Reggie was talking and Wendy starts to jump in, but I was speaking to Reggie.
You've been
the
on
Nigerian
all day, and none of you will ever get there.
None of us are going to get where? Where, Wendy? Where are you talking about?
You'll never get to Africa.
Gambia, look, Wendy, I've already invited you to Gambia. I told you
Tash,
you can
do
come.
not address that because this is the problem. When you've already been to Africa, you can chat shit like that, innit? But you see, because she's not been, she can say that. But we want to know, what is English
You
culture?
never get to
innit?
Africa.
Yeah, that's not
You never get to Africa. You don't belong here. You're like nomads.
We want to know English culture.
So
Wendy.
Reggie, it seems to me that you're only disagreeing on like the historical part, but like that's like a detail. You agree with the final project.
Yeah, I agree that Africa needs to be more liberal. Yes, I agree with the need for us to become more liberalized. No, not liberalized. I mean more liberated. I
Yeah.
agree with that. We need to become more liberated. I don't agree that all of our problems and
It
all of our
seems like
solutions
Sorry, can I have a question? Liberated from who?
liberated from outside influence in the sense that we need to become less.
Specify them. Specify the outside influence.
China.
No, not just China, but even China, Europe, Asia, all elements. I think that Africa has the resources to be able to manage itself and grow itself. I think that there's an over-reliance and
So what's stopping
over-dependence.
us? What's stopping us?
What's stopping us? I think sometimes we become. I think there's an element of not really our bad leadership, number one. Also, there's an element of maybe neglected, maybe our cultural practices as well. I think that's an element as well. I also believe that.
Sorry. Pause there. Our cultural practices are holding us back, or lack of adherence to them is holding us back. Which one?
No, I think that some of our cultural practices hold us back as well. The fact that we're quite tribalistic, some of the tribal practices actually become a bit of a problem. For example, in some parts of our culture, women are not even allowed to go out and get educated. In the northern region of Nigeria, some of the women are not allowed to go out and get education.
Yeah.
So
in Malawi, there's some tribes that sleep with their daughters after menstruation and after your husband's death for cultural.
See, Sakura, it took me 2 minutes to convert a so-called enemy to the Pan-African cause to an ally. So I don't know if you would have the same result with the Muslims.
It's a waste.
My brother. On that point, and I'm not sure if you've converted Reggie. However, there's any number of Muslim brothers and sisters that would agree with the Pan-African cause, and that I've interacted with on these panels. Even my man with what he said yesterday. What's it called? Ask Getty with what he said yesterday. If you ask him if he agreed with the Pan-African super state, he'll tell you yes.
But you're never going to get it because you won't go home.
I don't. You know what? Like you would have to ask him. Would you rather have Islamic super state or a Pan-African super state? That would be
you never asked Reggie that question.
All right, Reggie. Would you rather have a unified Christian super state with Europe and Africa, or like an African super state?
Say that again. What's Shakira?
Hold on. So Reggie, would you like Christian super state or an African super state? If you have to choose between the two.
You made mention earlier on of amalgamating all the cultures and all the traditions in Africa. How are you going to do that? saying that in Africa, for example, in Nigeria, we have different languages, different.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, Chakara.
I missed the question. Sorry, come again.
I'm saying earlier on, I heard you talking about amalgamating cultures and practices in Africa, and I'm saying using Nigeria as an example, where we have diverse cultures, diverse traditions.
Amalgamating cultures. Is that what I said?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't recall this, but go ahead.
This idiot thinks that
Okay. If not using the word amalgamate, represent them all. How are you going to represent all, considering, looking at taking Nigeria, for example, we've got diverse traditions, we've got diverse culture, and we've got diverse languages. So how are you going to accomplish that?
So again, this is not for me to accomplish. It's not an individual project. It's a collective project. And I think that there is historical precedence for this. Yesterday, I gave the example of Congo and Patrice Lumumba, of Ghana and Asaja Kwame Nkrumah, and the kind of things we're not. If we understand our history properly, we will understand that the ability to unite people across so-called tribes is not alien to African history. Pre-colonially, it was quite common. Yeah, if you look at the empires of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, everybody did not exist in the same tribe. Yeah, that's one thing. The second thing is having a proper understanding, as I was reading from Sheikh Atadiyah earlier, in terms of culture and the historical factor. One second, please. You ask me a question.
Wendy, be quiet.
You ask me a question, innit? You ask me a question. Let me finish, innit? Right? What's it called? So the historical factors, the linguistic factor, and the psychic factor of culture. When we look at these three factors, yeah, as far as African people are concerned, having a proper understanding of these three factors would go a long way in solving certain problems. For example, two of the biggest ethnic groups, yeah, in Nigeria are the Igbo and the Yoruba. And
we all know. Hold on, and we all know those two. We all know those three ethnic groups don't agree. So how are you going to make it work?
Yes, I get, but again, so allow me to finish saying what I'm saying. Yeah, so I remember I said you got the historical factor, the linguistic factor, and the psychic factor. Yeah, in terms of culture. Okay, so I said two of the biggest groups, yeah, are the Yoruba and the Igbo. I don't know, I don't know whether you've come across, how much you've looked into the indigenous spiritual systems, yeah, pre-Christian spiritual systems.
I am not talking about spiritual systems. I'm saying, how are you going to make those three major ethnic groups that have different cultures, different practices? How are you going to make them amalgamate into one? That's the direct question.
First of all, it's not about amalgamating them into one. It's about developing a sense of unity. So it's possible for them to be different and also united. Yeah. Difference is
again. You and I know, especially I know. Maybe you might not know. I know from history. I know from Nigerian history.
It's very important. It's very important
from Nigerian history. You might not know it, but I do.
But Nigerian history would only represent the last just over 100 years of the history of those groups.
No, that's a lie.
No, that's not the case. That is the case. Nigeria began in 1914. There is a history of the Yoruba and the Igbo that precedes Nigeria as a nation state. Yeah. So the fact is, yeah, that when we look at the spiritual systems of the Igbo and the Yoruba, they are not completely dissimilar from each other. The Ifa
they are very different. They are very different.
I didn't say they're not different. I said they're not.
They are very dissimilar. Very dissimilar. Very dissimilar.
They're not. I don't know how much you study these things, but I have, because I am an African spiritualist, and I know you're not.
Listen, again, this is what I keep saying. You go by the textbook.
Let him speak, Shakara.
You go by the textbook. Shakara, listen. You see where our differences of opinion arises is you go by the textbook version of it, and I'm going by the practicality version of it. You are going by the textbook version.
Can you explain to us what the difference is, Hector, so then we can hear your argument?
No, you should know, because like I said, in terms of practicality, it is not even similar. It is nowhere near similar. That's what I'm saying.
But you can't use different cultures, yeah, as the basis for your argument, and then attack me when I address your argument using
No, you're not addressing it. What I'm saying is you are going by the theory side of it. You are going by the book side of it.
Hector, you use culture and language, yes, as the basis for your argument of difference. So I'm using the same criteria to address your argument.
I'm using spirituality. Listen, I'm using all three. I'm using spirituality, culture, and language. I'm using all three. I'm not just using two. I'm using all three.
Yes, but as yet you are not allowing me to complete saying what I'm saying. And I'm saying to you, I'm using the same basis that you have brought to me to explain to address your argument. Yeah,
all three. I mean, all three bases: spirituality, culture, and whatever it is, the third one, and the language.
So you're saying spirituality, culture, and language. Yeah.
Yes.
Now the reality is that language and spirituality are expressions of culture, right? That's the reality. Yeah. Culture informs language development and it informs spirituality. Okay. So the reality.
Again, but the cultures are different. I understand what you're saying, but
again, I'm not saying again. The issue is not whether they're different or not. The issue is there enough unity can we form unity among them? And I'm saying that the basis for the unity is also within the culture, within the language, and within the spiritual system itself. So in as much as there is difference, there is also similarity that can form a basis of understanding. And I'll give you an example. Take my foolish advice, because I don't want to give my opinion. Yeah. I've come across a book which I have not read yet. Yeah. It is called How Yoruba and Igbo Became Different Languages. Yes, once again, How Yoruba and Igbo Became Different Languages. Yeah, and let me just bring up so I can read the blurb for you, so you get where the book is coming from. Yeah.
Here we go again. It's the third and fourth round today, Shakira.
It says the main objective.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, Reggie. This is what I'm saying.
The main objective. It says the main objective of this study is to identify examples of genetically related Igbo and Yoruba words that might serve as further evidence in support of some linguists' claim that the two languages
remember that word, might.
Let me finish, please. Yoruba words that might serve as evidence, as further evidence in support of some linguists' claim that the two languages developed from the same parent language. The author is a retired head of the Department of English at Obafemi Awolowo University in Nigeria. The author's name is.
Give us example of those languages and words and what have you. We give us examples.
The author's name is Bolaji Alemo. For anybody who's interested, yeah, and it can be.
You give us an example of those words.
I can't give you an example of this one. I haven't read the book.
Why not? Why not? You're putting a professor from Obafemi Awolowo University. So therefore, from whatever book you have read to do with that particular individual, you must have given some examples, like terminal, Osu in Igbo. What does Osu in Yoruba signify? Or what does it imply?
Hector, I did say I'm yet to read the book.
What? You're yet to read the book.
I told you. He's book smart. He's clueless.
Oh my God!
Can I hold on?
The book. Hold on. You're even quoting from a book that you're yet to read. Come on, mate. Come on.
But yeah. Anyway, go on. If
I wanted to.
For anybody who takes anything from that, do check it out and you'll learn something.
I wanted to Reggie to answer the question because we didn't get to answer the question. If I was to ask the question to Asgedi, I would ask him, would you rather have a Muslim empire with Arab caliph or an African state with African leadership? right? So I'm going to ask the same question to Reggie. Reggie, are you still here? He's gone. Too bad.
The reality is, bro. Yeah. Again, the basis of my argument is not which is better or worse out of Christianity and Islam. My argument, I'm about our people building upon our own foundation. Yeah. So for me, neither would be fundamentally more beneficial than the other. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense to reason from that foundation first and foremost.
Okay, Chakra, I would like to ask you a question that was asked to Reggie earlier on. Can you name me 10 things you like in your culture? Because I can see, or I heard you earlier on referring to Ghana, I believe, as where you come from. So can you tell me 10 things?
No, I'm not from Ghana.
Can you tell me, where are you from? Okay, wherever it is you're from. Can you tell me 10 things that you like about that culture in Africa? Because that question was put to Reggie earlier on.
So as an African from the diaspora, I am.
No, you cannot do that. What if Reggie has just used those same words you used now?
I can answer that easily.
No, you asked me about my culture. What's wrong with that? You asked about my culture. So what are you trying to pin me down to?
Because you aligned yourself with a particular country. What country? Was it not Ghana? So
I mentioned Ghana because I've been to Ghana and I've done work in Ghana. That's the consideration of Ghana.
So you're okay. So what culture are you going to be giving your answers to? What culture? Is it Ghanaian culture, Gambia culture, Sierra Leonean culture? What culture?
So when you say Ghanaian culture, bear in mind that Ghana is just over 100 years old. What are you referring to?
Regardless of whether it is 20 years old, I'm saying somebody asked Reggie a question earlier on. What do you like about your culture? And he went on to give 4 things he liked. So I'm asking you that same particular question now. What do you like about your culture?
That was me that asked Reggie that.
I said somebody. I'm not particularly interested in. I said somebody. If you're the somebody, fair enough. If you're the somebody, fair enough. Answer the question.
Sorry. So you want me to pick a country in Africa and tell you what I like about the culture?
What country you're from?
The one. No, I'm not saying pick a country.
Again, this is what I'm trying to say to you. So for me personally,
listen. I'm saying from the country. I'm not saying pick a country. No, that would be stupid of me. I'm saying from the one you regard as where you're from, where you are aligned to.
But this is the point I tried to make to you. There is no one country that I'm from. I have ancestry that are Ashanti. I have ancestry that. 1 second. I have ancestry. Yeah, so it's very simple, Hector. For you to what you have to understand. Sorry, 1 second. Kulisai, come, brother. Give me. That's it. All right.
So, what language did you just speak?
Say again.
What language did you just speak?
Tree.
Huh?
Tree.
And where's that from? Is it in Africa, Caribbean, or wherever?
Both. It's spoken by
Hold on, please. He's answering. It's spoken by who? Ghana and where?
It's spoken by the Akan people who don't only reside in Ghana. You have Akan and Ashanti in Burkina Faso, among other nations. So it's not Ghana.
Okay, fair enough. Now,
but again,
hold on. Can you give me 10? Now that you've narrowed it to 2, I'm going to ask you
1 second, Hector. 1 second, Hector.
Can you example of what you like in Ashanti?
1 second, please.
You don't have to explain yourself to Hector.
No, I'm not trying to.
This is what I'm saying. Who are you to tell me that? Who are you to tell him that?
I'm not trying to explain myself to him.
I'm talking to
No, you are both discussing. You ain't got no right. You ain't got no right. You ain't got no right to tell him to answer me or not. Who are you?
He can't explain
exactly.
By the way,
who do you think you are? I'm asking you. Who are you? You've been answering my question. Now He ain't got no right. He doesn't need to answer my question.
Ellie, screen share when you're ready, please. Screen share when you're ready.
He doesn't have to explain himself to anyone.
Screen share when you're ready, please.
You don't have to interrupt. You don't have to interrupt rudely. You silly idiot.
You came and interrupted this conversation, so I'm interrupting
Are you listen? Like as I said, you don't need to. You don't even. You are claiming. You are claiming. You are claiming. You are claiming. You've been to Africa once or twice. And I'm telling you, you've never been. I'm telling you, you've never been. It's a lie because you've been known to be a consistent and persistent liar. You are a liar. You've never been to Africa. You have been a persistent and a consistent liar. So how do we not believe that you ever set foot in Africa? How do we believe you?
You don't have to believe me. That's your
Thank
choice.
you, ready. Right.
He's not here to be interrogated by you. That's
Right,
what I'm
right.
telling him.
No, I hear you, Tash. I hear you still. That is, and yeah, you're right. I don't have to.
Come and talk to Shaka. That's interesting.
I'm not going to try. Yeah. However,
true African can't come and talk to him.
I want to answer Hector's question. I want to answer Hector's question. So
thank you, thank you very much. Answer the question, please.
So again,
I would like to. So again, we want to
know what British culture is. That's what we want to know.
I can tell you all about our culture.
And that's the question of today. We want to know the British
English culture.
That you are so concerned about. You are so worried about daily. That's what we want to know. Because that's the question of the day, and this is Velley's
English culture.
So
your cultural values.
Yeah, I know my culture. I know all about
I know my culture as well. You want to talk about English culture, Tash? All right, let's do this.
Come on the panel.
Forest dancing, maypole dancing, cheese rolling, bonfire, pancake day, pearly kings and queens, medieval music, dance, Victorian dance, Victorian ballads, maypole dancing, folk dancing, court dancing, circle dancing, line dancing, Kate and Kim, Anglo-Saxon chronicles, what else? The Exeter book, the Versilli book, the Beowulf manuscript, Shakespeare. Would you like
architecture,
Food drills, tin cans, thermos fire extinguishers, locomotives, railways. What else would you like? Poets,
Right, this is not going no. We can't hear everybody saying.
I'd like to answer the question. I'd like to answer the question for this.
Right. Sunday roast. And guess what? Good night. I tell you.
You want
to
we are born in Jamaica.
Every day some people left in Africa.
Binge drinking is your culture.
But we are Africa. Born in England.
That's what you've shown us.
Africa. Born in England. Africa. Born in England.
That's what you've told. That's what you've told.
You're a little nomad. Give me one second. So Wendy,
I just want to answer the question.
Hold on. Wendy,
I just want to answer the question.
Hector's coming and interrogating people. Go and look after your people in Nigeria. Don't be worried about what Shakira's doing.
I just want to answer the question.
So I've heard a list of things, and I'm hearing folk dancing all this shit, yeah. But I'm not seeing none of this being practiced today. So I want to know, what is that the bit of the culture that you?
Oh, you don't see it practiced. You don't see it practiced.
No, I don't.
Oh well, you need to go to the different areas in Great Britain, in England, and you will see the maypole dancing going on.
Wendy, you are
You'll see cheese rolling. You'll see bonfire night.
Yeah,
you'll see Remembrance Day. You will see the pearly kings and queens.
Exactly.
You will see all if you look.
Who's
But
doing that?
they don't want to be part of it. They don't want to be part of it, so how are they going to know about it? They don't want to be part of it, so they won't see it.
That's the first correct thing that you said
So-
that has been on this panel, Wendy. Yes, we don't want to be a part of it, but I want to know what it is first.
Sorry.
That's very much correct.
I
very
beg
much
you.
correct.
I beg you.
Add some music, add some music. Gregorian dance. The Celtic
I'm gonna duck in a sec, yeah. I'm gonna duck off in a sec, yeah. I'm gonna duck in a sec, yeah. I love this answer Hector's question.
God, we
I
all
love
have
this
to
answer
learn
Hector's question, and then I'll
tolerance
go.
in this country.
You're known for binge drinking and
We've
violence.
had
That's
to
what
I
learn
love to
tolerance.
answer Hector's question and then duck out. I'll be gone once I finish answering Hector's question, and you lot can have whatever conversation that you don't want to have here. And so the answer, the answer to your question, Hector, in beginning where we left off a minute ago, is the fact that as an African from the diaspora, we have various African cultural retentions. So I am not just from Ghana, and when my family was taken from the continent, there was no such thing as Ghana. Yeah, there was no such thing as Ghana. Yeah, so I have ancestry that is Akan, Ashanti, that is from on my dad's side, that is the Congo on my dad's side. That is more from the Nigeria region on my mother's side, although I haven't identified with specific groups here on my mother's side. So it will be it's that there's no one country that I am from in that regard, right? So in that regard.
Yeah.
In that regard,
there's no one country. Okay. So how many have you put on the list?
In that regard, the what's the word? The culture of myself, yeah, and my people in the Caribbean.
What people?
As it relates to Africa. Once again, let me finish. As it relates to Africanness, once again, as it relates to Africanness, is a actual unification of various different African groups. Yeah. What's it called? Right. So, for example, yeah. If you're in Jamaica and you go amongst the maroon people, yeah, you will find that they speak a variation of the Akan language, yeah, a development of the Akan language, which is Tree. You will also find words in that language, yeah, that are from Igbo or from Yoruba, yeah. If you're in Eastern Jamaica, you will find that because a lot of the people
you go and tell them that they're from Africa and see what they say to you.
What's it called? Because the fact that a lot of people are from Congo, yeah, were brought from the Congo region, yeah, you'll find Kikongo language retentions there, as well as the Kumina tradition, which is the Kikongo Kumina tradition, yeah. So many of the things that I like about my culture, once again, many of the things that I like about my culture are these ancestral. These ancestral
This one, you mentioned language. Aside from the language, we still need nine things that you need. 9.
I don't believe Reggie gave 9, but I can give 9. It's not a problem. What's it called? So we have the African cultural retentions of language. Yeah, Jamaican patois. Yeah. As an African cultural retention is a beautiful language. And especially because it retained the
language. I said aside from the language, what else can you do aside from the language?
Secondly, when I was in Jamaica in 2017, yeah, I went to.
Unfortunately, I have to go somewhere. We'll continue this conversation some other time.
I went to Nannytown, yeah, which is one of the maroon settlements, yeah. And we took part in part of the Kumina ritual there. So I'm saying that one of the things that I like about our culture is the extent to which we have retained African spiritual traditions, yeah. And yeah, in that regard as well. And that was one of them. And it's very clear that the Kikongo, the Bongo or Congo nation in Eastern Jamaica will tell you straight that we are the Congo nation, African, and them kind of things there. And you know, so
No,
that's
they
all.
won't. You're
Yeah?
lying.
One of the things that I like about our culture is our national dish is ackee and swordfish, yeah. And the ackee was actually a fruit that was brought from West Africa. The swordfish comes from somewhere else. It's imported from somewhere else in the Americas. So there's a debate about why that's a natural dish at any point. But yeah, that's another thing. Another thing is one of our most well preserved, African retentions is Kweku Anansi. Kweku Anansi is a character that you find. Well, originally he's Abosom, which Abosom is among the spiritual system of the Akan people. You have the deities or spirits that are called Abosom, and Kweku Anansi is at Abosom, And so Anansi stories are a definitive and central part of Jamaican culture or African culture in Jamaica, and you find Anansi prevalent throughout the Caribbean. Anansi is there, and we've held on to that tradition. And Anansi is known by all children, coming out of the African experience in Jamaica. What's that? 5? Is that 5 so far? I'm losing count. Then now we have a cultural icon, called Miss Lou, Louise Bennett, who during colonialism, she was instrumental in developing pride, and dignity in our indigenous culture that we developed in Jamaica, because the colonizers taught us to be ashamed of who we were and how we spoke and what we did and them kind of things there. And so Miss Lou, as a cultural icon, taught pride and dignity. I am also, that's what, 6. We have a strong history of resistance, to colonization and enslavement. All right. And as a part of that resistance, so for example, I believe that island is probably the island with the most recorded anti-slavery revolts, and then you have within that context people like Chief Taki and Sam Sharp, Paul Bogle, One Finger Jack, Nanny, and them thing, the kings and queens, you know what I'm saying? So that I'm proud of the anti-slavery resistance that Africans in Jamaica have put up. That's what, 7. 8, Obia, as an African spiritual retention, not only because it's an African spiritual retention, but because in those slavery revolts, Obia was actually very instrumental, in organizing people from different groups. And this is an example of how differences can be alleviated by a proper understanding of history and culture, because there were differences among the different groups of Africans that were brought to Jamaica. It was difficult it could be difficult to unite them. But one of the things that the people, the planter class found is that they were being united by what was being referred to as Obia, which was a spiritual tradition. So they would go to these priests they would take oaths, and they would be united in terms of fighting against the enslaver and them kind of things there. That's 8. And finally, 9, I'm very proud of the first national hero. I'm not proud of all the national heroes because some of them are devils, but the first national hero is a man by the name of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and he built the largest black power movement ever in the history of the world. And he is a man from the beautiful island of Jamaica, full of African descendants who are proud, of their African heritage.
Big up the prophet, big him up.
Your culture is all mainly about individuals. That's what it sounds like, or groups that have come together to do things. That's what it sounds like. Your culture.
All right, so Reggie wants to hear the other parts of the culture. So
I wanted to ask Reggie a question.
The dances, all of that.
Right? Can I? Sorry, Gabriel. Allow me to say one more thing, and I'm going to duck off here. So on the screen here, what you're seeing here is the work of a linguist called Kwesi Pra. He's from Ghana, and he has a thing called the Pan-African Literacy Project. And I'm not going to speak too much about it. I'll just read and then I'm gone. All right. Kwesi Pra is launching a Pan-African literacy movement based upon clustering dialects into 12 mutually understood written languages, thus increasing access to information, reducing government costs, and enhancing ties among formerly separate communities. Kwesi's goal is to harmonize dialects into mutually understandable languages, thereby creating economies of scale in teaching and learning. literacy. Kwesi's groundbreaking research reveals that 75 to 80% of all sub-Saharan Africans speak one of 12 root languages: Nguni, Soto, Tswana, Swahili, Amhara, Eastern Interlacustine, Western Interlacustine, Kitara, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Bambara, Fulful, Oromo, and Berber. Dialects within each root grouping are mutually intelligible. The idea is timely in the Pan-African context because of the current shift away from written colonial languages as the basic building block of an educated citizenry. Kwesi's approach will create a new kind of literacy based on linguistically uniting people who live in different countries. For example, speakers of Be, a common root language in West Africa, would be able to communicate in writing with other native speakers in Nigeria, Benin, and Togo. In Africa, this is the problem now. In Africa, hundreds of written dialects masquerade as languages, isolating communities, impeding efforts to reach literacy, and reducing the range and scope of literacy's impact. Until recently, African governments had not been aware of these linguistic barriers, that these linguistic barriers were surmountable. They just accepted them. Thus, literacy efforts and investments have followed old colonial patterns, reinforcing these barriers without really understanding them. To get around the problem, governments have relied heavily on European written languages. For example, the South African government declared 11 official languages in an attempt at inclusion, but this has created enormous difficulties with teaching literacy and translation costs. Kwesi asserts that the 11 languages are in fact dialects of 4 root languages. For instance, Zulu, Xhosa, Swati, Ndebele, Shangaan, Ngoni, Tumbaka, and Senga are 85% mutually intelligible as spoken languages and fall into the root group called Nguni. By creating a written form of Nguni, all these communities will have access to materials in their own language that is also culturally sensitive. The impact of this unification has large implications given the history of division between, for example, South Africa's Zulu and Xhosa speaking peoples. It also means that groups in Tanzania, Malawi, and Zambia have access to the same material since related languages are spoken in those areas, emphasizing the arbitrariness of the borders created by the colonial powers of the past. And finally, the strategy. Kwesi has demonstrated the viability of his idea by piloting it with a family of languages called Be, spoken in Nigeria, Benin, Togo, and Ghana. Kwesi has produced a new orthography for Be's mutually intelligible dialects so that all these speakers have access to common literature. One of the first effects of this project is to reduce the perception of differences among the people who speak different dialects of Be. Kwesi has developed a cost-effective strategy to spread the idea of clustering dialects into common written languages by linking orthographers to governments and foreign donors. He is now taking the next step, convincing governments, international institutions, and civil society to buy into this process, beginning with schools and gradually encompassing all forms of written communication coming from the government. South Africa is already producing literacy training materials on HIV/AIDS, human rights, soil fertility, water, sanitation, and agriculture. Kwesi is leading donors to rethink both the content as well as the scale of literacy-oriented projects. By improving accessibility, his work will facilitate information distribution to a significantly larger percentage of the population. And I conclude right there, sir.
Oh, finally.
Wait. Well, you have to wait for the question. For Reggie. Right. So Reggie. So hold on. I'll go again. If I was to ask Isgedi the same question, I ask him: would you rather have an Islamic state under an Arab caliphate, or an African state under a black leadership? Reggie, what denomination are you?
I'm not really denominational. I'm just Christian.
Okay. So would you rather have a unified Christian state with, I guess, a Christian leadership that would be from Europe, since they're the most powerful, or an African state with an African leadership?
An African state, probably.
All right.
I mean,
all right, let me ask a question, man. Obviously, it's tracked up into Africa, yeah. But I wanted to ask, yeah, like, if we got Wendy and Jika on the panel, if they could take their time, turns each to go through the questions of the day, like what is British culture and what's the white working class struggle sort of thing.
I think Jupiter went on a long one with hers. Like she grew a lot.
Yeah, but obviously it was all shouted out and people was talking, and we didn't get a chance.
That's true. A lot of it was haram, though. A lot of the music and stuff was haram. But anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Like I say, man, yeah. Got it.
There's architecture, the arts, literature.
Haram.
All of it. We don't care about haram. Do you want to know
Reggie,
or not?
let her speak. Shut up, Reggie.
Sorry, go ahead.
Is Reggie saying that?
That's Reggie. That is Reggie.
Reggie, what are you doing?
Sorry, I just wanted to point it out. Sorry.
Gosh.
She's surprised. She feels betrayed, Reggie, that her good British subject is respecting her like that. Most unbecoming of the good British sensibilities.
Tolerance. Of course, there's the faith of Christianity, Shakespeare, the theatres. And then, of course, is the fact that our holidays, we have where we actually, we don't forget our war dead. We have things like village fates, the arts, as in movies, things like that. That's all part of our culture. Food as well, believe it or not, is part of our culture. I'm not saying it's good food, but yeah, it is part of our culture. Music, especially classical music. Another part of our culture is class, actual class. It's a big part of the culture that I don't particularly like class, but it is part of our culture, unfortunately.
All right, Wendy, I want to ask you a question because I asked this question.
Sorry, Lady D, Lady D.
Come off it, Shaka.
No. I want to ask a question. I'm done. Yeah, you see a lot of stuff she mentioned. Yeah, did man not mention it earlier?
Yeah, but I want to ask her this specific question because I asked the question earlier and there was no one to answer. So now Wendy says she.
And then of course there's always sports and football things like
hold
that.
Hold on, Wendy.
Just a reminder, Wendy, tikka masala is your national dish.
Question.
Hold on, just one thing. Tikka masala is their national dish.
No, it's not. I'm sorry.
We're not talking about. Come on, can we stay focused? This is what happens. We get.
No, it's not. It's about English culture.
So this is the thing.
No,
this is the thing. This is the question, Wendy. So my thing was this. Yeah, fine. Say that's all English culture, and this is what you lot class as English culture. Sure, go ahead and have that. My thing is, if the complaint today is that English culture has been drowned out, and no one respects English culture, especially in London. What happens now when the government is actively working against the English people and spreading people out of London? What happens then when the other rest
they won't be accepted? They try to spread people out of London. No, they won't get accepted.
But it's happening now, Wendy. What do you mean it's not going to be accepted?
Not
it's literally happening.
It's not. No, but you're not listening to me, ladies.
Go on.
If they try to spread it out across the country the way they think they're going to do, it won't be accepted, and they know that. That's why they're doing it very quietly. It won't get accepted. There's places in this country that are 100% white, with all the culture that goes with it. People will not accept it.
Wendy,
can I just be logical about this? Okay, hold on. Let's be logical about this. That was the same sentiments that was happening back in the 50s and the 60s. It's not going to be immigrant, and we've seen later on, 50 years, 60 years down the line, it has been accepted. So
it's been accepted where you are. It's been accepted in London.
But listen, Wendy, you're not listening. You're being very emotional. Listen to what I'm saying.
No,
so that was the same. All right, so let me finish then. All right, so let me finish. So my point is, if it wasn't accepted, if that was the same sentiments back then, and we see later on down the line, it's now a case of it's multicultural London. What makes you think this cannot happen out other parts outside of London years down the line?
Because I know the English people, and they won't accept it on the women. They will not accept it on the same scale that it's happened in London. There's no chance of that happening. Not a chance.
Wendy, I'm confused by this because
you're always confused. So
your people are constantly complaining about people taking their jobs in the countryside. You know that these immigrants are taking their jobs and they're working for half.
Oh, okay. Well, I can understand that because what's happening is you bring up something. So I'm going to answer
they don't reside there. She's just said
no. You see, what happens is
they won't have them there.
Privately. How are you trying to force us to like you when you don't like our country?
You know, privately, company, one like certain fruit companies, they like to fly in people from Romania without people knowing. But this year, because of the coronavirus, we all found out about it. And loads of English people went for those jobs. And now, you know, those people that like to come here to pick our fruit will no longer have those jobs.
Wendy, your farmers are not going to pay.
There you are, Tash. Yeah.
Wendy, your farmers.
You don't know my country better than me. You don't know my countrymen better than me. You don't know the English.
This is what I mean about it's going nowhere. We're not having a conversation because
well, no, because she is a little nomad, right? That won't accept what I just said.
Okay, Wendy. All right, let's just say, Tash, please. I'm trying to ascertain this thing. So my thing is, okay, Wendy, we're gonna accept what you just said there. It's never gonna happen. It's not gonna happen outside of London.
No.
But I could say that was the exact same sentiments people had back then. It's never gonna happen. They're gonna send them back home. You even had at one time, what's that politician's name that used to run? At first he was the one that invited everyone.
In the days of Enoch Powell.
Yes, that's
right?
him. That's him.
Okay. Now the areas he was complaining about are the same areas today that have the minorities living in them. Do you see? It has not changed. The where the minorities live has not changed. There are places in England, a lot of places they will not put minorities into because those people will not be accepted. Okay, they'll be accepted if they integrate and if they follow our culture, but not if they come in and they want their own culture and everything else. No.
Okay, so Wendy, this is my point. Okay, so I hear you saying that the people won't accept it. Fine, no. But what you cannot stop is the government right now, at the moment, are actively taking people out of London. They're talking about they want London to be, you know, this gentrification we see going across London, and they're taking the people that are within these certain parts of London and they're moving them out to the countrysides, no matter where it may be. Yeah. Some are going up north, some are going Newcastle, whatever it may be, yeah? And we're saying a lot of those other cities are now vastly becoming a mirror image of London. We're seeing it, Manchester. No. Listen, it's happening literally now. So my thing is, whether the people accept it or not, it's happening. And you can't stop people bringing their cultures wherever they may go.
About the same places that it was happening in the 1960s, Birmingham, Manchester, Bradford.
But now people are
there's no difference. All those places have always been multicultural.
Listen.
What
Wendy,
about the places that they can't go to?
You're being very emotional. You're not actually listening. So my thing is, those people now are starting to spread out to the countryside. What happens then when they bring in they are though. I know plenty of people that are buying houses in the countryside. So my thing is, what's happening? What would you do to stop them bringing their cultures along with them to the countryside?
They won't be accepted. There will be trouble. It won't be accepted.
Wendy, you think those 3 million Chinese are gonna just play by your
Chinese? I don't know of any Chinese that are coming to this country.
The Hong Kong people, they're not gonna.
Oh, they're different. Yeah, no, they're all right.
Different. Okay. Why are they different?
Well, because they're British at the end of the day, aren't they? They're very much, British. So.
They're very British, not living in the UK. They're British.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Wendy, it's already happened, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, Tash, move your ass out of London or wherever it is you live. Go and have a drive along, in the rest of the UK, and just see how many minorities are around. Not a lot. Not a lot.
But that's why you complain. That's why your group complains.
No, not me. I don't complain. Not a lot. I complain about the state of London, yeah. But the rest of the country, I don't worry about because I know nothing's going to happen to it.
Okay, but Wendy, this is the argument I'm hearing online. This is the argument I've been hearing online especially the last year, especially within the last year. Yeah, so I've heard a lot of, well, you know, the birth rates of the people here are going down, but the immigrants are coming. They're having a lot of children. They're taking the resources and all of that. So my thing is, if that is true, let's run with that. If that is true, and more immigrants are having more children and they keep producing more and more, the numbers will grow, right? Logically, the numbers will grow with the minorities, yeah? Hold on. Can I finish my point? So my point is, if those numbers keep growing and those people then start to go into different areas, would that not be a generation of people coming up that doesn't look like you and not your culture, but in different areas?
Well, yes, of course it would be, but that is scare tactics done by the far right. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Plenty of white people, of English people, are having children, right? There's nothing going on outside of London that hasn't been going on forever. It's just you live in the bubble of London and you think it's the same all over Great Britain, and it's not. That is the problem. You need to get out of that bubble and go and explore. Go and have a look. You'll see how many minorities are around. Not a lot.
Birmingham,
even when we go places like Cambridge,
have I not said Birmingham and Manchester?
Like Cambridge, when we go places
Lady Divine, wait a minute. She just said Birmingham, Manchester. Did I not just say?
Yeah, you did.
I said places like Birmingham, Manchester, Bradford.
Yeah, you did say that. But my point is this: when you go places like like Cambridgeshire and all these other places, the communities are growing out there. And I'm saying that this could happen across London, and you're saying no, it's not going to be accepted.
It will never be like London.
But it's happening though. Whether it's accepted, it's happening. Literally, that's my only argument.
Well, if it
that's what they said in the
black community, British-born blacks actually have the same level of birth rate as the white indigenous. That's a lie.
I never said black people. I said minorities. I said minorities. I never said nothing about black people at all in my dialogue with Wendy.
But we're going to soon put a stop to that.
Wendy, just be very clear. When I had my dialogue with you, did you hear the word black once come out of my mouth? Hold on, Tash. Hold on, Tash. Wendy, when I had my dialogue with you, did you once hear the word black come out of my mouth?
I said,
no, we're talking about minorities.
I said minorities.
I'm not talking about black people.
This is what I mean about people want to hear what they want to hear. Because not one point in time did the word black come out of my mouth. Not one point. Okay.
No, it came out of mine. What's your point? And I don't understand what that point was all about.
Jupiter, you have no political
you're incoherent behaviour as usual. That's the point I'm making.
You're going to stop this from happening. You haven't got a choice. Historically, your country always brings people here.
You've got a choice. I've got a choice.
Let me cut in quickly, yeah?
Well, then you know what? You're going to have to leave.
Let me cut in quickly so we can get to the second part of the question, yeah? We can go to the second, because we sort of got a little bit of an answer. Wendy gave us a bit of an answer in the first part of the question, yeah. But we wanna try, because no one's not really got into the second part of the question of the day today, innit? Yeah,
what's that?
Gone off in it. So like, what's the white working class is like the depression or
yeah. Well, I think
the oppression of the white working class. Like, what's
okay? So
with the white working
can
class?
I just add to that, and then maybe Jupiter would like to add something else. I don't know. Number one for me is children having children. Therefore, there's no discipline. Young kids don't go to school. They seem to be roaming around the streets at all hours. Because it's children having children, and the parents are not mature enough to look after their own children. That's my first gripe with the white working class. I don't know if Jupiter wants to add to it with the fact they're underachieving at school and things.
Yeah. I would say the white working class struggle is to get rid of all of that snobbery that Wendy just said, because that's not actually true. People don't bear that out anymore, Wendy, actually. There's not that many people that are teenagers that are white that are having children. There are single mums. There are single mums,
What?
and it's got nothing
Are
to
you
do with
crazy?
underage
Jupiter,
children.
we have the highest teenage pregnancy
No, they're
rate
not.
in
They
Europe.
were.
The
No,
majority
they're
of them
not.
have
They
been
were. They
white.
were. There's been a massive drop
You
in it.
are
There's been a
joking.
massive drop in it.
So you're ignoring the fact that teenagers
Well, wait a minute. And there's also the class system.
Your friend
The
Wendy
class
just
system
mentioned it.
plays a big part.
Your friend Wendy
Class
just
system.
mentioned it. You're ignoring that.
Yeah,
You're
so
part
Tash,
of it.
go and get me the figures and bring it back. Because you don't know what you're talking about. I
Oh,
do.
of course I
Number one.
do, yeah.
That's
Okay, so
number
where's
one.
your figures?
Number
Where's your
two.
figures?
Number two. I'll go and get them in a minute. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Number two, the white working class struggle is actually to still remain able to practice their indigenous beliefs, to be able to be seen as indigenous rather than be told that they're not. To be able to say that this is their country because it quite clearly is. Not to be told that they don't have a culture when they do. And overall, okay, they have a struggle to make their children receive the funding that all the other fucking minority groups have been clutching onto with their lies and their problems that is shared amongst the whole working class, not just the white working class, not just the black working class. We don't need
someone crying again. Is someone crying?
Jupiter, would you not say that the class
You
system?
got the answer. I'm not crying. I'm stating a fact.
Yeah. Jupiter, would you not say the class system plays a big part in like the white working class being kept where they're, being kept in their
Yeah.
place, sort of thing?
Yes, definitely, and that's why I said that we need to get rid of all the prejudice there. Yes.
All right, so Tash, quickly about your pregnancy thing. No, about your pregnancy thing. Let me quickly go there because I've just looked it up. So you see your 10 is I went to look in just particularly for the UK here, right here for London right now. And this is the areas that have the highest teenage pregnancy rate. And remember, minorities are not there. So let's go there. The first place is Salford, 33.2. Burnley, 32.8. Blackpool, 32. And then they've got Holton, Cheshire, 31.9. Sunderland, 31.4. Sandwell, 31. St Helens, 30.1. North East Lancashire, 29.5. Now remember, these are places where Wendy's literally just claimed on the panel we're not there and they're not going to accept it, yeah?
Yeah, I've got a different view to Jupiter. I believe it is
There's
children
not
having children.
any underage pregnancies. I said that it's dropped. It is not what it was. And I'm talking about UK wide. I'm not talking about finding little pockets to back up your amazing fucking prejudice.
Anyway, Wendy, you were saying?
I said I've got a different view to Jupiter. I do believe that the parenting, the modern parenting of today is the problem, because it's been children having children, and unfortunately the parents, the young parents of today are absolutely clueless.
I tell you one thing, Jupiter, there's more people pole dancing than maypole dancing. I don't know where you're going with British culture.
Hang on, we're talking about an important thing, and you want to talk about maypole dancing?
No, I'm saying there's more pole dancers. There's more pole dancers in the UK than maypole dancers. That's not happening at the moment. You're talking about
How do you know that? Are you a stripper? Are you a stripper, Tash? What are you doing hanging around that kind of place?
No, I don't involve myself in that.
Well, then why are you fucking bringing it up, you daft mare?
Don't be worried.
Hang on, but club life is part of the
don't
British
worry yourself.
culture. So, Tash, what's your problem?
Yeah,
Club life is part of our culture. I haven't got anything to be ashamed about our culture.
Is she trying to say the white people or something? Is that what
Reggie, I do not know what's wrong with you.
Wait. Pole.
Question.
Yeah.
I got a question for the English lady.
You can get mixed race up a pole. You
Let
can
me
get
ask
a
you one
fucking
question.
Polish. You can get an English. You can
For the-
get a German. They're all up the fucking pole.
Yeah.
Even including the Mohammedans. So just behave.
Wendy, you were saying something that sounded more coherent, and I can't really hear it. So go on.
Wendy,
I
I got a question for you, Wendy. Is hooliganism part of English culture?
Football hooliganism, definitely.
It is part.
Yes.
It's a negative part, though.
It's a negative part, but it's part. You can't take it away. You can't brush it under the carpet and say, oh, it doesn't exist, because it bloody well does.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's negative, though. It is a negative part of the culture.
It's horrible. It's a horrible part, but it's there. It's there for everyone to see.
What's horrible? So I missed that.
Football hooliganism.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's addressing the football culture, innit, and the hooliganism. But yeah, she at least she's embracing it and saying, well, this is what it is. We're not saying that she's bigging it up, but she's saying it's part of her culture. Cool, I can accept that. My thing is when it's the complaint of the culture being taken away, but then in the next breath I will hear, but it's not going nowhere. So it's either it's been getting taken away, or it's not being respected, or it's here and it's not going nowhere. I just don't know.
Well, it's the FNATs that like to say it's been taken away, because they're also the ones that like to talk about the figures and people having children and people not having children and all the rest of it. Whereas most of the people that live in England, Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland are quite secure in who they are, what they are, and they know it's just not going to happen.
Yeah. There is, well, I wouldn't agree totally with Wendy, because I would say that even though I'm not an FNAT, I would say that you can't fly your flag without people assuming you're racist. You can't enjoy St. George's Day like you used to be able to, because people say it's intimidating, and in some places, some councils don't even like you celebrating it.
But that's what we've got to fight against, you see.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm trying to get at. That's the main point I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
these talking about being taken away. So that's
these stupid councils, right? These stupid councils that think, oh well, we must do this and we must do that. It's those sort of people that have got to be, you've got to fight against that. You've got to they're not. We don't live in Russia. You don't have to obey them. So you just fight against it and carry on doing what you've done for decades and decades and decades.
But this is my point, Wendy. This is what I was trying to say earlier when Reggie was speaking to Reggie, but he can't really speak for you guys, so you guys are here. So my thing is this: if that's the case, it's been taken away. I don't understand what the anger is towards the minorities or the ethnic people that are here. Yeah, because it's not us taking it away. That's your councils, your governments, your people.
Yeah, but what's happening is the council are trying to please and keep happy a certain group of people.
Exactly.
Right? We know who that group of people are. And I personally ignore it. I completely ignore it.
Exactly.
And there's lots of people like me that exactly the same.
Are you talking about the Jews?
No. Oh. Why would I be talking about the Jews? Come on. I'm talking about the religion of peace.
Yeah, a piece of this and a piece of that.
Yeah.
Because this is my problem.
They're the ones insisting on this, insisting on that. They're the ones that take offence because of Christmas, for Christ's sake.
But hold on, Wendy, this is my point I'm trying to make, and I'm going to say it from a Caribbean perspective, and I'm going to keep it all the way real, yeah? I can't speak for other groups, yeah? So from a Caribbean perspective, when we came over here via the Windrush, yeah, nothing was taken away. All it was just embracing another culture of people, and we got backlash like hell for it, just for coming in. Just for coming in, we got the backlash, yeah? Not taking away no one's culture, not removing of flags, none of that. None of that was done.
No.
All it was embracing our culture while we're here. And that was a problem for everybody, yeah? Now, obviously, there's many other groups that have come. Immigration has multiplied how many times and whatever. And now you're saying taking it away. But somehow Black people, especially the Caribbean community, are getting the most hated for it. Even though when we came, there was no...
No. I don't know
know,
who to give you this information because to me, black people are on a par with the ordinary white people of this country. I don't understand that.
I'll tell you why I say that. Let me tell you the reason why I come to that conclusion. Because even when we sit on these panels, Wendy, and I'm going to use you as an example. Even when we sit on these panels and we're talking about Black Pound Day and stuff, you're the most vocal one to come out here and talk about why you got to do all that. Why?
All right. Yeah. Okay. Can I explain that? Okay. So, I don't have a problem with anyone that wants to live in this country. A black person like you. You want to live in this country. But when you start trying to divide the country up for some reason, and that reason is foreign to us, as in George Floyd, I don't understand it at all. But to me, a black person of Jamaican heritage is just like a white person, never had a problem. But then the George Floyd thing happened, and all of a sudden all these things start popping up everywhere. Black people start changing the way they are, and everything's just upside down on its head. Well, me personally, I haven't changed.
Let me explain it to you from a black woman's point of view, Wendy. The reason why you probably might see a lot of this uprising and changing and complaining going on, because what we've noticed is we've come in, we fight, and we've got where we got to. And I explained this to Reggie, like we've made major advances since our parents and grandparents and some even grandparents came here. It was completely different Britain then, yeah? So fast forward to 2020, we've made so much changes, but then still we're at the bottom and still we're getting the most oppression even now. But other minority people have come and it's not been a problem for them. Obviously, we've kicked down the doors and we've paved the ways for them. Cool, no problems with that. But my thing is that everybody else that has come off the back of our struggle has elevated to some extent, but we're still at the bottom. So when you hear black people complaining, that's why we're complaining, because we're still
You're not at the bottom, you're on the level.
You can't
you're on the level as the working class of Britain. You're on the level of the working class in
literally had Raj even came on the panel himself the other day and actually said they will do whatever the hell they got to do to get to where they get to, but we're at the bottom because our struggle's not ours. Stop it, Wendy. Stop.
But there's there's laws being brought in to protect people like you. So I don't understand. They were brought in the late 90s, yeah? Equality, diversity, it's to protect people like you.
All this stuff has been
okay. So what are these laws that I'm yet to know about these laws?
Well, if you have racial abuse in the street, right? You have every right to go to the bloody police station, report it, and those people will be arrested.
Yep.
If you don't get a job and you're suspicious in your mind that it's because of your last name, the color of your skin, you can go and get that seen to as well lawfully.
Lawfully, okay. So let's do
actually getting the job in the first place, going to the interview.
Right, hold on, but let's deal with this then. She says that we can go and we can complain and we can get this stuff done lawfully. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But we know and we see the statistics of the laws and how many success stories they are.
Can I turn it down? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go on. How many success stories there are and how much failures there are. So when we're saying, okay, this is happening and it's just we're knocking on the doors and it's still going on, it's still continuing, it's still going, and you lot are sitting there saying, well, there's no such thing as institutional racism. What is that? When we're telling you it's
do you not think there's ordinary white working class people that have the same problem?
We're
not
not saying
jobs
that.
and get turned down for it because of the way they look, the way they speak.
No, but hold on, Wendy. What we're saying, if this is still happening and it's still ongoing and we're still fighting that fight, but we don't see that same treatment happening to everybody else that's come. Look, the Chinese come, they do their thing, they have their whole Chinatown and all that. No one complains about them separating.
But do people actually don't complain?
Whole communities, whole streets full of Asian shops and Asian.
I know.
No one complains. The one
but
time.
Do you complain?
Listen, the one thing black people, black people have done one thing and do the one little march protest the other day.
No, that won't get you anywhere. Do you complain to the authorities? If you think
I don't deal with the authorities, period, because they don't work in my best interest. They don't work in our best interest. They work against us.
No. You see, the religion of peace, right? They've got it down to a fine art. They know exactly what they're doing, and that's why they're passing you, if you want to say it like that. Me, I don't see it like that. I don't see them like that. But they've got it down to a fine art. They know who to complain to. They know how to get exactly what they want. But if you're saying you won't deal with the authorities, that's where you're going wrong.
Wendy, I think the point is, why should it be taking place in the first
Why
place?
don't you stay out of it? Because you're a member of the religion of peace.
I'm a woman of colour. I'm a woman of colour. Wendy, why should we have to complain about any form of abuse?
You know though, Tash. Don't pretend innocent with me in it, Tash.
Wendy, if
Tash,
you
you know.
Wendy,
You
if you
lot
said
have
you were
got
being
it down
abused,
to a fine art.
Wendy,
You know exactly what you're doing. You know exactly. Do black people have a housing association for only black people like you lot have housing associations for only
Definitely,
Muslims?
Wendy, I can answer that.
Not that I
Definitely
know.
not. There is no such thing as a black housing association. Definitely.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, because they've got it
There
down.
was in the 70s and 80s. There was in the 70s and 80s. There was the African Caribbean Housing
Well, it's not a
Association.
lot of good now, is it?
Based in Hackney because of the
What happened? Did someone run off with the money?
in housing.
Look at that! Look at that comment.
I know, yeah, it was very. That's a typical
That's what we go through, Wendy.
right racist
That's
trope
what we
that
go
was.
through.
You know, we expect that. We expect that.
Well, if you were in control of it, and you're so freaking great.
There was yeah, there was though. But again, black people in this country have always established
all black people,
have established
like
the
the religion of peace. You know, they have it for them.
black people in the country have always set up institutions.
And we've been told what we just were told, that we bitch and complain like you do. That's what was just said to me. You bitch and complain like you do, and it's racism, and you're doing separatism. And why is it okay for one group of people, but it's not okay for the rest?
No, it is okay for you to have. You know, I wouldn't have a problem.
Even though
come on, if you had a housing association to house black people, I wouldn't have a problem with that, because the religion of peace have got their own too, and she knows it. That Tash knows it.
Wendy,
yeah, but I'm not addressing Tash though, Wendy. I'm actually addressing your friend Jupiter on the panel right now, because she literally just said, "Oh, you're just bitching, complaining. What happened when people ran off with the money? But when other groups do it, she doesn't have no talk for them. Not one. Notice that. Be very clear with what you're saying."
I think they do it quietly though. To be fair, they don't come online discussing it.
Anyone who came on and said they used to have something for their community and it don't exist no more, I would deem the people that were in charge of it failures, and I would wonder why. What happened to it? I would even say it about white people. Did they fucking run off with the money? How can it fail? How can it not be in existence? You had it in the 70s and you ain't got it no more.
It happens
So
to a lot of
didn't it work for your community, or did the community fucking steal the money? What happened?
Community projects get shut down, so I don't know what
Tell you
you're
what,
about.
like,
You're not going anywhere here.
Lady Divine, my advice would be to take note of the religion of peace, and work out, you know, about how they've got it down to a
Wendy,
fine
why?
How
Why?
to get exactly what they want.
Wendy, why?
They get exactly what they want.
Oh my
yeah.
Yeah. And now they're using the black community to get what they want, and everyone can see it apart from the black community themselves.
To use the black community to get what they want. What are you talking
you
about?
do. You've got it down to a fine art. I've been watching for years.
Yeah,
you're diverting from the fact
that you're diverting from the fact that we have struggled with
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
So already, I mean, you can laugh, but Jupiter's comment is directed to you. It's directed to Shaka. It's directed to me. You know, you can mock. Well, you know, the reality is that
Shaka claims he's not Muslim. Are you admitting that he is? Well done, Tash. I like that.
What are you talking about? You need to stop.
We're getting off the subject matter here, but the problem is that you can't have separate. If you do separate stuff and we try to implement that, it's a problem. It's why they're separating themselves. What about you not wanting to do segregation?
No, you know what though? Can I just say?
When you should be doing integration and blah
When
blah blah.
when it comes to just a roof over your head, it's your human right to have a roof over your head.
I'm confused.
Yeah. No, it's your human right to have a roof over your head.
Wendy, we're not here to pick
So
up the
you need to
crumbs
take
from your
lessons from the
table.
religion of peace because they know exactly how to do it, get away
Why
with it.
are you here,
Even
Cass?
to the
Why are
point
you here?
where if you walk in there and you're
divert.
not Muslim,
You're not
you
picking up
get
the crumbs
turned
from your own
out.
country,
Sorry,
though, are you?
if
You
you're
know
not
what?
Muslim, you're not
You have
getting
to
out.
divert.
Get out.
You have to divert to Islam because you know what you've
Yeah,
done, you know what you continue to do
yeah,
to black people in
yeah.
this country, and you
Don't
know
bring
you're not
black
going to
people
stop.
into it, Tash.
I'm
Talking
bringing them
about
in because
you
I'm
lot,
black. I'm
the
black, and I'm
religion
going
of
to bring them
peace.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm going to bring them in because
yeah,
Lady
yeah.
D is
Keep doing
correct.
that. That's what you do all the time.
Lady D is correct. Black
Constantly
Pound
bring the
Day was
black
a major
people
issue
into
for
it.
you. You've got a
Bring
major
the
issue
black
with
people
respect.
into it. Yeah.
Why
Why you
you've got a
lot get
major issue with
everything you
Black
want
Pound
in this
Day.
country. Everything you want in this country.
Got a major issue
Even
with black
down
women
to
loving
your own
themselves.
housing.
What's going on, Wendy?
Even down to
You're
your own
fragile.
housing.
You're
Don't see
fragile,
no
Wendy.
black community having that. But you
You're
lot do.
fragile.
You lot do.
Yes. I can hear you, but Reggie, you're really quiet. I don't know if you're
Okay. Can you hear me now?
yeah, if it's gonna go towards Islam and we're not directing it towards the black cause,
You
then
directed it there, love, so we'll keep talking about
when
it.
did I mention
black
Islam
people,
to you?
see?
You're talking to Lady D, and Wendy started talking about it. When did I mention it to you?
No, you diverted it because you wanted attention, didn't you? Your little scarf popped up from nowhere again.
Jupiter.
You never
I
want to
didn't
give us
mention
power.
it.
Well, it's all right. But
Well,
the thing is, yeah,
I
it's to
tend
do with
to
it.
give
It's to
people
do with
on their
the.
way, Reggie, not those that are here to mock and disrespect and do
So
what
do
you
you feel?
guys do.
Do you feel that English culture is?
You don't mind mocking my looks, though, do you, Tash?
What about
I'm
your
not even.
looks?
I'm
What
not
about
even
your
mocking.
looks? No, Jupiter, I don't think
Everything
a woman of your age should be on YouTube when you've got teenage children
It
and
ain't
their
no
friends that are floating around and you've got your chest
women
out.
should be remixing.
You don't. I don't have to. You're in my way.
Hey, we will. Go to Jacobs at the back. Go to Jacobs at the back. Let's try and keep it less personal. Go to Jacobs at the back, Vellemy. Can you let him on? Well, Tasha, maybe obviously it is about culture. So do you think obviously these people have a problem with the Islamic culture and certain
I'm not
aspects? Do you think
into that. They have to take that with their government. I'm not here to,
do you
put
feel that?
any.
Then leave. We want a discussion. Just because you don't like talking about Islam.
We're talking about British values. We're talking about British
Yeah, but then
values.
you have
Why
Yeah,
you're
well, that's
so
not,
very concerned.
exactly. We're talking about
You
British
want to
values.
divert it because you're responsible. You're
council you've got.
responsible.
What is it
I
you've
would
got?
like,
British
I would
Muslim
like to ask,
council or
I would like
something?
to ask you, Tasha, because
They
you haven't said
swing a
much.
lot of weight, don't they? They've got a lot of power, haven't they, Tash?
You haven't
I
said much.
want to
You
be
haven't
clear
said
with
much,
you.
Tasha.
Yeah,
I want to be clear with you. I choose to come on these panels for a particular reason.
It's actually
not
part of
just
English
Islam.
culture to mock.
So I just want you to be clear before
That's
you answer
why,
that
even
question.
before you lot ever came to this country, yeah, we used to have Irish, English, and Scottish jokes. You know, we laugh at each other. It's part of British culture. They take the piss out of us. We take the piss out of them.
Has nothing to
I
do
was
with
gonna ask
It's fucking characteristic.
I'm not going to discuss Islam on this panel.
I just can't hear everyone
I'm
at the
letting you
same
know that
time.
before you ask
I
me.
really cannot hear
I've mentioned
everybody at
this
the
on a
same
few
time.
occasions. I'm not obliged to discuss that on this panel. So,
Were you happy?
Yeah, I understand, but I was just saying, is actually
I would never do that in this
We'll talk
environment.
about it if we want to.
Okay,
We wouldn't talk about it. We're discussing British values. That's what we're discussing
let
today.
me
That's
just
what
ask the question, yeah? Let me just ask the question.
Freedom of speech is part of our British values
Go
as
to
well.
your local mosque and find out what you need to
We're
find
getting
out.
pissed
We
off.
know that. I don't have a local mosque, thank
Getting our
God.
rights taken away.
I don't have a local mosque, thank God.
Oversensitive people like you, our rights are getting taken away. Our freedom of speech is being.
You're pulling away from systematic issues because you are the problem.
ask
You
you,
know that.
You're the problem. You and
You're
your
the
religion.
problem. We was getting on fine till you lot showed up.
All right, but hold on. Let's bring it back. Bring it back. Wendy, did you just literally hear that? Short 1 second. This is crazy. We're not getting nowhere with this conversation. Do you just hear that, Wendy? So your friend on the panel right now is saying that it's been taken away, and then you're on the other hand saying, well, it's not going nowhere. And this is where the confusion's coming from. Which one is it? It's either it's been taken away or it's going nowhere. Reggie, 1 second. For fuck's sake, man. Just show
It depends where you live. Now, where Jupiter lives, I can see the point where she lives. She also knows a bit more about well, anyway, that doesn't matter. But you know where she lives. But from my point of view, there was no problem. I mean, it's the religion of peace that are the problem, as far as I'm concerned. Black people, not a problem. No problem whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm not talking about black people. I don't know why she's interpreted it that way. I'm talking about people like Tash, the snowflake.
I never said anything about black whatsoever. I literally said it's either the culture's been taken away. Listen and stop trying to assume you know what I said without listening. I said literally one person saying the culture's been taken away, and then the other person saying no, it's not going nowhere. Which one is it? It's confusing. That's
Can
why
I
it's not about black anywhere.
Can I ask? I've been waiting to ask. And it's related to the British culture because they mentioned the values and they mentioned Islam specifically as a culture, basically that's eroding. Do the likes of Tash and obviously I don't know much more about Gaze can maybe give us the French side of things if he's still there, and even you, Lady Divine. Do you feel like the Islamic values or certain other community values are in conflict with the English values and the English culture?
Hold on, Reggie. What I would ask you is, where is that being enforced on anyone that is non-Muslim? It's not being enforced in this country. So let's not go down this road. Let's be direct from what Wendy was saying. We're not moving the goalposts.
Wendy, because there's a video of her talking to Jedi when she first met him, where she tells Jedi that she doesn't think that there should be much Muslim influence. So it's interesting you say that now, Lady Divine.
Oh, Lady Divine.
I haven't even spoke.
No one's enforcing Islam on anybody.
No, I haven't even spoke. Who she talk? She's incoherent again. She's hearing things yet again, twice now. For God's sake.
No, what's happening? I'm about to duck out, yeah, at my house, yeah. I just want to say, yeah, what it is that
Alhamdulillah
is the first of all, yeah, the idea that it matters what anybody but black people say if you want to do.
God, here he goes again, making his big dramatic.
What's it called? But it shouldn't really matter. If I don't care what
Alhamdulillah.
Who wants to complain about what? Who wants to complain about but when it comes to this Islam issue, yeah, I just think that what's happening is, and I've seen evidence of this that speakers calling and kind of things. In fact, I debated I had a conversation with
have you got a book for us to listen to?
My brother Kalam, yeah, about this as well, yeah. What it is that the white working class, yeah, and the right wing in this country, yeah, have decided that now their enemy is Islam. Prior to and immigrants that are associated with Islam. Prior to, it was black people, yeah.
No, it was not.
Immigrants from Africa.
No, it was not.
And that's why our parents. That's why our parents and our grandparents were subject to harassment and
they suffered,
and
so
attacks
you can live the life you're living now and just still complain
from the
you're still fucking moaning
from the NF, the teddy bears, the skinheads, the BLT, and these kinds of things. Yeah. So what's happening is that now they've decided, yeah. Now they've decided to make us. Now they've decided that we're British enough. Citizens, yeah. Now that we're model citizens, they can try to entice us and include us in their war against Muslims. What they want to do is rope us in, as they did in World War I and World War II. They want to rope black people in to represent Britain and the right wing against the Muslim community. And I'm saying that when it comes to black people, we should define our own agenda.
Go
And
to America, you'd be better off there. Go live in America.
And judge the Muslim community in the country
live in America.
based upon our own merits, not
Go
not
live in
the
America,
British,
Shakira.
But what we're trying to do is form an alliance,
Go and live in America.
By embracing us as British. They want to roll us into a situation where we're going to train them.
It's the religion of peace. We know
that's right. So the way the enemy know the enemy.
We know who it is.
And our sound systems and our red, gold, and green.
We know who it is.
Type of things, all right?
Yeah, we know who it is.
And some of us are willing to be pawns that game. All right?
No different.
Yeah. So I'd encourage black people, to not be religion and tuning in.
It's the religion.
Alliances,
it is not.
We're friends. That's nonsense. And you know it's nonsense because when they heard that sound,
oh la la la,
you know it's nonsense. So be careful of that, people.
With the religion of we don't want it here, and we don't want their mosques.
You know what I'm saying? I believe if I heard that,
here. We don't want them here.
Wendy, it's here. What are you going to do?
Oh, they won't be here for long.
Respect to the Prophet Messiah.
Pakistanis have been here for years, building and building.
Good up, everybody. Yeah, so
there's nothing you can do. Wendy, there's nothing you can do.
Don't be duped, black people. Don't be duped,
You've got divisive tactics. You knew exactly what Lady D was talking about. You want to cause division.
My country, you cheeky cow.
Always looking for an enemy.
Love you, black people.
And now it's the Muslims.
Love my black people.
Every day. The ancestors and the orange every day. Yeah.
Brexit with the Eastern Europeans.
Don't fall for it. And you notice that I've made a contribution now. Nobody wants to talk over me because they're not really friends of us.
Oh, shut up, baby.
Yeah. We have to be aware of how of the game.
I do believe he's
I brought my book. I brought my book.
In the army.
You're one of them, aren't you?
Him again.
To bring the army in.
10-9 Mwari.
Army
Resign was zero Mukulu. When the guy asked me, I said, Zikune Mimwari. Indeed. And all these things.
Yeah, Mikwa.
Bless up, Shakira. Bless up.
Abibi Fahodie.
Are we in England? No.
Hello, Daddy.
Your masters won't be standing much longer.
That was mad.
Wendy, your people are always looking for enemies.
And Reggie, this is the conversation that you tried to have. And you see what happens here for grown people.
Once it was black people.
Oh, the Lions Den is on the chat. The Lions Den.
Never had a problem with black people.
I'm talking about your people always need an enemy. They always need an enemy.
You have a white person that belongs to the religion of peace. I've got a problem with that.
Is that the real Kaffir's Den? The real Kaffir's Den.
Yeah. There's a cafe around the cafes.
All British people, you don't stand for the
clueless. You have no clue.
You don't stand for the
major problem is.
British people in this country.
What you lot like to do is you like to push it on black people.
Embarrassment.
So shut your mouth, Tash. You're not the average Briton. You're not the average Briton, Tash.
You're certainly not the average Briton.
I never said I was, but don't think that you speak for Britain. You are not the face of Britain. Whether you like it or not, you are not what people think of when they think of the British Isles. They do not do with a star.
Jupiter.
Lady, she's just a black woman. No.
I'm just trying to understand.
No.
Why do Wendy and Jupiter seem to have like a lot of hate for Tosh? Is there like a personal story?
Belongs to the religion of peace.
I told them that their government have ruined.
Can you go one at a time? One at a time. One at a time.
I don't like her. She's condescending.
I was
She's a liar.
about the fact
She's a liar.
Okay, when
the reason I don't like her is nothing to do with her religion. I don't like her because she's condescending, she's a liar, she's an imposter, and she's a shit-swearing little woman who makes out that she's passive and quiet, but she's a passive-aggressive.
And the reason that I can...
And you're not like that, Jupiter, of course. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum,
Will you jump?
Can I just hear one? You know what? It's hard.
And I'm Ralph.
No, you're not, Ralph. You're not the face of this country. No,
you're not the face of it.
I can't hear a word.
Assalamu alaikum, my brother Ralph.
Assalamu alaikum, brother Banksy. Diversity is a strength. God bless you.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
To point out this. I had a question for either Wendy. I had a question for
Ralph,
Wendy.
I'm glad you're here. So you
Assalamu
can
alaikum.
answer this question. You can answer this question, Ralph. You haven't spoken yet. English culture, what is it to you? How do you...
He wouldn't know. He's not English.
Yeah, but
I think look, I'm clearly,
Ralph has a very good answer for this.
Yeah, but I'm clearly the best person to speak about this.
Wendy, let me just quickly ask you. If you have an opinion,
Can you take turns?
hold on.
Cinderella's sisters are freaking out.
Right, it's madness. It's madness, man.
Go and talk to Mark Collette.
Okay, so what was this?
Wendy, quickly.
Calm down, ladies. Papa's in the house.
Right. Yeah, they've kicked you out.
I can't hear a word of all of
Papa's got a brand new bag.
Papa was a rodeo. Mama was a rock and roll band.
Listen, would you?
Can you understand a word, anyone? Anyone? Okay, Tash.
Your answer, Ralph.
Yes, good afternoon, Tash. I think they're very excited right now. You've excited them to come out, Tash. They'll calm down in a minute. Absolutely. You know, my question, Tash, is when you define culture, right?
You're still pretending.
When you define calm down, sweetheart.
Ralph.
Yeah.
You do, Ralph.
Look how excited they are. Just why won't you let Tash? Why don't you let Tash? Oh, let Tash have a turn. That's so triggered. Look at the triggers. Wow. It's like the triggered tea ladies. This is one afternoon episode of triggered tea ladies.
Go on, off you go. Where's Elron? Where's your little friend?
He's going to the shop.
Go on, bye.
Oh, wow. Okay, calm down, ladies. So,
What did
Tash,
you say about Christchurch again?
By the way, Ralph,
target
that
practice.
was Lady D that asked you.
Yeah, target practice.
Oh, was it Lady D? It wasn't Tash. Sorry, Lady D. Yeah, Lady D. Sorry. Yeah, but if you define culture, right? You define culture anywhere in the same place as the processes, the artifacts, the things that the people do in a place. So if you went to China, you'd see things Chinese people do. English culture are the buildings, the songs, and stuff done by English people.
On our behalf.
Yeah, but you're not English, Jip. You're Jewish. You don't even look English. Jupiter, what do you mean our behalf? You don't even look English, Jupiter. But you're not English either, Jupiter. You're Jewish.
I am English. I am English.
No,
More
you're not.
English.
You're Jewish.
You're probably more English.
Alhamdulillah. Can anyone see? Am I mashallah? Strike me down in the name of the Lord. Strike me down in the name of the Lord. If anyone thinks Jupiter is English, right?
You're a joker. Everyone's laughing at you. You're a joker. Oh, I run the whole country. I'm going to stay here when I'm going to put
Why are you
everybody
so
on
triggered,
boats.
sweetheart? Why are
I'm
you so
going to put
triggered?
everybody on boats.
But
I'm going to put everybody on boats.
What's
And I'm
happened
going
to
to be their
Jupiter this
driver.
afternoon, sweetheart?
I'm an
Why are you so
honorary
upset?
Aryan. I'm an honorary
Oh.
Aryan. Fuck off out of here.
Okay, but why are you so upset, ladies? Did something Tash say or Lady D say that trigger you so badly?
No, we're not falling for your pretend game.
No, but I don't know what you're on. I'm not here to speak to your games. I'm just here to answer Belly's question of the day, right? You need to respect the panel.
Well, we don't need to listen to you.
Yeah.
But why are you ladies so I've never seen you so excited.
How's Laura these days?
Why are you so excited?
How is Laura
Well,
these
obviously, you ain't been around that often, then have you,
Oh
Ralph?
my God, it's like getting the two Cinderella sisters on crack cocaine.
Hang on off, mate.
Is
We
this
get
what
like this
Cinderella sisters on crack episode?
You think you're special? The only thing special about you is your special needs.
Oh,
Fucking
very
bra
funny.
all the
And
time.
you like to mock disabled children? You like to laugh at disabled children?
Come back and explain to us.
Jupiter, is that an English or Jewish practice to laugh at disabled children?
disabled children?
If you didn't speak on the same terms as hard. So Jupiter,
Disabled children. Oh, yes.
they're like tag teams. Cinderella and Big Sisters are like tag team, right? Two against one. Papa can handle it, don't you worry. I'll consider it. Do you like to mock disabled children? Do you like to call people special needs? Do you like to mock them the way you do? Alhamdulillah.
what
We have
you
to solve this problem, my friend.
You do.
I mean, but how would you mock? Why would you mock disabled? Why are you mocking disabled children? What allows you to have the right to laugh at people with special needs, right? There are families around this country with children with special needs, children with no fault of their own, are born with different disabilities.
The man that he wants to throw
And you like
out
to laugh at special needs
the man who likes dark
Why
enlightenment.
you're running from the
Don't
question?
even try and make out you're more moral than the
Special
rest of
needs,
you.
I find
You're a
such
liar. You're a
I find
liar.
such talk
Christian
disturbing.
Takia,
I find it
Christian
deeply,
Takia, Christian
deeply
Takia, Christian
disgusting.
Takia, Christian
To laugh.
Takia. That's all that
Jewish
comes out of
women
your mouth.
arguing and screaming at disabled children.
What's
What's happened to England? Oh my God. Hang on, let me have a cigarette while you guys consider that. I'll be right back.
What's this Christian Takia rubbish? What are you talking about? There's no such thing.
He makes it up
so
a lot.
He said, what? So he's added on Christian Takia?
Yeah, he reckons he can do that if it furthers his cause.
No, we don't talk to Laura and Mark. Your
All right,
gods.
but Wendy, quick question. The thing is, the reason why I asked Ralph this is remember Ralph champions for England and English people, so I wanted to hear from his point
No,
of
we
view.
don't.
How
No,
does
you're
he-
late. You're late.
One
Everyone's
second,
talking out
one
on the right.
second. What is wrong with you? Why can't I totally get a
Everybody
sentence
is
out without your
out.
interruption? It's ridiculous. So my thing is, the reason why I asked him
Well,
that
because
question
you're lying.
is because I want to hear his
Nobody
answers.
sees him.
So
Only
can we allow
the
him to
black
answer, please,
nationalists
Wendy?
see him as
Can we
anything.
let him answer? I
But
want
you're
to
a
hear what
black
he's going to
nationalist.
say.
He's gone. He's gone for a smoke. That's what he said. He's a phone.
Yeah, but you know what? We know
Oh,
why.
I'm
Because he can't get a
listening
word
quietly.
out.
I'm letting the ladies have a word.
He's of no interest,
Go on,
and you
go
shouldn't
on,
fall for his
Ralph. I wanna hear
lies. You shouldn't fall for his lies.
Ralph is okay.
Ralph, what's this Christian
Enter.
What is this Christian Takia I've been hearing about?
Oh my God.
Instead of giggling, like,
Tell us more about how much you hate Islam. That's what I like.
yeah, I hate Islam. Yeah. So, can you tell me about this Christian Takia? What's that?
Christian Takia. What's he talking about, sweetheart?
Well, that's what you have said in the past. So, what is it?
I have no idea. What is Christian Takia? You tell
Laura
me.
says he has no idea about Christian Takia. So,
Yeah, I'm just an elderly Asian migrant trying to make my way through my
well,
days.
you
I'm
what
dropping in and out.
you're not English.
Just an elderly Asian migrant.
Get out of here.
You know, hoping to find a better life in this hard life we live in. Huh? A lot.
Well, do what you want, but don't
Can we
talk.
stay on that? Are you going to talk about the topic, or are the sisters going to get triggered?
English people, because you're not English. Yeah.
Have you been on the gin and tonic?
You are not English.
No, not
There
English.
you go, Wendy. Let your true feelings out.
No, not
Wendy.
English
Nelly,
anymore.
Shush,
No,
you're Jewish.
anymore.
So, Wendy, I thought you believed anyone could be English, right? You were just in
Me?
that
I
family.
never. No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay, so you don't. So which is it, sweetheart?
Don't call me sweetheart. And
I do have a wish.
I said people obviously can be British, but they cannot.
I didn't say British, I said English. So Egyptian's not English, right? She's Jewish,
Only
right?
white indigenous people.
Yeah, but a Russian is white, so white means nothing. But
To this country. Therefore, your wife isn't English, and you are not English.
My relations go all the way back there. Don't you worry about that.
All the way back to Germany and go and live there with your wife.
Yeah, you go back to your fucking main.
Shalom, Shalom.
You're a disgrace. I heard what you used to say on that. I heard the things you used to go out on the Let's Show.
You want to run the country.
Look at this triggering. It's stunning. This is when you have two tea ladies running around and the tea ladies with the trolley, they get triggered. And you're like, wow, I didn't have to try. Alhamdulillah, Allah is the best of all manners, right?
I've heard you going on for months on Mark Let's Stream about what you do with black people and everything else.
Yeah,
so
what you want to do people and to be right.
Say because you're not.
Yeah.
Wendy, this is a good time. You're right, actually, Wendy. So, what have you done with black people?
What have I done? I've never done nothing to harm black people.
No. Have you done anything with? I didn't say harm. Have you done anything with black people?
Of course, I have.
What have you done
with them? What do you mean?
Have you ever had relations with black people?
No, not what? Yeah. Like as in a man and a woman?
Yeah.
No.
Gosh, have you ever thought about it?
No. What is
why
that?
Not?
Oh, so that's a crime now.
I didn't say it's a crime. I said why. I'm just curious to understand your relationship with
business. Why not?
Okay, so you have imagined it somehow, have you?
No.
You haven't even thought about it.
No.
You didn't give it a thought at all.
No.
Okay. Interesting.
Yes, you're sick. You're sick. I heard what you said about Brutus's mother. Yeah. I heard what you said about Brutus's mother. You sick individual. You sick pig.
Yeah, what you did say about that fella's mum was disgusting. Absolute filth.
Fucking coming on here acting like all divine and fucking righteous. Well, you're not.
I mean, just your reaction proves me right. But just your reactions prove I'm right? Look at me. You've exploded out of control with me. You've lost all self-control just in my presence. You know, because I'm going to speak the truth. You're just a bunch of racist Islamophobes. You're a bunch of racist Muslim haters. So look at Wendy. You're a bunch of Muslim haters. Come clean in the name of the Lord. Just say, I hate Muslims. I hate Muslims. I hate Muslims. I just hate Muslims. I pretend I'm not racist. I want to pretend I'm not racist. But you know you're racist as far as
you know what you want to do now.
Come to me, Wendy. Tell me what you really think about it. Don't hold back. I say let your true feelings come out on the topic.
I know what you
white working class struggle to hate on Muslims, and never think of that.
What you would do with them.
You're almost there. Come on, Wendy.
I know everything about you. What you said about Brutus.
Don't hold back, Wendy.
Can you tell me what you said about Brutus and why you said it?
Why would I do that? That's Gossip Girls for the tea ladies.
No, it was literally coming out of your own mouth.
So Wendy, just
accept of your own
you
mouth,
have to
just like Christ.
You don't have a man in your life.
Are you going to explain
Not
it?
having a man in your life shows the way you run your little tongue. But Papa's in the house now.
Our people on the
Papa's in the house, and therefore so Papa's in the house. Look at the tea ladies. The tea ladies will behave. Which of the two ladies wants to go first, right? Which is Cinderella's sister?
Your Nazi wife.
So,
back to your Nazi wife. Nazi wife, yeah. You've got to be a Nazi. Yeah?
Nazi.
Yeah.
And you always claim you're not Jewish either, Wendy. We know Egypt is Jewish, but you always say you're not Jewish, right?
Oh, you're going to be anti-Semitic now, are you?
Oh, anti-Semitic. Are you Islamophobic?
Are you going to be that as well, are you?
Are you Islamophobic, Wendy?
No, I don't like a religion of peace, and neither do you.
Oh, you don't. Look at the hypocrisy. This kind of hypocrisy, right? You have a white person who's pretending she's not racist. You know, every black person knows what you think, Wendy. They're not going to be fooled by you, right? They're not going to be fooled by you. You know, it's Tommy. On one
what is it you are? That's right. That's right. That's right.
Wendy, I think you should
Tommy Robinson. Why does it bother you so much, Ralph? Because little Mark Wallace has got power.
Oh, it's Laura.
Stopping him, aren't they, Ralph? The Tommy Lock block your way, isn't it, Ralph? You hate it.
They won't accept it.
We won't let the racists in, isn't it? You hate it. We won't let the racists in, isn't it?
Egypt
You hate it. You hate it. We won't let the racists in.
We won't let the racists in. It's only the Islamophobes we
are. No one advocates for that. We believe in British citizens. No one advocates.
Tommy Shackelstein.
Who are you going to creep up in the toilet? You did a good job with Mark.
I know we have Banksy, we have Gordon Jacob.
Everybody's leaving, Mark.
No.
Everybody's leaving, Laura. No one, Mark. No one listens to Ralph.
Oh, you sure about that?
Trying to make the black nationalists believe you. We all know. Everybody knows.
Tommy Shackelstein. Right, just come clean.
Anti-Semitic, okay. So now you're
Islamophobic, Wendy, and Islamophobia.
Laws against that.
Anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are defined. You're wrong, Wendy. Islamophobia is defined in the Houses of Parliament. Go check the House of Parliament.
Nobody cares about the Muslims. We only care about the Muslims. No one is advocating for Muslims to be thrown out. But you and Mark want to get rid of the Muslims as much as you want to get rid of the black people.
Of course they do.
Stop lying.
Alhamdulillah, Banksy.
We see right through you.
I'll hand it over to Banksy when you tea ladies calm down a little
Oh,
bit.
fuck off, right, you little rope sweeper.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking shit.
Wallet. Why don't you come over to Germany with Elron? Go
fucking, I'm more your fucking style. Go away.
Can anyone hear me? Because I know my microphone wasn't working. That's why I jumped out and jumped back in. But it looks like it's working. So, what's been happening, kids?
Bro, that was an epic stream, man. Banksy last night. You did really well there, bro.
the same subject of British culture.
Rolling gold or sprinkled is just plain pure fucking stinky crusty shit.
Yeah, Banksy, we're still on the subject of British culture. That's all.
Are we? Are we really? Because I think that conversation on its feet a while back. I'm not sure it's on British culture.
I don't know why you're even speaking, Mark, really. You need to be writing big, long letters to Mark and Laura, don't you?
Banksy, have you seen much of Cinderella's sister since the wedding?
You know the original story of that Cinderella, which the Brothers Grimm wrote. It ends with the birds pecking out the eyes of the two ugly sisters, and then they run off into the woods and disappear forever. That part was left out of the Disney version, I believe.
We can finish that this evening, Banksy.
Yeah, what was left out? You're right. A lot of it was left out.
Yeah, Disney kind of omitted the gruesome parts.
Yeah. That's why they're trying to ban a lot of these nursery, Disney things, isn't it?
Yep. Also, do you know the Little Mermaid? The Little Mermaid ends gruesomely. She doesn't get married to the prince. No, she jumps into the sea because she loses the prince and then turns into sea foam. She doesn't get anything. She dies.
Okay, is it all over now? Can everyone else speak? Question, Wendy. Because I tried to ask Ralph about, English culture, and clearly you don't want to let him speak. So what is the struggles of the British working class?
Oh, no, he can speak now. Now he knows my thoughts on him. He's allowed to speak.
Oh, I feel blessed.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. British culture.
Can we play nice now, kids?
What's happened there? Like, Ralph seems to be.
Ralph, would you like to answer Lady Divine? Because she wanted to ask you about English culture. So.
Oh yeah, that was the original thing. Yeah, so you define culture, Lady Divine. If you define culture for any nation in academic disciplines as the objects, the processes, the buildings, the food, the things that people do in a place, then English culture first is the culture produced by English people. British culture produced by all the 4 tribes plus migrants impacting the culture, like think of Indian food or what have you. And then if you're a multiculturalist and you're a true liberal and you accept that the Jamaicans can come here, the Indians can come here, then you've also got to accept that Islam can come here, right? And then you would define British culture as all the British people plus these people doing stuff in Britain. Simple as that, right? Someone's got some really crazy liquid sound on their mic.
Okay, so Ralph, in your opinion, would you say or disagree with the fact that English culture is either being lost or it's being taken over or appropriated to other cultures?
It's being transformed for the first time in its 1,000-year history. It's being transformed. No,
it's not. What do you want?
Wendy, this proves my point. The reason why, hold on, Wendy, this proves my point, and the reason being, look, I asked you the question. You said it's not going nowhere. Jupiter came on and said she believes that it's becoming a thing where it's dying out, or it's not being respected at least anyway. And then Ralph's come on and said so. You're getting different opinions, and I don't know if you heard earlier, Patrick was on the panel, the Irish guy, and he was also saying that it depending on who you speak to, you're going to get different answers. Hence why I'm asking Ralph his opinion.
Jupiter, Pat Mustard was on here earlier. Did you see him?
Oh, for God's sake. Wendy, do you know Alex of London? Yeah. Have you not heard the story of him leaving Patriotic Alternative and all the mudslinging that he did?
Yeah, he's written a blog about it as well.
A brilliant blog about it.
Oh, is he on YouTube then?
I'll text it to you later.
Okay.
I could put the blog.
No, we're going to say, my question believing that you're saying that it's being transformed, yeah?
I was trying to answer Lady D's question. Yeah. So if you look at the transformation that's happening, and it started happening in the 70s and it was in the 70s and 80s. It kind of started post Windrush establishing themselves, and then obviously it's transformed much quicker in the last 10 or 20 years because Generation 4 are in play now. So British culture has changed. If you measure it, let's say, relative to the 1920s to 1950s or the 1950s to 1980s, the pace of change is getting quicker and quicker. So, example, is the culture changing? Just think of Stormzy's, "Shut Up" lyrics. You have a black guy in South London, completely integrated into London, writing lyrics in a language that would be considered alien to lots of English people, and that therefore, but would that be classified as English culture because he's grown up here? He's I'm so London, I'm so South. Oh, rude boy, shut up! Right? He's speaking what you would consider first-class black and minority ethnic English. So you can see that the language is being changed, the culture is being changed, the practices are being changed, and that pace of change is accelerating. Same with Islam.
That's my point, Ralph. And you're actually making my point very much. You actually say my point for me better than I did. So my point is this, because this is what I addressed Wendy on. Oh my God, what is wrong with having a conversation on here? Like, it's mad. So my point to Wendy was because Wendy's point is that she doesn't believe it's going to change, and she's entitled to her opinion that it's going nowhere. My thing is this: well, if it's changed that much over these years, who's to say that when people are spreading out to other parts of the United Kingdom, then the transformation won't be more predominantly around the country?
You're right, absolutely right. You see the migration. you see the migration patterns, and you see white people doing white flight, and then you see the expansion of ethnic communities. Let's say the whole Pakistani Asian community in the mill towns. You see East London with the Muslim community, the Hindus in the west. You see the Afro-Caribbeans and the Poles now in the east. And you see that transformation, and it's spreading across the country. There's some areas that are 99% white, but they're not heavily populated. So most of the population is where the change is happening. So the places that are rural and very white, they have a small population, but eventually that's going to get there, right?
No, it's not, Ralph.
Ralph, do you think that's a good thing?
It's just the state of the board, right?
Ralph is projecting because he thinks in 2066, if he can push this narrative, everyone's going to go with him and the fucking look her out. And people like Lady Divine's happy for that because she wants a little bit of money so that she can go to Jamaica. Fuck the rest of ya, selfish cow.
Anyway, this is when the gin and tonic goes to the brain, and you don't use your natural country resources like the Alcohol Anonymous. This is what you get. This is British culture for you, but we'll work around that. Working class, keep stay over there. Stay over
Bless
there.
up, sister.
What about places like Tame? Ralph, what about places like Henley and Tame? Were you going to say there's going to be mosques?
Oh yeah, so areas that are very white, especially.
You're going to have all these people living there that,
So the most white areas have two types. They're either rural and mixed class, or they're very upper middle class, because they exclude by either money or by where they were historically. So Cornwall, Devon, etc. But the migration pace of change, and the more migrants coming in ever than ever before, means they're not going to all just stay in like Stepney. They're going to go all across England.
the normal places like Manchester, Birmingham.
Manchester's already multicultural, more multicultural than all.
As long as they're through.
There's no white cities left in England, right?
No white cities. Have you been to Winchester lately?
Yeah, but they already got Indians in Winchester everywhere. There's no white-only city. So when you go down to Tier 2 and Tier 3...
Wendy. She doesn't understand.
But you see, this is what I mean about that latent, what I call the latent racism, where you don't come out and say, oh, there's no transformation, because deep down in your heart, you don't want to say you don't.
Right. Who is talking about...
True Lady D, right? I'm on the money, right?
It's Tash, but yeah, you're right. Look at the immigrant asking the immigrant about England.
Exactly. You know what I mean?
The data is the data.
From around the world, what we feel.
Ralph, she actually got that wrong. See, this is how you know you're talking
How
to a tribe, 'cause what
privileged
she
are
should have
they?
actually said
How
was,
privileged
what
are they in
an
the West?
immigrant
They
talks
even
to
think
other
they could
immigrants,
talk on
but
behalf
instead
of white
the trumpet
people.
says
Look
that
at
the
it.
Indian talking to the immigrant. Like, she literally has no sense. Literally. Banksy, are you hearing this? She said let the Indian talk to the immigrant when she actually meant to say, watch the immigrant talking to the other immigrant. She's dumb
Nice.
as fuck.
Yeah, but remember, she's not English; she's Jewish, right? So it doesn't really matter either. She might as well be Iranian.
Yeah, I'm staying out of this. Okay, don't bring the Iranian in this. We're only recent migrants.
Where's your testosterone, Banksy? Come on, man.
We only started coming around the 80s.
Don't blame us, man. It was a revolution.
What you are, Ralph.
I'm just an elderly Asian migrant trying to make my way through the day. Not this hard multicultural life.
You did a lot of work.
And I say to you, oh, what about Winchester? And you go, well, there's Indians in Winchester.
Well, you can have your own view of the data, Wendy. Don't get so excited. You go look at the data yourself. Do you know much about Do you know much about migration data in the UK, Wendy?
If you can't do all this, Ralph, you can't have a wank tonight. You can't fuck your wife. So don't come on.
Holy shit! That's rather harsh. Holy moly. Look, Ralph, guys, hold on. One thing you got to note, Ralph only talks about England when he talks about it. How about percentage of what towns in Scotland are all mixed up? Is there any white or Scottish exclusive towns left in Scotland?
Scotland's actually very white, but the problem is Scotland is very
really
sparse.
white.
It's very sparse, so there's not much population. But so not much population distribution back. But if you go to Glasgow or Edinburgh, you'll see the same effect. But the rest of
Yeah, but those are the major cities that you would expect that. But Scotland has still got only white towns, right?
No, but if you look at it, it's because it's sparse, lots of geographical space, and a very small population.
But nevertheless, that is part of the United Kingdom, and so they are still only white towns in the United Kingdom. They still exist.
Towns, but not cities.
Right, yeah. And why are you so concerned about it? Why are you so concerned?
That's the only way I'm going to get it off the
Lady is concerned because she wants her repatriations and she wants the
and how about Wales? Is Wales still Wales mixed up?
Wales is really impacted.
I mean, I'll be honest. I've been to Cornwall. I went to Cornwall last year, and it was very white.
Very white.
I mean, I was like the brownest person there.
Went there for a short space of time doesn't mean anything.
Oh, what's that? The head talking. Shush, be quiet.
We can look at where people are working. We
I
can
wanted to
look at
ask, yeah.
what's on the high street.
I wanted to ask, yeah. I wanted to ask Ralph. He's done a lot of extensive. He's done a lot of extensive research, yeah, on these things, yeah. What do you think is going to be the detrimental effect if it does occur that the English people were to fade away or to continue?
They'll never fade away. They'll become the largest minority, if you like. So if you look at countries, Banksy would tell you, Iran, for example, the Persians are the largest. If you look at places like Brazil. So what will happen to English culture? It won't die away, but it won't be able to ever assert itself again. It won't happen.
So what will replace it then?
Who's listening?
Pluralism. So ethno-pluralism. You look at Brazil, look at, for example, other places, large cities, look at Mexico. So you look at Iran. Iran's very plural.
Yeah.
So it becomes pluralistic. And therefore not
plural.
Yeah, it becomes ethno-plural within the nation, right? So, for example, it won't be dominated by...
It won't be ethnically homogenous.
It won't be homogenous. And therefore it won't have the benefits of homogeneity.
He likes homogeny. He likes that. That's why he wants it all white, because he likes that.
None of these countries. What I've seen, none of these countries put black people more than at the bottom. All these countries that you described, the black people are still at the bottom.
Black people suffer from the fact, they suffer from the real struggle of black struggle, which is universal across all these nations, right? You see the black diasporas underperforming across the West, and you see the black diasporas underperforming in places like, let's say, where they hit the, let's say, the South American cities have got black as well.
So either way, I don't see
underperform, right?
Either way, even though Lady Divine seems to be not really that concerned about that, which is fair enough. She don't need to be, or anybody else.
Why are you living here, Ralph? Is it because of the rape culture in your own country?
But at the same time, even if it was to go in that direction, it doesn't. I don't see how it benefits black people.
That's a great question. Would pluralism actually help black people get up or further up the ladder? And I would say it wouldn't, because the normal rule of the game is the people at the bottom get hurt the most when new people arrive. So black people are going to compete the most with the new doctors and engineers being veteran, etc.
Ralph, he literally made a point. He said my name yet again. Reggie speaking on behalf of me, like he's my mouthpiece. Reggie, speak to yourself. I don't do coon talk, so stop it. And number two, I already mentioned that, Reggie, so stop it. Literally, I mentioned it to Wendy, literally, and I don't know where you was or what you was listening to, but I literally had that conversation with Wendy, and she said, no, it wasn't. No, black people aren't. Stop it, Reggie.
No, I think you missed my point. I think what I'm trying to get at is, in any of these scenarios, whether white people become remain predominant, or go further down, it becomes multicultural, like Brazil or some other places like they mentioned. All scenarios lead to the fact that black people will probably still be at the bottom unless they sort themselves out.
I would agree with that. A black way to raise yourself up.
Reggie, that's a fallacy. There are plenty of black people in this country doing it exceedingly well, and actually, right, to feel like that is only enslaving your mind, because you are.
As a group,
people like Ralph, they take advantage of that kind of self-talk. They
Yeah,
want
no,
you
I'm,
to.
I'm, I'm not saying that. If you want me to answer, Reggie, I would say that you're absolutely right, because if you put on, like Shaka was trying to say, if you try to put on a black centric view and say what's best for my people, then either migration or all those two scenarios haven't got a black centric perspective. And you're right, most of the time black people will lose out. So the curve of blacks will get richer, but more blacks will become poorer, is what would happen. Right? Because if you think of it, they're overrepresented in, say, the working class or the unemployed. So they're going to have a tougher time under globalization, competing with new migrants who just arrived. Right? And you see that all the time.
How would you describe for the self-identify in your own country, Ralph? Would you like the blacks to do that? Would you like them to self-segregate? Would you like them to do that? Be black-centric in your country, Ralph?
I don't know, but there's no such conversation structure. There's always got black people in it.
You're a nationalist. Stop lying.
Egypt, you're very triggered. Let's have a normal conversation, people. Calm down, sweetheart. So, no, but absolutely. So if you look at that, Shaka's actually right.
I am very triggered where you're concerned.
Yeah.
You're, to me,
but what about your country? What about your country, Egypt? What about Israel? How does Israel teach? How do you answer your question?
I was going to say, Reggie,
How does Israel treat black people? How does Israel treat black people? Talk about Israel's treatment of black people as generalization. Horrid people to the Ethiopians. I mean, your country, Egypt, Israel, is horrid to black people. So, happy to talk about that too.
My country is not Israel. I don't know why you say that.
Normal conversation, Lady Reggie, or speaking nicely normally.
You're deluded. You're deluded.
Can you come to the panel?
Salute, Reggie. Reggie, what's up, baby? Still undefeated on the G block, Reggie. What's going on, Tash? Double R, I see you.
Oh,
Lady D, it's always a pleasure. Banksy, you know you one of my favorites on here because you get it in and put in that work. Yeah.
What's up, Jacob? How you doing, country boy?
What's good, man? You know I'm out here trying to do it.
All right.
But Reggie, yeah, you still undefeated. You still undefeated up here. Sakura can't handle you, man. Styles make fights, man.
Thanks,
he can't handle you.
Hebrew, shut up.
He can't handle you. Sakurai be going crazy because he can't get you.
Thank you, man.
What we talking
Much
about,
love,
man?
Brother Jacob. So we're
Brother
talking
Jacob, that's a lie. Brother Jacob, that's a lie.
Okay, so
Actually, I have a question
Reg,
for
you know
Jacob.
you one of our favorites too, but that Pan-African, that's put a wedge between us. We got to move that Pan-African stuff and come together.
Here's
We
a
got to
question,
move that
Jacob.
away.
Jacob, you're a distinctly American individual, and you might be in a unique place to notice this. Even though America has its own distinctly unique culture, but you are from a multiple. America is made up of multiple people of multiple ethnicities. Has that been a positive or a negative aspect of American culture? And also, just because you're not a monoethnic society, does that mean you don't have a culture? Being American doesn't mean anything.
To be honest, it helps America in general because new ideas from everywhere. I'm going to keep it 100. A lot of ethnicities will help America. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, if you have subcultures, which you get down and do their thing, that's all right too. But just to answer the question, yes, it does help America in general.
So would you say America's success to being the superpower that it is today is down to its multi-ethnic society, or was it successful when it was a mono-ethnic society back in the times of George Washington and all that? Where did America shine most in history? At what point?
America, to me, in my opinion, shined most when people was coming over to the country. During the George Washington days, yes, that was a time where it was warring. It didn't take brains to kill somebody and set up a tent and do shit like that. But as far as the industrial revolutions and all the other stuff that stemmed from that, those were immigrants coming over, with new ideas, coupled with Americans as well. But that whole groups of people is what built America, but still the white people still, maintain, high authority over that. But as far as American being what it is today, it took a lot of ethnic groups to build what it is today. You can look at our military right now; it's filled with every ethnic group. You get what I'm saying? Even down to, like I said, even down to the military, it's all ethnic driven. So that's the way it is, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is the thing is we have a lot of people in this country now complaining that this country will be ruined when it becomes, or if it becomes, a multi-ethnic society, and that being British will mean nothing if not white people are the only like dominant ethnic group, and I'm challenging that by mentioning or pointing out America and its success by being a multi-ethnic but ideologically homogenous society. Ideologically, Americans are more or less homogenous. I mean, they believe in the greatness of America. They believe America is number one. They believe the American dream to various extent. They always had these ideas that America, they do things for the greater good of America and Americans. But their ethnicity isn't the factor that makes America great. It is the fact that people ideologically agree on the greatness of America. Now, there are people in this country who argue that unless your ethnicity is homogenous, you can't do that, that the country will fail.
But Banksy, here's a factor you got to take into consideration. Look at the size of America and look at little old island of England.
Well, no, I mean the size of your nation doesn't necessarily factor into the ideology of your nation. Your size of your nation. Iran is twice the size of Britain, but it has been an Islamic shithole for 40 years. It doesn't matter that it's bigger than Britain. The ideology that governs Iran is what has driven Iran to where it is. Whilst Britain or the United States, is like 10 times the size of Great Britain. Or Iran, and it's the ideology that governs it that has led to its success.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, you could say that, but my thing is this: the reason I bring up the size, because if we were saying like Europe, then I would say, okay, maybe you got a point, Europe, but you're saying England, and we cannot compare the size. Look at England compared to
Britain.
Britain.
Well,
Actually,
Britain.
my question is specifically for the English, but then if you want to say Britain, okay, cool. So we'll go with Britain. Look at the size of Britain compared to the United States of America. Come on.
Well, how does the size actually
because
impact?
more immigrants, they can take in more immigrants, more people, more,
For the numbers. Yes, absolutely. Yes, of course, America can accommodate, if you like, far more people, but I'm not concerned about the numbers of people. I'm concerned about the ethnic makeup of the country. If the ethnic, because Ralph and the people he supports would argue that only Britain can only be successful if it is ethnically homogenous.
Not successful, Banksy. Not successful. It would only remain British.
It would only remain.
Surely you would want it to be successful, Ralph.
No, but if your success is only
don't you imply success from that, though, Ralph? Don't they imply that Britain would be successful if it is ethnically homogenous?
Backing something that wouldn't be successful.
GDP is under the argument, but the question you have to ask yourself: what matters more, your money or your people?
Well, I mean, would PA be happy if Iran was if Britain became like Syria or Libya, but was ethnically homogeneously British?
I think majority of nationalists. Forget that. Even at the level of Brexit, the polls for Brexit show that most of the British people would take a known economic hit of like 8% of GDP in exchange for sovereignty.
Yeah, to some extent they might, but what I mean is, would they actually think that becoming like Syria or Libya is acceptable as long as they're homogenous ethnically?
That's an example of a sliding extreme, but just to the middle of the seesaw, 50% of the British people chose a nation over money.
That's what I mean. So there is a sliding scale. They will get to a point where they're like, I rather for the country to be successful.
But if you see the only ethno state is going to be one that ends up like Burkina Faso. If you look around at the other ethno states, they don't have that problem. So why should an ethno state end up like some poor country?
Oh no! I'm not saying that it will. I'm just saying that they have a point in which they will take GDP over ethnicity.
Yeah, but that's going to be some extreme scenario because that wouldn't happen with it. It's more, just look at Brexit. 50% of British people took a GDP hit over Brexit, and they're still paying for it, right? So they obviously people, even 50% of the people would rather put country over money, and obviously the more you go down the nationalist continuum, the more people put their people before GDP.
I can accept that. But I think that ultimately, when there is a line in which they will go. No,
it's an argument of extremes, isn't it? Like you say, hey, will you starve to death for 100% ethno state? Is an extreme scenario, right?
Well, but what I mean is that if Britain's aims of becoming ethnically homogenous pushes Britain to a point in which all other countries will shun and what's it called? Sanction Britain because of its policies.
Exactly. So,
Ralph, where is it being successful financially?
If you look at the 200 countries, if you made a table with the 200 countries of the world, over 150 are ethno states. Of all the countries that are not,
shut up, Ralph. Talking rubbish.
All the countries that are not ethno states, mainly they're the Western European ones, not Eastern Europe and the United States and Canada.
And where are they on the table financially?
They're declining because the GDP is declining across all the Western nations as Asia rises. So the next 20 to 30 years,
I'm not asking about the next 20, 30 years. I just wanted to know, currently, at this moment in time, where are they now?
So right now, the richest countries are United States, China, India, and then Germany, France. So the top 5 are 3 European nations, and the top 8 of the table. But they're declining for relative wealth. That's the problem. Like they're not getting richer. They're not getting richer quicker or anything like that because the old white population is dying out.
Okay, I'd be interested to see those figures if you can.
Yeah, you can actually go look yourself. It's quite easy to find those guys.
I don't think so, Ralph.
That's just the economic data. That's why, because most of the baby boom generation in the next 10, 20 years they'll die. No, but they'll just die, won't they?
No, but you're just, it's just scare tactics.
As everyone's scared.
If a lot of them are going to be interracial relationships,
that's what it's all about.
We'll have to count them in as well. They will be carrying on the British culture within their blood.
Sorry, Jupiter, we totally missed what you said.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
What I'm saying is, what is he talking about? It doesn't matter about colour. It's the mindset. I agree with you, Banksy. It's the mindset. He's talking rubbish.
My interests are
one ideology and plenty of migration. That's what you're discussing, Banksy. Is that right, or am I?
No, my interest is in order to, because see, I'm interested in living in a. Okay, I'll tell you. My interests are living in a successful, happy, cohesive society, which has low levels of crime, high trust society, and generally all around a country in which a human being can raise children, and those children will have a relatively good chance of building a successful and happy life. Those are my particular interests. I'm not interested in an ethnically homogeneous nation anywhere. I don't care. It's not my particular goal. I can live with multitudes of different ethnicities and I get along fine with people, and as long as, as I say, do unto others as you have them do unto you, as Ralph would probably be able to relate. But my interests are, is it better to have an ethnically homogeneous, which of these scenarios yields a successful, happy nation? An ethnically homogeneous nation with a small minority of non-ethnic, minorities living amongst them, or an ethnically pluralistic society such as the United States, such as Canada, and at least from what I can see, the United States has done pretty well from that type of society, and so. I don't see why Britain or European nations are unable to emulate such a scenario if they go into a multicultural, multi-ethnic society.
Well, Banksy, United States have had a dominant culture and religion.
Yeah.
Like where the UK is going is like it's going to have a concoction of different.
Good point. And the histories of
I wouldn't. Reggie, I don't know if you've been to the States. I wouldn't.
Huh?
I wouldn't necessarily say that the UK is much different to the US regarding religion, just because Trump has.
No, I'm saying the direction that's going is
okay. I mean, possibly the direction.
The direction that it's going.
Unfortunately, we've got one religion that's above itself and thinks it can fucking take over.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the thing is, Jupiter. One thing I have to say, I kind of have to admit to the reality of this, is that as Britain erodes away its religious pillars and less people are and younger generations grow up without those stabilizing factors of religion, they will find other things to cling on to. And if Islam is offering something that they haven't previously been offered by any other aspect of their society, they will cling on to that. So if Britain continues eroding those pillars which was established by a Christian doctrine, then the young people will find substitutes for that. If you don't provide them with substitutes, you can't just take away their religion and not provide a substitute to fill the gap that you will leave. They will then find a solution to fill the gap, and Islam will market itself to them.
You see, this is what annoys me, Banksy.
Never would have thought I would have Banksy say that.
Right?
Well said, Banksy.
No one's telling them that they've got to stop their religion, but they can't be running around thinking they're going to take over. No.
A lot of young people, a lot of young white people are not religious.
Jupiter. The thing is,
Wendy,
I don't.
Well, they're not. Yeah. They're not religious.
But Wendy, do you think that's a good thing?
Well, one thing I will say. See, the thing is, I don't see Islam as this good or I try not to think of the world as just black and white, good or evil. Islam it exists, and it is what it is. It doesn't. Your perspective of whether it's good or evil is from your perspective, but it simply is, and it will do what it does, which is to accumulate as many followers as it possibly can. It is not up to Islam to correct itself. It is up to us to make sure our young people don't have a gap in their philosophy, a gap in their sort of worldview, which will then push them towards the things that Islam will offer. So it is up to us to build a society.
You said you want to live in a high trust society. If you look, you're actually on the money, Banks. If you look at the ethnic and religious cohesion where I live in Stepney, Islam makes sure that the fabric of that society is a high trust Muslim society.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's not giving people
it's just the bloke who made out about grooming gangs. Oh, well, shut up, Ralph.
One Muslim
that I know would.
She has to lower the tone every time. She just
Lady Spade, you just put in the chat that I have no right to tell you what to talk about, but you're allowed to tell us what not to talk about. You say that white people aren't allowed to talk about Africa and all this. You're a fucking hypocrite, girl. And you know what? Then you tried to say I do have native blood in me. So what are you talking about that I can't talk about those cultures? What makes you think? I just because this is the big thing. This is the big thing here. Because you noticed earlier when I came on and I was speaking about British culture and I said science, and I even used Shakara's words from yesterday saying that nuclear families, he said we're not black culture. Let me finish. So I mentioned that, and then I said it's Western culture, which means it would be British too, because British was the leading power of the Western culture, the Western world forever. And they had nuclear families inside of it. Instantly, it wasn't acceptable. She wanted to say, are you talking about Western culture or are you talking about English culture? Well, of course, I'm talking about both of them. But what will go on here when people talk about other cultures is that
we're bored of hearing about you and your
notice they'll say about other cultures. what they'll say about other cultures, is they'll say, oh, black culture or African culture, which can be expansive into thousands of tribes, multiple states, multiple peoples. But then when I try to mention Western culture and British culture, it has to be so specific to a certain area. It's hypocritical. Now, and I was saying earlier about science, right? Who created the vaccine? Who created the vaccine for smallpox? A British man. Okay. Now, once I said earlier, right? Who discovered the mathematical concept for gravity? A British man. Who invented the first?
Are we going
engine?
down
A
the list
British
of
man.
inventors? We can do the same. If that's what you want to do.
No, but that's the science. I'm saying science is part of the British culture. Okay.
Who's the father of science? I asked you that question earlier, and we're still waiting for your answer. Who's the father of science?
That doesn't matter. That doesn't
Go
matter.
back to Africa. Okay, well, shut up then.
Are you saying Africans invented science? Actually, most people consider the father of the scientific method to be a man named Hazard. Okay, he was a Persian. Okay, he wasn't African. He was Persian.
All right, when you've done
Okay.
your homework again, come back and talk to me. Until then, let's
No,
get back to
the man. Ask any Muslim because they're so proud of this fact that the father of the scientific method was a Muslim Persian.
Banksy, are you Persian, love?
Yes. somewhat, not entirely, but somewhat.
Thanks, we want to get back to subject matter, Hank. I don't like this guy keeps coming on making everything about him. We don't give a fuck about him in America.
No, I am talking about
the scientific method. I'll be honest, guys. I don't know about the scientific method. All I know is that the person that they attribute the zero, what they call the Arabic numerals, is a guy called Al-Ghazali, who was it Al-Ghazali?
Not
Al-Khwarizmi, sorry. And he was an Uzbekistani Persian. He wasn't an Arab, but then he also got it from the Indians, because the Indians are the ones who actually had the concept of zero and the
Indians
numeral.
invented zero before, and Hazar helped, but the real credit goes to
That's not the point, though, is it? The point
exactly, that's not the point. Can we get back to
the minute that British
Lady B
people
doesn't like anything that contradicts her narrative.
or English people start talking about their culture, the minute they start talking about it, you always get people going, yeah, but my culture did this, my culture did that, my culture's better than yours. No one's saying it's competition, but we have a right to be proud of what we did do.
All right, who said, right, so go back to your point. Who said anything on this panel today about anyone's culture being better than anyone's? Who literally did that? I just want to prove
You literally do it when you get triggered every time someone comes on.
No one's got triggered. Literally, you and Wendy have shouted.
So why did you have to start going on about who invented this and who invented that in your culture?
You and Wendy have literally jumped on the panel and started to scream and shout.
When you asked
I have a question that I would like Lady Spade to answer, because she was saying that because Lady D, I'm sorry. So I have a question. So you were saying that because you're part Native American, part European ancestry, and part African, that
Jesus Christ, is this guy fucking drunk again? Who is Lady Spade? I'm not Lady Spade.
Okay, Lady D.
I've never ever said anything about having.
So is this Lady D on here?
For fuck's sake, man, he's drunk.
You change your name every time you come on this channel. So how am I supposed to keep up with it, girl? What are you talking about? Every time you come on this channel, you use a different name.
Lady Divine, you're triggering poor Lady Divine. Has
anyone ever known me to be Lady Spade? Anybody?
No.
Thank you.
Well, then I don't know. Then that's my fault. That's my fault because you change your name all the time. I come on here, I use the same name every time so that people know who I am, bro. You come on here, you change it all the time, and then all of a sudden you're getting mad because I can't remember that you're not somebody who's in the chat saying the same bullshit that you say. How am I supposed to not know that? How do I not know that you're not somebody else using a different account when you change your fucking name all the time?
Everybody else can figure it out.
Let it go, guys. Let it go.
Retarded.
Chill. It's all good. It's all good.
Why so religious? Everybody else can figure it out but you, so that's telling.
Okay, congratulations. Everybody else also comes on here a lot more than I do a lot of times, okay?
It's all right. Let it go. Let it go. It's all good.
I'm not gonna let him go. He's gonna keep fucking going off and going off. He's got the wrong fucking person. He's addressing literally the wrong person.
Then I will talk to you about what was said earlier. What was said earlier between us. Listen, what was said earlier between us when I came on and I said that science was part of British culture, and I started giving Isaac Newton, Robert Hooke, I started Darwin, I started naming various ones, and I said that science is part of British culture. And I mentioned about the nuclear family because I used Shaka Ra's words. You tried to say, well, is it Western culture or is it British? Well, obviously, if British had the concept of the nuclear family and they were using it for centuries, that would be part of their culture, correct?
So I'm going to address him for the 5th time. Let's see if he gets it for the 5th time. The reason that question was posed to him for the 5th time is because he came up and he said in one breath, Western culture, then in turn right back around and then switched it around and said British culture. So therefore, if you're saying two different things, I want to ascertain which one are you speaking of specifically.
So are you okay? That's a good point. But now I want to break it down to the way that these conversations tend to go down. So when I say Western culture, is British culture a part of Western culture for the most part? Because a lot of times you'll say things like, or you or Shaka Ra or a lot of people will say that it's colonizers. And it's a whole group of the whole continent are the colonizers for the most part in your eyes. Not you specifically, but in English, it's a general term when I say you. So what I'm saying is, why does it have to be separated when I bring up things like the nuclear family? And then all of a sudden, when you or anybody talks about African culture or black culture, it can expand across the whole globe, multiple countries, multiple tribes, multiple states, countries. But as soon as it's something that is different than your narrative, it has to be so specific as British culture. So
let's be very clear. So when I addressed you, Wendy, and I addressed my thing, I said, what did I say to you? I'm speaking specifically for who? The Caribbeans. I can't speak for who? Other minorities. I was very specific. So when I asked him, and we're talking about England and English culture, and that's my specific question, English culture, and then he's telling about Western, what I want him to narrow it down, we're talking about English culture here. That's what I asked you. Why are you triggered?
In Caribbean culture, is there just one Caribbean island?
Oh, that's why I said Caribbean culture. I never said a country.
But no. The point here is that it's not. You're not talking about one island, are you? So when this goes to just what I was making a point ago, just a couple of moments, was that you don't have to be so specific, do you?
I narrowed.
You can say Caribbean and it be multiple islands.
Is he deaf? This is ridiculous. Is he deaf, or is he just trying to be really ridiculous at this point? So I narrowed it down and I said I'm speaking on the Caribbeans in specifically, yeah? I didn't particularly say a particular island. I said the Caribbean. So I'm talking about the Caribbeans here in the UK. That's why I'm not speaking for any other groups in the UK. So that's when I narrowed it down. So therefore, now it's
about Caribbeans in the UK.
No,
just a moment ago, you didn't mention the UK.
Oh my God. So hold on a minute. I'm trying to tell you that I narrowed it down so Wendy could ascertain what I'm talking of. So when you're talking to me, I want to ascertain what you're saying. So when you were saying nuclear families, first you said Western culture. So I said, okay, cool. I went with the Western culture. But then you switched it and said, so I asked you, which one is it? Which one am I supposed to be working with? It's that simple.
So British culture. I'll keep it to British culture.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. So why are you
British culture, science. Okay. Now, you can look at all the things that they did in the past 400 years scientifically that the rest of the world had to catch up on. Okay, while most of the world still believed in magic and some parts still do, the British culture was trying to move forward with industry and with science. That's one, such as medicines. Okay. Just like I said, who invented medical sciences such as the vaccination for smallpox and pretty much eradicated smallpox. I would actually say that the British culture is also one of trying to eliminate African slavery, because they stopped trading. They stopped trying to trade. Let me finish before you start laughing at me. They first they freed the slaves that were inside of England, and then they went on a campaign of not doing trade with other countries that were still importing slaves into their countries, and then they tried to tie with these other countries to make it illegal for African slaves to be captured by Europeans.
Yeah. I mean, it was.
I only paid for it 5 years ago. Only 5 years ago that paid for.
Only 5 years ago, what happened?
I don't know.
Well, it's only 5 years ago, like 2015, that they actually paid for, the slave owners.
2017.
To free the slaves.
It was 2017.
Actually,
yeah.
I think it was well, what does it matter? I think it was 2015, but whatever. So. Yeah,
as in they paid off
the British people,
the slave
yes,
owners,
the British people have been paying that for all these years. Yeah.
We had to pay off all the interest that was added on top. This is why I get a bit annoyed, banks, when they say, "Oh, reparations were paid to the slave owners." No, we borrowed money so we could buy the slaves and then free them.
Yes.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't just that. If a company look, you got to think of it this way.
Let them roll with it, Vellemy. Don't interrupt them. Let them keep going, and then we're going to deduct all of that. Let them go. Let them go.
No, look. You got to think of it this way. As far as Britain is concerned, those companies who traded in the slave trade, they were doing something that was perfectly legal at the time that they were doing it. When a country suddenly turns something illegal, it's like right now, if tomorrow Britain suddenly makes alcohol illegal, all the breweries, all the pubs, all the bars that have invested money into alcohol have to be compensated somehow. You can't expect the country tomorrow to say alcohol is now illegal and all these businesses go out of business.
Yeah.
Because they've invested money in alcohol all these years because it was a legal thing to do. So when Britain made slavery illegal, these businesses were needed to be compensated because they were doing something that was legal. They didn't do something that was illegal.
Just wait while they make like the slave trade. When they make the slave trade in Leicester illegal, who's going to pay for that?
No principles.
Who's going to pay for that?
No. What you're misinterpreting. Something I want to say to those who think, who just, I think it was Trisha who said no principles. What I'm trying to explain to you is, it doesn't matter whether it was morally right or wrong. It was legal for them to do it. They may not have been morally right to do it, but it was legal for them to do it. And so when the country suddenly reversed on that and said, no, it is now illegal, the government had to subsidize these people because their entire livelihood, their entire business was invested into this trade.
And who made that happen? Thanks. Can I say something? I've only just come on the panel. Can I say something? Thanks. Please. I've only just come on the panel. Who made that legal? It was the workers. It was the workers in the cotton mills, wasn't it? It was the British workers in the cotton mills that actually, went against that.
Lady Spade, what are you talking about? Yesterday, you said that you would kidnap anybody that isn't Pan-African and then ship them over to the European countries of the West. So you're being a hypocrite right here, saying let that sink in. You said it yesterday that if people disagree with Pan-Africanism, you would kidnap them and ship them.
Hulk Hogan, you gotta calm down, bro. You can't be shouting to people that's on the fucking in the panel. Yeah, you gotta type to them, bro. And obviously, Angel Moon was talking as well, innit?
Thank you, Vellemy. Can I get a word in here, please? And it was the British people, the British workers in the cotton mills and stuff like that actually went on strike, and and they were in dire situations, themselves at the time, that actually went on strike for the slavery going on, and so we've paid it, haven't we? The British people have paid it. The working class British people have paid for the freedom of the slaves. They have. So I don't know why you're asking for reparations. And also, can I just tell you, my blood is Irish. The Irish people, you go on about 500 years. We had 800 years of it. But still, the British Isles, we are still cousins. And we need to get over it. We need to get over it. That's what I think as an Irish person. We need to get over it and move on to the future for our children. Stop going on about the past. And one more thing that I really need to say before I will shut up is it's obvious if to anybody with any sense in their head that this division is being caused by the elite for us to fight amongst ourselves while they do this to us. That the clergy plan is real. It is real. You know, that's what Europe was about. And if you look into what the clergy plan means, it's not just the destruction of the British or the Irish or the Europeans. It's the destruction of the cultures of Africa, of all what you are now. Because they don't want any of this. They don't want it.
Here, Angel.
All right, but wait, hold
Exactly,
on.
that's what's happening. No, this is why we need to be together. This is why we need to fight together instead of fighting amongst ourselves. It's an obvious thing. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
All right, but wait, can we reply to? Let me reply to one of the points here that keeps getting made. That people paid off. They paid off for the slaves to be free. When they never paid off for the slaves to be free, like Banksy said, they paid off for the loss of earnings on slavery. They didn't pay for the slaves to be free. So it wasn't that they was paying for the slaves to be free. They was paying the company.
Well, it's the loss of earnings. That is for them to be free.
No, the loss of
fought
earnings.
For them. People died.
No.
People died.
Listen. Let me finish speaking here because I didn't interrupt you. Even though I didn't agree with none of the stuff you said, I didn't interrupt you.
You didn't agree with anything I said.
No, I didn't agree with none of it. Well, I left you talking. Yeah, so like I was saying, and there's even been like flipping documentaries and whatever about the some of the stories behind the ending of slavery and whatever. But when you do look at the way it was ended, it wasn't to free the slaves. It was to compensate the people from their loss of earnings. But also,
did the compensation free them though?
Yeah, the compensation made them stop it. Yeah, but it didn't free them. Yeah, it didn't fully free them. Yeah, because after slavery was colonization, and the only reason why slavery was stopped was because the British Empire could see more earnings in colonization rather than slavery. You know what I'm saying? That
so wait, you're saying but why would but I have a question with that. So you're saying that they could see more earnings in colonization. Wouldn't they also see more earnings in colonization if they kept slavery? Because then that would mean when they go to a place and colonize it, they would have slaves to sell elsewhere. So wouldn't there be more earnings?
Slaves are dying quick, man. Slaves are dying in like 2-3 years, bro. And they was bringing out like things to like cotton mills and all that sort of stuff that by then, innit? So
but my question still remains, wouldn't they make more money by, if they're gonna colonize, wouldn't they make more money to still allow slavery, and then they could not only colonize and take resources and such, but then they'd also be able to ship slaves to different parts of the world and make money by selling them?
He just said machinery.
Yeah, they might do, but that's not what happened. I'm just saying what happened, innit?
Yes, but you were saying, the way that you phrased it, it came across to me was they ended slavery because it would make them more money just to colonize.
Yeah, there was.
But it would make them more money if they still had slavery legal, because then that would be another layer of the colonization where they could make money, not just off of resources.
Hold on. If machinery
they would have, but that's not what they did, though. They would have, but that's not what they did. I'm just saying, like I said, But wait, hold on a sec, Tash, yeah? Like I'm just trying to say to you, that's what happened, didn't it? Yeah, you can say that they would have done more money, whatever way they would have done it, yeah. But I'm just telling you what happened, didn't it?
But the way it sounded,
Listen, let me finish, yeah? Everyone else gave a narrative that slavery was stopped and everything was hunky-dory. Yeah, when that's not really what happened. The slavery wasn't stopped and everything went hunky-dory.
No, but Veli,
nobody made that claim. At least I didn't make that claim, dude.
Hold on, man. How come everyone's coming in with karate chops?
That's a ridiculous claim.
So Veli, are you saying that they didn't stop slavery for moral reasons? They stopped it for financial profit.
Exactly what I said earlier.
Yeah,
Banksy, let me just quickly read
yeah,
Veli, can I
that's what I
just
said,
read
yeah.
this little paragraph here? And it says, the British Empire also paid £20 million, the equivalent of what would be £17 billion today, to compensate slave owners for the loss of capital associated with freeing slaves. This payout was a massive 40% of the government's budget and required many bonds to have slave owners to effect the law. So that's what's happened. So basically, it says to compensate slave owners for the loss of capital.
That's exactly what Banksy said.
That's what I said.
Yes, I'm just making sure it's clear that everyone understands.
Yeah, that's we agree with that, but not everyone said that first of all.
I can't
remember it was earlier that
you're so wrong. You know, the poor in the north.
Hold on. The statement earlier, remember Banksy coming with his statement, that weren't the same as the first statement that was made, that slaves, that the payment was made to free the slaves, but that's not why the payment was made. It was to compensate the people for the loss of earnings.
Yeah, but you talk about
Valley.
it though, so it's only like black slaves all the time, which is like, you know, a myth. It's a myth. Come on.
Valley, I need. I just.
Wait, hold on. Let me answer that, yeah? Can you tell me, in any of the sentences that we made earlier, or that I made, yeah, where I said black slaves only, or any black slaves, or even black?
Well, what's the SFF about? That's all about reparations for black people. What about the white people? Why don't you stand with the white people, that like the Irish and the English and the Welsh and the Scottish that were enslaved? Why don't you stand with them? Yeah.
Oh my God!
But I just
this is
need to.
ridiculous.
I need to understand how.
I said, wait, hold on. Hold on. Bro. Yeah, you're gonna get your turn, yeah. But like I was saying, yeah, I literally just made a statement, yeah, about the ending of slavery, yeah, how it wasn't ended in because of humanitarian reasons. It was more and the payments was made to compensate the loss of earnings rather than to free the people, yeah.
Of the tiny percentage.
Wait.
Black people.
Then you started talking about something about black, yeah. And I was like, well, hold on a second. So when did I talk about just black?
No, but
they did it to me 4 times today, Veli. They literally did the same thing.
But Veli,
they literally did the same thing to me 4 times today. I said minorities, and somehow they've heard the word black. I don't understand that. Like, how do they hear these things?
Lady D, why are you necking? Listen to this. That's what SFF's about, isn't it?
I think you need to clean up your ears.
Let me give you some information that might help you. Do you know that there was black slave traders, yeah, that got paid off to stop sending slaves from the UK as well.
Also, like black slave owners.
In that 20 million,
yeah.
In that £20 million payoff.
But the thing is, Veli, I think the contention why so religious is having is, if they didn't stop it for moral reasons, if they stopped it because it was financially prudent, then why wouldn't they keep the slaves as well as do all the other colonization and stuff, and just simply be even more financially well off?
Yes, because economically it makes sense to keep the slavery, and then you don't have to pay off the people through the government treasury for taking away slavery.
Exactly.
And then they add slaves to their colonization system. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
the only difference what happens with the slaves. The only difference what happens. Excuse me, Valley. Can I say something? The only difference that happened with the slaves is that they actually became citizens, just like us, just like we are slaves. You know, all the taxes that we have to pay, blah, 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 blah. That's what happened. They actually went from, like, some indentured servants, which is exactly the same as slavery, and some like, were slaves.
Oh,
yes, it is.
Stop that.
Actually, right. Anthony Johnson was the first slave owner who was a black American, a black African. He was an indentured servant.
Listen,
that went to court.
Slave owner, yeah. Listen.
Yeah. Anthony Johnson. Look it up, people.
I spun you on this already, yeah, because you keep saying he was the first slave owner in America, yeah. Like he was.
Yeah, he was.
The black. Wait. Hold on. And listen to how dumb it sounds as well, yeah. Wait. Who was he in indentured servant to?
After he went through his indentured slavery, which I think is the same thing,
That's what I'm
or
trying
his
to say, man.
indentured servitude, as it's like to be said in legal terms, he went to court to actually claim the life of one of his slaves. And he should have been like set free, and he wouldn't let him set free. So he was the first one, and he was an African American.
President.
Look it up, people. Anthony Johnson. Yeah.
He set the legal precedent. To him.
He was the first slave owner in America. Yeah. The first
he
one,
was, because they were all indentured servants. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Just for the record, Angel Moon is a slave. Just for the record.
So before any Europeans owned any slaves in America,
Neither will the British. So maybe D, I would call you.
Belly. This is the first time ever you got a white person saying we were slaves, yeah? This is like
Ralph is on the mission because he knows he's lost the game. He's lost the game with loads of people. Ralph is on the mission now to like indoctrinate the black people, the black community in Britain.
Yeah,
the one that he hated so much. Ralph is on a mission now to indoctrinate black people. You know, to sort of say, oh yeah, I'm on your side. He wasn't on your side. He's on nobody's side, only Ralph's side. Yeah, absolutely not. No, listen, Ralph, you're done. As the same speaker's corner, you're done now here, Ralph. You're done. You're done out here. You're done out here. After what you said about Lucas's mother, you're done. You're done out here, Ralph. You're done. You're disgraceful. You're a disgrace. Nobody will listen to you anymore, Ralph. Ralph, you will not endear. You will not endear the black community. They will not listen to you. They're not stupid. They're not as stupid as that. They're not so stupid. Yeah.
Listen, yeah. Let me shout out Kemo, yeah, because he says that G Block turns people into gangsters, yeah, and I just heard Angel Moon tell Ralph he's done at it.
Goodbye, everyone. I got put in my face my white Irish slave. Yeah, we were slaves.
Yeah, listen to him. Listen to him. Yeah, you're done out here, Ralph.
But adopting Caribbean culture, like, I find it hilarious. I literally do.
One thing I want to say is so curious in our society how I don't know whether it's degenerate or depraved a society has become to have a scenario in which say we were slaves is a virtue. To actually consider that to be social credit. This is not a good sign.
But when Angel Moon says,
you won't hear the Irish saying that or the English. We've moved on.
Done when she says Bombaclat. Now that's it. That's going to be the end of English culture right there.
Listen, yeah. You know what's crazy about it though, yeah?
Lady D, if you embraced African culture, you would not be in the English culture right now.
Shut up, man.
Barrio, you clot, you blood clot, you know, whatever. Oh, come on, Lady D. You're a grown-ass woman. You're a grown-ass woman. If you loved Africa so much, or wherever you come from, you would be there. You would be there. You'd embrace it. You'd want your children to be grown up there. You're such a hypocrite, man. You love the English culture. That's why you're here.
You don't sound Irish.
Yeah. Well, obviously I don't sound Irish. I'm from the north. I was born in the northeast, but all my blood and my ancestors are Irish. So what are you going to say about that? I tell you something, I love Britain. I'm from the British Isles. I'm from the British Isles. The British Isles are my cousins.
Yeah.
You know, there you go. Even after 800 years of subrogation, the British Isles are my cousins.
Let me tell you this, yeah. Let me tell you this. The guy was telling us earlier about the how the English subjugated the Irish, yeah, and they made them speak English. That's the reason why you speak English now is because you weren't allowed to speak Gaelic.
That's true, yeah.
Right,
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only English
But I'm
person on
looking
here is
forward
Reggie.
instead of backwards. I'm looking
The only
forward.
English person on here is Reginald.
Yeah.
It looks like it, Afghan. It really does.
Afghan.
I'm looking
mate.
forward.
Yeah, finally, we got some backing support.
Walaikum salam, bro.
And regardless of what you call government, I know that the British people.
All three
The British people are my cousins. They're my people.
I missed you, Ralph. I missed you, man.
I've heard a white Irish woman telling all the black people that we were slaves.
That's Asperger's.
You can't intellectualize any more than what you've done. You've done. Actually, I speak as scholars. You've done out here for what you said to Brutus's mother. And what you didn't do about the grooming girl. About the grooming girl. You've done out here, right? I'm scolding.
Shut up,
I actually liked you. And you're done. Yeah.
I can't hear you, lady.
Angel Moon deserves a spot on Reanimator for that one, still.
I just want to make sure she gets it right because she's taking on. I like the culture for embracing culture, so make sure she gets it right. It's done out here.
The only thing Irish in her is Guinness. Sounds drunk.
Are you serious? It's the land of saints and scholars. Let me tell you something.
You ain't no saint or scholar. You're a Jezebel.
I didn't say I was. I said Ireland was. Well, what I'm saying is,
sound like you're in a fucking plane or something. What's the topic?
Oh, this is where we're going with like talking like low IQ people.
The topic is hold on.
They can't debate.
Listen, let me tell Africa the topic. Man. Alright, yeah. Don't chill out a bit anyway, because it's Friday anyway, man. Everyone can start winding out as much as they want, yeah. But like I was saying, yeah, the topic is what is English culture? It was what is British culture, yeah, but everyone wanted it more defined. So we got what is English culture and what is the white English working class struggle.
All I can really say is that Jupiter's not white.
English culture is something that the rest of the world wants to emulate. That's what it is.
She's got an iron deficiency.
Yeah. The law.
What was his answer? Afghan? Like, give it a rest, man. Afghan, go on.
No, I'm saying she's not white. That's the only answer.
Why?
Because she's got an iron
it comes
deficiency.
down to black and white now. Yeah.
Why? It goes to man.
Oh, it comes down to black and white on these channels.
I mean, Vellemy, this Angel Moon does have a habit of speaking over people. She usually does this, so I don't know why people are so shocked.
It's annoying, though, because we don't want to hear more than her voice.
But she's got Asperger's. She's like a white Raj.
I have got Asperger's. I am dyslexic.
Like a white Raj.
Asperger's.
Yeah, she's like a white
that's
Raj.
That's the truth, yeah.
I've missed Afghan, I'll be honest.
All right, so I just think it's ironic that that's the question.
So this is the Battle Valley. This should be titled the three trolls versus the three tea ladies.
One second. Before we start the jokes,
The dinner ladies.
I really gave them a nickname, man. They're the KKK.
Oh, Ralph. Oh, you're so funny, Ralph.
Can we just press on the jokes?
No, just listening to you anymore, Ralph.
It's ironic. The conversations about, British culture and English culture, if we want to be more Pacific, but then we're hearing the English people that are crying about their culture come in here and talk about done out here. Like, I find that very ironic.
No, they've had a night with Hector. That's why.
She's Irish.
Hector's had a piece of them all.
Done out here is Irish.
I think you don't understand.
Hector black to them.
Don't understand.
Hector black
with
to
the
them.
British Isles. With the British Isles. Yeah. It's the British Isles. Even though, like, I'm sure the Irish won't like, with that, that terminology. But it is the British Isles. We're the same. We're cousins. We're all the same people.
No,
Yeah.
I think you're missing my point, Angel. This is the point I'm making. If we're talking about English culture, my thing would be then, in order to retain your culture, you should be practicing it and, you know, keeping it alive. But if you're not doing that and you're complaining about it and you're adopting other cultures, then really, do you have an argument?
Okay, Dee, I'll tell you what. The beauty about the British people and the Irish people is that they do embrace other cultures. But when it comes to the fact that other cultures are taking the piss out of their culture, it's not going to happen. That's what's happening now with the halal meat, with the, you know, even I'm sad to see
it's always the Muslims they want to have a go at first, yeah?
Well, yeah. And the Jews, and the kosher. Kosher.
How can we help them
Ralph. Kosher doesn't affect. They'll sell that. They didn't say that had to happen in hospitals and schools.
The halal chickens are taking over.
Listen, I don't blame the Muslim people. I blame the people who are doing the clergy plan.
You're sat in your fucking home care.
I don't blame the people. I don't blame the Muslims. They are the Trojan horse that are actually like destroying our country. But I blame the people that are wheeling in the Trojan horse. Yeah, I do.
So
I do. The Zionist Jews. I do believe that.
Do you agree with that?
I know that they won't agree with that. But Barbara Lerner Specter actually said it, that, you know, Europe will not be the monolithic, you know, culture that it's always been. And this is not just going to affect like England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, all the rest of Europe. It's going to affect everybody that's in Europe. It's going to affect us all.
Yep.
And it's, you know, Barbara Lerner Specter said it. I didn't say it. She said it.
Quick question, Angel Moon. Quick question. So I heard you used the example of the meat being as an example. Yeah, cool. So I'm going to work with that example. Do you think that obviously halal meat being introduced into the UK is going to help to kill off English culture?
Absolutely, because I
it rode away.
What about kosher food?
I tell you, even if Christians,
how about kosher
Jewish, let me just tell you. Well, I'm gonna say this: Jewish, Christians, Muslims, any other, you know, Sikhs, any religion that does incantations over a slaughter of an animal, it's a disgrace. Because I believe in magic. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't want it.
All right, nice.
Ralph,
I do believe in magic.
David Blaine.
And I believe that's what they're doing, a magic ritual. They are doing a magic ritual.
Wait, no, hold on, guys. She literally said that she believes in magic. So hold on. She believes that when that prayer, hold on, guys, seriously. She believes that when that prayer is done over the meat.
But you call it a prayer. You call it a prayer, Dee. I call it an incantation. No. Get it right.
You're a pagan.
It's an incantation. It's an incantation. It's not a prayer. Fuck the prayer. It's an incantation.
It's the Patronus spell.
Hold on. I don't want to shout. Literally,
Is she like related to Oz?
Oh, for fuck's sake. So, Angel Moon, this is the thing. You're saying that when the meat is being prayed over, whatever, you see that as a magic. Is that how you're saying?
She dances over it.
I don't want to eat that.
Naked.
I don't want to eat that.
She's correct.
It's tainted.
She puts pigeon shit on her face and dances naked.
It's tainted meat.
One thing I want to say in regards to Ralph's comment about kosher, if it wasn't for kosher laws, we wouldn't have halal meat issues anyway. So unfortunately, yes, it's across the board. The problem is that if we have to accommodate for one religion, given the fairness factor and the fairness and harm factor that Ralph always points out, unfortunately, we have to then give halal meat to the Muslims if we give kosher meat to the Jews.
Do you know what, Banksy? I agree with you. I agree with you with that. But I don't agree that it should be in all hospitals and all schools. And all bloody, you know.
The thing is, you don't have to.
Is it really in all hospitals and all schools? I don't know if that's actually true.
Well,
that's
it
a
is,
magic.
yeah, and
That's a magic.
you know, it's important. It's actually important to
told
me
it.
that I don't want to eat that shit that's been incantated over. I don't want it.
Yeah,
I
but what's the
don't want
difference
it.
between
I think
normal
it's
meat,
gonna
halal meat? What's the difference between
because
halal meats and
it's had
normal
an
meat?
incantation said over it.
Yeah,
and I
but
don't
what's the
want
evidence? What's the
Why
scientific
should
evidence
Why should
of
I have
any
to put up with
difference?
that? Why
Well,
should I
there's
have to put up with that?
scientific evidence of
Okay.
a scientist talking positive words to water and to plants and negative
All right,
words.
that's just low IQ, man. You
Well,
look
No,
at
it's not low IQ.
the thing is,
what the hell is that?
no, there is,
No,
there
it's
isn't.
because you
Look,
are
one,
low IQ.
guys,
Or let me talk to my steak so it can be content.
yeah. Well, one thing I will say when it comes to the negatives of halal isn't necessarily the slaughter itself, but one thing that has been shown is that halal meat slaughterhouses are not as regularly inspected by the health authorities because of accusations of racism, and so halal meat slaughterhouses and butchers are actually far dirtier than other slaughterhouses and non-halal environments. So this is been shown that because of this aspect of quote unquote racist behavior, but the health inspectors are not visiting these places as often. So there is that is
Maxie,
actually
that's
happening.
not the point. The point I'm trying to get at is Angel Moon's point, because she said, I remember I asked her specifically, does she believe that the halal meat will have an impact on our culture? And she said, in her view, yes, it does.
Well, it'll have an impact on my consciousness.
Hold on. On her view, she said, yes, it does. So I'm saying, okay, but then in the next breath, you're saying that you're embracing part of English culture is to embrace all other cultures. So which one is it? Is either you're embracing it or you don't want it? Like I just want to know where she stands.
She only embraces
All right. Let me.
Actually, tolerant. She should.
There's one thing about welcoming. There's one thing about welcoming people and adopting them into your society. There's another one about them taking the piss. That's what I'm saying. Because I do not want, to eat. I seriously don't want to go to, not that I do, but, even to fast food restaurants and stuff like that. I don't want, to see halal written on the fucking window. Or in a supermarket, halal. I don't want it. Fair enough. Listen, shut up. Listen, I don't, they can have sections in places where they're labeled, but if they're not labeled and it's embraced by everyone into the culture, into this Western culture, I don't want it. Because no, they don't actually. They don't. And I'm telling you now, it does affect your consciousness because.
Angel,
you can go to any Asda.
Shut up! Let me finish, for God's sake.
On any
Tesco's, what they
you have a halal section.
when they do that, they're doing incantations over those beasts, and they slaughter them. And
the spirit of the cow rises. Look, one thing I will say, Angel, in order to solve
Banksy, I give you a lot of respect. Let me finish.
I know, but just let me say this very quick.
2 seconds,
okay.
Banksy.
Okay.
Right.
One.
What they do is instead of stunning them, they slaughter them with these incantations. The places are not regulated. They're not, and it's disgraceful. And I do not want that. I do not want that in my body.
Okay,
those beasts, God bless it. God bless those beasts.
I think we understand you,
The
Angel.
adrenaline. It's like drinking adrenochrome. That's why all the Muslims go fucking crazy. I'm telling you.
But do you understand
it's not good for them. You can laugh at me, but that's the truth.
Okay.
But do you understand when Muslims actually commit halal killing in the Dabiba, they are worshipping because Allah has expressly said this is to be done in the purest of spirits in the killing of the animal. Need I quote the Quran to you? It's very, very clear. It says,
but Allah, but the thing is, no, hold on, Angel, please, I allowed you to finish.
I haven't got to my question. My question to all the liberals is, if you're meant to live in an
I love you, Banksy.
I love you.
You're meant to live in an inclusive
Shut up, Ralph.
Let Ralph finish.
Nobody's listening to you, Ralph.
Yeah, but if you live in this inclusive liberal culture, you're saying, oh, look, we're the liberals, we're the inclusivity. Surely you have to include the Muslims and their spiritual blessing of the food, or you're not. So,
Yeah, but one thing I will say, two things.
Angel's like talking like a communist. You know?
Ralph,
You
two
sound like a
things though.
communist.
Number one, no, but hold on. There's two things. Number one, Ralph. If Allah is the devil, then and according to some people's interpretation, it could potentially be the devil fooling Muhammad to think that he is actually God or Angel Gabriel. But if that is the case, then anything done in the name of Allah is actually satanic, and it is then damned by definition.
I love you, man.
But the other thing is, Angel Moon, if you want to solve your halal problem, I only eat halal bacon and ham. So if you really want to solve your halal issue, only request for halal bacon and ham wherever you go.
Turning me vegetarian, Banksy, I'm telling you. I won't touch any of it because I honestly do think it absolutely affects your consciousness. Yeah. You can see it. You can see it in the West. What's happening in the West? Come on! Like it's going crazy.
What's happening?
What's happening? Well, look at just even in Ireland, right? We'll say in Ireland, in Balbriggan, a beautiful Irish seaside town. We've got all these bloody Muslim Africans that have come over, and like there's fucking riots going on.
Okay, what about the IRA? Were they Muslim?
Oh, that's in the past, man. Shut the fuck up.
No, they exist still. They exist still. They exist still. And for your kind information, can I finish? Can I finish, Paddy?
Oh, well,
the point is, right? There's numerous areas and council estates in Ireland that is full of crime, stabbing, shootings, and they're not by black people or Muslims. So what are they eating halal meat?
You're talking biles, man. You're talking biles.
No answer.
A beautiful town of Balbriggan.
No answer. They're mad, Ralph. She's got no idea.
Someone
it's just they're blinded by bias.
London is
full of violence, man.
You can't see to the veil of
diversity is not our strength.
It's just hateful.
It's not our strength. The mentality of people maybe is our strength.
I mean, if it's
Ralph, I wanted to ask you this, but I forgot the last time I spoke to you. You know, you're a fan of making T-shirts. I was trying to make this T-shirt on Spreadshirt, but they wouldn't allow me. I wanted to have a silhouette of a pig and the writing on it in white, made by Allah. Is that possible that I could have?
I'll buy that, man.
I'll make you that T-shirt if you come down my local mosque and wear it with me. I'm not going to get my hands involved with, blaspheming the Lord.
It is absolutely true.
I'll let you film you when you enter the mosque.
But Muslims can't deny it. God makes pigs, right? If Allah makes everything, Allah makes pigs.
Who are you to question what the Creator has?
It's nothing to do with what animal is. It's to do with the intention. Why should we?
The intention is to eat it. The intention is to eat it.
Well, why should we? Why should the animal be slaughtered in the
because we
Afghan might be able to understand this. They've never sat, for example, and seen like a good Muslim wedding where you've had a halal killing properly of the animal, and you've had one of those delicious meals. You've sat there, you've been in community bonding. Fresh. They don't understand it. It's just like a Tommy Robinson thing, isn't it? They're blinded by the hatred.
You've just seen.
I like this.
Ralph is trying to suck black dick at the moment. That's all he's doing. He's trying to suck black dick because everybody else has fucking rejected it.
The only person who sucked a black dick is Jupiter.
He just wants attention.
Jupiter, you're the only one who sucked a black dick, not fucking Ralph.
Oh my gosh.
Am I? What, you don't think the black women here have got a man? No, nor do I. I think you're probably right, Afghan.
Yeah, they're all bloody sat there on their own.
Too bad it only went up your nose.
Oh, hello, Afghan. Nice to see your cheery self back here.
Guess who's
back? I rank Afghan as a master orator.
I don't know what you're on about. Call me a cunt or something, but you know.
I find it very interesting.
What's going to happen to you, Ralph, when the black community
Ralph,
rejects you?
do you know they've had the police after me, anti-terror after me?
You know what, they come and go, you know.
I'm totally disappointed by Ralph, to be honest with you. What's going to happen to you, Ralph, when the black people reject you?
Oh, I don't know why they're going on to talk about why isn't Wendy going to do her stream? A nightly stream.
I think it's something that could be possibly potentially like a post-menopausal phenomena. That, you know, they've got to take it out somewhere. After it's gin and tonic, and then you go
go and return to the Rhineland. Take your wife with you. Take your nasty wife with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Wendy, you know what Ralph's problem is? His white wife ain't giving him none because she don't really fancy him. She only wants the money. She only wants the money. No one would want the big ears and that mouth.
Fucking Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, exactly.
The solo voice of the teenage rippling through the corridors. I gotta have a break, you guys. Ladies, enjoy.
Yeah, go away. I mean, I actually like, you know, some of the stuff that like Laura Towner says. I can't, you know, deny it. I do. But Ralph is like, you know, he's gone beyond the pale.
Yeah.
As the Irish say.
Just remember, right? Ralph's weak spot is his wife. Just remember that. That's his weak spot. He triggers him.
Ralph is like trying now to get into the black community because like that's in the nouveau bloody scene at the moment, you know, with Black Lives Matter.
Lie to them.
I want my baby back.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, Ralph. The black people are too intelligent for you.
I want my baby back.
It's not going to happen
Can
to
I
you,
hear
Ralph.
the struggles of the working class in the UK?
Oh, I can tell you a lot about that.
Yeah, go on, Angel Man.
Yeah, I was brought up in the north of England, in a mining village, and yeah, they were forgotten. They were forgotten. The shipyards, the miners, the stevedores, the steel workers.
Yeah, according to Khan, I struggle
blaming Margaret Thatcher for that.
Not really, Tash, because
I do. I blame Margaret Thatcher for that.
No, according to Khan, I struggled because my family couldn't afford to buy a slave. Unlike his, that could afford to buy a slave.
Why? What does the slave have to do with the work struggles?
That last night, didn't he, Wendy? Yeah, he's a sick fucker. That
hold on, Wendy. What does the slave have to do with the struggles of the working class?
Well, because my father was a coal miner, that meant that apparently means that I struggled. Yeah. And my grandfather, apparently, because he was he struggled and he wasn't rich enough to buy a slave like his, because his great grandfather bought a slave and mine couldn't afford it. But that's all right because it came out of fucking Khan's mouth, isn't it? So that's acceptable.
Hold on. So what the conversation was, the struggles of the working class was because the working class who can't afford to buy a slave, that's the struggle. Am I hearing right?
According to Khan, yes.
Okay, I'm done.
Are we talking about Khan, the man whose grandfather bought a slave and then married it?
Yeah.
That Khan. The Khan who's literally only 2 generations away from owning people.
Yes.
We want to hear from the white working class.
That as a standard of being wealthy. He's using that as a standard of being wealthy.
And your issue is Angel Moon. Can you continue?
You guys are fucking pathetic.
Yeah. Okay,
I swear to God, you guys are pathetic.
According to the Northerners, right?
Why would you complain about halal meat?
See,
You guys
which may be banter, but it obviously has
how
some
low
connotation.
It's their loss. Ignore it.
you're
Doesn't
low
matter.
in
Let them
life.
think what they want.
I swear to God, you guys are low in life.
Bro, let it go over your head, please. Come on. Angel Moon, let's go.
You're low.
According to the Northerners, oh Jesus, Mary and Joseph. According to the Northerners, right? What the life that I've been brought up in the North, right? See, you Londoners, you know, obviously, yes, this is the beauty about Britain. We have banter with the, you know, like we're the Yorkshire Rose, they're the West Rose, and the Southerners. Obviously, the Northerners hate the Southerners at times, and it's not, but you would fight with them, but you know, because like. Yes, we would. Yes, we would. And it's because like this, you know, everything happened. You know, you Lord, Speaker's Corner. You live in a London bubble that you don't understand what's happening in the rest of the country. And I'm sure that Wendy will, you know, like say that that's true. Won't you, Wendy? You know, I mean, like it's like you have no idea of what's happening in the rest of Britain or England, even. You've no idea. It's a completely different mindset compared to what it is in the South. You just think about like what's happening in the South all the time. You know, like what's you know, like it's just like I do love Raj. I do think that he's an honest guy. And he speaks the truth. And like Raj says, nobody would like even like bat an eyelid. Nobody batted an eyelid. Can I finish? Nobody batted an eyelid about immigrant, you know, like all these different cultures that were going on in society. The English people, the British people, the Irish people even, they don't bat an eyelid because they'll embrace them. That's because they've got a mindset of like sort of Christian culture, which I don't agree with.
That is a
myself.
goddamn lie from the pits of hell.
No, they do. Well, let me finish. They do. But when it comes to you know, like these cultures starting to say that, all right, this is how you should do it in Britain. This is how we should do this. This is how we should do that. It's like, wait a minute. That's not happening. That's what's going on at the moment.
Angel Moon, who's saying that to you? Who is saying that to you? Seriously.
What do you mean? Who's saying it to me?
Who's saying that you need to change? Who's saying that your community needs to change? You, who you identify with, those people around you.
It's not going to happen. Especially, I tell you, the Irish people, they've had enough of it. They're not going to do it. They're rising up now. They're not doing it because like. Just like what's happening. Oh, Lady D, let me tell you something. I shouldn't call you Lady, but D, let me tell you something. What's happening? What's happening in
she's not Lady
Britain?
D.
I don't know. They're infatuated with me for some reason. Every time they hear
she's not become a lady.
She can't tell them apart.
Obviously, isn't a lady.
You know that. You know when they say all black people are
person. Can't tell the black people apart.
There's a Trojan horse. There's a Trojan horse.
Your brain
coming into Europe.
Lives in your brain.
There's a Trojan horse coming into Europe that the people of Europe do not want. And they've been passive. Passive. Even the immigrants that live here, you can ask Banksy. He doesn't want that. He doesn't want this.
Well, this is the thing, Angel Moon. Tash says, who is trying to tell you not to live your life? Tash, every day in the news, they're telling us we should be more inclusive, more accepting, more accommodating to the hijab, to the niqab, to halal food, to this, to that, to transgenders, to transsexuals, to gay pride. And then you ask the average English person, who is telling you to change your life? Every day they're being told to change their life. Every day they're being told to change their thinking.
Banksy style. It's not just the English. It's the people like you. you know, like you don't want it either. Loads of immigrants that have come to this, you know, this Isles, the British Isles. They don't want this.
Yeah.
They don't want it. You don't want it. I don't want
The
it.
thing is, though,
Nobody
the
wants
difference
it.
is, Angel Moon, when you say you don't want it, you're a racist. When I say I don't want it, there's some leeway because, well, he's a foreigner, he's a brown folk.
Banksy,
Is that you in the picture? Did you draw yourself?
What have we enforced on you?
Yeah, but them days are over.
Cover yourself.
Them days are over. We're not
So
listening to
when
that
people
shit
tell you
anymore.
Something, and what does that change in your life? directly?
Alhamdulillah.
How has that changed you?
Bro, some women, Jupiter,
You're
and where are these bitches?
that are not there.
Tash, you say, how does that change your life? That changes everything. It is incremental.
What
Yeah.
legislation and law has changed that affects your life? So you
Slow.
live in
Right,
where-
Everything. Everything. The fact that Tash,
Discrimination, positive discrimination. has
well,
changed
apart from positive discrimination, I will tell you what. I don't like to see women in hijabs on billboards. It offends me. It offends my sensibilities. I don't want to hear the azan on a fucking Friday by some weirdy beardy fuck on a roof screaming Allahu Akbar at me. That gives me PTSD. I don't like these things. That's what changed.
Okay, Banksy, you know what, Tash? Let him have that. Banksy, okay.
Hold up. Yo, Tosh,
Hold
one sec.
on, Mo. Hold on.
One sec. Let me just say this because I'm
For
Arabic.
fuck's sake, man.
Listen,
So,
yeah.
Banksy, I heard what you just said. Literally, you don't. These
Bro,
things offend you.
listen,
but that was the
women
same
already have it
sentiments.
hard.
Hold on. That was
Women
the
already
same
have it hard,
sentiments-
okay?
That was the same sentiments that was said in the 70s when the black people walking around with dreadlocks on their heads. So come on, you can't say in one
You
breath,
dumb
because you don't like you don't want to see hijab
Stop
women.
talking about the
That's
past.
what
You're talking about now.
Where I'm talking about now, you dumb bitch. So stop talking and listen. So
You
what I'm saying
fucking
is right
retard.
now is that if you're sentiments right now, Banksy, how do you say that in a breath? How do you say that inclusive of other cultures? How do you say that, Banksy?
Look, Lady D. Lady D, although it's difficult to hear you because other people are talking, but
Shut the fuck up and let a conversation flow. Shut the fuck up, you incoherent Angel Moon. Shut up.
I understand. I got the gist of what you're saying. I got the gist of what you're saying, and you're saying yes. Back in the day, people found offensive if black people walked around with X, Y, and Z or whatever, and I can appreciate that. But it is still perfectly fine for people to object to their way of life changing before their eyes.
But Banksy, how is a woman with a hijab on a billboard changing their way of life?
But the thing is, you see, the difference is, this is the thing, the difference is, Lady B, you being a black person is something you cannot change or control. A Muslim can change their mind and no longer be a Muslim.
But a
There
religion
is
is a religion, and don't they have the right to practice it? Whether I agree with their religion or not, do they not
But-
have that right to
No, they have the right to practice their religion in their home and not
yes, they
bring
do.
it out on the tops of roofs and have hijabi women on billboards. That
But
isn't
Banksy,
their right. They don't
I
have the right to do that.
I have a question. I mean, so why do you have the right, Banksy, to practice your atheism?
There we go. That's a good one.
I don't
How do you
practice
like it?
atheism.
No, but as a Christian,
You
I
don't
find it
practice
repulsive.
atheism.
I
I
find
don't
it
practice atheism. I just am.
atheism. Well, I'm
There is no. I don't expect atheists to be on billboards.
Atheism is an ideology.
No, it's not. It's a rejection of a claim. Being an atheist is not an ism. That's where you're fundamentally and categorically wrong.
Who gives you the right to practice your
They're totally
atheism?
bullshit.
I'm not allowed anyone else to practice
But I don't
it.
practice atheism
Yeah, you do.
because atheism isn't an ism.
No, but you're practicing it by offending Muslims.
Ralph, when you say practicing atheism, it's like saying, what gives you the right to practice bold as a hair color?
No,
It just isn't.
No, it isn't. By your logic, actually, by your logic, atheism is a choice. You choose, and when you practice your
No,
atheism,
but there is no ism to it.
When you practice your atheism, part of practicing it is to mock other people's faith. So, what gives you the right to practice atheism?
How
which
dare
is
you?
choice,
How
it's a
dare you,
choice,
Ralph?
and then
How
mock
dare
Muslims or
you?
mock Christians, right?
Again,
How
it's
dare
not an
you?
ism.
Oh my God! This is a guy that broke all the commandments, all the Christian commandments when he told the Bruce's mother.
Maxi, my point is this:
Alhamdulillah,
if your claim is that a woman on a billboard with a hijab on offends you, how about you close your eyes and don't look at it and keep it moving?
It's difficult when you're driving.
No, we shouldn't have to have it there.
No, it's like, right? Look,
because that is not a representation of Britain.
Hold up.
You keep going on about how you want to be represented all over the place. We want our country represented correctly. It is not. It is not an Islamic country.
Rhetoric, your guys are pushing for a reason why Muslim women in the UK are being harassed.
One second, Mo. Nobody on this panel said this is an Islamic country. Nobody's made this claim, right, Banksy? So my thing is this: if they can say one breath that they're inclusive of everybody's culture and that's a part of the English culture to be embraced of everybody, but then bitch afterwards and say, well, then I don't want to see this. Well, that's not being inclusive. Then that's not being embraced.
Amen, sister. And this is the problem with the liberals. On one hand, they say, I want to practice my atheism. I want to practice my inclusivity. But I don't include the Muslims. I don't include the Christians.
Hold on. No, not at all.
She's on point.
At the end of the day, it's all right. It's what one thing is people.
Lady Divine. Can I ask Lady Divine a question? Go
on, Reggie. Go on.
So, would you embrace a man and a man kissing in Jamaica on your billboards?
I don't embrace it, but it's there. But it's there.
What do you
on billboards in Jamaica? They have men kissing.
No, what he's saying, if I would embrace it, would I embrace it? No, I don't embrace it. But if it's there, it's there. What can I do about it? It doesn't mean I have to embrace it.
You can complain and you can change those things.
Lady Divine, you wouldn't complain.
No, but this is the thing. I'm here in the UK, and he's saying that just seeing the women on the hijabs is offensive. Cool, he's entitled to that. No one said that he can't say it's offensive. My argument is, well, then we can't say in one breath that part of the English culture is to embrace everybody else's, but then complain in the next breath and then say we don't want to see it's offending me. Like, it's either you don't.
Do you know what that is, Lady D? That's a contradiction.
No.
It's a liberal contradiction.
We can do that.
No, hold on. I'm to Jupiter. Do you understand the point I'm making? Do you understand?
I can understand what you're saying, but I would put it this way. We can embrace, we can say that we're inclusive of people without promoting it. We don't want to promote the headscarves. We don't want to promote Islam. We don't want to promote it because it's not our country's belief in the main.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know the funny thing is, hold on.
For thousands of years, this country has always been a Christian faith. Who are these modern atheists in the last 20, 30 years who say, I don't want someone to wear a hijab. I don't want you to wear that. You guys are new kids in the block. Right, you're new kids in the block.
Should I be asking the Christians to complain about this?
I think you've got an American passport. You're not English. Stop fucking talking here as if you've got a say.
You're Jewish. You're not English.
Okay. Look. I have a Jupiter. I actually have the same. Jupiter. I actually have a solution to the Muslim problem anyway. But the thing that you said about promoting, absolutely, we don't promote harmful things anymore. We don't advertise cigarettes anymore. Cigarettes can't have billboards anymore because we've established and acknowledged that these are harmful things. So if we acknowledge and establish that Islam is an existential threat and harmful to this society,
no, not to society,
we have a right not to promote it.
Not to society, to atheists who don't like it.
No, but hold on. Is it actually being established as safe?
And there's enough live streams of you saying the opposite, Ralph. There's enough live streams of you giving very clear diagrams, pictures.
I just don't like this disrespect.
Wait.
It's really
Jupiter. Ralph is trolling.
On the panel, quick question. Has it really been established that Islam is harmful to this society? Is that what I've heard?
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course it is. Yeah.
I can give you an actual case-by-case example of how.
Hold on, back to you, quick. Who made this decision?
Who made this decision?
Yeah.
No one's made it yet. I want them to make it. I have made that decision for myself, and I've made those conclusions for myself.
Yeah.
And I am simply convinced. I am now opening up, if you like, the doors to convince others that they should also look at Islam in exactly the same way. And then, if we get enough of a collective, we can then start enacting action in order to marginalize and reduce Islam's influence upon British society. That's how democracy works.
The best of all planners.
Right. I don't want our society turning into one that I've seen abroad, where people go from being allowing to have their hair freely or choose to wear a headscarf, which is a status in at the moment. I don't mind that. To being promoted to the place where all women have got to cover up their hair. No, it's not. It's not going to happen in this country. And as for you, Ralph, you better make up your mind. Either I'm a drunk atheist or I'm a Jew. I can't be both.
Actually, you can be cultural. You can actually be ethnically Jewish, culturally atheist.
Can I just respond to Jupiter's little statement?
You've already wrecked yourself. Right, reaction.
From one foreigner to another, yeah, Jupiter? From one foreigner to another.
Ralph is behaving like a prostitute. One second.
Ralph is behaving like a troll.
It's literally going from one community to another community to another community.
Hold on, guys. Let's listen to Lady D.
Wind your own neck in. You never. And speak English, for fuck's sake.
Sorry, Lady D.
For fuck's sake, is she fucking always like this? So Jupiter, your claim is this, yeah? That you don't want to see your society with everyone walking around with headscarves on their head. I'm saying I doubt that would ever be the case. I doubt it.
You doubt it? Well, I will give you case exhibit A. Iran 1978, Iran 1981. Would you like me to send you images?
Please, because I don't see how England's going to make me, who a non-Muslim, wear a scarf on their neck. Like
You see, Lady D, now this is exactly the words of my mother. My mother in 1979, when Iran was going through its revolution, and then in 1980, when they started to talk about how they're going to make Muslim Iranian women wear the headscarf, she said to me recently, she said, I said at the time with my girlfriends, it is impossible for them to make a woman wear a headscarf in Iran. The women will tear this country apart. Guess what happened 2 or 3 years later? Every woman in Iran was wearing headscarves. Do you know why? Do you know how they did it? Do you know how they did it? They did it exactly the way the government of this country is making you wear a mask right now, walking into every supermarket.
I was just going to say that.
Okay, so all right, so let's just look at this logically, because I can't deal with Angel Moon's little rambles. But okay, so the mask on the face, we understand that's because of the COVID and the thing going on right now. Yeah, thing.
But you know what they're calling it? They're calling it the new normal.
Yo, if you're white, don't fuck with me.
Well said, Banksy. Go on, get her.
I'm finished. It's not hard.
Get her.
But the scarf on the head is a religious practice. It's nothing to do with no virus or nothing like that.
No, Angel Moon. Sorry, Lady D. Listen, they don't have to tell you that you have to wear the headscarf. Except all businesses that don't let a woman in without a headscarf get fined £1,000.
Alhamdulillah.
You don't have to wear a headscarf. Oh no, no one's telling you to wear a headscarf. Except you can't go into any shop.
Your mom was Muslim.
You sound extremely damaged from your past.
That is exactly how they introduced the headscarf in Iran. That is exactly how they introduced it.
Pathetic. You're not even a man, bro.
You're supposed to be an intelligent woman. Can't you see this?
Angelo and Jupiter, fuck you guys.
I can't listen to fucking nothing. Shut up, man.
You shouldn't be offended by a picture.
You never shut up.
Conversation.
Banksy, are you going around telling Muslims that you work?
You never shut
How
up.
are you supposed to have a conversation with the fucking retards? Autistic ass motherfuckers.
Literally, we can't. She's fucking.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. So you can't win an argument. So you're gonna start saying, "Oh yeah, you retard." Oh, shut. You retard. Oh my God. Yeah, it's like it's shame on you. It's shame on your intellect.
Islam is right about women. That's all I have to say.
Oh, here we go. Raj will jump.
Ralph is just full of trigger points tonight. He just keeps pushing those trigger
I want to know if she's got a thing on the back of her body where you pull it and she just keeps rambling. Like, shut
no
up.
one would. No one would ever fuck you, Angela Moon. Honestly.
Angel, Crow. It's Angel. Her name is Angel.
Thank you. I'm an
More
angel.
like witch moon. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I don't mind being called a witch.
I
don't mind being called a witch.
Or not?
Are you scared of kids to put a hex on you? I don't mind.
I'm trying to hear you, Patsy, but the fucking winding fucking monkey in the bottom won't shut up. Shut up.
But Lady D.
The funny thing is, like, I see you as that. You're the winding monkey that doesn't shut the fuck up.
Shut up, lady, and wind
Okay, guys, this is just gonna degenerate. Look, Lady D, I'm not joking. When I tell you how they can introduce Islamic hijab, Islamic laws, governance into this country, it is as easily done as you having to wear a mask in every supermarket. This is how governments do it. You think it's impossible. It is not impossible. It is not impossible at all. I saw it with my own eyes. It happened in front of me.
Just for COVID, you can see how the governments are taking authoritarian power away from the people. They're using COVID, they're using different things to impose legislation. You've got to quarantine, you've got to do this, you have to do that. So the power has been taken from people. That's true. COVID's been used that. So just like you say, you've got to wear a mask in and out, right? Yeah, that's just opposing freedom. And you, of course, want freedom, don't you? You're liberal.
20 years ago, who would have thought, 30 years ago, who would have thought there'll be Islamic banking? Who would have thought that?
Exactly.
Islamic banking, and there's only Islamic banking has only ever existed since Islam existed, right? Islam is not.
But my thing is this: I'm not okay. So let's just go with Banksy's thing. He's saying that it can be done. I just want to know how would they implement it, because he's obviously with COVID they used the virus to implement the mask. How would they implement everyone wearing the hijab though, or covering their heads?
The same way as they've done with the mask.
I asked Banksy
exactly the same way.
I asked Banksy.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Banksy will say the same thing. It's the same way.
If you guys like conspiracy theories, if you like conspiracy theories, one great conspiracy theory is, of course, if Allah is the best of planners, then COVID-19 is a temporary stage when all women will be covered up. So, you know.
Guys, can
the
topic back to
Ralph, you're so disappointing. You so exposed yourself, Ralph. You're so disappointing.
Yeah, but Lady D, the thing is, there's just a systematic climatization to an event, and usually they will use a poignant event, and then they will bounce off that event, just like COVID, to then impose certain laws. So it's not that they're going to make you wear the hijab now. But in 2030, in 2040, when the Muslim population is in their 20s or possibly 15, 16%, and then they can introduce legislation based on moral codes of conduct because they feel that the country has become exceedingly immoral, and those laws start to come in slowly but surely.
That's a far reach. The Conservative Party are going to stand 30 or 40 Muslim MPs. Yeah, they're going to force you 14 SDs. They're paranoid, bro. They're paranoid.
Bro. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Ralph knows exactly what I'm talking about, and he's already got all of that shit down because the 2066 deadline is a major deadline for these guys.
The Asian migrant.
But Allah is the best of planners, Ralph. You know that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know how I know you guys are Batsy, man? You know how I know? I use Batty Man as my that's funny as fuck. You guys are gay as fuck. I'm just telling you straight up. I swear to God, you guys are gay as fuck.
Gay as fuck.
And then check it out, bro. Check it out. Someday someone's gonna come up to you guys and they're gonna confront you with this. It's not gonna be me. I don't do that shit. I live in America. But someday someone's gonna confront with you guys, and you guys.
You live in America, whose capital cities are actually like fucking shitholes at the moment. Come on.
Okay. So I just want to know this confront business, as in, like when I go to Speaker's Corner and there are like Muslims everywhere, and we have these exact conversations. Is that how?
No,
You
no.
know what I find sad about this?
Look, everyone has their day, right? Everyone has their day. Trust me.
You're slightly damaged. You need to work on
Angela Moon, you're ugly as fuck. Like
you don't even know what I look like.
All my entire life.
So what are you talking
I can
about?
tell you're ugly by your voice.
Your heart is obviously ugly.
How you carry yourself? You're ugly as fuck.
I'm not. I'm an angel.
Crow, at least if you're gonna insult, have some flair about you. I hate
like this is not going
boring insulters who not even like
let's
funny.
start slagging people off because we can't win an argument.
I can't do this woman. But
No. I don't mind him slagging people off as long as there's humor in it and there's like some kind of there's a joke.
That's true.
Your biggest thing. His biggest thing was, you know, someone's gonna face you one day, and Angela Moon, you're ugly. I swear, dude. Crow. You know when
I'm an American.
Yeah, Crow. You know when you landed.
I'll personally know you got your ass kicked. Yeah, like actually got your ass kicked.
Crow. You know when you landed with that joke at a small.
Big
tumbleweed rolled by your bed and a cricket went.
It said so much more about you than it did me.
Everyone has their day.
Can you believe, Tasha? This is like
everyone will get their day.
Like for fuck's sake. But
I'll tell you something.
Tash, this is my thing. What I've listened to is a fear of people that are just they're living in fear, literally, because no one's actually giving me a good reason as to how to
I agree with you with that.
Finished, for frick's sake. What I've not heard.
Oh God, you fucking go on forever.
Going on, and how their English culture is being threatened by it. I'm just to understand. Like, I'm still trying to ascertain that.
Your English culture.
Okay, can I explain it to you?
You're living in England.
I'm not in
your English culture.
English culture.
It's your English culture. You're living in England. It's your English culture as well as it's mine. And we're all in fear, and we should be fighting the elite instead of each other.
Shit, bitch. Why my culture?
Yeah, of course you are. You wouldn't be mouthing off as much as you are. Yeah, you're done out here, mate. You're done out here, mate. You would not be living in fear as much as you are by like going on and on and on and on and on about it. If it wasn't that, you're afraid of like leaving this English culture. You're a grown-ass woman. Why are you not in the culture that you want to be in? Why are you not? Come on now, D.
Is she still rambling? Is she still going? Okay.
Yeah, because you're talking bullshit, D.
Hello?
D, come on. If you like your culture so much, why are you not in it?
The real question is, how do you guys even have friends?
Because you love the English culture.
How do you guys even like talk to each other? Like,
hey, the other two Cinderella sisters left, Angel.
Thank God. I want the Angel.
One down.
Oh, you guys are fucking nasty, bro.
Yeah.
I don't even touch you.
Oh, but nasty.
I'm gonna touch you with my foot. You dirty.
Who's this American bullshit? Is he a Democrat?
Dirty asshole. You rat.
That's like, from some Democrat city that's destroying America. Is that who you are?
America. Shut the fuck up, you bitch. You dumb hoe.
Yeah, look at New York. New York is a shithole at the moment.
I really don't like you. And
because of you bloody Democrats. Yeah, you know it's true. You know it's true.
You bloody Democrat.
The funny thing is that all those lefties are now buying weapons because they are fearing the Black Lives Matter movement.
You guys are
Quite
pathetic.
funny.
I've never seen people that pathetic in
Black Lives Matter may just save the Second Amendment, guys.
Yeah,
that's the beauty of this.
Yeah.
Ew, what the fuck, bitch? Ew, near you. Oh, you racist bitch.
Oh, yeah, just wait. Just you wait. Trump 2020 is happening. Yeah. Even though I don't even believe that Trump's a nice guy. But I'll tell you something, I think he's got the heart of America.
You don't clean your downstairs, huh? You smell fishy, huh?
Biden, he can't even fucking string a sentence together. Come on. And Kamala Harris, she's a fucking total you know, she was the one that kept a black guy in prison for no reason.
Why
That
do they
was
like to
like,
bring up
you
black
know,
people? Talk
that
about
was-
your
that
own
was
shit. Talk about your own shit, man. For fuck's sake.
That
Stop
was
using us,
exposed
bitch.
by
You tell
We're
us,
not
sister.
gonna. You were
You
never
tell
gonna
us,
ride
That will
sister.
come
with you,
to us.
Benjamin.
You're
We're
so
never going
stupid,
to be
D.
on your side,
You're so
Benjamin.
stupid, D, that
Leave
you
black
don't realize
people out
all
of your
American
mouth.
culture comes
We will
towards us.
never be on
You're
your
so
side.
stupid.
Never.
You're so stupid.
Never. Okay. Let that sink
Okay,
in.
let's see. I have a question for you with white people and voting for Biden. Would there be any black vote if, let's say, Obama said, it is a good thing that black people become less and less in America? Would there be any black vote for him
Why would
when he
Obama
said
say
something like this?
What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Yo,
Because
Obama was the biggest terrorist that America's ever seen in the last 20 years.
no, I'm just making a point here, and
He
you will
dropped
see
more
where I'm
bombs
going
than
with
anybody.
this. Because
Yeah.
this is what Joe Biden has said. He was saying that whites becoming a minority in America is a great thing, and you will still see white people voting for this anti-white maniac. This is what I mean.
Alhamdulillah. Allah is the
This
best
is what
of
I
them.
mean. White people are hating themselves. They're not voting in their self-interest.
The
Any
silent
other group is
majority will
voting
prevail.
on ethnocentric views. What benefits their group? White people are not doing that.
I wonder if Obama came up and said, you know, if I'm elected president, I will make sure that the black community is reduced to 12%.
Listen, you'll never
He never did that, did he?
ever be like the white people I know. You'll never be like them because you guys are pathetic. You guys are fucking pathetic.
Thank God. You probably know some like fucking lefties that are on Antifa or something.
I swear to God.
Let me tell you something. If someone if Joe Biden would have said the same thing about black people as he would say about white people, he would be slaughtered on the street. He is not. His life is not safe
I would
for
be
the
first.
rest of
I want to
his
say
life.
that in the first place because
Okay, this is the difference here.
No,
These are the dimensions.
No, you retard. You go back to Germany. Okay, go back to Germany.
He is in Germany. It's on the internet, moron.
I thought
The only retard on this panel is the people that think that the elite are going to vote for the working class.
Tell us about Iran. Tell us about Iran. Because I'm interested to know your...
I've just changed my VPN to the UK.
Well, I'm interested to know your...
I'm now a UK citizen.
I'm sorry, Tash. I can barely hear you.
I'm interested to know your story about Iran and your ancestors and those that have lived there, and because I sense some hostility in your voice regarding a lot of issues, not just.
I have a lot of hostility about a lot of things.
You find a lot of liberals, and a lot of musicians. You know that when you scratch the surface, the tolerance is not even
lots of issues. Oh no, I never said I was a liberal, a tolerant liberal. I'm a very intolerant liberal.
But guys,
as metrosexual Steve once says, you cannot tolerate the intolerable.
You can't know exactly, yeah.
Tolerance paradoxon.
I prefer watching Uncle Omar versus Steve. That's the funniest speakers skit ever.
Yeah.
Uncle Omar versus
That boy is
Steve.
a perfect example of Muslim culture, isn't it?
Can I give my take on the question?
I'm still
of
trying
today?
to hear you, Elron, because I don't know why they get sidetracking. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Go on.
My take on that question of the day is basically what Fukuyama described as the end of history. And that question implies basically what white nationalists and white identitarians are always talking about. It's an identity crisis. We have lost our way. And that is what this question implies. What is British culture? To ask this question implies that you can't tell, because what is it?
And that's why my name is the way it is. I want to know what is English culture, because I don't know.
Yeah, and there's actually a good maybe Valley is there, so I can make a screen share for this to answer this. Yeah, I'm waiting
what's a German
for
guy
Valley
going to tell about British
because there was a
you live English culture. You're in English culture. You live it every day.
Aaron, carry on.
Angel, how many drinks have you had today?
It
To be honest,
I'm Irish. It's part of my culture.
To be perfectly honest, though, I have to say I do agree with Elron and the fact that Miss Lady D doesn't know what is British culture is a direct indicator of the failure of this country to instill true British culture in that young lady when she was coming up in this country, so that she would have no ambiguity about what is British culture, what is English culture, and also what is her culture.
She elects to reject it, obviously.
But you know the funny Banksy, you know the funny thing is, to respond to what you just said, everybody that's come on this panel today, and we've asked them the same question, what is, you know what, the Irishman came on here, he said he don't know. The other guys came on here, they also said nobody knows.
You're lying. You're lying. You're lying.
But Lady D, I understood.
Listen to this drunk woman.
And
the words out of his mouth, let me quote him.
You are lying.
Let me quote him.
Straight out lying.
Shut up, you fucking dumb.
You live English culture.
Listen to
you fucking live it.
Words. I don't.
You've got a British passport. You live it.
If you ask me about Irish culture, I can
you
tell
would
you
never
that
go
was
back to your own culture.
Words.
What a lie. What a lie. You're a fucking liar.
You've taken over. There's nothing you can do, man.
Please, Angel, allow Lady D to at least.
She just sounds like. Do you know what she sounds like? She just shows herself up as English culture. And this is what English culture is, and we don't. We definitely don't want it.
You're a liar.
Funny thing is, she claims it's Irish.
Black and this, that, and the other. Come on now.
No, but Angel, I will say this, and this is.
A liar.
No, but Angel, let me.
Angel Moon is the example.
You live English culture every day.
Yeah, but Angel,
and that's what you love about it, and that's why you don't want to go to your own fucking shithole country that you talk about.
All the shops on my road are halal. I love that.
This is her rambling. This is her English culture.
The thing is, Angel. I will say this.
She's lying, Banksy.
No, but Angel, bear with me. The thing is, we have an American on the panel, someone who lives in the United States, and if you ask him what it is to be American, I'm sure he has a far better understanding of what it is to be American than it is what it is to be English or what it is to be British.
No, that's bullshit. No,
I'm
even better than that, Banksy.
That's bullshit.
When I asked everybody,
come on, Banksy.
I'm telling you.
You could say what it is to be an English person. Shut the fuck up, you.
Even better.
You could say what it is to be an English person.
Hello.
He's an American. That's a totally different thing. That's a totally different thing.
So,
guys,
I have not finished.
Let me hold on. Let me give you an example of it today. So when we asked everybody else, Shakara, we got asked about his culture. He gave a list and even went into depth of stuff.
No, he didn't. I listened to that. Don't lie.
Let her speak. Adrian,
why the fuck can't she talk? Stop talking.
She's fucking lying.
Ridiculous.
She just
when everybody else was asked, everyone gave a list. Even when the Irishman was asked, he could tell us what Irish culture was. When we asked the question of English culture, everyone
I listened to that, actually.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
Slightly.
Let me explain.
Can I elaborate?
Okay.
Banksy was asked. Do you know this? Do you know this?
Let me give you.
I'm trying to hear you, Banksy, but
no, I don't know any of that.
Won't shut up.
Because nobody knows about it.
Right, Angel, please give me 1 second and I will explain to you what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to explain is that the reason most British people or Lady D doesn't know what it is to have British culture isn't that it's her fault. It is the system and the education system that which we live
Even
in
though she was
has
brought
not
up in.
defined it for us clearly. Because I'm telling you, because
she's surrounded by
Angel, let me finish. All I'm trying to say is the reason I can give you a reasonable list of what it is to be British, or what Ralph can tell you, is because we've educated ourselves beyond the national curriculum. But I think that it should. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that Shaka Ra, the reason
you're making excuses for
no,
us.
Angel,
Come on,
Angel,
please,
please let me.
Gandhi, you cannot have a conversation with this woman on the panel. I'm letting you know this now. She can't shut the fuck up.
But what I'm trying to,
She
Angel,
wants to be against the British people.
no, but Angel,
She wants
Angel,
to
the
be.
reason Shaka Ra can run off a list of what it is for him to be African is because he's gone off and
And did you know
studied
any
it.
of them?
He's no, no,
Did you know any of the
he wasn't taught to. I guarantee
Angel,
it wasn't taught
can
to him
you
as a
please
child.
calm down? Can you please calm down? I'm trying to elaborate here, okay? Because we have a very interesting synchronicity here. Because one of the greatest YouTubers on the right-wing sphere has just uploaded a video today called "How the West Lost Its Culture," and he's in this video he's going through an article that was written by Patrick Dini. He's a professor at political science, and yeah, he has college teaching students at various universities like Cambridge, Notre Dame, and so on. And this is, I want to read to you that article. Maybe you can understand what Banksy meant there, because I fully agree on that. Can you all see my screen here?
Who's the YouTuber that posted this?
Way of the World.
Oh, this is 2 years ago, though. It's from 2018.
Can you read it off? Elron, can you read that?
He has re-uploaded it on his second channel.
Yeah, I can't.
I just read the article now to you. Okay?
Before you do that, Elron, before you do that, can everyone subscribe to Ray? Subscribe to him on YouTube. Sub, like, share.
Yeah, this
Do
is
not
his
subscribe to Ralph.
second
Don't
channel.
sub like all shit.
I love how Ralph immediately shields.
Well, re-uploading his older stuff. But let me go through the article here. This is by Patrick Dini. My students are know-nothings. They are exceedingly nice, pleasant, trustworthy, mostly honest, well-intentioned, and utterly decent. But their brains are largely empty, devoid of any substantial knowledge that might be the fruits of an education, in an inheritance, and a gift of a previous generation. They are the culmination of the Western civilization, a civilization that has forgotten nearly everything about itself, and as a result has achieved a near-perfect indifference to its own culture. The difficult to gain admission to the schools where I've taught, Princeton, Georgetown, and now Notre Dame. Students at these institutions have done what has been demanded of them. They are superb test takers. They know exactly what is needed to get an A in every class, in Klammern, meaning that they are rarely allow themselves to become passionate or and invested in any one of the subjects. They build superb resumes. They are respectful and cordial to their elders, though easygoing if crude with their peers. They respect diversity without having the slightest clue what diversity is. And they are expert in arts of non-judgmentalism, at least publicly. They are the cream of the generation, the masters of the universe, a generation in waiting to run America and the world. Let me skip. The next, it gets better, trust me. But ask them some basic questions about the civilization they will be inheriting, and be prepared for averted eyes and somewhat panicked looks. Who fought the Peloponnesian War? Who taught Plato? And whom did Plato teach? How did Socrates die? Raise your hand if you have read both the Iliad and the Odyssey. What does the Canterbury Tales, Paradise Lost, the Inferno? Who was Saul of Tarsus? What are the 95 theses? Who wrote them? And what was their effect? Why does the Magna Carta matter? How and where did Thomas Becket die? Who was Guy Fawkes? And why is there a day named after him? What did Lincoln say in his first inaugural? How about the third inaugural? What are the Federalist Papers? Some students do most often to, I don't know that word, serendipitous class choices, or a quirky old-fashioned teacher might know a few of these answers. But most students have not been educated to know them. At best, they possess an accidental knowledge,
You're gonna put me,
but otherwise,
bro. You're gonna put me to sleep. You put these women to sleep. I'm trying to do that too.
okay, can I continue? But otherwise are masters of systematic ignorance. It is not their fault for perceived ignorance of Western and American history, civilization, politics, art, and literature. They have learned exactly what we asked them of. To be mayflies alive and, I don't know that word either, happenstance in fleeting present. It is not much more. Our students' ignorance is not failing of educational system. It is crowning achievement. Efforts by several generations of philosophers and reformers and public policy experts, whom of our students and most of us know nothing about, have combined to produce a generation of know-nothings. The persuasive ignorance of students is not a mere accident or an unfortunate but correctly outcome if only we hire better teachers or tweak the reading list in high schools. It is a consequence of civilization commitment to the civilizational suicide. The end of history for our students signals the end of history for the West. During my lifetime, limitations over students' ignorance has been sounded by the likes of E.D. Hirsch, Alan Bloom, Mark Bauerlein, and Jay Leno, among many others. But these limitations have been leavened with the hope to that appeal that our and their best angels might reverse the trend. That's an allusion to Lincoln's first inaugural address, by the way. E.D. Hirsch even worked up a self-help curriculum and do-it-yourself guide on how to become culturally literate, embodied by the can-do American spirit that culturally, that is a very strange word, defense on something, could be reversed by a good reading list in appendix. Broadly missing the sufficient appreciation that this ignorance is the intended consequence of our education system, a sign of its robust health and success. This is the last paragraph now. This is the last one. Wait. We have fallen into the bad and unquestionable habit of thinking that our education system is broken, but it is working in all cylinders. What our education system aims to produce is cultural amnesia, a whole lack of curiosity, history, less free agents, and educational goals composed of content, free processes, and unexamined buzzwords like critical thinking, diversity, ways of knowing, social justice, and cultural competence. Our students are the achievement of a systematic commitment to producing individuals without a past for whom the future is a foreign country. Culturalists, ciphers who can live anywhere and perform any kind of work without inquiring about the purpose or ends. Perfect tools for an economic system. This is the important part here. I repeat that part. Our students are the achievement of a systematic commitment to produce individuals without a past for whom the future is a foreign country. So you can move to anywhere and everywhere the big companies need you, okay? Cultureless ciphers who can live anywhere and perform any kind of work without inquiring about the purpose or ends. Perfect tools for an economic system that precises flexibility geographically, interpersonality, and ethically. In such a world, possessing a culture, a history, an inheritance, and a commitment to a place and a particular people, specific forms of gratitude and indebtedness, rather than generalized and deracinized commitment to social justice, a strong set of ethical and moral norms that asserts definite limits to what one ought and ought not to do, aside from being judgmental, and inheritance and handicaps. Yeah, so it is a bit complicated because he's a professor. I'm not an English-speaking guy, but this is the crux here. It is not done by. We can't blame immigrants and we can't blame Europeans, because Europeans, most of the Europeans who have not done the teaching themselves, they can't explain you what British culture is. They can't explain you what German culture is right now, because it is not wanted. They want a rootless society, which is based on markets only, that you are a producer, that you're a good worker and good consumer, and then culture and everything that's standing in that way of this system, of this new system, okay, of this machine system. That is that is my point.
Now, I understand the point you're making. You're saying that basically the system is not promoting English culture, but this is my thing. Number one, I'm not English, so I could care less about English culture, but I would like to know what the hell it at least is. Number two, I don't live English culture. I live Caribbean culture. Everything about me is Caribbean. My household, the way I cook, the music I listen. Shut up. The music I listen to, my swag, everything about me screams Caribbean. So therefore, when you got somebody like Angel Moon on the panel, incoherent and crazy as fuck, talking about you live it. No, I don't. I live Caribbean culture every day. I produce Caribbean children. I got Caribbean lifestyle. And yes, and a lot of our Caribbean culture is heavily influenced by African culture. So we can incorporate the two. I don't know what the hell is English culture. I'm not even going to lie to you, Errol. I don't know what it is.
Do you have a white wedding?
Nope.
Do you have an English wedding? Do you have English wedding or Caribbean? What's the difference?
What do you mean, what's the difference? I don't eat fucking... What's that thing I heard them talk about the other day? Bubble and squeak, all that shit. None of that's my lifestyle. That's not me. I'm not English.
Do you have a traditional English wedding?
Lady D, do you know what I call that? Lady D, I call that Black Pride, girl.
That's right. Black Pride. And I'm proud of it. And that's Black Pride. My thing is this. Here's my point. My thing is this. Why would I drop my culture for somebody else's? Hold on, Reggie. Why would I drop my culture for somebody else's? Why would I do that?
Well, you have a European wedding, though. You have an English wedding.
Who told you that?
Or do you have a Caribbean wedding?
No, who told you? Are you telling me something that I don't know about myself?
No, I'm saying Caribbean weddings.
Shut up, Reggie. Let me get my point out, because you're just chatting shit at this point. So my point is this. If English people are complaining about the English culture being lost and being taken over, my argument has been this all day. How about practicing your English culture so then we can all know what it is? But I ain't practicing your culture for you. Period. Practice your culture and show us your culture. But right now,
boom, that is Black Pride. That is Yardi Pride. That is like fucking, that's the truth.
And my children will be doing that too. My thing is this, though. If I've asked the English people on the panel that have all come on to show me what English culture is, and they said it's this, that, and the other, but I'm not seeing none of these things.
Well, it didn't help to have the witches screaming at you, because you have to.
I know. They can't actually. They can't carry a conversation. They can't carry a conversation point blank. Period. But my thing is, if they have a culture that they claim they have, they screamed all these things about this dance and that dance and whatever dance, then practice it. No one's stopping them from practicing it. My thing is, what you're not going to do, though, is come and tell us that we have to do it. No. I got my own culture and I'm proud of it. And I will continue to wave that flag. fried dumpling, green banana, rice and peas, oxtail, mutton,
Right.
curry,
But
goat,
you see,
jerky,
Elron, mate, this is what we
anything
mean.
go on.
Ethno-pluralism, right? Proper
Yes.
ethno-pluralism, right? Yeah,
There we
that, I
go.
can relate to that completely. I'm like, right. She's not going to be told by a bunch of drunk tea ladies what English culture is and why she should not integrate into it. And this is,
Really integrated.
When we go to dances, for example, if you do classical German dances, you're only allowed to do that in a specific time. For example, the Oktoberfest or something, okay, or the Vienna Ball. If you do it outside these special events, people will look at you like crazy, and then they will call you basically völkisch, and that means you're some kind of racist, okay. For doing it outside the norm. If you wear traditional clothing, for example, people will look at you because it's framed by the media that only racist people would do such a thing. Dressing like normal, what was normal just a few decades back. They will call you racist for this. But any other groups, it's totally fine for them dressing this way. And why is that? It goes back to the question of what we have discussed a few days ago, where someone said, yeah, the British Empire, for example, used all these proxy races within India to undermine the majority, so they played each other, right? So what is happening in Europe? They're doing the exact opposite. The majority of the country is still white, and they use the migrants as proxy warriors, proxy cultures, and so on, to rage against the main culture, okay, to divide it, to destroy it. Then, only after they destroy completely the main culture, then they come after you. You're proxy warriors. That's why you are allowed, you have the privilege, I would say, the minority privilege to dress like you want without being looked funny at or being called racist for this. And everything like this. This is the reason why.
I don't know. I hear you, Elron, still, but I don't know. I think this, Elron, see this conversation you're having. This is the problem. That you're having this conversation with us, but we're not English. I think you need to have that conversation with the English people to practice their English culture. The fact that immigrants aren't practicing their culture, that shouldn't even be a worry for them. What should be a worry for them, though, is their own people practicing their own culture. That should be
I totally agree. And you can only achieve that by community building. The identitarian movement, for example, which is the biggest group in Europe, they make traditional dancing days, like I think three times a year. They teach traditional dancing stuff. They buy traditional clothes. You have even someone that produces the traditional clothes themselves. They are learning their old folk songs that go around in Germany and ask if someone can sing to you a traditional folk song. They can't. What I would say though, I was sitting in a train on a trip to Lourdes, and the Scottish people as well as the Irish people, they know their stuff. They could sing all the traditional songs still. So for them it was natural. That was astonishing to me, because most German people, they couldn't do it. That is a sad thing.
Yeah, it's mad. I still don't see how English culture would be totally lost. And if they claim there is a culture and this is their culture and we're all living their culture, then what is the cry then? Because in one breath, this is what I felt. I was trying to ask Wendy. One breath, she's saying that it's never going nowhere. Then you've got Jupiter on the other hand saying that it's dying out. And then you've got somebody. So I'm like, what is it? Like, you lot are not making, and you're not even consistent in what you're saying.
I think that what she was saying, Jupiter was saying that it's going, and she was talking about from her experiences within London, and Wendy was talking from her experience outside, living outside of London, and that obviously outside of London there's a very large white community who practice a strong element of their culture.
But then you had Angel Moon, who claims she's in Ireland and claims that it's going there too. So, like, the consensus is not across the board. What is going on? That'll be like, Reggie, put it this way. That'd be like odds coming up on the panel and cussing and complaining at us that the Pakistani culture's going and it's gone, but we're not Pakistanis. We're not the ones to implement and practice his culture, are we? Wouldn't he not have that conversation with fellow Pakistani people?
I give you a hot take that civic nationalists would never do on that. I would say migrants that practicing their own culture are actually a good thing for white people, because it reminds them of what they have lost, and they look at them and see how strong it makes their community. The biggest threat to the culture was not immigrants, I would say. The biggest threat before all the migrants came in and so on, we already lost a huge part of our culture, was due to, first of all, liberalism, which means individualism, looking at the individual, as well as the very effort by cultural Marxists to deconstruct culture. So we have these two ideologies, I think, in my opinion, are the most destructive to white people. And when I see some Jamaican folklore or something, it reminds them what they have lost, and they want to regain. They ask themselves who they are again. So I see that as a positive. That is why I support, I don't want to integrate Jamaican people or something as an ethno-nationalist.
Yeah, so you basically, anyway, you and Lady Divine, maybe you have a similar ideology, but on a different spectrum. But obviously, for a lot of these, Angel Moon, funny enough, he just left. Oh, Lady Divine left.
I think that was I think his name is I forgot who he was, but I think it was a Muslim brother on the panel still. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah. Well, both of them. I can't remember Angel Moon actually saying that she felt her culture in Ireland was being eroded or anything like that.
She did, Reggie. Literally, so I'm saying you want to pick and choose what she said. Listen to what she said. She said when she goes down her road, she sees all. She doesn't want to see halal this and halal that. She see that it's all happening around her. You never heard none of that, Reggie.
I remember clearly the halal one, and the halal one is an element of what she feels.
She don't want it, and it's taking over. She don't want it. She said this. So for you, tell me now, you never heard that. Come on, man.
Yeah, I did hear that. But I didn't like in terms of like demographic. I don't think she made that one. She was making the same point as Wendy in that when it comes to demographic. But yeah, she did mention the halal one, and yeah, from most religious points of view, I don't think any of us would want to, that's non-Muslim would actually want halal meat anyway. But she said that she's a magician or whatever she calls it. So obviously she realizes the connotations of someone praying to a moon god, or what we equate to be Satan. You know what I'm saying? For us, that is offensive. I think that's completely understandable.
But then, Reggie, you cannot say then, like I said earlier, in one breath that, a part of English culture, and they love their culture, and a part of English culture is to embrace other cultures, but then complain that embracing other cultures is now the stream. Well, which one is it? Take that part of your English culture then. Take the embracing of your culture. And just be honest about it. Be honest.
Common sense still needs to be applied. I mean, some people's culture obviously says that they shouldn't be tolerant. Should we tolerate the intolerance because we embrace other people's cultures? I mean, really, there has to be some sort of
ruthless, if you have to be ruthless to preserve your culture, then do that. If that's the case, if that's what your cry is, then
that is what Islam is doing.
Right. Well, this is my point. If you have to be ruthless in order to preserve your culture, i.e., if I believe that the Caribbean culture is dying so badly at a high rate, well, then if I have to be ruthless and kick out everybody for keep preserve my culture, then so be it. But then be honest about it. Don't lie and put a facade over it. Just be honest.
It's not really a lie to extent, because I mean, if you look at certain high-profile cases like Shamima Begum, for example, like in my country, that would be it would be an open and shut case. I mean, most countries would be very clear on where the likes of those kind of people were going if they went to do treason. You understand? So they actually are given a due process. know what I'm saying? So in my view, there is a lot of tolerance here in terms of
My view that I
where
listened in the afternoon, yeah, to Lady D and Angel, and then the other two, and mainly Angel as well. You know what? I classify them as Lady D. They're the classified called liberal racists. They are racist, but they can't be because they're liberal. So as long as you get along with them and you do it your way, their way, it's okay. Otherwise, but they can't come on and say, actually, what I mean is I don't want black people or Muslims around me. I'm not actually tolerant. I'm only tolerant of black or brown people do what I want them to do. And they call
and
that
that's what, and I get that, right? That's why I made it very clear to her, to her face, we will never be on her side. Period. I told her straight how it is. I'm not going to be
100%.
dancing around it. I'm going to tell you, yeah, listen.
She's not going to tell you what to do, girl. She's not going to tell you what to do, what to eat, right?
There we go. She's never going to have that over me and my culture. Oh, hell no.
Yeah, one has to ask themselves, if an outside group looks at the Europeans and they look at them and they see they are losing because they're basically, the overall culture right now is basically liberalism and tolerance. That's it, okay? And praising the money system or something. That's about it. And then you have some old flavors that is still somewhat there, right? But why should they adopt such a mindset when they are seeing their group are advancing by holding on to their traditions, to their culture? They are advancing, okay? The Jews are advancing because they're still living, having a mindset, a Jewish mindset of putting their group first. Why should any other group be like the Europeans that are losing territory, losing political power, losing identity, don't know who they are? Their suicide rates go through the roof. They're very depressive. Why should anyone want this? And it would be brutal to say, no, you can't think of yourself, of where you're coming from. It is cutting the roots of who you are. This is brutal. This is a crime against humanity, I would say.
Yo, what's good?
Oh,
we still here?
Yeah, we're definitely still here.
Oh yeah, I was just listening, man. Just listening. I think it's interesting, real interesting. I think what Jupiter is struggling with is the white respect. England, the English culture, kind of once had at the base of whiteness. You get what I'm saying? Like in her day, white poor was still highly respected by blacks and other melanated people. That's the culture that she wishes to have back. You get what I'm saying? Even though the poorest white back in that day was still highly respected. You get what I'm saying? You tip your hat to them. You might give up your seat for them. That's what she experienced in their day. That's the culture she wants to come back. Whereas today, you'll get a young black or whoever, Pakistani, whatever, they will tell a white person, shut the fuck up real quick and probably slap you upside your head. So that respect factor in whiteness at the base level is no longer there, and she's a base white person.
Am I right in saying then, that they were submissive? They want us to be submissive to them.
Yeah, but my question is, how can you expect?
Elron, Civnats, there's a racist Civnats where they can't accept they can't accept Jamaican pride for Jamaicans, African pride for Africans, English pride for English. And on the other hand, but they've got this kind of liberal dream that's a false dream that, hey, you're just like me, girl. And no, liberalism and the tolerance only works if you agree with them. Otherwise, they say, I don't want to see the hijab. I don't want to see. They're the liberal thought police. It's like the liberal Sharia police. Yeah. So, it doesn't add up, right? So once you find that line, it's obvious, right? I came out.
Yes.
Whereas Lady D is like, I'm Jamaican. I'm with my people. I know who I am. You tell me what English is, right? So that's racial consciousness, and
I'm challenging your culture. You're saying that your culture's been forgotten. I'm saying, well, okay, well, what is your culture? Because you're saying, yeah, I live in your country and whatever, but I practice my culture in your country. I don't practice your culture in your country. That's the problem, and I think that's where God or Jacob is trying to say. Whereas we need to tip our hats, give up the seat, all that. And I'm not doing it. I'm not willing to do that.
Banksy tripped up on this, and Banksy runs away, and he'll come back, obviously, at different points for this point. But, like, you can't fool me or a Muslim or a Christian when you say, hey, I'm the atheist. It's an ideology, but hey, you guys over there, you don't do your thing, but my thing is called taking the piss out of your thing. You're like, well, hang on, who made the rules? You didn't make the rules. You can't say on one hand, hey, I'm anti-Islamic, I'm anti-Christian, I'm anti-this, but but if you're liberal and if you're an atheist, that's okay. Who made that rule? And that's the intolerance tolerance paradox. And you see it with liberals all the time. They always trip themselves up because they can't be honest, right? They can't.
Yeah, we are at least honest about it.
Correct.
Okay?
They can't be true to themselves. It's a better word.
Yeah.
Lady D is being true to the fact that she's a Jamaican girl. It's rice and peas. Don't you tell me to have fish and chips. She has no problem expressing that feeling. Right, but the other ones are going to say,
I'm just honest with it, and that's the problem. Honesty hurts.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do the Reggie talk and sit up here and say, "Oh, I'm British and I'm not doing that." That's Reggie. And I'm coming on the pro-galactic, and I'm letting you know what time it is.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, but don't get me wrong, okay? I would support practically because what's the word you're always using, Ralph? Reacinated or something? Re-racinated or something.
Yeah, you can either be racinated, deracinated,
racinated.
Or racination. And Lady D is racinated. And the liberal racists, they pretend or they hide like their cloak levels and disguise their racination level. They won't come out and say it directly, right? Whereas Lady D, I know you're
Can I
You're like, okay, I know. You keep saying it on racist, but you know you are, right?
Well, no, the fact is that I see the fact that Lady D does not appreciate or has an appreciation for the glorious dish that is fish and chips, not so much as the failure of Lady D and her family to integrate.
I eat fish and chips, but it's not my thing. It's not something that I would like go out my way to go and buy and go and put when I can roll 2 dumpling and fry it up in one time. Why would I do that?
No, I'm not saying. I'm just trying to point out that it's not so much the failure of her family integrating into this society. It's the failure of the society by not introducing her to these cultural norms at the most pivotal points in her development, so that when she grows up, she doesn't consider fish and chips and peas and rice to be anything but her culture. This is her. It is a culmination of her very being. This is the failure of our society. An American that grows up in New York, a Black American that grows up in New York, considers New York pizza to be as part of his integral life as an Italian American that grows up in New York. They don't see a difference amongst them between
this.
That's
not true, though, Banksy. Let me stop you because they have their soul food and all of that in America. So cut it out, man.
Yeah, but what I mean is, a New Yorker considers a Black New Yorker considers a real pizza to be a New York pizza as much as an Italian in New Yorker thinks that. And they will both shun the Chicago New York as a deep dish piece of shit abomination to anything that is known as pizza. So what I mean is they have that they grow up with that. It is as much pizza, Italian pizza, is as much part of the very being of an African American, a New Yorker Black man, as it is an Italian New Yorker. It isn't this divide that I'm Black, I only eat soul food, I only eat fried chicken, I don't touch the pizzas. That's the Italians' food. They don't have that. They have
and the same could be said about the Philly cheesesteak. They hold them same positions.
Exactly. There is no white Philly cheesesteak and a black Philly cheesesteak. It's just a Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Kafir, shush 1 minute, Kafirs. It was actually Portuguese Jews that brought fish and chips. You know that.
Well, yeah, I mean, chips is American, but potato is American. There was no potato in this country.
No, I think this is where the problem is, Banksy. It's not even a case of society or failings. It's actually what you consider a failing. We consider as a liberation, because what we've done is we've managed to retain our culture and bring it where we settled.
Look beautiful in a hijab.
No, but
hold on.
The thing is,
Lady D. This is the point I'm making, Banksy. So when you see as a failure that I don't embrace English cultural, classify English culture as my own. That's maybe a failure from the English person's point of view, but it's a liberation from ours that we've managed through all our struggles to retain our own, and bring up our children engrossed in our own culture.
You know what would be so beautiful is if they made Islam the state religion here. You wouldn't be arguing over culture because you will have one culture.
Exactly, an Islamic culture. But this is the thing, lady.
I'm sorry, Banksy. You have to, fix yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. You know the thing is, Lady D, this is why I'm saying that this is the failure of the liberal society because of this concept of let and let live, and it's everybody has their own culture and it's fine. They did not instill in you that.
No, but Banksy, come on,
this
Banksy.
monoculture is what.
Banksy, you saw this often. Here's the lie. Let me tell you the lie from now to then. Look, you say you're liberal, but for 2-3 hours, I saw 3 of the liberals just express non-stop hate and intolerance all afternoon. Hey, they're not really liberals. They just say, hey, we're really liberal.
Literally, from the time they jumped on the panel, it was chaos.
Hey, yeah, it was. It was, it wasn't, I didn't feel overcome by just warmth and tolerance, inclusivity.
Yeah, but the thing is,
the only weapon against liberalism is the Penal Code 93 of the Sharia court, which is throwing them off the 12th floor.
Islam is right about Islam is right about menopausal women who drink on the internet.
To be honest, I have to agree with Afghan. The only thing I see that has somewhat stand up against liberalism is not black culture. They are very affected by liberalism. Black culture is, if you look at popular black culture, they have lost their identity as well in America and so on. Also, in I would say in Germany, but there's also more and more, even in America, Yeah, we can hear you. In America, black people and also white people are now rejecting this. They are searching for something deeper. They are sick and tired of this American globalized culture. But still, the only thing that really has stand up to this is...
Elrod, now you can't say that. Never been there. You don't speak for us. Let's stop that.
He's using it. He's generalizing quite a bit, though. He's using American.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, okay. Since you put it that way,
just let him have his say.
Let him have his. Let him have his very large brush where he will paint every black person with.
Go on, Elron. Carry on.
I would say
don't bring lost
there are some small Jewish fractions that still have stood up against liberalism, but Jews are also very affected by liberalism. For example, the Jews in America are very threatened by the mixing rates of